Chen Lin, please don't leave. Song Qingyue cautiously clutched the hem of Chen Lin's coat. The pride and coldness that usually adorned her face, now utterly replaced by pleading and ingratiation. You are the only grandmaster in our shelter. If you leave. Behind her, all the survivors of the refuge had gathered together. There were people of all ages, men and women alike. They did not dare to speak. They could only offer silent supplication through their humbled, downcast gazes. They were afraid of Chen Lin's departure. The world is shattering. Those deeply hidden relics and legacies are surfacing one after another, and among them there will surely be the opportunity for me to advance to legend. Chen Lin shook his head calmly. His resolve to leave could no longer be swayed. As long as you stay, whether it is me, Qingling, or anyone else in the shelter. Song Qingyue was still trying to persuade him, but Chen Lin had already pried her fingers away. Only by becoming a legend will I truly be qualified to shield humanity through the apocalypse. To stay here would be nothing more than clinging to a lingering breath destined in the end to be swept away as dust in history. With those words, he turned away without the slightest trace of reluctance and walked off. The survivors did not dare to stop him. They could only remain within the shelter and pray. They prayed that Chen Lin would successfully advance to legend, return to the shelter, protect them through doomsday, and lead them into the next epic. In reality, I had barely been away from the shelter for half a day before I was crushed to death in passing, stepped on by a roaming divine abomination. Chen Lin opened his eyes. Gentle sunlight poured through the window. Under that light, rows of buildings stood neatly aligned, and people moved along the streets, living their lives in peace. Now Epic was about to launch. The descent of the game and the arrival of the world's apocalypse were still far off. He exhaled softly as though breathing out all the shadows of his previous life. Fortunately, heaven has granted me a second chance. As he spoke, he picked up the silver-white ultra-technological helmet resting on the desk and settled it securely onto his head. Entering Epic. Creating character. Please name your character. Canny. Reborn into a new life, he intended nothing less than to become number one. Scan real-world appearance. No. Standard character model enabled. Would you like to make adjustments? No. Before synchronizing with his in-game character and truly gaining power, he was in reality nothing more than an utterly ordinary man. To avoid drawing unwanted attention in the real world, he still needed to be cautious. Please select your initial class. In the blink of an eye, Chen Lin stood in a vast open space where 3 statues rose before him. The statues' faces were indistinct. One wore plate armor emblazoned with a sun's sigil, one leather armor traced with dark moon patterns, and one robes adorned with constellations. They represented the 3 major archetypes: warrior, wanderer, and caster. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Lin walked toward the robed caster statue. As he approached, numerous additional statues representing specific classes shimmered into existence behind it. Mage, priest, warlock, druid. Drawing near the mage statue, yet another array of statues emerged, each signifying a distinct mage specialization. Flame, frost, earth, storm, force, necromancy. Just as in his previous life, Chen Lin reached out and grasped the skull that represented the Necromancer. Character creation complete. Entering the world of Epic. The Necromancer class was scorned for its fragile summons that were easily mowed down, for being despised by everyone, including other Necromancers, and for suffering severe countering from holy light life and many other attributes. Yet, despite all that, the Necromancer was indisputably the most powerful class in the early game, even if that supremacy lasted only up to about level 20. Chen Lin had weighed everything carefully and concluded that rather than desperately trying to patch over an early game weakness for the sake of late game strength, it was better to start by rolling a massive snowball right from the opening move. A single step ahead would mean every step thereafter ahead as well. With the information and experience of his previous life, he would not only move fast, but also steadily and far. When others were still bewitched by promises of late-game invincibility, struggling around levels 40 or 50 according to his plan, he would have already returned to level 70 and reclaimed the Grandmaster rank. What was a Grandmaster? One who founded their own sect and created a unique personal class. That was a true Grandmaster. At that point, any ranking of class strength would lose all meaning. You were about to enter Geelong Town. Hearing the prompt, Chen Lin let out a breath of relief. Thankfully, it was the same as in his previous life. New players would descend randomly into a starter town. Each town was different, each with its own unique opportunities and no fixed opening sequence. Though he had built ample flexibility into his plan, beginning in the town he knew best was unquestionably the most favorable outcome. The white light dissipated, and what met his eyes was a small town steeped in rustic charm. Simply looking at the houses loosely yet harmoniously arranged and blending naturally with the landscape, one could feel the tranquility and harmony that usually suffused this town. Yet today that serenity had been shattered. White lights flared across the town again and again, each beam marking the arrival of a new player. Some the instant they landed sprinted straight out of town eager beyond restraint to rush off and farm monsters for experience. Some seized a random passerby and began questioning incessantly hoping to extract a hidden quest from them. Another clutched at his waistband trying to pull his pants off, failed. Then he reached for a plump female passerby's curves, failed again. Annoyed, he snatched up a stone from the roadside and hurled it at a house's glass window. A bolt of red lightning materialized out of thin air and blasted that player straight out of the game. Keeping him company was another player who had wanted to test a skill on a passerby. Even though he had anticipated such behavior, Chen Lin still could not help shaking his head. The ones who dive in and immediately try killing an NPC just to test the game's freedom. Those are the truly chaotic players. After getting his bearings, Chen Lin turned and walked toward the south of town. I wonder if those players being worked like nuclear-powered cattle behind the scenes by black-handed schemers are even the same species as the ones right in front of me. His expression was relaxed, his steps unhurried. If not for the starter robes he wore and the player name floating above his head, others would likely have mistaken him for a long-time resident accustomed to everything here. Auntie, these roses are so beautiful. Those are hybrid tea roses. Inside the flower shop, a female player named Meow Meow Princess was pestering the shop owner Lena with endless questions. Lena, brows furrowed, answered perfunctorily, her irritation mounting. These adventurers never lifted a finger without profit in mind. They looked diligent, yet in truth were ravenous with greed. She briefly considered cobbling together a trivial little errand quest with some flashy knickknacks just to send this annoying adventurer away, but she worried that once the adventurer tasted a bit of reward, she would cling to her even more. Good day, miss. Lena, may I ask if you are still open for business? Observing the unhurried poise of the customer at the doorway, Lena could not help comparing him to the impatient Meow Meow Princess. How could there be such a gulf between adventurers? Of course. What can I do for you? The newcomer was naturally Chen Lin. He withdrew the 10 copper coins that came with his character's birth and placed them in Lena's hand. I would like a single white lily. As Lena accepted the payment, she asked curiously, aren't you adventurers supposed to be chasing powerful equipment? What made you think of buying flowers from me? When I saw the weathered scars on the town walls, I realized that for Geelong Town to stand firm while monsters prowl outside, it must have paid a tremendous price, Chen Lin replied. He took the bouquet with both hands and cradled it carefully against his chest. I have come here and received the town's protection. I feel it is only right to pay my respects to the forebears who died for this place. Lena's already softening expression grew even gentler at his words, a faint smile appearing on her face. I never imagined there would be an adventurer like you, one who remembers kindness and repays it. As she spoke, something seemed to occur to her. Could you do me a favor and deliver an item to Metatron, the keeper of the cemetery? Of course I will pay you for your trouble. Chen Lin's smile deepened as he nodded. It would be my pleasure. System prompt: you have successfully accepted the quest. Deliver materials. Lena stood inside the shop watching as Chen Lin stored the box into his system backpack and then walked away, both hands still protecting the bouquet. The smile at the corner of her lips did not fade. Such a good man. I want that too. I want that too. The player Meow Meow Lord rushed up to Lena, slamming 10 copper coins onto the counter with a bang. I want to visit the cemetery too. Give me a bouquet of white lilies. Lena's expression turned completely cold. She had originally intended to brush this adventurer off lightly, but after meeting Chen Lin, she now felt the shop had become far too noisy for her liking. Too tired to say anything more, she simply raised her hand, and with a single dismissive gesture, expelled Meow Meow Lord from the shop along with those 10 copper coins. The cemetery lay at the very end of the narrow path on the western side of Jialong Town. At the start of that path, more than a dozen players had already formed a circle. All of them wanted to enter and see what treasures might be hidden inside the coffins. Yet an invisible barrier at the entrance blocked them from going any farther, let alone digging graves. They could not even catch a glimpse of the main gate. This did not make the players retreat. Instead, it stoked their enthusiasm even more. If it was guarded so tightly, there must surely be some precious treasure within. Brother, you want to explore the cemetery too, right? Unfortunately, this barrier is keeping us out. One player spotted Chen Lin approaching and called out to him, hoping to pull him into their attempt to figure out how to break the barrier. But Chen Lin merely shook his head, walked past them calmly, and stepped steadily through the barrier, leaving behind a crowd of players frozen in stupefaction. Come on, I spent ages searching for the route just to find the cemetery, and this guy already figured out a way to get in. One player could not believe his eyes, while another had already begun to analyze the situation. He's holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Could that be the key to entering? In truth, passing through the barrier was not difficult at all. One only needed to maintain a formal bearing and harbor a measure of genuine respect in one's heart. Yet that was precisely what the players currently lacked. Walking along the path, Chen Lin casually opened his character. Name Tianyi. Level 0, 100. Class Necromancer Amateur. Health 150, 150. Base Health 100. Constitution 10. Mana 150, base mana 100, spirit 10. Constitution 5 effects, health, carrying capacity, stamina, resilience, the foundational attribute that influences the final performance of all other stats. Strength 5 effects, melee, physical damage, attack speed, and basic physical capability. Agility 5 effects, perception, reaction speed, and bodily control. Spirit 5 effects, mana, spell potency, elemental perception, and willpower. Intelligence 5 effects, skill, casting speed, learning speed, and research capability. Equipment novice, set no attributes. Specialty none. Skill undead summoning, cooldown 20 seconds, costs 20 mana, summons a level 5 skeletal servant to fight for you, control range, depends on spirit, maximum number of servants equals level 1. There was no randomly drawn personal exclusive talent, nor any ranking of players into tiers according to the price of their gaming tools. Every player's attributes at birth were identical, the only distinction lay in the initial skill granted by the specialization chosen at the start. In Epic, everyone began from the same starting line. Although in the opening phase the constitution and health of shield guards matched that of necromancers, and barbarians' intelligence could rival that of arcane mages, details that inevitably drew criticism. Unnoticed, Chen Lin had already passed through the cemetery gate. Directly inside stood a massive four-sided obelisk, its surfaces pristine and flawless, devoid of any pattern or trace of carving. He gazed at it in silence for a time, then wordlessly skirted around the obelisk. Beyond it rose rows of simple tombstones bearing no names or dates of birth and death, only lines of farewell messages. Please in my stead bear witness to the faint glimmer of dawn. Hold fast to your conviction. I have fought the good fight to the end, henceforth a righteous crown is laid up in store for me. Do not wake me, I am preparing for the final battle. Epic took its name from the notion of eras, and generation after generation of players became the protagonists of each successive epic. When one era of Epic came to its close, those who survived would become the native inhabitants of the next. As one reborn, Chen Lin had witnessed the end of the Blue Star Epic. Naturally, he understood that those who slumbered in the coffins before him were warriors who had sacrificed themselves to safeguard the survivors of the preceding epoch of humanity. Living anew, having personally experienced it, he now gazed upon these tombstones again with a changed understanding. It is unsurprising that a necromancer who seeks out death would be the first to arrive at the cemetery. What I did not expect was that you would still hold respect for the departed. The elderly voice came from behind him, neither displeased nor approving, only composed. I did not choose the path of the necromancer to chase after death. On the contrary, I revere death. Chen Lin did not turn around, his gaze still resting upon the immaculate white obelisk. Whenever I try to imagine the void after death by likening it to the blankness of deep sleep, I am seized by a fear that rises from the very depths of my heart. He gently set down the white flower in his hand. Thus I hold profound respect for all those who, knowing they are doomed, still march forward without hesitation. Your respect has been answered by the heroic souls. You have gained the temporary status heroic souls, blessing you and your servants deal an additional 50 points of undead damage with each attack. You have gained 1000 experience points. Your level has risen to level 2. Your base health 48, base mana 60, agility 2, spirit. You have gained 6 free attribute points. Ignoring the constant chime of system notifications, Chen Lin turned and looked behind him at the old man in a pure white robe, long white hair cascading down. The gravekeeper Metatron. Death signifies oblivion. The dead forget everything, and the world forgets the dead. To fear death is not necessarily a bad thing. Facing Chen Lin's gaze, the old man's expression remained composed. Do you have any other business here? Yes, Ms. Lina entrusted me to deliver this item into your hands. Chen Lin took a box from his system backpack and handed it to Metatron. The old man nodded and accepted it without fuss. After the handover, Chen Lin did not like ordinary players start prying for hidden quests with a barrage of questions. He simply bowed and turned to leave. In later years, players would rank Metatron among the 10 most mysterious figures in Epic. Various pieces of information hinted that his identity was extraordinary and his strength unfathomable, yet until the curtain fell on the Epic and the native inhabitants, including Metatron himself, were annihilated, he never took action nor truly involved himself in any event, as though he were merely a cold, detached observer. Chen Lin stood at the edge of the plaza surveying his surroundings. With twists and turns there must be a boss. He raised his hand, beginning to rearrange his... The chances stored in Chen Lin's mind were enough for him to dig into up to the very end of the epic, yet in his own planning, he had chosen to abandon the vast majority of them. For many chances were not worth trading away that most precious of resources, time. Only by knowing what he truly needed and rejecting the greed to seize everything could he hope to walk farther along his path. Thank you, Lady Lina. How formal you are. You helped me, and the heroic spirits themselves have acknowledged you. We are family. Stepping out of the florist's shop, Chen Lin's lips curved into a faint knowing smile. In the original plan, Lady Lena's commission had never existed. After all, the flower shop was merely a 20-minute walk from the cemetery. There was no need to delegate such a trivial errand to a player. It arose solely because he was the first to volunteer to pay respects at the cemetery to honor the fallen, earning Lena's favor. The quest was merely a pretext for her to lend him support. Quest completed. Deliver materials. You gained 200 experience points. You received Life Instant Regeneration Elixir Apprentice 20, Life Restoration Elixir Apprentice 20, Mana Restoration Elixir Apprentice 20. Your level increased to level 3. Your base health increased by 20, a base mana by 30, agility by 1, and spirit by 4. You gained 3 free attribute points. In the Epic, each level up grants 8 attribute points. 5 are automatically allocated according to class and specialization, leaving only 3 truly free. Chen Lin allocated all 9 of his accumulated free attribute points into intelligence. At first glance, intelligence seemed to have the least direct impact on combat prowess. But in the Epic, this stat genuinely reflected a character's cognitive capacity. It governed skill acquisition, refinement, adaptation, and even invention, making it the single most vital attribute across all classes and specializations. In later eras, pure intelligence builds became the universally optimal and fundamentally correct choice for most professions. Upon finishing his allocations, Chen Lin approached a towering structure built from rugged, unpolished timber and weathered gray stone, the Hunter's Guild. 2 massive guards stood before its grand entrance. A heavy oak door carved with the emblem of a hound and a spear, arms crossed, faces impassive beneath their studded leather armor. A crowd of 20 to 30 players already milled restlessly before the gate, voices overlapping in clamor. Why won't you let us in? It's just some rundown guild. Brother, please, cut us some slack. Is there a hidden quest? Give us a hint. Yeah, we've been stuck here for nearly an hour. One bolder player edged toward the left guard wearing a fawning grin. Guard brother, look. We've come all this way earnest and united. Surely the guild owes us a chance. Is there something we could do? Perhaps deliver messages, or run small errands for you. The left guard didn't so much as lift his eyelids. A cold snort escaped his throat. Hunters risk their lives among monsters to keep this town safe. You adventurers haven't even reached level 1. Don't throw your lives away. Come back when you've leveled up. But those monsters are too strong. Even 3 of us can get killed by a single level 1 creature. Someone grumbled. Then that is your problem, replied the other guard, voice icy and final. Gather and shout again, and you'll bear the consequences. His veiled threat did not quiet the crowd. Instead, it ignited restless anticipation. In reality, one might cower and shrink, but within a game, who dared threaten him? Tension thickened the air like magma straining beneath the earth's crust. At that moment, Chen Lin strode forward. Calm, unhurried, his gait radiating a stillness utterly at odds with the surrounding frenzy. He made no attempt to ingratiate himself with the guards, nor even glanced at the seething throng. He simply walked straight toward the gate. Hey, buddy, don't waste your time. They won't let anyone in. A well-meaning player murmured quietly. Yet to everyone's astonishment, as Chen Lin neared the entrance, the 2 guards, previously as immovable as statues, briefly fixed their gaze upon him, then stepped aside without a word. One guard pushed the heavy wooden door open just wide enough for a single person to pass. The gesture struck the crowd like a spark into dry tinder. Chaos erupted instantly. Why is he allowed in? Hey you, stop right there. What kind of double standard is this? We demand, brother, where's your spirit of sharing? Don't hoard the secrets. Suppressed frustration exploded. Several hot-headed players surged forward, and the rest followed, en masse, a wave of bodies surging toward the guards. The guards wasted no time. Steel flashed. 921. 1,201. 3 players at the front dropped, slain in a single stroke. The mob froze. Their eyes cleared, sharpened by shock and sobering reality. At the very least, a female player adopted a pitiful expression. You owe us an explanation. Explanation? You are level 0. The guard glanced back toward the doorway where Chen Lin had vanished. Is level 3. Level 3. Preposterous. The game hasn't even been live for an hour. How could anyone reach level 3? No normal grinding could get you past level 1 yet. That guy must have found a leveling exploit. Humph. A mocking curl touched the guard's lip. Because you lack ability, you assume everyone else shares your weakness. With that, he fell silent. Only the glint of his half-drawn blade lingering in the air, cold and forbidding, dissuading further inquiry. Only then did they grasp the truth. These were no static scripted NPCs, but autonomous, highly intelligent characters possessing genuine agency. Before absolute power and immutable rules, every protest dissolved into absurdity and grumbling. The crowd subsided, watching helplessly as the great door swung shut once more, sealing off the world beyond. Envy, suspicion, and bewildered admiration clung to its surface like frost. Inside and outside the door lay two separate realms. The clamor vanished in an instant, replaced by profound silence. The hall was vast, its soaring ceiling held aloft by massive timber pillars. Mounted animal heads, weapons, shields, and yellowed regional maps adorned the stone walls. Official hunters sat scattered about rough-hewn tables, whispering among themselves, polishing blades, or draining tankards of amber ale. Their glances held appraisal and curiosity, but mostly indifference. Chen Lin paused not a moment. His gaze swept the chamber and settled unerringly on the broad oak table at the far end, beneath the imposing mounted head of a giant elk. There sat a burly middle-aged man clad in dark brown beast-hide armor, intently sharpening a gleaming two-handed greatsword. Broken Blade Geralt, the guild master of the Hunters Guild. Chen Lin stopped before the table and waited motionless and silent. Geralt did not look up, not until the sword's edge satisfied him. Only then did he set it down gently and raise his sharp, piercing eyes to meet Chen Lin's. A new face. Level 3, impressive pace. What brings you here, young hunter? Master Geralt, I wish to accept the quest, hunt the Briar Boar. Chen Lin spoke without preamble. The Briar Boar. Geralt's brows lifted slightly as he leaned back in his chair. Courage is commendable in youth. Yet the Briar Boar marks a threshold for novice hunters in this region. Its brute strength, impenetrable hide, and especially its barbed quills pose extreme peril to anyone below level 5. By regulation, this quest may only be accepted at level 5 or higher. He paused, his tone deepening with paternal gravity. I understand your desire to advance swiftly, but ambition untethered from wisdom spells death on this continent. Accept tasks suited to your current strength, instead purge giant rats from the granary, or assist the town guards patrolling the border forests. Chen Lin listened attentively, his expression calm, neither dejected nor defiant. He had anticipated this response. Master Geralt, I fully comprehend your concerns, and thank you for your counsel. His voice remained low yet resonant with quiet certainty. However, I have received the blessing of the heroic spirits, and before that grace fades, I wish to serve this town to the utmost. Geralt's gaze sharpened. He sensed it, the faint warm resonance of heroic soul energy clinging to Chen Lin. You carry sincere intent. The formal distance in his demeanor softened, replaced by a subtle warmth. One recognized by the heroic spirits is no reckless fool. Your request is granted. Geralt reached beneath the table and placed a bronze quest badge, engraved with the snarling visage of a boar, before Chen Lin. The Briar Boar prowls the northern mountain fringes. Here is the map. He slid across a roughly sketched parchment scroll. Beware its charge, and its barbed quill barrage. May the heroic spirits walk with you, young hunter. Thank you. Chen Lin accepted the badge and map with a slight respectful nod, and secured them carefully. Without another word, he turned and departed. At the end of the village. The moment Chen Lin stepped out of the town gate, he sensed two faint gazes behind him. He did not turn back, only a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. The novice village has two directions. The direction at the village entrance faces the plains, where the closest are the level 1 rabbits, and most players are crowded there to steal kills. The village end faces the mountains, where at least level 3 wild wolves roam, making it a rare spot for players. Occasionally, a few oblivious ones come up to try, only to be swiftly killed by the wolves and sent back. The fact that these two could follow him here indicates they have at least died once and learned about the wolves' aggro range. Chen Lin strolled leisurely, always staying outside the wolves' aggro range. At the same time, he began to cast Necromancy. Each class starting skill reflects its class characteristics. Necromancy is certainly not a simple summoning of a frail skeleton. A cold light flashed, and complex runes appeared on the ground before Chen Lin. As the light dissipated, a giant skeletal figure over 3 meters tall emerged before him. Lucky. Necromancy randomly summons one of 4 types of level 5 undead minions: Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Archer, Skeleton Thief, and Skeleton Giant. Among them, the Skeleton Giant has the lowest probability, only 10%, while the other 3 each occupy 30%. Chen Lin glanced at the attributes of the Skeleton Giant. Skeleton Giant, level 5, health 850, armor 10 damage, 30 skill, heavy strike. He nodded in satisfaction, then raised his hand to disperse the Skeleton Giant. Although the Skeleton Giant is strong, it is not what he desires. The reason why Necromancers are the strongest early on, but the weakest later, lies in this Necromancy skill. When other players are only level 1, you can summon a level 5 minion. When other players reach level 5, you can summon 5 level 5 minions. One against many, using high levels to defeat low levels, who could compete in the early stages. But as player levels increase, this advantage quickly turns into a disadvantage. In the later stages, dozens of level 5 minions cannot break through the defense of a level 30 player. Leveling increases quantity, but not quality. The strength curve is obvious. Chen Lin cast Necromancy again. This time a Skeleton Archer wielding a bone bow appeared. Skeleton Archer, level 5, health 2502, 50 damage, 100 skill, rapid fire kept summoned again. Skeleton Thief, level 5, health 2502, 50 damage, 40 skill, stealth. Once again, it was still the Skeleton Thief. Dispersed summoned again, and it was the Skeleton Archer again. A hint of helplessness flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. Necromancy is like drawing cards, not guaranteed to get what you want. 50 meters away, two thieves with the prefix Fengyun were hiding behind a bush, intently staring at Chen Lin's back. This kid is truly unaware of his own mortality, walking deeper alone. Fengyun Xiaoshu scoffed softly, yet his eyes were filled with envy. Necromancers are awesome, able to summon strong minions that can fight automatically right from the start. Unlike us with low damage and fragile bodies, we can only fight in melee, not a chance against high-level monsters. Stealing low-level monsters. A single rabbit is watched by dozens of people, and those archers and mages' long-range skills are indiscriminate. Full still thinking about this at this time. Fengyun de Zhuang, the thief's expression turned serious, moving while casting spells, actively dispersing summoned creatures, and being able to directly control three. This game just launched, are we still playing the same game? Fengyun Xiaoshu was taken aback, then realized, are you saying he can join the Hunter Guild? He must have had an extraordinary experience. Fengyun de Zhuang narrowed his eyes. If we can find out the reason, the boss might elevate us into the elite team. Makes sense. Stay close. The two fixed their gaze on Chen Lin's back and continued to follow. Almost there. When Chen Lin reached a clearing, he stopped. He turned around, his gaze landing on what appeared to be an empty rock. The skeleton archer beside him pulled back the string of its bone bow. An arrow shot out, carrying a cold tail flame straight towards that clearing. 150, a huge damage number, jumped out of the void. Immediately after, a figure fell out of stealth with a bone arrow lodged in its chest, eyes wide in disbelief before dissipating into white light. How could you possibly discover us? The remaining thief broke stealth and jumped out from behind another rock, staring at Chen Lin in shock and anger. He was from Fengyun. Oh, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Chen Lin couldn't be bothered to speak. As he raised his hand to point at the thief, the skeleton thief had already approached from behind, its bone blade silently slicing through his throat. 90. I am from Fengyun. Dare to kill us. His words were not finished when another bone arrow struck his chest, turning him into white light. Chen Lin withdrew his hand, his expression showing no fluctuations. Mages generally have weak physiques and are indeed passive against the stealth attacks of thieves. But precisely because of this, responding to ambushes is a mandatory lesson for any qualified mage. In the eyes of this former master-level mage, these two amateur thieves who only mechanically used skills were worse off than not going stealth at all. Such clumsy stealth only made their positions more conspicuous. Chen Lin turned around and continued towards the mountains. The resurrection point in Jialong Town. Two beams of white light lit up almost simultaneously. You have died, all attributes lost by 5. You have obtained 1 reincarnation mark. Fengyun Xiaoshu and Fengyun de Zhuang emerged one after another from the resurrection point, looking at the death penalty with faces as grim as if they had eaten a fly. The death penalty in Epoch is extremely severe. A permanent loss of 5 of current attributes means that a player with fewer deaths of the same level will definitely have higher stats than someone who has died more often. The more times you die, the more useless this account becomes. Not to mention the unknown reincarnation mark lurking here like a landmine. Might as well delete the account and start over, but it's hard to part with an hour's worth of initial investment. If you don't delete, you will be weaker than players who haven't died. Damn it. Fengyun Xiaoshu kicked a nearby stone pier, only to forget that attacking buildings in the game would get struck by lightning. A red lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere, directly knocking him to the ground. Are you crazy? Fengyun de Zhuang cursed, pulling him up from the ground. What are you kicking for? Fengyun Xiaoshu got up full of resentment. That kid is too sinister. How did he discover us? How would I know? Fengyun de Zhuang gritted his teeth. Since we can't handle this secret, let's report it. Let the boss deal with him. Right. Fengyun Xiaoshu's eyes lit up. If we can't keep up with him, can't we block his way back to the town? He has to return to turn in the quest, right? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Let's go find the boss. Anyone who dares to provoke Fengyun will certainly pay the price. The two cursed as they walked towards the town. The novice players around the resurrection point watched this scene, exchanging glances. Fengyun, what guild is that? I don't know, but it sounds pretty intimidating. Enough in the novice village, it's just about forming groups, it's ridiculous. The discussions quickly dispersed, and players continued to busy themselves with quests and stealing kills. At this point, Chen Lin had already walked 5 miles away. He could roughly guess what was happening behind him, but he didn't. He had heard of the Fengyun Guild in his past life. It was a medium-sized player guild that could bully casual players during the novice phase, but wouldn't rank after leaving the novice village. He continued forward, his gaze landing on the silhouette of the mountains in the distance. Thorny Hedgehog. This was his current target. If he could successfully hunt it, he would not only complete the quest, but also obtain a crucial material, which was related to an important plan he had next. Chen Lin checked the potions and equipment in his backpack, glanced at the 3 level 5 minions beside him, confirmed their good condition, and quickened his pace. Before the mountains lies a gentle slope scattered with sparse bushes, and further ahead one can see a number of half-man-high porcupines wandering about. These thorny porcupines covered in sharp spikes are exactly what Chen Lin is aiming for. However, he does not rush to take action. Standing on a rock, Chen Lin sweeps his gaze across the entire area, carefully observing the porcupines' movement patterns and their range of aggression. After a moment, he begins to move laterally along the edge of the mountain wall, always keeping a safe distance from the nearest porcupine. 3 summoned creatures follow behind him, a skeleton warrior bringing up the rear, a skeleton archer in the middle, and a skeleton rogue maintaining its stealth. After walking 200 meters, an inconspicuous crevice appears on the mountainside. The gap is extremely narrow, measuring only 1 person wide. A skeleton giant would definitely not fit through. A glimmer of joy flashes in Chen Lin's eyes. Indeed, it's here. He is the first to enter the crevice, with the 3 summoned creatures following in a straight line. The narrow stone fissure allows passage only by turning sideways. After walking a few meters, the view suddenly opens up. It is a small basin surrounded by mountains with steep rock walls all around, and the only entrance and exit is the crevice Chen Lin came through. In the center of the basin lies a massive porcupine. Its size is twice that of the ordinary porcupines outside, with its spikes on the back as thick as an arm, glimmering with a cold sheen in the sunlight. Porcupine leader, level 7 ordinary boss. Indeed, it's here. Chen Lin lets out a sigh of relief. In this rebirth, there are too few things he can do in the initial phase, and many plans are limited by his level and strength. Once an unexpected event occurs, there are almost no backup plans for remedy. Fortunately, this step went smoothly. Go! Chen Lin raises his hand and points at the porcupine leader, and the 3 summoned creatures simultaneously spring into action. Once an unexpected event occurs, there are almost no backup plans for remedy. Fortunately, this step went smoothly. Go! Chen Lin raises his hand and points at the porcupine leader, and the 3 summoned creatures simultaneously spring into action. An unremarkable damage number of 73 pops up. Facing an armored boss, if it weren't for the extra damage granted by the soul blessing, this number would be even lower. The porcupine leader is awakened, letting out a deep muffled roar, and charges directly at the skeleton warrior. Chen Lin's spiritual power spreads out completely, and the vision of the 3 summoned creatures appears simultaneously in his mind. Ordinary summoners mostly issue simple commands to their summoned creatures, letting them fight on their own. This is inefficient and poorly coordinated, and given that skeleton minions are notoriously low in intelligence, they easily fall apart when faced with even slightly agile monsters. But Chen Lin is different. He receives the perceptions of the 3 summoned creatures simultaneously and issues precise commands to each of them. This undoubtedly leads to a greater mental burden, but it is also a fundamental skill that any mature and competent necromancer must master. Since the minions have low intelligence, let the intelligent mage take over the fighting. The skeleton warrior sidesteps, angling its sword to block. The force of the porcupine leader's charge is halved, with 65 damage popping up above the skeleton warrior. At the same time, the skeleton archer's second arrow hits the same spot again. 54. The porcupine leader, in pain, turns to charge at the archer. But the skeleton rogue has already sneaked up from behind, stabbing its bone blade fiercely into its rear. 147 weakness critical hit. This strike thoroughly enrages the porcupine leader. Its spikes stand erect, and with a fierce shake, dozens of spikes shoot out in a fan shape towards the front. Chen Lin is already prepared. Under his control, the skeleton warrior drops flat to the ground, while the skeleton archer rolls sideways to evade the area covered by the spikes. The skeleton rogue strikes and retreats, re-entering stealth. The spikes clang against the ground, with only the skeleton warrior taking 2 hits. 32-28. Continue. Chen Lin's voice is calm. The 3 summoned creatures close in again. The warrior holds the front, the archer harasses from a distance, and the rogue moves around looking for opportunities. The health of the porcupine leader drops little by little. 1060, 850, 720, 610, 480. During this time, the porcupine leader releases spikes in a volley twice, both of which Chen Lin accurately predicts, maneuvering the summoned creatures to dodge. Although 2 skeletons still died from sporadic damage, they were quickly replaced, causing no significant loss. There's no helping it, as skeleton minions are known for their low cost. As the health drops below 200, the porcupine leader lets out a dying roar, glowing red all over. Chen Lin squints his eyes. This is a sign that it is about to unleash its ultimate move. All minions stand in front of me and block it. If the minions die, he can summon them again, but if he dies, all his efforts would be in vain, and he would have to delete his account and restart. The porcupine leader suddenly leaps up, curling its body in midair, and then all its spikes explode outward in all directions. This is its ultimate skill, the all-around spike storm. The skeleton warrior stands at the forefront, instantly receiving over a dozen spikes, leading to its immediate demise. The skeleton archer and skeleton rogue hide behind the warrior, using their bodies to shield Chen Lin from the remaining spikes. The moment the spike storm ends, the porcupine leader lands and falls into a brief state of weakness. Now's the time. The skeleton rogue rushes forward, and the bone blade plunges again fiercely into the boss rear. There's no helping it, this position is too advantageous. 121 critical hit. The porcupine leader lets out a mournful cry and crashes to the ground. You have slain the porcupine leader, level 7 ordinary boss. You gained 850 experience points. Your level has increased to level 4. Your base health 20, base mana 30, agility 1, spirit 4. You gained 3 free attribute points. 2 pieces of equipment drop on the ground, glowing faintly green. Chen Lin approaches and picks up the 2 pieces of equipment. Thorny leather armor green, level requirement level 7. Constitution requirement 12. Armor 15. Special effect: when receiving melee attacks, there is a 10 chance to rebound 2 damage. Thorny leggings green, level requirement level 7. Constitution requirement 12. Armor 10. Special effect: movement speed 3. Chen Lin shakes his head. Both pieces have relatively good attributes for the early game, but unfortunately both have constitution requirements. The fixed attribute points of a necromancer do not increase constitution, and he does not plan to allocate his free attribute points to constitution. Currently his constitution is only 5. He can only sell them or exchange them for equipment. Just as he puts the 2 pieces of equipment into his backpack, the system notification suddenly sounds. Congratulations to player Tion E for completing the first kill of the boss porcupine leader, rewarding all attributes 3, and an announcement will be made across the server. Would you like to remain anonymous? Chen Lin is momentarily stunned. A server-wide first kill. He did not achieve this accomplishment in his past life. It seems the butterfly effect brought by his rebirth has already begun to manifest. No, he shakes his head. Although he does not care about fame, it still has some utility. Server announcement: player Tion E is the first to kill the boss porcupine leader, level 7, rewarding all attributes 3. This is hereby announced. As soon as the announcement is made, the world chat explodes. World Sword Dance of the World. What the hell? A level 7 boss. How high is the highest level right now? World Mage forever. I killed 7 or 8 monsters just to level up once. How can someone already kill a level 7 boss? World A Cup of Turbid Wine. Tion E. I haven't heard that name before. Which guild is he from? World Gentle Breeze. He must be from a big guild. A solo player wouldn't level up this fast. World Night Rain Sound. Please Great One, take me along. World Onlookers. I just want to know how he found the boss. I can't even find ordinary monsters. Outside Jialong Town, a group of players with the prefix Fengyun are surrounding a level 3 wild wolf. Boss! Boss! Fengyun Little Mouse runs over panting. The one who killed us, is that Tion E? Fengyun Mad Tiger pauses with his giant axe as the wild wolf leader seizes the opportunity to claw at his shoulder, dealing 34 damage. Chen Lin stored away 2 pieces of equipment, his gaze sweeping over the basin. The corpse of the porcupine leader had already begun to fade, and in a few minutes, it would completely vanish. He did not rush to leave, but stood in place, raising his hand to disperse the skeleton archers. The next task did not require long-range output. Taking a deep breath, he began to continuously cast the summon Undead spell. Rays of light flashed as skeleton warriors, skeleton thieves, skeleton warriors, and skeleton archers appeared. He directly burned a bottle of blue potion. Chen Lin frowned slightly. His luck was not very good. He continued summoning, while slowly moving around the mountain wall, carefully searching every corner of the rocky surface. The basin was neither too large nor too small. The surrounding mountain walls were steep, almost vertical, with smooth surfaces and no obvious climbing points. But he knew there should be a place here. The summoning yielded results once more, and that massive figure, the skeletal giant. Chen Lin let out a sigh of relief, glanced at the position of the skeletal giant, and continued to search along the mountain wall. When he approached the area near the opening, he stopped. Above, about 7 meters off the ground, there was a concave crack in the rock wall. The crack was not deep, and the situation inside was not clear from below. But the surrounding rock walls were smooth, with no footholds for climbing. Chen Lin's eyes brightened. This was the place. He took a few steps back, observing the contour of the rock wall, then quickly constructed a climbing route in his mind. Come here. The skeletal giant walked heavily to the base of the rock wall, crouching against it, as instructed by Chen Lin. The skeleton warrior climbed onto the giant's knee and reached its shoulder, stabilizing its position with both hands on the rock wall. Chen Lin stepped forward, grasping the skeletal giant's ribcage, and climbed up using its hip bone. The skeleton warrior extended its hand, pulling him up onto its shoulder. Standing on the shoulder of the skeleton warrior, Chen Lin looked up at the concave area above. There was still more than 2 meters to go. Up. The skeletal giant slowly stood up. Chen Lin's body moved up with it, his view gradually approaching the concave area. When the skeletal giant stood straight, he was already very close to the indentation. Taking a deep breath, he exerted force with his legs and leaped upward. His fingertips grasped the edge of the concave area, and his body hung in midair. He used his arms to pull himself up, probing into the concavity. Inside was a stone trough about 3 meters deep, in the center of which lay an egg. The egg was the size of a head, grayish-brown, with a surface covered in fine spike-like patterns. Chen Lin reached out to pick it up, and an attribute panel appeared before him. Porcupine egg type, pet egg quality green, excellent. Hatching will yield a green pet porcupine cub. A smile crept onto his lips. Do not mind why a porcupine would lay an egg. Anyway, the first pet egg in the entire server was now in his hands. However, Chen Lin did not plan to hatch it or sell it. He placed the egg aside and cast the summoned Undead spell again. This time a skeleton thief appeared. He carefully held the pet egg and placed it inside the skeleton thief's ribcage. The skeleton thief's ribs bent inward, forming a natural cage that securely held the egg. Go down. Chen Lin issued the command. The skeleton thief poked its head out over the edge of the concavity, while the skeletal giant and skeleton warrior had already formed a human ladder again. It climbed down the bodies of the two summoned creatures and landed steadily. Chen Lin sat cross-legged in the concavity, closing his eyes. His mental energy focused entirely. His perception of the other summoned creatures gradually weakened, while the perception of the skeleton thief became unprecedentedly clear. This was a technique that had only been developed a year after the game launched mental focus. By actively lowering the control precision over other summoned creatures and concentrating mental energy on a single creature, one could achieve manipulation distances and finesse far exceeding their own attributes. The skeleton thief's vision floated into Chen Lin's mind. It did not activate stealth, holding the egg and walking straight towards the opening outside the basin. Outside the basin, thorn porcupines wandered aimlessly on the gentle slope. The moment the skeleton thief emerged from the opening, the closest porcupine suddenly lifted its head. Its gaze fell on the skeleton thief, or more accurately, on the grayish-brown egg covered in spike-like patterns within the skeleton thief's ribcage. The porcupine's eyes instantly turned blood red. It let out a thunderous roar, galloping madly towards the skeleton thief. The skeleton thief sidestepped, nimbly dodging the charge, then ran off into the distance. The porcupine's roar attracted the attention of its surrounding kin. The second and third porcupines lifted their heads, quickly noticing the egg, as well as sensing the aura of their leader, the hope for their future. Another porcupine joined the chase. Roars echoed back and forth as more and more porcupines were stirred up. Those that had been wandering farther away and had not seen the egg instinctively followed after hearing their companions' roars. This was a hate linkage mechanism triggered under special circumstances. In just a few minutes, all the thorn porcupines in the area were drawn over. 40 to 50 porcupines, half the height of a person, converged into a grayish-brown torrent, madly chasing the small skeletal figure ahead. Under Chen Lin's control, the skeleton thief darted left and right, narrowly avoiding the porcupine spikes as they almost impaled it. Its steps were agile and unpredictable, always maintaining a distance of less than 2 meters from the pack behind. Chen Lin's spirit was completely immersed in the moment. At that instant, the skeleton thief felt as if it had become a part of his body, and he could clearly perceive the position of each porcupine, the direction of every spike, and the trajectory of each charge. An excellent necromancer would undoubtedly be the best cosplayer in the era, mastering the skills of mage, warrior, archer, and assassin, even dabbling in strange and grotesque ghosts and beasts. Haha, which one of them is the real me? The skeleton thief made a large arc linking all the porcupines into a long line, then charged back towards the opening. The opening was extremely narrow. The first porcupine rushed in, followed by the second, third. The porcupines crowded, shoved, and roared one after another, squeezing into the opening. Their bodies were much larger than the skeleton thief, making movement in the narrow crevice difficult, yet they still pressed forward with blood-red eyes. The skeleton thief was the first to burst out of the opening, returning to the basin. The porcupine herd followed closely, like a flood breaking through a dam, pouring into this enclosed space. Chen Lin opened his eyes, looking down. In the basin, the skeleton thief had already been cornered. Behind it was the smooth rock wall, and in front were dozens of frenzied, roaring porcupines. There was no space left for evasive maneuvers, nor was it needed. A cruel smile crept across Chen Lin's lips. Below, all the porcupines' gazes were fixed intently on the egg in the skeleton thief's ribcage. They let out low growls, their spikes standing tall, ready to charge at any moment. The skeleton thief extended its hand and retrieved the grayish-brown egg from between its ribs. Under the watchful gaze of countless blood-red eyes, it raised its arm high. Then, it slammed it down hard onto the ground. Crack! The sound of the eggshell shattering was crisp and piercing. Grayish-brown liquid splattered everywhere, soaking into the soil. The entire basin fell into a deathly silence. All the porcupines were stunned. They stared at the puddle of broken egg liquid on the ground, the blood red in their eyes gradually fading, replaced by confusion. Then roar. The first porcupine let out a heart-rending roar, followed closely by the second, third. The group of hedgehogs entered a state of frenzy. Chen Lin chuckled softly. Everything was going according to plan. He put 2 fingers in his mouth, took a deep breath, and then suddenly blew a sharp whistle. The whistle echoed hauntingly among the surrounding cliffs, sounding exceptionally piercing and eerie. The frenzy-stricken hedgehogs, already agitated by witnessing their offspring being shattered, were completely triggered by this sound. Roar! The closest hedgehog to the center lost control first. Its muscles tensed, the spikes on its back stood erect, and then it frantically shot out in all directions without any target. The spikes shot out like a torrential rain. The surrounding hedgehogs were pierced by the spikes and instinctively released their own spikes in pain. The chain reaction exploded in an instant. All the hedgehogs indiscriminately shot out spikes in all directions, not caring whether they hit their kin or enemies. The sounds of spikes piercing the air, the cries of hedgehogs, and the furious roars mingled together, turning the entire basin into a bloody slaughterhouse. Chen Lin pressed tightly against the concave bottom, completely motionless. Countless spikes whizzed past the empty space in front of him, some shooting into the sky while others embedded into the surrounding rock walls, producing muffled thuds. A few spikes brushed past the edge of the concave area, with the closest one less than half a meter from his nose. He remained calm, even having the leisure to summon the undead once more. A beam of light flashed, and a skeleton archer appeared in the concave area. Then came the second and third. 3 skeleton archers squeezed into the small concave, quietly waiting for orders. While continuing to summon, Chen Lin calmly pondered in his heart. The first pet egg in the entire server, if operated properly, could bring him immense benefits. But this required time. He needed to find buyers, negotiate prices, and avoid those envious individuals who might want to snatch it away. However, what he lacked most now was time. In his previous life, he was a level 79 master, which sounded impressive, but in that era of legends he could only be considered a top-tier middle level. After merging with reality, he was ultimately just a drifting member, helplessly watching the world shatter. His real informational advantage only lasted until the mid-stage. As time passed, these advantages would diminish little by little. Rather than maximizing the benefits of every opportunity, it was better to act swiftly, extracting the highest possible benefits in the shortest time, and then quickly shifting to the next opportunity was what he needed most now. The sounds of spikes piercing the air gradually thinned. The roars of the hedgehogs also weakened. Chen Lin cautiously peeked out, looking down. The basin was in disarray. Dozens of hedgehogs looked dispirited, having shot out all their spikes, their bare backs looking both comical. They were pierced all over by spikes shot from their kin, some with over a dozen spikes embedded in them, their health bars plummeting to the bottom. More importantly, the frenzy state had ended. The group of hedgehogs entered a weakened state. Chen Lin pointed his hand. The skeleton giant, already waiting at the edge of the concave area, leaped forward and crashed down at the opening of the basin. It did not initiate an attack, but instead took a few steps back, leaning its back against the rock wall, kneeling on one knee, and curling up with its hands over its head. The massive skeletal body completely blocked the only opening. Meanwhile, the 3 skeleton archers in the concave area stood up and drew their bone bows. The arrows shot down. 76, 52, 88. A weakened hedgehog didn't even have time to scream before turning into white light and disappearing. The group of hedgehogs finally realized fear. They emitted terrified whimpers, turning to flee, but the only exit was blocked by the skeleton giant. A few of the hedgehogs at the front charged wildly at the skeleton giant, biting with their sharp teeth and crashing against it. 12, 21, 15, 17. Damage numbers continuously flashed above the skeleton giant's head. But the skeleton giant remained motionless. Even though so many hedgehogs were squeezed in the basin due to the narrow terrain, only the first 2 or 3 hedgehogs could truly attack the skeleton giant. The hedgehogs at the back, even if they wanted to help, were unable to approach due to being squeezed by their kin. The level 5 skeleton giant had 850 health points. In a weakened state, the hedgehog's attack power was halved. By the time they could chew through the skeleton giant's defenses, the archers would have had enough time to kill them 100 times over. Chen Lin sat cross-legged in the concave area, looking down at the slaughter. The 3 skeleton archers stood above, shooting down from a height. Each arrow could take away the last sliver of health from a hedgehog. The arrows fell like rain, and white light flickered continuously. The hedgehog's charges grew weaker, and their cries became increasingly sparse. The first hedgehog fell. The 10th. The 20th. The 30th. You killed a thorn hedgehog, gaining experience 85. You killed a thorn hedgehog, gaining experience 85. You killed a thorn hedgehog, gaining experience 85. The system prompts flooded the screen. Chen Lin glanced at the experience bar, which was visibly rising. Over halfway to level 4. Level 480. Level 5. Your level has increased to level 5. Your basic health 20, basic mana 30, agility 1, spirit 4. You gain 3 free attribute points. With the level increase, the limit of summoned creatures has also increased by 1. He summoned another skeleton archer to increase the efficiency of harvesting. Continuing to level up. Level 520. Level 550. Level 580. Level 6. Your level has increased to level 6. Your basic health 20, basic mana 30, agility 1, spirit 4. You gain 3 free attribute points. The number of hedgehogs in the basin dwindled. The last hedgehog was simultaneously hit by 3 arrows amidst its desperate cries crashing to the ground. The entire basin fell silent, littered with hedgehog corpses and scattered loot. The most eye-catching were the more than 30 pieces of equipment shimmering with white light. As expected of native monsters, the drop rates are high. In the era, monsters were divided into 2 types, one that existed originally, the native monsters, and another that was refreshed by the system after being killed by players, the secondary monsters. In the era, monsters were divided into 2 types, one that existed originally, the native monsters, and another that was refreshed by the system after being killed by players, the secondary. Though he said this, there was no trace of regret on his face. This was expected. In the era, the quality of equipment would improve with level increases. Below level 10, it was basic that only ordinary quality white gear would drop, and excellent quality green gear would be hard to obtain unless from a boss or a quest reward. But the further one went, the fewer low-quality equipments there would be, and the more high-quality equipments would emerge. By level 30, there would be no ordinary quality white gear left. After admiring his masterpiece, Chen Lin directed the skeleton giant to the rock wall beneath him, preparing to go down and clean up the battlefield. At that moment, a powerful roar suddenly rang out. Roar. The sound did not come from a specific direction, but echoed throughout the entire basin, causing the mountain walls to tremble slightly. The cruel slaughter has provoked the wrath of the ancestral spirit. The pool of grayish-brown egg liquid was slowly evaporating, rising in a misty haze. The mist thickened, gradually solidifying into a massive phantom. The phantom stood over 3 meters tall, resembling an orc with the head of a pig. Its muscles bulged, and it wielded a totem pole taller than itself, covered in densely etched runes. As the phantom became more substantial, it finally descended completely into the basin. Ancestral Spirit, level 9 boss Chen Lin was not surprised, but rather pleased. Fortune. In the era, fortunes are divided into 2 categories. One is obvious, such as treasure chests in certain caves or hidden quests from specific NPCs. The other type is hidden fortunes, which require specific conditions to trigger, such as slaughtering a tribe or destroying their sacred objects. Every hidden fortune is a unique and immense opportunity. Once successfully completed, the rewards can create a legendary master. In his past life, he had heard of people triggering fortunes by slaughtering beginner village monsters, but he had never witnessed it firsthand. Unexpectedly, upon his rebirth, he struck it lucky on his first attempt. The ancestral spirit was still in the process of manifesting, and the phantom had not fully solidified. Chen Lin did not waste this precious time. He raised his hand and continuously cast necromancy beams of light, flashing as skeletal servants appeared one after another. The ancestral spirit was still in the process of manifesting, and the phantom had not fully solidified. Chen Lin did not waste this precious time. He raised his hand, and the porcupine itself had ranged attack capabilities, and there was no reason the ancestral spirit summoned by the porcupine would not. Once the boss locked onto him, there would be nowhere to hide in that small sunken space. After descending, he quickly retreated, moving to the edge of the basin to maintain the maximum distance from the ancestral spirit that was about to fully descend. While retreating, he picked up the white gear around him and donned everything he could. The ordinary quality armor only provided the most basic defense. By the time he reached the end, his armor had increased from 0 to 21. Beside him, 7 skeletal servants were already in position. The skeletal giant stood at the front, its massive bony frame serving as the best meat shield. 2 skeletal warriors positioned themselves on either side, ready to assist at any moment. 3 skeletal archers spread out, drawing their bone bows to aim. The last skeletal rogue entered stealth, disappearing from sight. 7 summoned creatures, 7 different positions, 7 different roles. Chen Lin took a deep breath, fully extending his mental power. In the next moment, his consciousness was torn into 8 pieces. His own body was the first perspective, the skeletal giant was the second perspective, the 2 skeletal warriors were the third and fourth perspectives, the 3 archers were the 5th, 6th, and 7th perspectives, while the stealthy skeletal rogue represented the 8th perspective. 8 images surged into his mind simultaneously, with 8 bodies simultaneously receiving commands. A sharp pain exploded from deep within his mind, as if countless needles were piercing him at once. From the start until now, thanks to the fixed attributes from his specialization and the rewards from his first kill, his mental power had reached 31. Controlling 7 summoned creatures with 31 points of mental power had reached the limit of limits. This was not something that could be compensated for by skill, it was purely a matter of numerical value. Warning: mental power load has reached its limit. Please stop current actions or increase your mental attributes. If overdrawn, it will lead to permanent reduction in attributes. Fortunately, he still had 9 unallocated free attribute points for leveling up. System allocate all attribute points to intelligence. With that, his intelligence jumped from 17 to 26. His mind suddenly felt much lighter. It was not that his carrying capacity had increased, but rather that the heightened intelligence allowed him to better understand the operation of his servants, reducing the loss. I want both the future and the present. Finally, the ancestral spirit fully descended. It opened its blood-red eyes, instantly locking its gaze onto Chen Lin. The totem pole in its hand slammed down into the ground, and a thick spike erupted from beneath the earth, aiming straight at Chen Lin. He was already prepared. He rolled forward, the spike grazing his back as it struck the rock wall behind him, sending debris flying. At the same time, the 7 skeletal servants sprang into action. The skeletal giant charged forward with heavy steps, closely followed by the 2 skeletal warriors. The 3 skeletal archers released their bows, sending 3 bone arrows flying toward the ancestral spirit. 32, 18, 26. Damage numbers appeared pitifully low. Against the defense of a level 9 boss, without the blessing of the heroic spirit, a level 5 skeleton would hardly be able to penetrate its defenses. The ancestral spirit let out a furious roar, sweeping its totem pole horizontally. The skeletal giant raised its arms to block, and 147 damage popped up from its head. Taking advantage of the moment, the 2 skeletal warriors attacked from the sides, their bone blades striking the ancestral spirit's legs, dealing 18 and 17 damage. The ancestral spirit lifted 1 foot brutally, stomping down on the right skeletal warrior. The skeletal warrior tried to dodge, but its speed was insufficient, and it was stomped, disintegrating into fragments. Your skeletal warrior has perished. Faced with a formidable enemy, the low quality of the skeletal servants was laid bare. Chen Lin remained unfazed, raising his hand to cast another necromancy. A flash of light appeared, and a new skeletal archer manifested. Not a warrior. He frowned slightly, but hesitated not at all. The newly appeared skeletal archer immediately retreated to join the ranged assault. Simultaneously, the skeletal warrior on the left moved towards the center to fill the gap left earlier. The formation changed, but the encirclement remained intact. The ancestral spirit roared in anger again, and another spike erupted from the ground, targeting Chen Lin. Chen Lin sidestepped to avoid it, while simultaneously directing the skeletal rogue to sneak up from behind. The bone blade pierced into the ancestral spirit's lower back, dealing 63 damage. Weak point attack. The ancestral spirit cried out in pain, turning to pursue, but the skeletal giant had already collided with it, blocking its path. The battle continued. Every second, damage numbers flickered up, with each skeletal servant teetering on the brink of collapse. Chen Lin's mind felt as if it were being torn apart, yet he maintained his composure. Another skeletal warrior fell. Summoned skeletal rogue. The formation changed again. The skeletal giant bore the brunt, while 1 skeletal archer moved forward to fill the gap. At the same time, the 2 undead rogues became much more aggressive in their backstabbing efforts, risking their lives to distract the boss. Although the game character had returned to an amateur level, his master-level combat experience had not diminished. Regardless of what configuration his servants had, he could instantly determine the optimal formation and tactics to maximize effectiveness. The ancestral spirit's health slowly declined. 90, 85, 80, 75. Chen Lin's own body was also continuously dodging. Spikes erupted from the ground time and again, each time barely avoided. His breathing grew heavier, and fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Yet his gaze remained calm. In his previous life, when Xiongzhou fell, he had defended the strait for 3 days and nights to cover the retreat of the civilians. When he awoke from his stupor, his mental attribute had permanently decreased by 13 points. Now what was this in comparison? The ancestral spirit suddenly let out a long howl, and the totem pole in its hand glowed with blood light. Chen Lin's pupils constricted. This was a sign of a powerful attack. Spread out. The 7 skeletal servants retreated simultaneously, but it was too late. The totem pole slammed into the ground, sending a wave of blood-colored ripples radiating outward. The 3 skeletal archers were swept by the ripples, instantly shattering into fragments. The skeletal giant moved slowly and could only take the hit, perishing in an instant. The 2 skeletal rogues, being farther away, barely escaped the catastrophe. Out of 7 servants, only 2 remained. The ancestral spirit's health was still at 40. Chen Lin remained calm. After downing a potion, he raised his hand and continuously cast necromancy. Skeletal warriors, skeletal rogues, skeletal warriors, skeletal archers. As long as the mage did not die, the skeletal servants would be endless. Although the formation was incomplete, and the class combinations chaotic, Chen Lin's control remained precise. The newly appeared skeletal warrior took the front, the skeletal rogue entered stealth, and the skeletal archer began shooting. The ancestral spirit's health continued to decline. 35, 30, 25. Chen Lin's body once again dodged 2 spikes, his breathing growing more rapid. The pain in his mind had turned numb, the system had warned countless times, but he had long since stopped caring. Finally, the ancestral spirit let out a reluctant roar and fell heavily to the ground. You have slain the porcupine ancestral spirit, level 9 boss. You have gained 4,100 experience points. Your level has risen to level 7. Your base health 20, base mana 30, agility 1, spirit 4. You have gained 3 free attribute points. Chen Lin knelt on one knee, panting heavily. The pain in his mind persisted but began to fade. He closed his eyes quietly, waiting for this discomfort to pass. After a long time, he opened his eyes and stood up. The corpse of the ancestral spirit had already transformed into light spots, leaving only one item on the ground. A pitch-black book. Chen Lin stepped forward and bent down to pick it up. Shadow Scythe Skill Book. Effect: gain a Shadow Scythe that deals soul damage equal to your spirit attribute with each swing. Traits: Harvest. When the Shadow Scythe delivers the final blow, harvest the target's soul burn. Each attack can consume souls to deal additional soul damage. When enough souls are harvested, the skill levels up. Requirements: limited to player Tion E to learn. Shadow Reaper Scythe. Though its damage multiplier was unremarkable, Chen Lin instantly recognized its extraordinary value. Its inherent mechanics alone were already formidable, even setting aside its unknown potential for growth. It harvested souls and consumed them to amplify damage. In essence, he could cull hordes of low-tier monsters to amass souls, then expend them in a single decisive strike to obliterate high-level bosses. Chen Lin raised his right hand. A streak of obsidian light surged forth from the base of his spine, coalescing into a shadowy scythe half his height. The scythe bore no haft, only a sinuous blade-like arc hovering behind him like a raven-black tail. At his silent command, it swayed gently. With another thought, it cleaved forward into empty air, leaving behind a faint, fading trail of darkness. Chen Lin withdrew his thoughts and surveyed his surroundings. The boar corpses in the basin had nearly all respawned, only scattered loot remained on the ground. 7 skeletal minions under his precise direction gathered the spoils and piled them neatly. No more monsters remained to harvest, but he had another plan. Come here. The 7 skeletal minions stepped before him, surrendered their collected loot, and lined up in formation. Chen Lin raised his hand. The Shadow Reaper Scythe drifted forward from his back and swept across the first skeletal warrior. The skeletal warrior offered no resistance. As his summoned thrall, it obeyed his will without question, even if that will demanded its own dissolution. The black blade traced across bleached bone, the warrior shattered into dust. You harvested 62 points of soul energy. The scythe continued its arc, slicing across the skeletal giant, the skeletal rogue, and the skeletal archer. You harvested 120 points of soul energy. You harvested 52 points of soul energy. When the final minion dissolved, his soul energy stabilized at exactly 504 points. A sudden clarity washed over Chen Lin's mind. The searing, splintering agony of mental fragmentation vanished, replaced by an unprecedented lightness. It felt like shedding a backpack after running 10 kilometers, his entire being floated weightless. He leaned against the rocky wall, closed his eyes, and breathed deeply, quietly. Simultaneously commanding 7 minions had strained his spirit to its breaking point. Even as he'd pushed through to the end, he knew he had reached his limit. He rested for 5 full minutes before opening his eyes again. Rest was not yet possible. Chen Lin inventoried the spoils, excluding what he wore. There were 32 level 5 white quality items, 2 level 7 green quality items, and 720 copper coins. Also included were raw materials, such as porcupine quill hides. He stowed them casually into his pack and rose, orienting himself. Returning to the novice village required crossing the porcupine roaming zone, then traversing the wild wolf territory, a journey of at least 30 minutes. In Epoch, player avatars only vanished upon logout within system-verified safe zones. Logging out in the wild left one's avatar motionless on the ground, utterly unresponsive, a corpse waiting to be looted. He had no intention of being picked clean mid-journey. Chen Lin drew a slow, deep breath and strode toward the narrow pass. Beyond it, a few porcupines had already respawned in the zone. Yet their numbers were markedly thinner than before, evidence of his earlier massacre. Chen Lin ignored them entirely and quickened his pace along the familiar path. As he walked, he summoned skeletal minions and harvested them with the Shadow Reaper Scythe, refilling his soul energy. Still too cumbersome. When his mana bar emptied, he instinctively opened his pack, only to find the blue potions awarded for completing the florist's quest long since depleted across successive battles. I'll need to develop a skill that extracts souls directly, dedicated solely to charging the Shadow Reaper scythe. Mental exhaustion still lingered, clouding his thoughts with a dull haze. After 20 minutes, the Wild Wolf territory emerged on the horizon. From afar, he could already see players. Most were necromancers or nature weavers, summoners whose constructs absorbed damage while they observed safely from behind. A smaller contingent comprised archers and mages, steadily whittling down enemies from range, less efficient, yet far safer. As for warriors, Chen Lin glanced at the group encircled by wolves and shook his head. At this stage, melee classes truly were second-class citizens. Low damage output, poor survivability. Fighting even same-level foes demanded constant potion use. They relied solely on grouping up, leveraging sheer numbers to scrape by. The moment he crossed into the territory's edge, a shrill voice pierced the air. He's here. He's here. At the crossroads ahead, a cluster of players bearing the prefix Fengyun swiftly converged, sealing the path completely. At a glance, there were at least 24. Nearby grinders paused mid-action, turning curiously toward the commotion. Spectacle awaited. Fengyun Kuanghu stood at the forefront, flanked by Fengyun Xiaoshu, Fengyun Dazhuang, and other lieutenants. Arms crossed, expression haughty, he regarded Chen Lin like a lamb awaiting slaughter. So, you're Tianyi, the one who claimed the first boss kill, eh? His voice boomed, deliberately audible to all nearby. Hand it over. Chen Lin kept walking, unwavering. Fengyun Kuanghu's brow furrowed, but he held his temper. Your method of rapid leveling, your uncanny luck in locating bosses, hand them all over. I might consider letting you join our phone. A streak of black light flashed. Fengyun Kuanghu's voice cut off mid-sentence. He remained frozen in place, face still locked in arrogant disdain, yet above his head bloomed a massive damage numeral, 210. Then he dissolved into blinding white light. Fengyun Xiaoshu and Fengyun Dazhuang beside him met the same fate, swept away in an instant by the same black flash. 210. 210. Silence crashed over the area. Everyone stood stunned. Instant death. That Fengyun leader and his elite entourage were all already level 1. All erased by a single black flash. What the hell? Someone whispered, breathless. Finally, a Fengyun player at the periphery reacted, pointing at Chen Lin. You dare to. Before the sentence finished, Chen Lin's black scythe erupted backward, sweeping outward in a wide lethal arc. Black light slashed across the outer ring. Over a dozen Fengyun players vanished before they could even react. 210. 210. 210. 210. White light bloomed in unbroken succession. The remaining Fengyun players froze, paralyzed, unable to move or speak. The onlookers fell mute, staring transfixed. Chen Lin kept walking. The black scythe stirred for the third time, not sweeping but thrusting forward in a simple, decisive stroke. 3 Fengyun players blocking his path collapsed instantly. 210. 210. 210. A clear, empty path now lay before him. He passed between them, eyes half-flitted throughout, never lifting his gaze, never speaking, never altering his like unconsciously crushing insects beneath his feet. Unaware he'd even stepped on them. Only when his retreating figure vanished down the path to the novice village did the stunned silence erupt into feverish whispers. Holy shit. What was that skill, eh? Instant kills, every single one. How is that damage possible? Tianyi, that's the one who got the first kill, eh? Is this even human? The server's been live less than 4 hours, and someone's one-shotting people. Fengyun just kicked the steel plate. Ha, deserved. He looks exhausted, like he didn't even register. Even more terrifying. If he wipes out a group without noticing, what does that say about his power? You have died. All attributes reduced by 5. You have acquired 1 cycle mark. At the resurrection point, Fengyun Kuanghu emerged with ashen fury etched across his face, eyes fixed, glazed with disbelief, on the penalty displayed on his interface. Returning to the novice village, Chen Lin did not rush to log off. He crossed the street and arrived at the trading post located in the northwest corner of Jialong Town. It was a 2-story building made of stone and wood with a shield coin insignia hanging at the entrance. Pushing open the wooden door, he found over a dozen players bustling in the hall, some checking prices, while others were listing items for sale. Chen Lin found an empty spot in a corner and sat down with the trading panel appearing before him. The panel displayed a few scattered pieces of equipment, all level 1 white gear, each priced around 1 silver coin equals 1,000 copper coins. Given the current exchange rate of copper coins to Hua Yuan is 1,001. It means a piece of level 1 white gear costs about 100 yuan. Chen Lin opened his backpack and began sorting through his loot. There were 32 pieces of level 5 white gear, 2 pieces of level 7 green gear, and a pile of miscellaneous materials. He first listed the 32 pieces of level 5 white gear on the trading post. The price was set at 20 silver coins each. Compared to level 1 white gear, the attributes of level 5 white gear were indeed improved, but there was no qualitative difference. Yet Chen Lin directly marked the price up 20-fold. Next were the 2 pieces of level 7 green gear, the thorn leather armor and the spiked leggings. The price was set at 200 silver coins each. On the already inflated price, he raised it another 10-fold. Have you lost your mind? An unconnected angry shout suddenly came from nearby. A player who was checking equipment prices suddenly looked up. Although he did not know who had listed the equipment, new items on the trading post appeared in the latest list. Yeah, how dare he? Another player chimed in, scoffing. Level 5 white gear selling for 20 silver. Level 7 green gear selling for 200 silver. Is he out of his mind? Maybe tomorrow the obsolete gear will be sold at 20 times the price. Oh, anyone who buys is a fool. If this weren't a game world, he'd probably be arrested for speculation. Who cares, it won't sell anyway. After a few moments of discussion, they stopped paying attention. Chen Lin ignored them, closed the trading panel, and chose to log off. Removing the helmet, he found himself staring at the familiar ceiling. The stinging sensation from mental exhaustion in the game had faded, replaced by a gentle fatigue reminiscent of the weariness felt after an intense morning of studying in high school. Lying on his bed, Chen Lin stared at the ceiling in a daze for a few seconds. Returning to the civilized world, he felt a moment of confusion. What should he eat for lunch? He turned over, sat up, and pushed open the door to his rented room. It was an old residential building with various household items piled up in the corridor. Chen Lin walked down to the first floor. Just as he stepped out of the hallway, he saw the landlady sitting in a wrought-tan chair under the shade of a tree, fanning herself. Hey, handsome, going out for lunch? The landlady in her 50s or 60s greeted him with a smile. Yes, I'm heading down for a meal, Chen Lin replied with a smile. Exiting the residential building, he didn't go far, instead turning into a nearby fast food restaurant. Boss, will have a portion of 16th Longjiang pig's foot rice. As he greeted the staff, he naturally walked over to the corner freezer in the restaurant and took out a glass bottle of. The bottle was covered in fine droplets of water, pleasantly cold. Soon a steaming hot portion of pig's foot rice was served. The pork skin and meat were separated, but both cooked to tender perfection, glistening in a rich sauce. Next to it were marinated eggs, meat rolls, and pickled vegetables, the vibrant colors making it very appetizing. Chen Lin took a bite of rice and pulled out his phone to log onto the official forum of the game. On the homepage, a video was trending featuring him standing at the edge of the wild wolf area with a black scythe sweeping behind him. The view count had already exceeded 1 million. Opening the comments, it was bustling. Who is this person? Taking out a whole group. Is he hacking? New here. This is Tian, the one who got the first kill of the server boss. Is he a murderer? Killing anyone he dislikes. Suggesting a strict investigation. Laughing to death, the person from Fengyuan was just showing off and got killed. Now he's labeled a murderer. What skill is that scythe? Does the Necromancer have this? I also play a Necromancer, how come I don't have it? He's already gotten the first kill of the boss while you're still busy killing rabbits. Can they be compared? Doesn't anyone think his half-dead look is pretentious? He walks around without even looking at people. He was just tired, okay? After killing the boss, he came back to be blocked by a group of idiots. Oh, would you not be popular? Chen Lin scrolled down the screen, continuing to read. Given the announcement of the server's first boss kill, it had only been a little over 4 hours since the game's launch, and he had already gained a bit of fame. However, the most popular topic wasn't his video. At the top of the forum, a post had taken the spotlight with an overwhelming amount of attention. Is Epoch really a game of this era? Clicking in, the original poster wrote a long article. A game plus a helmet that allows consciousness immersion only costs 500 yuan. Doesn't that seem outrageous to you all? No VR equipment is cheaper than 10,000, and the experience is still rough. What is 500 yuan? It's cheaper than some digital AAA games. I checked this company and found nothing about it, as if it just appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the details of this game are incredibly realistic and the NPCs are frighteningly intelligent. I once chatted with the same NPC for half an hour without any repeated dialogue. If this technology were used in the military or medical fields, it would be worth a fortune. Yet it's only used for a game, and selling for just 500. The comments were even more heated. Some thought the original poster was overthinking, others joined in the doubt, and some had already begun saying Epoch is shutting down, everyone is selling their accounts, only I'm getting loans to invest. Chen Lin nodded slightly. After the cognitive barrier was lifted, many smart individuals began to notice the anomalies of this game. The reason this game, which shouldn't exist in this era, could be smoothly promoted was due to the existence of a cognitive barrier. Everyone would instinctively overlook the unreasonable aspects, treating it as just an ordinary game. Now that the game was launched and the cognitive barrier was lifted, more and more people were starting to realize its oddities. Like the elephant in the room, even if those in the room didn't know when the elephant entered, its mere presence was enough to draw attention. The world's adaptation to Epoch was just beginning. Chen Lin exited the forum, focused on finishing his last bite of food, then finished his iced cola. Back in his rented room, he did not immediately put on the helmet. Instead, he lay down on the bed, set an alarm for 2 in the afternoon, and then closed his eyes. Those deep players and streamers were definitely leveling up, vigorously competing to be the first to leave the novice village. Some had already started tracking the leveling progress in each novice village on the forum. But Chen Lin knew this was a long game. Moving quickly did not equate to going far. He turned over and fell into a deep sleep. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Lin logged on punctually. A flash of white light enveloped him as he appeared at the entrance of the trading house in Jialong Town. He pushed open the wooden door, walked in, and took a seat in a corner, opening the trading panel. You have new trading records. Your bone guard bracelets, white, have been successfully sold for 20 silver coins. Your hedgehog leather armor, white, has been successfully sold for 20 silver coins. Your spiked leggings, green, have been successfully sold for 200 silver coins. System notifications popped up incessantly. Chen Lin glanced at his balance. 1041 silver coins. All the gear he listed in the morning had sold out. He opened the exchange rate panel and smiled slightly. The price of gold in the game was skyrocketing. It was 1 silver coin for 100 copper coins this morning, but now it had changed to 1 silver coin for 10 copper coins. It had increased tenfold. This meant that the over 1,000 silver coins he now held were equivalent to over 1,000,000 yuan. It took only 4 hours for him to go from an ordinary person to a millionaire. Chen Lin was not surprised by this. After the cognitive barrier was lifted, the existence of the epoch would likely have been immediately presented to the leaders of various countries and the heads of financial groups. No force could remain indifferent to such a technology that transcends reason. Even if out of caution, if each force only contributed 10 million to test the waters with so many governments, financial groups, and tycoons around the globe, that would still amount to billions in funding being poured in. Level 5 white gear compared to level 7 green gear has no qualitative improvement over level 1 white gear. But at this point in time, they themselves were scarce resources. Amidst the frenzy fueled by billions in funding, there were those willing to pay for this scarcity, even if it meant a markup of tenfold or 100-fold. With the money in hand, Chen Lin closed the panel and stood up to walk outside. Just as he stepped out of the trading house, he frowned slightly. Someone was following him. A gaze seemed to linger on his back, positioned about 20 meters to his left and behind. The footsteps were deliberately softened, but without stealth skills, the attempt was quite amateurish. Chen Lin remained nonchalant and continued walking forward. He crossed 2 streets and turned into a secluded alley. Sure enough, the person behind him followed in. Master Tianyi, a youthful voice exclaimed, clearly brimming with excitement. Chen Lin turned around. At the alley's entrance stood a young man in his 20s, fair-skinned and dressed in beginner's clothing. The ID displayed above his head read, Isu Yinyu. He had voluntarily revealed his ID. How did you know it was me? Chen Lin asked as he had hidden his player ID. Isu Yinyu scratched his head, smiling somewhat embarrassedly. I was waiting at the auction house, and as soon as you entered, all those items went up for auction. Combining that with this morning's first kill announcement, I guessed it was you. I was just waiting, and here you are. His observational skills were quite good. Chen Lin remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Seeing this, Isu Yinyu quickly introduced himself. I am the president of the Rainy Building. The Rainy Building. Chen Lin had heard of this name. In his past life, this guild was just an inconspicuous little group at the beginning of the game, set up casually by a few second-generation players to keep in touch. But as the epoch gained attention from various countries, the resources behind them began to flow in, rapidly expanding the Rainy Building, which later squeezed into the top 50 guilds in the country. Isu Yinyu, noticing Chen Lin was silently looking at him, nervously rubbed his hands together and took out a skill book from his backpack, presenting it to Chen Lin. Master, I would like to request a friend slot. Consider this a welcoming gift. Chen Lin's gaze sharpened. Shadow Shift skill book. After use, you can learn the skill Shadow Shift. Effects: swap position with one of your summoned creatures, or make 2 of your summoned creatures swap positions. The mana cost depends on the strength and positioning of the 2 parties being swapped. This skill's function is straightforward, but straightforward does not mean it is weak. Swapping places with a summoned creature means the main body can escape danger at any time or allow a suitable summoned creature to immediately enter the battlefield. Swapping between 2 summoned creatures means the formation can be adjusted at any time. This is a strategic skill. In Chen Lin's original plan, he had set aside time specifically to acquire this skill. He never expected someone to present it to him so soon. Alright. Chen Lin took the skill book and used it on the spot. You have learned Shadow Shift. He then accepted the friend request sent by Isu Yinyu. Isu Yinyu's face instantly broke into a smile as he quickly accepted the request. Master, if you need any help in the future, just let me know. Chen Lin glanced at him and pondered for a moment before asking, does your guild have anyone at the Quiet Watchtower? Isu Yinyu was taken aback, then quickly responded, yes. We have 5 people at the Quiet Watchtower, their IDs are. That's enough, Chen Lin interrupted him. Would you like to make a trade? Isu Yinyu didn't even ask about the trading details and quickly nodded, of course. You say it, master. Chen Lin was not polite, directly stating, "There is a cemetery north of the quiet watchtower in the depths of which lurks a type of undead creature called the Sleeper level 7, but it moves very slowly and has a long attack wind-up. Ranged classes can kite it without taking damage. That cemetery is a hidden area of the quiet watchtower. Normal players cannot find the entrance. The entrance is behind a tilted gravestone in the far corner of the cemetery, requiring 7 consecutive knocks on the gravestone with a 2-second interval between each knock. The Sleeper has a fast respawn rate, and upon being killed it always drops a material called Dream of the Deceased. In a few days scholars will come to the quiet watchtower, and you can use the Dream of the Deceased to learn a few decent skills from them." After saying this, Chen Lin looked at Isu Yenyu. "This is information, and it's also my reward for you." Isu Yenyu was stunned, taking a few seconds to react. "Master this." In return, Chen Lin continued, "I want a complete set of the silent set to drop from the Sleeper by this time tomorrow. It must be complete." Isu Yenyu nodded repeatedly. "All right. I guarantee the task will be completed." Chen Lin said nothing more, just gave a sound of acknowledgement, and turned to leave. Behind him, Isu Yenyu excitedly boasted to his friend, "You might not believe this, but I added Master Tian." Chen Lin's lips curved slightly into a smile. The reward had already been given while the two had only made a verbal commitment without signing any contract or having any backup plans. But Chen Lin did not care. Not only had the Rainy Building had a good reputation in his past life, but more importantly, he had the ability to exact revenge. "You may swallow the reward, but you cannot bear the consequences of my vengeance." Testing a person's character with a piece of inconsequential information regardless of the outcome is never. After bidding farewell to the drizzle of smoke and rain, Chen Lin turned and walked towards the Hunters Guild. As he crossed several streets, the rugged wooden and limestone building reappeared before him. This time the 2 guards at the entrance did not stop him. They merely nodded slightly and opened the large door for him to enter. The hall remained quiet, with a few formal hunters seated in the corner whispering to each other. Chen Lin walked straight to the large wooden table deeper inside. Geller, known as Broken Blade, was leaning against a massive moose head trophy, perusing a piece of parchment. Hearing the footsteps, he looked up and saw Chen Lin, a smile immediately spreading across his face. "You're here," he said. Geller stood up, walked around the table, and patted Chen Lin's shoulder firmly. "I know all about what you've done. You ventured deep into the mountains, hunted the thorny porcupine, and even dispelled the spirit of our ancestors. Young man, you've done well." He took out a palm-sized metal badge from his waist and presented it to Chen Lin. The badge was shield-shaped, engraved with the image of a hunting dog, and a spear bordered with a circle of silver. "This is your reward. The official member badge of the Hunters Guild. With it you can undertake all public quests from the guild, enjoy discounts on supplies provided by the guild, and receive assistance at hunter outposts everywhere." Geller paused for a moment, a glimmer of expectation flashing in his eyes. "So what do you think? Are you interested in challenging higher level and more difficult quests? With your strength you can definitely attempt those bounties." Chen Lin glanced at the badge without reaching out to take it. "Mr. Geller, thank you for your kindness." He lifted his head, his tone calm. "However, I am a mage. Rather than chasing prey, I prefer to pursue knowledge." Geller's smile faltered slightly. Chen Lin continued, "If possible, I would like to exchange this reward for a library borrowing certificate. I've heard that the Hunters Guild has the authority to recommend individuals to the library." Geller fell silent for 2 seconds, his enthusiasm waning, and his expression turned slightly cold. He withdrew the badge, turned around, and took out a palm-sized piece of parchment from the drawer of the wooden table. The parchment bore the emblem of the Hunters Guild with a handwritten line below. "This is the library borrowing certificate. With this you can enter the library in Jialong Town and access the basic collection." Geller handed the parchment to Chen Lin. "Since you aspire to knowledge, I won't insist." He paused, his tone reverting to a businesslike indifference. "However, the doors of the Hunters Guild will always be open to you. If you're interested in the future, you can come back." Chen Lin accepted the parchment and nodded slightly. "Thank you, Mr. Geller." He turned and took a few steps before looking back to add, "I appreciate your kindness." Geller waved his hand, returned to his chair, and resumed reading the parchment, no longer looking at him. Chen Lin said nothing more and turned to leave. Upon exiting the Hunters Guild, he glanced back at the building. Completing hunting tasks would ultimately reward a level 10 blue weapon of this profession. For the vast majority of players, this is the best weapon available during the novice stage. However, it was not worth his time. He had more important goals. The library is located in the southeast corner of Jialong Town, a 2-story stone building with a plain exterior only marked by a carving of an open book above the door. Chen Lin pushed the door open. Inside was more spacious than he had imagined, with rows of tall bookshelves neatly arranged, filled with various books. A few scholars in robes were seated at tables by the windows reading. Hearing the door open, they merely looked up for a moment before returning to their books. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man with round glasses, recording something in a thick tome. Chen Lin approached and handed over the piece of parchment. The middle-aged man glanced at it, nodded, and retrieved a wooden token from beneath the counter. The borrowing certificate is valid for 1 month. You can borrow up to 3 books at a time, and they must be returned before closing time. You can read any book on the shelves, but special editions require additional application. Chen Lin took the token. Understood. He turned and walked towards the bookshelves. The first floor of the library was filled with various skill books categorized and displayed. Chen Lin glanced over, noticing the price tags affixed to the spines, the cheapest being 1 silver coin, while some were marked at 30 silver coins. This price was astronomical for ordinary players. On the first day of the server launch, most people couldn't even scrape together 200 copper coins. Yet for Chen Lin, who had over 1,000 silver coins, it was just pocket change. He walked slowly along the bookshelf, his gaze sweeping over the titles of the skill books. Mage's Hand, Arcane Perception, Magic Detection, Magic Missile. These were all the most basic mage skills. Chen Lin proceeded to spend silver coins learning, as these skills had limited power but were quite practical. Since he would need to learn them eventually, he might as well start now. Then came the professional skills. Bone Reinforcement increases the health of skeleton minions by 10. Bone Armor adds 5 to the armor value of skeleton minions. Directional Summoning. When casting Undead Summon, you can specify the type of minion summoned. After spending 231 silver coins to learn all these skills, his gaze fell to the deepest part of the bookshelf, where dust-covered shelves leaned against the wall. The books on those shelves had no prices, no titles, and some even had damaged spines. They appeared to be mere decorative background, and players passing by wouldn't spare them a glance. But Chen Lin knew that those were the true treasures. In the library of Epoch, real knowledge isn't found in the skill books with visible price tags. Those are merely consumables for rapidly enhancing combat power. The truly valuable items are hidden within those seemingly useless background books. Herbalism notes, maps of mineral distribution, legends of ancient ruins, genealogy of a fallen family. Any one of them could conceal rare formulas, hidden quests, or treasure clues. But these treasures require a key to unlock. Chen Lin sat down at a table in the corner and took out paper and pen from his backpack. He recalled memories from his past life and slowly sketched the outline of a jar on paper. He drew slowly, each stroke meticulous. After finishing, he examined it for a few seconds to ensure nothing was omitted, then folded the paper and put it back in his backpack. Standing up, his gaze swept over those dust-covered shelves once more. The key was still not in hand. Chen Lin stood in the blacksmith shop, pushing a piece of paper with a drawing of a jar in front of the old blacksmith. The old blacksmith picked up the paper, glanced at it, then looked up at Chen Lin, his brows furrowing. The jar needs to be sealed and equipped with a valve to compress air inside. He smacked his lips. Young man, what are you trying to make? This thing is not easy to forge. Chen Lin remained silent, simply taking out 10 silver coins from his backpack and gently placing them on the table. The coins clinked crisply against the wooden surface. The old blacksmith's gaze fell on the silver coins, pausing for 2 seconds. Simple. He raised his head, a smile appearing on his face. Come back tomorrow at this time to pick up your goods. Chen Lin nodded and turned to leave the blacksmith shop. After leaving, he walked down the street towards the end of the village. Just as he exited the village, Chen Lin paused for a moment. There were again 2 faint gazes directed at him. He shook his head. The people from Fengyan truly would not let go. Chen Lin did not look back and continued walking, only quickening his pace slightly. He passed through the area where wild wolves roamed and turned into a sparse thicket. Sure enough, the 2 behind him followed. Chen Lin stopped, turned around. 2 thieves bearing the Fengyan prefix emerged from their stealth state, but before they could react, the shadow scythe behind him swept across. 2 beams of white light simultaneously illuminated the scene. Without even glancing back, Chen Lin continued walking into the mountains. Having passed the wild wolf area and crossed into the territory of the porcupines, ahead lay the active range of level 7 ferocious tigers. Chen Lin slowed his pace, carefully avoiding the brightly colored giant beasts wandering in the forest. He did not disturb any of them, quietly passing through until he arrived at a hidden cave. The cave was located at the base of a steep rock wall, its entrance concealed by dense vines. If one wasn't searching for it deliberately, they would never notice it. Chen Lin pushed aside the vines and entered. Inside, it was pitch black with only a faint stone path visible beneath his feet. He summoned 2 skeleton warriors to scout ahead, following behind them. After about 5 minutes, the surroundings suddenly opened up. This was a vast underground cavern, the ceiling reaching immeasurable heights with bizarre rocks jutting out all around. In the center of the cavern was a nearly 100-meter-wide pool, its surface a deep, mysterious blue with no bottom in sight. Yet deep within the pool, a stone platform could faintly be seen emerging from the water. Something was glowing faintly on the stone platform. Chen Lin squinted, trying to discern it clearly. It was a book. A slight smile crept onto his lips. This is the place. Chen Lin took a few steps back, finding a suitable position by the edge of the pool. He then raised his hand and began to summon. With the passive enhancement of bone reinforcement, the attributes of the summoned skeletons were slightly improved. Moreover, with the specialization in directed summoning, he no longer needed to summon randomly as before, but could directly summon skeleton giants. Waves of light flashed, and the enormous skeletal figures appeared one after another at the pool's edge. 1, 2, 3. Until the seventh. 7 skeleton giants stood side by side, nearly occupying the entire edge of the pool. Chen Lin did not stop and summoned another skeleton thief. 8 summoned 7 giants on the far left and 1 thief on the far right. He closed his eyes, extending his mental energy to connect with the perception of the skeleton thief. Opening his eyes, he looked towards the faint red dots deep within the pool. Begin. One of the skeleton giants stepped forward, bending its knees to jump. Boom. The 3-meter-tall skeletal figure crashed into the pool, causing massive splashes. The pool instantly boiled. Beneath the eerie blue surface, dozens of glowing red eyes lit up simultaneously. Countless silver-white figures surged from the depths, rushing madly towards the skeleton giant. Piranhas level 7. Each one was as thick as an arm, filled with sharp teeth glinting with a chilling light in the dim water. They clamped onto the skeleton giant's leg bones, rib bones, and arm bones, producing a screeching sound as their teeth scraped against the white bone. The skeleton giant's health bar visibly plummeted. 12, 15, 9, 18, 11. Splash. The second skeleton giant plunged. The piranha swarm split, heading towards the new target. Splash. 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 The third, fourth, and fifth giants followed. 7 skeleton giants tumbled into the water one after another like cannonballs, causing the entire pool to boil. The piranha swarm was thoroughly enraged, with countless silver-white figures frantically darting through the water, tearing at every bit of bone they could reach. The skeleton giants did not resist nor flee. They simply stood in the water, allowing the piranhas to bite at them, while trying to stir their bodies as much as possible to muddy the water. Amidst the chaos, the skeleton thief began to move. It activated its stealth, gliding silently into the water along the shadows by the pool's edge. Underwater was far more chaotic than on the surface. The skeleton thief sank to the bottom, stepping on the soft silt, taking slow steps deeper into the pool. It was merely a skeleton frame, needing no breath, no air. The frenzied piranhas were preoccupied with viciously tearing at the 7 skeleton giants, completely oblivious to the smaller target lurking at the bottom. Chen Lin sat cross-legged by the pool's edge, eyes closed, focusing all his mental energy on the skeleton thief. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The water grew deeper and the surroundings darker. Only the faint red glow in the distance and the dim light on the stone platform guided his way. 10 minutes later, it finally reached the stone platform beneath the water. The skeleton thief began to slow. Your actions have attracted the attention of the regional guardian. The moment the system prompt sounded, 2 massive red lights suddenly flared up from the depths of the pool. These red lights were far brighter and larger than ordinary piranhas, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. A giant fish rushed out from the darkness. It measured over 5 meters in length with dagger-like teeth, and its silver-white scales glimmered with a metallic sheen in the dim water. It opened its huge mouth, charging straight at the skeleton thief. Realizing it was exposed, the skeleton thief no longer proceeded, cautiously leaping upward and landing on the stone platform, grabbing the book. Position swap. A calm voice echoed in the cavern. In the next instant, the skeleton thief's figure vanished from its original spot, replaced by a skeleton giant at the edge of the pool. The skeleton giant had just leaped from the shore, preparing to dive into the water, but in an instant was transported to the center of the pool. It stood bewildered at the position where the skeleton thief had just been, still trying to grasp what had happened. The giant fish's mouth closed. Crack. The skeleton giant didn't even have time to emit a cry before being bitten into pieces by the giant fish. Bones scattered, and the health bar instantly emptied. But the skeleton thief was already safely standing by the pool's edge, cradling the softly glowing book in its chest cavity. Chen Lin opened his eyes, a hint of a smile appearing on his lips. It was in hand. Chen Lin stepped out of the cave. Twilight had already settled over the land. Without pausing, he retraced his path, passing effortlessly through the tiger territory, the boar territory, and the wolf territory. The members of Fengyun seemed to have learned their lesson, sending no more men to their deaths. Upon returning to Jialong Town, Chen Lin oriented himself and made his way toward the town's Mage Guild at its center. It was a far more imposing structure than the Hunters Guild, built entirely of white stone, crowned by a dome inlaid with a massive magical crystal that glowed with a soft, steady luminescence even as dusk deepened. Chen Lin pushed open the door. The grand hall blazed with light. Several robed mage apprentices were tidying bookshelves. Behind a long counter facing the entrance sat an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, deeply absorbed in a thick ancient tome. Above his head floated his identifier, Alfred, Mage Mentor of Jialong Town. Chen Lin approached the counter and waited quietly. The elder did not look up, remaining wholly immersed in his book. Chen Lin made no gesture of impatience, only stood still, serene and composed. After nearly 2 minutes, the elder closed the volume, lifted his gaze, and met Chen Lin's eyes. "Young man, what brings you here?" Chen Lin withdrew from his pack a softly glowing book and placed it gently upon the counter. "May I ask, is this the tome you lost?" The elder's eyes fell upon the book, and for an instant delight flickered across his face. He reached out, lifted it, and turned several pages, verifying its authenticity before raising his eyes again. "Indeed, it is the very compendium I misplaced some time ago. How did you know this book belonged to me?" Chen Lin spoke calmly, his voice measured. Novice mages lack the capacity to pursue breadth. They must focus narrowly on a handful of skills. Master mages, by contrast, delve ever deeper into their chosen paths, leaving little time or inclination to compose such comprehensive, accessible primers. He paused, then met the elder's gaze directly. "Thus I reasoned, only a mentor, someone entrusted with guiding others, could have authored such a work." The elder smiled warmly upon hearing this. "Well observed, and soundly reasoned." Rising, he clapped Chen Lin lightly on the shoulder. "You've done me a great service. Though not a treatise of profound arcane depth, this book contains decades of my pedagogical insights. Its loss would have been a true regret." He paused thoughtfully. "What reward would you have? You are a necromancer, are you not?" "I happen to possess a most promising skill." His implication was unmistakable, yet Chen Lin shook his head. "Thank you, but knowledge remains the heart of magic. If possible, I would like to learn to read script and scribe." The elder's eyes gleamed with quiet admiration. "Read script and scribe copy." He chuckled. "These are foundational arts, essential for every apprentice, far more fundamental than any combat spell. I will teach them to you, but they cannot count as repayment. They belong to the bedrock of every mage's training." Chen Lin reflected briefly, then said, "Then please grant me a lightning spear spell scroll." The elder paused, then nodded slowly in understanding. "To forego a lasting skill in favor of a single use." His gaze grew warmer, more appraising. "You clearly have a plan in mind. Excellent. This is precisely how a mage should think: clear-eyed, purposeful, unmoved by fleeting gains." From a drawer beneath the counter, he retrieved a scroll shimmering with pale blue light and placed it in Chen Lin. "This is Lightning Spear, ranked at Tier 30, O veteran great. Within Jialong Town's vicinity, no creature could withstand its strike." The elder watched him with benevolent amusement. "I hold high hopes for you. Should you ever need counsel or aid, come to me without hesitation." Chen Lin nodded, then added casually, "Master Alfred, I'd also like to learn the foundational skills of the Necromancer's amateur rank." The elder waved dismissively. "Help yourself. The second shelf left side. Those skill manuals are all available for study. Fees are marked plainly." Chen Lin walked to the shelves and scanned the spines. Bone Spear, Necrotic Touch, Psychic Scream. Though secondary to necromantic summoning, these were essential supplementary arts for amateur necromancers, ready for immediate acquisition. After departing the Mage Guild, the sun hung low in the western sky. Chen Lin wasted no time. He headed straight for the town library. Pushing open its doors, he found the interior still aglow with enchanted lamps. Several scholars, native townsfolk, still read by the windows. Behind the counter sat the same middle-aged librarian, spectacles perched neatly on his nose. Chen Lin approached and laid his borrowing pass upon the counter. "Good day. I wish to borrow theoretical texts." The librarian glanced up, nodded, and manipulated something beneath the counter. A new interface shimmered into view before Chen Lin: Foundations of Arcane Theory, a concise history of elemental doctrine, an inquiry into the nature of magic, origins of the necromantic tradition, principles of constructed familiar architecture. All were titles he recognized from those previously overlooked background shelves. Each bore a price tag, ranging from 2 silver coins to 40. A faint smile curved his lips. "I'll take them all." The librarian blinked. "All of them? That's 342 silver coins," Chen Lin replied instantly, and from his pack he produced the exact sum, stacking the coins neatly upon the counter. Bathed in the lamplight, the silver coins gleamed softly, forming a modest but gleaming mound. The librarian remained silent for 2 seconds, then quietly gathered the coins. From beneath the counter, he retrieved a cloth sack and carefully placed each background volume inside, handing the full sack to Chen Lin. "You may resell them later, at 30% of their original value." Chen Lin accepted the sack and seated himself at a window-side table. From it, he drew his first book. As he opened the title page, a system prompt appeared. "You have read Origins of the Necromantic Tradition, gaining fragmented rudimentary arcane knowledge." Chen Lin's spirit lifted. Arcane knowledge, the most unassuming yet fundamentally indispensable attribute at the outset of the epoch. If intelligence was the tool, arcane knowledge was the raw material. It conferred no direct damage boost, no immediate defense increase, but every high-tier spell's creation, every rare skill's refinement, every breakthrough past occupational thresholds depended upon it. It was a treasure that never depreciated, never became obsolete, not even in the late game. Page by page, Chen Lin turned. until upon closing the final leaf the book's aura of antiquity dissolved completely. No one else could now extract arcane knowledge from it via red script, even though the text itself remained intact and authentic. Yet the knowledge within was real. Any diligent learner who spent a month memorizing, studying, and mastering its contents would earn arcane knowledge fully recognized by the epic. Setting origins of the necromantic tradition aside, he activated red script once more. You have read principles of constructed familiar architecture, gaining fragmented rudimentary arcane knowledge. You have read Tam's lexicon. You have mastered Dwarven common tongue. You have read an inquiry into the nature of magic, gaining fragmented rudimentary arcane knowledge. You have read Tales of the Moon. You have mastered High Elvish. You have read a concise history of elemental doctrine, gaining fragmented rudimentary arcane knowledge. System prompts continued to flash across his vision. Only after rebirth do you truly grasp the weight of knowledge, Chen Lin murmured, setting the book down with quiet reverence. In his former life, as the founding master of a grand arcane lineage, he had long since mastered most of this lore. The remainder consisted of elementary principles easily grasped once the foundations were sound. But within the epic, knowledge possessed a tangible, almost physical nature. It had to be acquired, not merely recalled. Unless he transcribed his mental knowledge into system-validated texts, it remained inert, confined solely to memory, bearing no practical consequence in the world. Consider it a refresher, though at least for now, every insight I gain can be applied flawlessly immediately. Outside, night deepened. One by one the native scholars departed. The librarian yawned, and bent once more over his ledger. After an indeterminate span, Chen Lin lifted his head and checked the time, 5:20 p.m. He rubbed his eyes and closed the book before him. Time to log out for dinner. Tonight he would finish them all. You have comprehended a new expertise, the breath of the dead, by combining the spell formulas from Origins of the Necromancer and Principles of Summoning Constructs. A system prompt popped up before your eyes. Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback, then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is the power of breath of the dead expertise. Your necromantic summons are enveloped in an aura of death, dealing necrotic damage equal to one of their maximum health per second to surrounding enemies, while reducing their necromantic resistance by 10. It's quite a decent auxiliary skill. Although the damage is low for a necromancer, reducing enemy necromantic resistance by 10 is nearly as valuable as increasing damage by the same percentage. Chen Lin closed the skill panel and glanced at the time. It was 8:20 p.m. He had spent a full 10 hours in the game today. While for those streamers and hardcore players this is just a drop in the bucket, pulling all-nighters is the norm. But his plan had already been accomplished. Chen Lin closed the book in his hands, placed it back into the cloth bag, then stood up and walked toward the counter. He'll read these next time, he said to the librarian. The librarian nodded, noting down the books he had borrowed. Chen Lin pushed open the library door and stepped onto the street, opting to log off. Removing his helmet, Chen Lin lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling for a few seconds. The room was quiet, with only the faint sound of traffic from outside. He turned over to sit up, picked up his keys and phone, and pushed the door open to go downstairs. Stepping out of his rented room, the night was already deep. This was a tree-lined path common in older urban districts, with tall banyan trees on either side, their branches casting dappled shadows under the streetlights. The night breeze was slightly cool, carrying the refreshing essence of early autumn. Chen Lin put on his headphones and casually opened a playlist. I don't have, from luck to confidence to the universe, all belong to someone. He walked slowly, his pace neither hurried nor slow. He didn't enjoy taking photos or recording his life, but he had a habit of regularly searching for music he liked and adding it to his playlists. For him, those playlists were like a series of audible diaries, with each song corresponding to a period of his life. As an orphan raised in an orphanage, he had no deep-seated grievances or self-pitying thoughts. On the contrary, he lived quite comfortably. Every year, he worked for 5 months, then relaxed for the next 7 months on that meager salary. He couldn't be called wealthy, but he certainly lived a carefree life. In his past life, he would have been immersed in the joy and thrill of playing such an amazing game as Epic. Now, having been reborn, his starting point was far better than in his previous life, yet he could never return to that pure joy. Chen Lin gently exhaled. Forget it, thinking about this was futile. He turned into a small alley and entered a clean and tidy little shop. The store was small, with only 5 or 6 tables, but it was well kept. A sign reading Chun Village Noodles hung at the entrance, and the aroma of food wafted from inside. Oh, still the same. A woman in her 30s behind the counter looked up, smiled, and greeted Chen Lin. She was dressed neatly, her apron tied perfectly. Chen Lin nodded, walked to his usual spot, and sat down. Add a portion of sweet osmanthus soup. Sure thing, the woman replied, and turned to enter the kitchen. Before long, a steaming bowl of Chun Village noodles, a plate of golden fried king oyster mushrooms, and a bowl of goji berry and sweet osmanthus soup were placed before Chen Lin. He picked up his chopsticks and was about to dig in when the conversation from the next table drifted into his ears. Epic is really amazing. Let's play together tonight. The speaker was a young man in casual clothes in his early 20s with an undeniable excitement on his face. Opposite him sat a man in work clothes looking exhausted, his eyes barely open. The man in work clothes smiled wryly and waved his hand. I want to play too, but I'm dead tired today. I just want to go home, take a shower, and sleep. The casual man looked somewhat deflated, but quickly thought of something, his eyes lighting up. How about we farm gold in Epoch? His voice involuntarily rose. You wouldn't believe it, someone sold a few pieces of equipment this morning for 1,000 silver coins. He extended a finger and gestured exaggeratedly. At the current gold price, that's $1 million. Earned $1 million in just 5 or 6 hours. The man in work clothes looked stunned, surprise crossing his fatigued face. Is that for real? Of course it's real. It's gone viral on the forums. The casual man grew more excited as he spoke. Even if that's fake, I managed to get a level 1 white gear today. Do you know how much I sold it for? He lowered his voice but couldn't contain his smugness. 12,000 copper coins. That's $1,200. The man in work clothes swallowed hard. He worked 11.5 hours a day, only taking 2 days off a month, and after all that effort, he barely earned 5 or 6,000 bucks. Sounds like there's some potential here. Exactly. The casual man quickly seized the moment. The game helmet only costs 500 bucks. It'll pay for you. Tomorrow we farm gold together. You work during the day, and we take turns at night. Chen Lin quietly enjoyed his late-night snack while listening to their conversation. He didn't look up or interject. The person they spoke of, who would become a millionaire in a day, was sitting right next to them. This feeling was quite peculiar. It felt like witnessing history. Epoch had only been online for a day, yet the changes in the world were already so apparent. In the imperial capital, 1,000 miles away, a spacious office was brightly lit. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man in his 50s with a square face, thick eyebrows, wearing a white shirt with his sleeves rolled up to his forearms. The influential figure overseeing national public order wore a serious expression with a dozen cigarette butts already extinguished in the ashtray before him. A knock on the door was heard. Wang Wenyuan immediately stood up, opened the door, and asked impatiently, have the test results come out? Other departments are waiting for the report. A male secretary in his 30s walked in with a sprightly, elderly man holding a document, his expression some. Minister, the test results are out. Wang Wenyuan raised his head, his gaze sharp. Speak. The secretary swallowed hard and organized his thoughts. We disassembled the game helmet. The internal wiring is quite simple, consisting of only a few basic electronic components, the sole purpose of which is to light up the operation indicator on the outside of the helmet. And then, Wang Wenyuan frowned. Then we dismantled the helmet into thousands of parts, each of which was examined under a microscope. All were the most ordinary materials, plastic, copper, wire, silicon chips, with nothing special about them that could be bought anywhere on the market. Wang Wenyuan's frown deepened. At this moment, the elderly man interjected, we conducted an additional experiment. Using our own materials and machines, we replicated a batch of helmets. They looked similar on the outside, but the internal wiring was different. Then we secretly replaced the real helmets with these and delivered them to unsuspecting players. Wang Wenyuan stared at him. What were the results? The elderly man took a deep breath, a hint of absurdity crossing his face. All test subjects successfully logged into Epoch. A new day. Chen Lin logged in on time, appearing on the streets of Jialong Town. He did not delay and headed directly to the blacksmith shop. The old blacksmith was hammering a red-hot iron block in the shop. Upon seeing Chen Lin enter, he put down his hammer and took out 2 cylindrical iron cans, each half a meter tall, from beneath the counter. It's ready. Chen Lin took the cans and inspected them carefully. The canisters were sealed tightly with valves and pressure gauges on top, and a flexible metal hose connected to the side, ending in a small bite valve. Compressed air, as you said, 1 canister should last half an hour. The old blacksmith wiped his hands. Shall we give it a try? Chen Lin opened the valve, aiming the bite valve at his palm, releasing a gust of air. The pressure was sufficient. He nodded, stowed the 2 canisters in his backpack, and placed 10 silver coins on the counter. The old blacksmith accepted the money and returned to his forge. Chen Lin turned and left. He arrived once again at the concealed cave, traversing the long passage and standing before the deep blue pool. The pool remained deep and dark with no visible bottom. However, Chen Lin could sense something stirring beneath the water. A slight smile crept onto his lips. It seemed that taking that book yesterday had truly angered the guardian here. Chen Lin stepped back a few paces, raising his hand to summon. Skeleton giants 1, 2, 3. Still 7. 7 giants stood at the edge of the pool, while a thief blended into the shadows. Begin. Splash. The first skeleton giant plunged into the water. The pool instantly boiled. The silver-scaled piranha swarmed out again, tearing at everything in sight. But today they were even more frenzied than yesterday, attacking with greater ferocity, as if wanting to shred every intruder to pieces. Splash, splash, splash. The second, third, and fourth skeleton giants followed suit into the water. The piranha completely lost their minds. Yet Chen Lin's gaze was not on the swarm of fish. He was waiting. Deep below the surface, two massive red lights suddenly flared up. The piranha boss, it was even more violent than yesterday, its giant silver body thrashing in the water as it opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, heading straight for the nearest skeleton giant. The skeleton giant was being besieged by the fish swarm, its health already half depleted. Just as the boss was about to bite down, the skeleton giant knelt and leaped up fiercely. Boom! The three-ma turtle's skeletal form broke through the water's surface, leaping high into the air. Beneath it, the piranha boss pursued closely, also breaking the surface in a leap. The massive silver body of the fish was fully exposed to the air, the sunlight reflecting off its scales, creating a blinding glare. It opened its large mouth, attempting to swallow the airborne skeleton giant whole. But what awaited it was not bone, but a piercing blue light. In Chen Lin's already raised right hand, the lightning spear scroll ignited instantly. What era is it that you're still fishing the traditional way? Try some new energy. A spear made purely of lightning shot from his hand, its speed so fast that its trajectory was nearly invisible. Boom! The lightning spear struck the piranha boss. Blazing arcs of electricity erupted around it, instantly charring its silver scales, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The massive body did not even have time to let out a cry before it turned to charcoal and plummeted from the sky. A level 30 advanced tier spell, sufficient to deal with a mere level 9 boss. Yet the power of the lightning spear was far beyond that. After piercing through the piranha boss, it continued its momentum, diving straight into the water. Blue and white electricity exploded on the water's surface, with countless electric snakes spreading in all directions, instantly covering the entire pool with electric light. The silver-scaled piranha barely had time to escape before being caught by the electricity. One after another, they floated to the surface, twitching bellies up. You have killed a piranha, gaining experience 45. You have killed a piranha, gaining experience 45. You have killed a piranha, gaining experience 45. System notifications flooded the screen. The experience bar skyrocketed at a visible rate. Your level has increased to level 8, your base health 28, base mana 30, agility 1 is spirit 4, you have gained 3 free attribute points. Chen Lin glanced at the floating fish corpses in the pool, his expression calm. The obstacles were cleared. Floating in the pool were dozens of scattered white light orbs, as well as a green light orb. He instructed the skeleton thief to collect them, his demeanor pleasant. Another 1 or 2 million in hand. After the battlefield was cleaned up, he summoned a skeleton warrior beside him and placed the compressed air tank into the skeleton warrior's hands. Then he opened the valve, kept the bite valve in his mouth, and began to dive into the water. The pool was deeper than it appeared. Chen Lin pressed against the bottom, stepping on the soft silt, moving forward step by step. The skeleton warrior walked ahead of him, holding the iron can, acting as a mobile oxygen supply station. The 6 or 7 meters of water pressure was slightly uncomfortable, but still within tolerable limits. Ahead was a dark expanse with only a faint light filtering down from above. 100 meters. Chen Lin felt the rocky wall on the opposite shore. He did not surface but began to sink along the rock wall. The rock wall extended downwards, also tilting forward to form a waterway. The water grew deeper and the surroundings became darker with only the rock wall he touched, assuring him that he was still on the right path. 150 meters. 200 meters. 250 meters. 300 meters. Chen Lin kept close to the upper rock wall, exploring forward while sinking. The water pressure intensified, causing a slight pain in his eardrums, but his breathing remained steady, and the skeleton warrior's canister continued to supply air unceasingly. Finally, his hands were empty. The rock wall came to an end. Chen Lin's heart surged as he continued to swim forward for a few meters before floating upwards. Finally, his hands were empty. The rock wall came to an end. Chen Lin's heart surged as he continued to swim forward for a few meters before the ceiling was unfathomably high, equally dark and deep below. Compared to the surface, he had descended over 100 meters, yet within this cavern it felt as if he stood at the edge of a cliff. Chen Lin clung to the rock wall, looking down. Although he had descended nearly 100 meters along the underwater passage, he still found himself at a high vantage point in this enclosed cave. Below was a pitch-black abyss with no visible bottom. He raised his right hand and cast a light spell. A fist-sized sphere of light emerged from his palm, slowly drifting downward. After dispelling the darkness, Chen Lin discovered that the depth below was not significant, merely 7 or 8 meters. The light illuminated the ground, revealing a place covered in insect exoskeletons. Shells, limbs, wings stacked layer upon layer, accumulated over countless years. Chen Lin did not retract the light sphere and directly raised his hand to summon. A skeletal thief appeared beside him on the rock wall, also clinging to the rock, awaiting orders. Go down. The skeletal thief released its grip and leaped into the air. It skillfully adjusted its posture, landing on the pile of insect exoskeletons with its bony feet, making an incredibly faint rustling sound. But that was already sufficient. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of countless frictions echoed from all directions. In the darkness, numerous red light points flickered to life, converging into a tide rushing toward the skeletal thief. The sound of shells scraping against each other grew closer and more intense. The skeletal thief turned to flee, but it was already too late. The swarm of insects overwhelmed it like a tide. Those black beetles crawled all over its body, covering its bones and burrowing into its ribcage. The health bar of the skeletal thief decreased at a visibly rapid pace, and in less than 3 seconds it shattered into fragments and vanished. Chen Lin inhaled sharply. Fortunately, it was a skeletal thief that was sent down. If he had directly thrown a bone spear down to test, or jumped down himself, it wouldn't have been the skeletal thief that got devoured by the swarm. He carefully looked down. Each of those beetles was only fist-sized, entirely black, with glossy carapaces, strong limbs, and sharp mandibles. Their numbers were incalculable, the entire cave floor writhing. Holy beetle, level 0, level 0. But there were simply too many. Chen Lin scanned the walls of the cave. Although they were nearly vertical, with those beetles' limbs climbing the walls would be effortless. Being higher up did not guarantee safety. He had to hold them off. He raised his hand to begin summoning. Skeletal giants leaped down one after another from above. Boom, boom, boom. The massive skeletal bodies crashed into the swarm of insects, crushing countless holy beetles. But they were quickly overwhelmed, black beetles crawling all over them, beginning to bite frantically. The health bar of the skeletal giants began to decrease. But what caught Chen Lin's attention was not the health bar, but the layer of dark aura enveloping the skeletal giants. Breath of the dead. That layer of aura enveloped the skeletal giants, slowly eroding the insects crawling on them. The health bar of the holy beetles began to decrease at a visibly rapid rate. Although the damage per hit was low, it was persistent. And the number of insects meant the number of targets being eroded. Every bone of the skeletal giants was covered in insects, each suffering from the damage of the breath of the dead. Those holy beetles seemed tireless and fearless, still surging forward madly. Those at the back stepped on the corpses of those in front, layer upon layer, like a black tide rushing toward the skeletal giants. Chen Lin's eyes brightened as the shadow scythe materialized behind him. Then the scythe extended downward, slashing at the skeletal giant. 47, 52, 49, 51. A burst of white light erupted. The damage multiplier of the shadow scythe was not high, but against the level 0 insects with reduced resistance due to the breath of the dead, each slash could reap a portion. Moreover, you have harvested 120 points of soul energy. You have harvested 134 points of soul energy. You have harvested 127 points of soul energy. System notifications flashed rapidly. Chen Lin was momentarily stunned. These level 0 holy beetles provided soul energy nearly comparable to that of level 5 porcupines. His eyes lit up. This was not a swarm of insects, it was a treasure. Chen Lin no longer hesitated, unleashing his mental energy fully. 7 skeletal giants gathered together, the breath of the dead continuously eroding the surrounding insects. Meanwhile, his main body stood on the cliff, wielding the shadow scythe, harvesting from a distance. 1/1 burst of white light. Another burst of white light. The soul count skyrocketed. 1,000, 3,000, 10,000, 30,000. Chen Lin was completely immersed in the thrill of harvesting. The scythe swung, the swarm of insects surged like a tide, then fell like a tide. Those holy beetles knew no fear, did not retreat, and only lunged forward frantically. But their numbers were visibly decreasing. Finally, you have harvested 100,000 soul energy. The shadow scythe has gained evolution. Shadow scythe effect: gain a shadow scythe that deals soul damage equal to twice the mental attribute per strike. Traits: harvest: when the shadow scythe delivers the finishing blow at harvest, the target's soul burn. Each attack can consume souls to deal additional soul damage. Execution: each attack deals additional true damage equal to 5 of the target's lost health. When enough souls are harvested, the skill levels up. Chen Lin paused momentarily, then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. True damage. The most genuine damage in the entire epic. Ignoring defenses, disregarding resistances, it would be exactly as much as it is. The 5 of lost health seemed low, but it meant a clear execution threshold. Any boss, even one with over 100 million health, would be directly executed once their health dropped below 4.7. More importantly, those bosses near death often unleash ultimate moves in their final moments. The true damage of execution could take them out before they unleash their ultimate. Chen Lin looked down at the swarm of insects. Those holy beetles that had been densely packed moments ago were now much sparser. The ground was littered with their corpses and the dropped loot. He raised his head and looked deeper into the cave. What else awaited him there? You have slain the holy beetle, gaining 12 experience points. You have slain the holy beetle, gaining 12 experience points. Your level has risen to level 9. Your base health 20, a base mana 30, agility 1, spirit 4. You have gained 3 free attribute points. The last holy beetle turned into white light under the shadowy scythe. Chen Lin sheathed his blade, scanning the surroundings. The entire cave floor was covered with insect corpses and dropped items sparkling with the light of white equipment. Among them, a green orb of light was particularly eye-catching, but he did not rush forward. Chen Lin took a few steps back and raised his hand to summon 3 skeletal giants. Jump! The 3 skeletal giants leapt down in succession from the 10-meter-high cliff and crashed onto the pile of insect corpses. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous vibrations swept through the entire cave and rocks crumbled down from the walls. There was no unusual movement. Chen Lin waited a few more seconds, confirming that no hidden monsters had been startled before summoning a skeletal rogue. The skeletal rogue crouched down, and Chen Lin mounted it, placing his hands on its shoulder blades. The rogue stood up and climbed down step by step along the protruding rocks of the cliff. Upon landing, Chen Lin walked directly towards the green orb of light. He picked it up. Holy Beetle Stinger. Quality good green. Type ring. Level requirement level 8. Spirit 3. Special effect damage dealt by your undead minions 8. A faint smile appeared on Chen Lin's lips. After playing for a few days, he finally obtained a piece of equipment that was useful to him. In the early stages, the core of the Necromancer is the summoned creatures. An 8 increase in minion damage translates to nearly a 10 increase in his own combat power. This attribute may seem trivial later on, but during the server's opening phase it is already top-notch. He directly put the ring on his hand, and the attribute panel flickered. Spirit increased by 3 points. Chen Lin raised the orb and continued forward. Deep within the cave was a naturally formed passageway with smooth rock walls that were clearly artificially polished. After walking about 200 meters, the scenery opened up before him. It was a circular stone chamber. The center of the chamber was empty, but the walls were covered with murals. As Chen Lin approached, he raised the orb to observe closely. The content of the murals was ancient. Humanoid beings performing rituals, enormous monsters descending from the sky, and crowds of people fleeing. The lines were bold, yet vivid. He reached out to touch the murals and cast the reading spell. Ding! The text on the mural is mysterious and unfathomable. You cannot decipher it. Chen Lin was not surprised. He then used another skill, the impression technique. Placing his palm on the mural, a faint light glowed from his palm. The lines on the mural seemed to come alive one by one, copying onto the blank parchment in his hand. A few minutes later, a complete impression of the mural was finished. Chen Lin stored the parchment and turned to leave. Upon returning to Jialong Town, the sky was nearing dusk. Chen Lin headed straight to the Mage Guild. In the guild hall, a long queue was formed with dozens of new players waiting to learn skills, each craning their necks to look ahead. Behind the counter, Alfred was leisurely explaining something to a fire mage. Chen Lin bypassed the line and walked directly to the counter. Hey, someone's cutting in line. A player in the queue immediately expressed his displeasure, pointing at Chen Lin's back. Chen Lin ignored him and placed the impression parchment on the counter. Mr. Alfred, please take a look at this. Alfred raised his head, his gaze falling on the parchment, his expression slightly tightening. He put down the book in his hand and took the parchment for a closer examination. The player who had just shouted saw that the mentor ignored him and dared not shout again, merely curiously leaning over to take a look. Where did you find this? Alfred raised his head, his face showing a rare seriousness. This seems to be the script of the Nimmo dynasty. In a cave leading to the depths of a pool. Chen Lin briefly recounted the events. Alfred nodded after listening. Good lad, you want the lightning gun scroll from me, right? Chen Lin did not deny it. Alfred stood up, carefully rolled up the parchment, and tucked it into his bosom. Come take me to see it. He raised his hand and lightly pointed at Chen Lin. A white light enveloped the two of them. Amidst the exclamations of surrounding players, their figures directly vanished from the spot. Was that just teleportation? Who is that kid? Not only cutting in line, but even the mentor personally took him away. I don't know, but he seems like a big shot. Of course, someone who can trigger hidden plots must be a big shot, right? What is the Nimmo dynasty? It sounds quite impressive. I don't know, I've only been playing for a day. In the guild hall, the remaining players exchanged glances. With the mentor gone, should they still wait in line? Let's wait. We don't know when the mentor will return. He might come back any second now. Not paying attention to the waiting players, the white light flashed, and Chen Lin and Alfred appeared in the cave. The mage mentor looked around, his gaze sweeping over the scattered insect corpses and the runes on the rock walls, finally landing on those murals. He stepped forward, raised his staff, and the crystal ball at the top glowed with a soft light, illuminating the entire stone chamber. Indeed, these are the remnants of Nimmo civilization. He pointed at the small carvings along the edges of the murals, stating, these cuneiform characters are characteristic of Nimmo civilization. Look at this. His finger pointed at a symbol resembling the sun. This word represents sun, and this 3 wavy lines plus a cross represents death. These 2 concepts are at the core of Nimmo civilization, with almost all important documents revolving around them. Chen Lin stood beside him quietly listening. Alfred did not pause, continuing to point at the text on the murals, explaining one by one. This section describes a priest. Look at this word. The spelling of priest is ding. The mage mentor Alfred is imparting to you the Nemo script. Learning progress 1. 5. 12. System prompts kept popping up. Alfred explained in detail, starting from the most basic characters covering grammar structure and then common expressions. He pointed at the text on the murals, translating it sentence by sentence for Chen Lin. This story is about an ordinary priest who was overlooked. Amidst the changes of the dynasty, he took the opportunity to sneak a peek at the civilization's treasure, the true scripture of the sun, and then fled. Finally, he was mortally wounded in this place, and before dying he carved these murals. Chen Lin looked at the murals, and those originally incomprehensible patterns began to take on meaning. Escape pursuers, serious injuries, the final carving. He seemed to see the despair and unwillingness of that priest before his death. Ding. You have initially mastered the Nemo script. You can continue to improve your proficiency by reading documents from Nemo civilization. Alfred stepped back a bit, surveying the layout of the entire stone chamber. Alright, I've taught you the basic characters. Now you can read on your own. Chen Lin nodded and walked to the first mural, raising his hand to cast the reading spell. You have read the murals of Nemo civilization, gaining a small amount of profound mage knowledge. The system prompt made his spirits lift. Indeed, these murals are not only stories, but also carriers of knowledge. He continued towards the next mural, the second, third, and fourth. As he read through the murals, the accumulation of mage knowledge steadily increased. Some were about the sun worship rituals, some were about the understanding of death, and others were spell research notes from that priest's lifetime. When he reached the seventh mural, the system prompt popped up again. Through combining the spell formulas in the murals, you have independently comprehended a new skill, Death Chill. Death Chill specialization. Your undead summons emanate a chill only the dead possess, dealing cold damage equal to the summoner's spirit attribute to surrounding enemies every second and reducing their speed by 20. Chen Lin's lips curled up slightly. Another area damage skill, also with control. The Necromancer was most in need of area damage in the early stages. With the previous breath of the undead, he now had 2. How about helping me with a task? Alfred's voice suddenly rang out. Chen Lin turned his head. Oh. Ding. Alfred has issued you a quest, retrieve the elixir of life. Alfred pointed to the massive stone door sealed by boulders deep within the stone chamber. According to Nemo civilization's tradition, there is a bottle of elixir of life preserved before the pharaoh's coffin for the pharaoh to use to restore his physical body upon resurrection. Since this priest fervently imitated the pharaoh, there should be a similar arrangement in his tomb. He paused and looked at Chen Lin. I will help you open the door, and you go in to fetch the elixir of life for me. How about that? Without hesitation, Chen Lin nodded. Of course. Alfred wasted no more words, raising his hand towards the stone door. He murmured incantations, and the gem at the staff's tip shone with blinding light. An invisible force field struck the stone door, causing the sealed boulders to begin to shift and then collapse inward one by one. Boom. Amidst the dust, a deep passage was revealed. Alfred put away his staff and looked at Chen Lin. Though this tomb is humble, it ultimately belonged to a priest, so there might still be guardians inside. You'd better take a few companions with you. Chen Lin shook his head. I can manage alone. He said no more, nor did he make any special preparations, and simply stepped into the passage. Alfred watched as his figure disappeared into the darkness, nodding slightly. An interesting lad. He turned and found a corner in the stone chamber to sit down, beginning to study those murals. Chen Lin stepped into the end of the passage, and what lay before him was not a tomb chamber, but a complex network of paths. 3 stone-paved corridors extended forward, each one dark and deep, making it impossible to see their ends. Similar runes were engraved on the walls, and the ground was covered with the same stone slabs. A maze. He stopped in his tracks, refraining from rushing in. Raising his hand, he summoned the undead. Flashes of light appeared, and 7 skeletal thieves emerged in front of him, one after another. These diminutive skeletal frames were significantly shorter than the giants, with thin ribcages and small bone blades, looking frail and vulnerable. The ordinary necromancer despises skeletal thieves the most. Their attacks are not as powerful as a warrior's, their defenses are not as strong as a giant's, and their ranged capabilities are inferior to those of archers. Drawing a thief means polluting the summoning pool, wasting a chance to summon. But Chen Lin never viewed it that way. The strength of skeletal thieves lies not in frontal combat, but in their agility and information gathering. With a thought, the 7 skeletal thieves simultaneously entered stealth mode, vanishing from sight. Chen Lin closed his eyes, spreading his mental energy, and 7 streams of sensory images flooded into his mind. The left corridor extends straight for 20 meters before turning right. In the second left corridor, there is a loose floor tile 5 meters in. In the middle corridor, a faint red light flickers in the depths. In the right corridor, 2 stone statue guards stand around the corner. Information continued to converge. Chen Lin opened his eyes, a slight smile curving his lips. With these eyes present, the maze is no longer a maze. He retracted most of his attention, maintaining only a basic connection with the 7 thieves, and began to summon a frontline advancing formation. 2 skeletal warriors stood guard, one on the left and one on the right. 2 skeletal archers followed closely behind, ready for ranged support at any moment. He adjusted the overlapping range of the skills Breath of the Dead and Chill of Death, then selected the middle corridor that the thieves had determined to be the safest, advancing steadily. The corridor was narrow, allowing only 3 people to walk side by side. Chen Lin walked behind the skeletal warriors, the sound of his footsteps echoing against the stone walls. The 2 skeletal archers holding bone bows scanned the surroundings vigilantly. 5 meters ahead, a floor tile was slightly darker in color. Chen Lin raised his hand to signal, and the skeletal warriors halted. He closed his eyes, connecting with the perspective of the second left skeletal thief. That loose floor tile would trigger a dozen stone spears to shoot out from the walls as soon as the thief stepped on it. A trap. Chen Lin opened his eyes, commanding the skeletal warriors to bypass the tile and continue along the wall. Shortly after avoiding the trap, 2 stone statue guards appeared around the corner ahead. The statues held stone swords, their eyes glowing faintly red, standing out conspicuously in the dim corridor. Chen Lin did not stop his advance. With a thought, the 2 skeletal archers stepped forward from behind, drawing their bows. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 bone arrows shot forth, striking the head of the statue on the left. 34-31. The statue was startled, its eyes glowing fiercely as it lumbered toward them with heavy footsteps. The skeletal warriors met it, heat and bone, shields blocking the stone sword, while bone knives struck at the statue's legs. The 2 skeletal archers continued to shoot, targeting the head with every arrow. Chen Lin stood back, the scythe of shadows extending from behind him, yet he did not intervene. He was observing. The movements of these statues were mechanical, their attack patterns fixed, only repeating cleaving and sweeping actions. As long as he grasped the rhythm, they would not be difficult to handle. 30 seconds later, the 2 statues crumbled into rubble. Chen Lin continued to advance. The subsequent progress was smoother than he had anticipated. The skeletal thieves scouted ahead, marking all traps and enemy positions. Chen Lin led the main force forward steadily, avoiding unnecessary battles, clearing obstacles only on the essential path. During this time, he discovered several spellbooks in a side room. Although they were all basic, even the legs of a mosquito are still meat, and he collected them all into his backpack. Boom. When Chen Lin stepped on a stone slab, the entire maze suddenly shook. The wall that had previously been a dead end slowly sank, revealing a wide open space. Light poured out from within, illuminating the passage brightly. Chen Lin squinted his eyes and moved forward. At the end of the passage was a massive circular plaza. The plaza's diameter exceeded 100 meters, with a high dome overhead, and the walls were covered in murals. The ground was paved with black stone slabs, and dark red liquid flowed between the gaps, emitting a faint metallic scent. In the center of the plaza stood a stone sarcophagus. Surrounding it were 24 stone statues, not guards, but worshippers. Chen Lin stood at the edge of the plaza, surveying his surroundings. With twists and turns, there must be a boss. He raised his hand, beginning to rearrange his formation. As he prepared and stepped into the plaza, the ground began to tremble. From the shadows, a 5-meter-tall sphinx-like statue slowly rose. It had the body of a lion and the head of a human, with defined stone muscles and a cold light gleaming. Sphinx Guardian, level 15 boss, rank apprentice tier. Chen Lin glanced at the attribute panel. Its attack and defense were shockingly high. At the current level of players' melee professions, probably couldn't even break its defense. Other teams would have to rely on ranged characters to kite it slowly, taking half an hour to an hour. Yet Chen Lin stood still, not moving a single step. Behind him, the scythe of shadows slowly extended. The pitch-black blade was now densely covered with flickering white light, points the brilliance of souls, the energy condensed from thousands of holy beetles. The statue was still 10 meters away. 8 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. Chen Lin's body did not move, and the scythe of shadows swept across the white light points, exploding in an instant, turning into a blinding glare. The statue's movements instantly changed from extreme motion to complete stillness. It halted within a meter of Chen Lin, its raised forepaw suspended in the air, and then, boom. The 5-meter-tall massive body collapsed with a crash, turning into a pile of rubble and dust. A huge damage number slowly floated above the debris. 15,280. Chen Lin retracted his scythe, his expression calm. Just a wooden stake. You have killed the Sphinx Guardian, gaining experience 80. Your experience is full. Your excess experience will be stored. Please complete the apprentice advancement to raise your level cap. He stepped forward, rummaging through the rubble. After a moment, he picked up a yellowed tome. Priest Nemo's Journal special item. Reading it grants knowledge of the Nemo civilization and a chance to comprehend skills. Chen Lin stored it in his backpack, then turned around, not advancing, but retreating. He backed up to the edge of the plaza, standing at the exit of the maze, and summoned a skeletal thief. Under his control, the skeletal thief cautiously approached the center of the plaza. First, there was the stone sarcophagus. The sarcophagus was placed on a high platform, its lid tightly closed. In front of the sarcophagus lay a palm-sized golden vial that glimmered softly in the dim light. The skeletal thief circled around the sarcophagus and picked up the golden vial first. There were no unusual movements. It held the vial and quickly returned to Chen Lin's side. Chen Lin took the vial, glancing at it. Life elixir pseudo, an elixir crafted by the priests of the Nemo civilization, imitating the traditions of pharaohs. However, both the craftsmanship and materials are subpar. It can be used as poison. He nodded and stored it in his backpack. The skeletal thief set off again. This time it approached the sarcophagus. Chen Lin focused entirely his mental energy, completely connected to the skeletal thief. Based on his past experiences dealing with tombs, he suspected that the master would most likely set a curse within the coffin. The skeletal thief extended its hand and pushed the coffin lid. Creak! The lid slowly opened a crack. In the next moment, a jet of black smoke surged out from the gap, instantly enveloping the skeletal thief. The skeletal thief's health bar plummeted at a visible speed, and in less than 2 seconds it turned into a puddle of black water. Chen Lin remained unperturbed. An apprentice-tier priest only had this level of means. He summoned another skeletal thief. The second skeletal thief approached while the toxic smoke had already dissipated. It pushed open the coffin lid, revealing the scene within. Inside the sarcophagus lay a mummy entirely wrapped in gray-white bandages. Yet upon those bandages golden patterns faintly glimmered in the darkness. The skeletal thief extended its hand, lifting the mummy from the sarcophagus. Chen Lin stepped forward for a close inspection. The golden patterns on the bandages were not mere decorations, but a script he had never seen before. The characters seemed alive, flowing slowly across the fabric. He directed the skeletal thief to lay the mummy flat, and together they began to unwrap the bandages. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. After unwrapping a dozen layers, they finally removed the entire piece of bandage. The mummy revealed its shriveled body. Holy Spirit bandage, special item, an ordinary piece of fabric that has become extraordinary due to containing divine knowledge. Mummy corpse, a corpse nourished by both curses and blessings. While it cannot be revived according to the deceased, the corpse itself remains a unique and precious material. Good stuff. Both the bandage and the corpse were valuable. Chen Lin first stored the corpse, then attempted to cast a reading spell on the bandage. Ding! The text within is enigmatic and inscrutable. You cannot decipher it. He was not surprised. Divine knowledge was beyond his current reach. Chen Lin stored the bandage in his backpack, then surveyed the area again. Confirming there was nothing else of value, he turned and walked out of the maze. Mission accomplished. Next, it was time to find Alfred to report back. Chen Lin emerged from the maze, traversing the cavern strewn with insect corpses, and once again stood in that stone chamber. Alfred was still studying the mural, and without turning his head, he remarked, "Not bad efficiency." Chen Lin walked to his side, took out the golden vial from his backpack, and handed it over. "The life elixir, I've brought it back." Only then did Alfred turn around to receive the vial. He held it up to his eyes, scrutinizing it in the light, then uncapped it and sniffed, nodding in satisfaction. "Really good. It's preserved quite well. It's an excellent research material." He took out a small teacup from his robe and poured a few drops of murky liquid into it. The liquid was grayish-white, thick and murky, showing no particular traits. Alfred observed it for a moment, then took out another small vial from his pocket and dropped the clear liquid into the teacup. The moment the two liquids touched, the murkiness in the teacup began to change. The grayish-white quickly faded, becoming clear and transparent, eventually presenting a faint water blue hue. The purity is acceptable." Alfred handed the teacup to Chen Lin. "To those who see it, share in it." Chen Lin took the teacup, and a system prompt appeared before him. Life elixir, weak rank apprentice, permanently increases maximum health by 200, constitution by 3, same rank and type of attribute. Enhancement elixirs can only take effect once. A good item that permanently adds attributes. He did not decline and drank it in one go. The elixir had no taste, just a slight coolness sliding down his throat, then transforming into a warm flow spreading to his limbs. "You have used life elixir, weak maximum health 200, constitution 3. Chen Lin glanced at his attribute panel. His constitution changed from 8 to 11, and his health from 360 to 590. Not bad. Alfred put away the golden vial and looked at Chen Lin. "All right, you've helped me again. He paused and continued. "As I said, I have a good necromancer skill." Chen Lin shook his head. "I want to learn skeleton enhancement." Alfred's eyes narrowed. "Skeleton enhancement." He repeated his tone. "Do you know what the skeleton enhancement skill is, eh?" Chen Lin nodded yes. It's a foundational skill for apprentice necromancers that enhances the level of skeleton minions. Knowing that you still choose this. Alfred stared at him. You're currently level 9, just one step away from becoming a level 10 apprentice. Once you advance to apprentice, you will naturally master this skill. Choosing it now is equivalent to wasting a reward opportunity. Chen Lin's expression was calm. I'm sure I want to try to complete the apprentice path solo. Alfred stared at him for a while, suddenly laughing. Ha 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 ha. The laughter echoed in the empty stone chamber, difficult to discern whether it was admiration or mockery. Ambitious. He pulled out a yellowed skill book from his pocket and casually tossed it to Chen Lin. Since you want to complete the apprentice path, then practice walking a lot now. After saying this, he directly cast a teleportation spell and left, leaving Chen Lin standing there. Chen Lin caught the skill book and used it immediately. You have learned Skeleton Enhancement. Skeleton Enhancement Specialization Effect raises the level of skeleton minions summoned through necromancy to level 9. Chen Lin looked at the empty stone chamber and let out a soft sigh. Having refused Alfred's goodwill twice in a row, even the most good-natured person might feel he was ungrateful. The final remark, walk back yourself, clearly carried some dissatisfaction. But Chen Lin did not regret it. He had his own rhythm. Those players in his past life who pursued invincibility at the same level often ended up mediocre because they spent too much energy on filling in shortcomings on transitional equipment and skills that would soon be. The Necromancer is indeed weak at the same level. This is determined by the nature of the class, and there's nothing. For other classes, advancing to the apprentice rank is a qualitative change, and their means also elevate to the apprentice level. But what about the Necromancer? The essence is indeed a qualitative change, but what truly determines the combat power of a necromancer is merely a quantitative change. An apprentice necromancer has already lost the dominance of the amateur stage. Maintaining the title of strongest is only possible because the gap between amateur and apprentice rank isn't extremely huge, and they can still overwhelm with numbers. At level 20A, the strength of the necromancer directly falls to T2. At the same level, the necromancer is indeed weak, but what if there is a level suppression? Chen Lin raised his hand, and a formidable, tall, even more robust and powerful skeleton giant appeared. Skeleton giant, level 9, health 1650-1650, armor 20, damage 55, skills heavy strike charge. In the current early game stage, where players are generally at levels 2 or 3, a level 9 skeleton giant can treat guild elites like grass. Invincible at the same level. What I want is to crush with levels. Overdrafting the future, not grinding for equipment, not expanding, means everything serves to level up. When Chen Lin returned to Jialong Town, the sky was nearing dusk. He did not go back to the inn to rest, but instead headed directly to the library. The librarian was about to close the door and sighed helplessly upon seeing him stepping aside to let him in. Chen Lin sat down in a corner and took out the journal of the priest Nemo from his backpack. He opened the first. You have read the journal of the priest Nemo, gaining a small yet profound insight into mage knowledge. As the system prompt appeared, a torrent of information surged into his mind. The notes of that priest recorded the knowledge system of the priest Nemo. Although fragmented, each sentence contained profound truths. Chen Lin flipped through the pages one by one. His knowledge steadily increased. Upon reaching the last page, a new system prompt appeared. You have synthesized mage knowledge and comprehended a new skill, giant skeleton synthesis. Giant skeleton synthesis skill, fuse up to 5 skeletal minions to create a more powerful bone-type servant. The size and attributes are greatly enhanced with a certain chance to acquire special abilities. Isn't this the signature skill of a legendary player from his past life, the City Breaker, who had the confidence to single-handedly breach a city? He was about to study the skill description in detail when another system prompt appeared. Ding! Your accumulated mage knowledge has reached the critical point. You can continue to accumulate knowledge or seek a sage for enlightenment. As the first player in the entire server to elevate knowledge to this stage, any sage will not refuse to help you. Chen Lin closed the journal and let out a long breath. Finally, during these 2 days in the novice village, he had read through all the mage books in the library, explored the relics of the Nemo murals, and combined with the lifelong studies of the priest Nemo, he had finally piled his knowledge to the critical point. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Lin pondered whom to seek for enlightenment. Alfred was a good candidate. As a mage mentor, he was knowledgeable and had a relatively kind temperament. Although he felt slightly displeased by Alfred's previous rejection of his goodwill, he should not be difficult on serious matters. However, the system prompts line stating any sage will not refuse gave Chen Lin another thought. He stood up, put away the journal, and walked out of the library. Night fell. The small path on the west side of Jialong Town appeared exceptionally tranquil under the moonlight. At the end of the path lay the cemetery. Chen Lin arrived at the entrance of the cemetery and gently pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door. Passing through the obelisk and navigating around rows of tombstones, he arrived at the small house where the gravekeeper resided. The small house was quite simple, with a weathered wooden door and windows covered in dust. Chen Lin took a deep breath and raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is Mr. Metatron in? Inside there was silence for a few seconds, then an elderly calm voice replied, "Come in." Chen Lin pushed the door open and entered. The room was sparsely furnished with a wooden bed, a desk, and a cabinet. An old man with white hair sat at the desk, holding a yellowed book, looking up at him. Metatron's gaze lingered on Chen Lin for a moment before he slightly nodded. "Take a seat." Chen Lin sat down at the edge of the bed. "I read more and more books, yet my doubts also multiply in my heart." He spoke up. "What confounds me even more is that I do not know what I am doubting." Metatron closed the book and looked at him calmly. "The desire to know after long contemplation, the thirst for knowledge grows. You have been learning and now it is time to think." He paused and asked, "As a necromancer, what is death according to your understanding?" Chen Lin did not hesitate. "The disappearance of consciousness. Whether it is physical death, soul annihilation, or being exiled to the void, as long as consciousness persists, it cannot be considered death. The desire to know after long contemplation, the thirst for knowledge grows. You have been learning and now it is time to think." He paused and asked, "Then how do you face death?" Chen Lin fell silent for a moment. He knew there was no standard answer to this question. He could also guess what Metatron wanted to hear and give a grandiose answer. But as a former master, he disdained to lie in a question and answer that concerned his own path. To escape, he spoke candidly. "I want to live at all costs. Whether it be to become a lich or embody a scourge, even if I have to step into a nearly certain death trap for the sake of future survival, as long as I can live, I am willing to do anything. If my own death is unavoidable, then I will pursue reproduction. To give birth to offspring, allowing my descendants who carry my bloodline to live on in future generations. If I cannot even leave descendants, then I will sacrifice everything for the greater good, allowing beings similar to myself to survive. If genocide is unavoidable, then I will create a legacy, hoping that future generations can inherit our civilization." He spread his hands, his tone becoming a bit lighter. "If I cannot even leave a legacy, then I will live fully. At least I can comfort myself that the traces left behind can be observed by other civilizations in the distant universe riding on beams of light." The small house fell silent for a few seconds. Metatron looked at him, his gaze revealing neither admiration nor anything else. "How selfish," he commented calmly. Regardless of how noble the words that followed were, the essence remained self-centered. Chen Lin did not refute. Metatron turned his head and looked out at the tombstones standing silently under the moonlight. "But this is not a bad thing." He spoke softly, as if addressing Chen Lin, yet also as if speaking to himself. "Everything for the sake of continuation. Continuance is everything." He withdrew his gaze and looked at Chen Lin. "Your understanding level has risen to scholar. Your intelligence 10. Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback. Before he could react, another system prompt appeared. "You have comprehended the specialty survival instinct immune to instant death. You can now analyze the skills you have mastered to gain greater freedom. The analysis speed depends on your intelligence and the mage knowledge you possess." He immediately placed the most important necromancer skill, necromancy, into the analysis interface. Chen Lin took a deep breath. This is enlightenment. The gains were even greater than expected. "You visited that kid's grave, right?" Metatron suddenly spoke. Chen Lin was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted. He took out the holy shroud from his backpack, holding it with both hands and presenting it to Metatron. "That's right, this is my gain." Metatron didn't even glance at it. He turned and walked to the cabinet, rummaging for something. "Help me do a favor. In return, I will teach you how to interpret the text on it." Chen Lin's heart stirred. That priest was pursued and fled because he had stolen a glance at the Sun Sutra. Therefore, the records in this shroud likely contained knowledge of the Sun Sutra. As one of the two major sources of the Nemo civilization, the knowledge recorded within was definitely far beyond anything he had obtained before. Yet he did not immediately agree. "May I ask what specifically I need to do?" Metatron turned around and placed a strangely shaped key before Chen Lin. The key was entirely black, about the length of a palm, twisted in shape, as if made from several bones entwined together. "Help me open a door." Chen Lin looked at the key cautiously and asked, "What happens after I open it?" "Just open it, that's all." Metatron shook his head. "If there is anything inside, you can take it." Chen Lin hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately decided to agree. It had only been 3 days since the server opened. If something went wrong, he could still delete his account and start over. He reached out and took the key. "It is already night. I would like to rest for a bit and open the door tomorrow in a better state. Would that be all right?" Metatron had already returned to his desk and reopened the book. "As you wish," he said without looking up. "Whether you open it or not, or when you do, is entirely up to you." Early the next morning, Chen Lin logged in on time. "Your skill, necromantic summoning, has been analyzed. Cooldown and fixed mana consumption cancelled." When a skill has been analyzed, it represents that you have fully mastered it. There is no cooldown. Instead, it is replaced by mental pressure. As long as your spirit holds up, you can cast spells instantaneously, continuously, or even multiple times. Canceling the fixed mana consumption means that the mage can freely decide how much mana to invest. The more you invest, the stronger the power. The less you invest, the lower the consumption. In summary, the degree of freedom has greatly increased, and the operational space has expanded immensely. He first replenished a batch of consumables at the town shop, checked the durability of his equipment, and confirmed everything was in order before heading toward the village's edge. As he walked, he cast necromantic summoning. A ghostly light flashed, and a tall skeletal figure appeared beside him, standing 4 meters high, a full meter taller than a regular skeletal giant. Its bones were sturdier, covered in bony armor plates with a faint aura of death visible between its rib gaps. This was a skeletal giant enhanced through skeletal reinforcement. In the wild wolf wandering area at the village's edge, several necromancer players were leveling up. Next to them stood skeletal giants, all standard 3 meters tall, initially appearing majestic, but in comparison to Chen Lin's level 9 skeletal giant, imbued with the breath of the deceased and the chill of death, they looked weak and flimsy. The contrast was like that of a fully armed adult standing beside a barely clothed child. What the hell? One player rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the enormous figure beside Chen Lin. Isn't this wrong? Can skeletal giants grow this tall? It must be Tion. Don't forget we have the #1 necromancer in the whole server in our town, another player exclaimed and waved at Chen Lin. Great God, I want to grow bigger and tougher. Please make a tutorial. Chen Lin ignored them and walked past, continuing forward, guided by the key's response. He passed through the wild wolf area, crossed the porcupine territory, and navigated around the tiger's domain, arriving once again at the concealed cave. Walking through the long passage, he stood before the eerie blue water pool. Suddenly the key in his arms began to radiate a slight warmth. Chen Lin took out the key, which floated in his palm, emanating a faint, ghostly light. The light projected onto the rock wall opposite, gradually coalescing into a phantom image of a door. The door was rectangular with intricate carvings along the edges, faintly resembling the shape of the key. Chen Lin looked at the door and shook his head. What is this darkness under the lamp? Yesterday he had come and gone from this water pool, killing fish and taking books, yet he had failed to notice that there was a door on the rock wall. However, judging by Metatron's serious act of handing him the key, this door must be extraordinary. Without the key, it would likely be impossible to find the entrance, even if the entire mountain peak were evaporated. Chen Lin collected his thoughts and stepped onto the water's surface. At the same time, he focused his mind, summoning a skeletal rogue which just happened to appear beneath his feet. He stood firmly on the back of the skeletal rogue, which began to swim forward, carrying him deeper into the water. Beneath the water's surface, the silver piranhas sensed the movement and instinctively wanted to swarm over. However, as they entered within 10 meters of the skeletal rogue, they suddenly panicked and fled in a frenzy. Breath of the deceased, domain of death. 2 area skills overlapped, continuously emanating a deathly aura. For the level 7 piranhas, this sense of oppression was enough to make them instinctively avoid. Chen Lin moved forward without obstruction, arriving at the stone platform in the center of the water pool. He stepped onto the platform without even wetting the soles of his shoes. The key in his hand automatically flew up, hovering in midair, then slowly inserted into the crevice of the projected door. Click! The key turned. The door and key vanished simultaneously, revealing a deep entrance. Chen Lin took a deep breath and stepped inside. Behind the door was a spacious secret chamber. The style of the room was entirely different from the natural cave outside, with smooth stone slabs on all 4 walls intricately carved with religious-style reliefs. There were winged deities, kneeling worshippers, burning flames, and flowing rivers. In the center of the chamber stood a golden balance. The balance was about the height of a person, made entirely of gold, adorned with exquisite patterns. Each end suspended a tray. On the left tray, there was a crimson heart. The heart was still beating, thumping away with a muffled sound. With each beat, a scarlet glow flowed across its surface. Eternal Heart, legendary item. Chen Lin's gaze sharpened. In his past life, he had seen this item, a legendary shield warrior fused with the Eternal Heart, becoming renowned for having an extremely long health bar and a rapid recovery rate. Those forbidden techniques that would consume health points were used carelessly by him, like ordinary skills. If he fused with it, his survival ability would increase several levels. However, his gaze quickly shifted to the other end of the balance. On the right tray was a feather 1/3 charred and 2/3 pure white. Even with 1/3 of it charred due to Chen Lin's entry, it only caused the balance to tilt slightly, an almost imperceptible change. Even with 1/3 of it charred due to Chen Lin's entry, it only caused the balance to tilt slightly, an almost imperceptible change. And the last third of the white area was visibly spreading charred black. Chen Lin hesitated not at all. He stepped forward and reached for the feather. The moment his fingers touched it, a wave of heat surged but quickly dissipated. Ding! You have obtained the forbidden feather. Forbidden Feather special item. This item cannot be stored in your backpack and will drop upon death. Ding. You have obtained the status Forbidden Mark. Forbidden Mark. You cannot log off or use any teleportation until you discard the Forbidden Feather. Simultaneously, all monsters within the range of the Novice Town enter a berserk state, coming after you at any cost. As the system prompt just finished, a thunderous roar came from outside the door. Chen Lin turned to look, and through the translucent door, he could see the water pool outside boiling completely. The silver piranhas leaped out of the water one after another, crazily charging towards the door. But they couldn't float in the air. They could only leap to the highest point, snap at the air a few times, and then fall back into the water. 1, 2, 10, 50. The fish swarmed like mad, leaping recklessly. Chen Lin watched this scene, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. He didn't rush to go out, but turned to look at the golden balance. To the left was the eternal heart. To the right it was already empty. But the golden balance itself was also a valuable item. Chen Lin quickly stepped forward and directly stored the whole balance in his backpack. You have obtained the golden balance, a pure gold balance, a highly esteemed sacrificial vessel in the Nemo civilization. He then took the beating heart. You have obtained the eternal heart, a living heart that beats eternally, possessing a continuous source of immense vitality. Who says you have to choose one? He swiftly took them both. He turned and dashed towards the door. Standing at the entrance of the secret chamber below was the frantically leaping school of fish. Chen Lin attempted to cast Shadow Shift to swap positions with the skeletal servant waiting on the shore, unable to use teleportation skills due to the effect of the Forbidden Mark. Indeed, it didn't work. He had anticipated this and leaped forward, jumping into the air above the water pool. In the instant of descending, he raised his hand to cast Necromantic Summoning. A burst of light exploded at the landing point, and a skeletal giant appeared out of thin air, perfectly positioned beneath him. Chen Lin stood atop the skeletal giant's head, using the momentum to leap again. At the same time, he dispelled the skeletal giant beneath him and summoned another at the next landing point. He continued this way, stepping on the continuously summoned skeletal servants, soaring through the air, crossing the 100-meter-wide water pool in just a few leaps. The moment his feet landed, a dense roar echoed from outside the cave. The sounds layered upon each other, with wolf howls, tiger roars, the sharp cries of porcupines, and the roars of countless other monsters whose species he could not identify. The entire mountain was trembling. Chen Lin's expression remained calm, his steps unceasing as he continued to rush outward. The moment he burst out of the cave, he saw monsters filling the mountainside. Wild wolves, porcupines, tigers, and even a few giant bears he had never seen before, all with bloodshot eyes, were madly surging towards him. The closest were less than 50 meters away. Chen Lin took a deep breath, suddenly leaping forward, casting Necromantic Summoning. The summoning light illuminated his body, and a 4-meter-tall skeletal giant replaced his figure, crashing heavily to the ground. The moment the skeletal giant landed, it charged outward, while 4 more skeletal giants were summoned beside him. Chen Lin sat within the completely enclosed chest cavity of the giant, a smile appearing on his lips. Outside the cave, a 7th-level ferocious tiger glared with blood-red eyes, madly pouncing toward the cave entrance. It was the first to reach here, faster than the wolf pack and fiercer than the group of porcupines. Its fur stood on end, and its sharp claws left deep scratches on the rocks. Suddenly, the previously raging beast became stiff in its movements. A foot emerged from the darkness. The foot was thicker than the entire body of the tiger, forged entirely from white bone, with heavy bone armor covering its joints. The descent of the foot was slow, yet it carried an irresistible sense of oppression. The tiger looked up. Fear first appeared in its blood-red eyes. Then it was crushed beneath the foot. Crack! The sound of splintering bones echoed in the cave. The tiger didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry before being turned into a pulp. Boom! Boom! The ground began to shake. Each rumble was accompanied by the tremor of the rock walls. Finally, that colossal figure emerged from the cave. Standing over 7 meters tall, its entire body was forged from skeletal remains. The stout limbs supported its massive torso, with several bone spikes extending from its back, and its head was a fusion of 2 skull giants with eerie blue flames burning in its 4 eye sockets. Skeleton Giant, Level 10. Chen Lin sat within the chest cavity of the skeleton giant, connecting with the mental perception of his minions outside. The field of vision was broad, looking down from a height. The skeleton giant continued to march, while 3 beams of light appeared on its shoulders. 3 skeletal thieves appeared there, immediately entering stealth mode and dispersing in 3 different directions. Their task was not to fight, but to scout. The skeleton giant was continuously surrounded by summoning lights. One after another skeletal giants were summoned, but they didn't stay for long. As soon as they stabilized, they began merging with the surrounding companions. 2 skeletal giants fused into one, becoming a reinforced version at 4.5 meters tall. Merging with another one, they grew to 5 meters. Merging again. Chen Lin's mental power spread completely simultaneously, controlling the merging process. New skeletal creatures were being born every second, and taller figures stood erect. By the time the last wave of merging was completed, 6 skeletal giants ranging from 5 to 6 meters tall stood beside him. Meanwhile, the tide of monsters was closing in on the hillside ahead. Wild wolves, porcupines, tigers, and giant bears. They no longer fought with each other, no longer tore at one another, all with bloodshot eyes madly rushing toward this side. Leading the charge was Chen Lin's old friend, the thorn porcupine. Those porcupines, about half a person tall, rushed forward on their short legs, their spines standing on end, emitting sharp cries. Chen Lin's strategy was simple. Charge. The skeleton giant took a step forward, colliding head-on with the porcupine swarm. On one side stood the level 10 apprentice, the 7-meter turtle skeleton giant weighing nearly 10 tons. On the other side was the level 5 amateur, less than half a meter tall, and weighing just over 100 pounds, the thorn porcupine. The outcome was self-evident. Bang! The first porcupine was struck head-on by the foot of the skeleton giant, its entire body exploding, flesh and blood flying. Bang! 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 The skeleton giant didn't even need to make deliberate attacks. Simply taking steps, planting its foot, and swinging an arm could crush multiple porcupines each time. Those spikes that usually give rookie players headaches left no mark on its bone armor. Chen Lin sat in the chest cavity, watching all of this through the gaps in the ribs, his expression calm. This was merely the beginning. Meanwhile, on the other side of Jialong Town, on the plains at the village head, a harmless level 1 wild rabbit was nibbling on grass. It was gray and droopy-eared, looking no different from its companions nearby. A warrior player was circling around the rabbit. He had just reached level 1A, and it was just right for teaming up to take down a level 1 monster. The long sword hit the rabbit, dealing 12 damage. The rabbit, feeling the pain, charged at him with bloodshot eyes. This was a normal fight, just like countless times before. But the next second, the rabbit's eyes suddenly turned blood red. Not the kind of red from anger, but a deeper, more frenzied red, identical to the monsters in the distant mountains. It sprang up, suddenly moving with astonishing speed. The warrior player didn't even have time to react before the rabbit bit into his neck. 78 critical hit. The warrior instantly transformed into white light and vanished. His companions were left in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The rabbit landed on the ground, not even glancing at them, and dashed towards a certain direction without hesitation. What the hell? What's going on? His companions stared blankly at the rabbit's retreating figure. Scenes like this were playing out in every corner of Jialong Town. In the wolf territory at the villages, and several wild wolves entangled with players suddenly went berserk, enduring the players' attacks to kill their opponents, then charging towards the mountains. In the northern woods, a 7th level tiger burst out from its hiding place, ignoring everything in its path, running madly. Even a few chickens that were originally kept in the pen suddenly broke through the fence, flapping their wings and rushing out of the town. Some unlucky players found themselves in the path of the gathering monsters. A trio was leveling in the wolf territory when they were suddenly charged by a group of porcupines. Over a dozen porcupines trampled over them without sparing a glance, leaving behind 3 corpses that turned into white light. A solitary mage gathering herbs was swatted away by a frenzied tiger. A team that was ready to defeat a boss just on the verge of success was interrupted by a sudden insertion of a giant bear. Those monsters completely ignored them, simply rushing past, but the collision alone caused their numbers to dwindle by more than half. Yet more players did not die. They watched as the crazed monsters rushed past them, momentarily stunned, then their eyes lit up. A major event. A major event. Some began to call their friends. All the monsters have gone mad. Run into the mountains. Let's follow and see. There must be a plot. Live stream. This hype won't go to waste. Beams of white light lit up on both sides of the flow of monsters, resurrected players returning to the fray. They didn't dare stand in front of the horde of monsters, so they followed behind from a distance, recording as they ran. More people were rushing in from the town. At the entrance of the village, more and more players gathered. Someone started live streaming, excitedly narrating, "Brothers, did you see that? All monsters are going berserk across the map. This is definitely a hidden plot." The comments in the live stream were rolling by rapidly. What the hell is going on? A major event on the 4th day of the server. Let's follow and see. That direction seems to be the mountains. Chen Lin was unaware of all this. All he knew was that the number of monsters was increasing. Behind the monstrous sea, a vast throng of players followed. They dared not get too close, merely trailing behind at a distance, recording the scene as they ran. Some were live streaming, others took screenshots to post on forums, and some called their friends to come and watch. The monsters have gone towards the end of the village. Are they going to besiege the city? On the 4th day of the server opening, monsters besieged the city. How thrilling. As they speculated, the outline of the village's end gradually appeared in their view. But what the players saw was not an open village gate, but rather a tightly shut gate and a dense array of figures on the city wall. All NPC guards of Jialong Town had mobilized. They wore leather armor, wielded longbows or sword and shield combinations, and formed neat rows atop the city wall. Behind the arrow stacks, solemn and serious faces were visible. Geller stood atop the gate tower, bow in hand, his gaze crossing the surging sea of monsters to fall upon the most conspicuous figure in the distance. The players had spotted it as well. In the center of the monstrous sea, 3 skeletal giants towering over 7 meters stood out like a crane among chickens. They were completely covered in thick bone armor, and each step they took shook the ground. The surrounding monsters frantically lunged at them, but were directly knocked aside and crushed. That day humanity recalled the terror of being dominated by giants. A player mumbled to himself. The 3 giants charged through the monstrous sea, forcibly tearing a gap through the tightly packed wave of monsters. They took turns charging, alternating their cover as they pressed forward. Behind them lay a path strewn with the glow of dropped equipment. White, green, and even the occasional blue light flickered among the monster corpses. Wow, so much equipment dropped. A player's eyes turned red, instinctively wanting to rush forward. But as he approached the edge of the monstrous sea, he was struck by a frenzied porcupine and vanished in a flash of white light. The others suddenly snapped back to reality. No matter how good the equipment was, they needed to be alive to collect it. Is this a monster siege? Someone asked. No way. Another sharp-eyed player retorted. Look at the monster's targets. They're completely ignoring the city wall and are all chasing those 3 skeletal giants. Everyone looked carefully and indeed saw. Although the frenzied monsters charged towards the end of the village, their attention was entirely focused on the city gate. Their goal from the very beginning had always been those 3 skeletal giants. There's someone inside that giant, shouted an archer player, squinting. I saw a shadow inside. Just as he finished speaking, one of the skeletal giants suddenly froze. Its bone armor began to crack, fractures spreading from its chest outward. The surrounding monsters seized the opportunity, lunging at it with wild abandon, tearing, striking, and charging. Boom. The 7-meter-tall giant collapsed with a thud, instantly engulfed by the monstrous sea. One has fallen. Players exclaimed in shock. But the remaining 2 giants did not slow down. They continued their charge, moving even faster, as if they knew this was their last chance. 300 meters to the city gate. 200 meters. 100 meters. On the city wall, Geller raised his right hand. All NPC warriors simultaneously drew their bows, arrows aimed at the 2 giants that were drawing closer. The players below the city also grew eager. Some tightened their grips on their weapons while others adjusted their positions, preparing to seize the monsters. Such a high-level opportunity surely promised extraordinary rewards. At that moment, the chest of one skeletal giant suddenly opened outward. Its ribs parted to the sides, revealing the space within. A person of ordinary build sat inside, hands resting on the rib edges, looking up towards the city wall. He was fully channeling the faint glow surrounding him, the light of the heroic spirit's blessing, particularly striking against the backdrop of the monstrous sea and bloodshed. I am Tiani. His voice pierced through the roars of the monsters, reaching the city wall. Entrusted by the Gravekeeper Metatron, I am here to find him. Open the gate. The player group erupted in chaos. Tiani, the one who got the first kill. No way is he a player. Did he cause all this? How did he manage to draw so many monsters? What is that thing in his arms? Feathers. On the city wall, Geller's pupils suddenly contracted. His gaze was fixed not on Chen Lin, but intensely on the feather in Chen Lin's arms. The feather was originally pure white, but now only a fifth of it remained white, while the rest was charred black. The white area was visibly shrinking. Geller took a deep breath and waved his hand sharply. Open the gate. Archers provide cover. With his command, the NPC warriors on the city wall simultaneously released their bowstrings. Arrows rained down, howling through the air. Chen Lin sat within the giant's body, watching the dark rain of arrows come shooting toward him. He did not evade, nor did he even move. In the next instant, the rain of arrows fell entirely before him. One arrow after another embedded themselves in the ground, forming an arc that cleared all monsters within a 5-meter radius in front of him. The frenzied porcupines, wild wolves, and fierce tigers were instantly turned into pincushions. The arrow rain extended forward step by step. With each step, the skeletal giant took the arrow rain, moved forward as well. There was always a blank area before him, allowing him to advance unobstructed. What was this? Su Jin's barrage. Chen Lin had no time to ponder. He urged the skeletal giant to continue forward, and the other giant beside him finally could not hold on any longer, collapsing thunderously 50 meters from the city gate. Only he remained. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. The skeletal giant took its final step, its massive foot landing on the ground before the city gate. Chen Lin leaped out from the chest cavity, and at the moment of descent, a skeletal thief was summoned beneath his feet. The skeletal thief landed on all fours, carrying him as it dashed towards the city. Behind him, the monstrous sea crashed against the city wall with a thunderous roar. Inside the city, Fengyun Kuanghu stood by the street watching Chen Lin's retreating figure, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Go," he whispered to the subordinate beside him. "Stop him." As the subordinate took a step forward, whoosh, an arrow streaked through the air, crackling with red lightning piercing. "Go," he whispered to the subordinate beside him. "Stop him." As the subordinate took a step forward, whoosh, an arrow streaked through the air, crackling with red lightning piercing directly through his chest. That subordinate did not even have time to let out a scream, simply vanishing without leaving behind even a white light. Fengyun Kuanghu suddenly turned his head to look at the city wall. On the city wall, Geller was drawing his longbow, his face cold as he gazed at him. That gaze was like looking at an ant unaware of its own demise. "Boss." Another subordinate trembled. "Little mouse, what happened to him? He can't be reborn." The subordinate's face turned pale. He sent a message saying he can't resurrect. His character interface went black. He was deleted. Fengyun Kuanghu was stunned. Deleted? In the game, dying so many times never resulted in deletion before. He looked up at Geller, who still coldly stared at him, the bowstring in his hand, taut once more. Fengyun Kuanghu swallowed hard, slowly raised his hands, and stepped back until he was at the back of the crowd. Chen Lin had already disappeared at the end of the street. That direction led to the graveyard. The skeleton thief raced down the street with Chen Lin. Behind them, the monstrous roars shook the very earth. Sounds of violent collisions and arrows piercing through the air came from the direction of the city walls, where the guards were trying to fend off the monstrous horde. Chen Lin did not look back. The cemetery lay just ahead. At the end of the path, the invisible barrier still existed. But this time, as he charged forward, the barrier did not obstruct him, allowing him to pass through. The skeleton thief stopped at the cemetery entrance. Chen Lin flipped over and landed, looking into the yard. The cemetery had changed. The simple tombstones still stood tall. The obelisk remained pure white, but in the center of the clearing, an altar had appeared. The altar was constructed of black stone, inscribed with intricate runes. For white candles were lit at each corner, their flames flickering but unwavering in the night breeze. Metatron stood beside the altar. He was no longer the simple old man in a pure white robe with flowing. At this moment, he wore a solemn and elaborate white ceremonial robe adorned with golden patterns, a silver belt cinched at his waist, and a sun-shaped emblem hanging from his chest. His white hair was neatly combed, cascading over his shoulders. He did not speak, but simply raised his hand and pointed at the altar. Chen Lin did not hesitate and jumped onto the altar. As soon as he steadied himself, gasping for breath, he wanted to ask what was happening. Then he froze. Before him, a phantom slowly materialized. The phantom looked exactly like him, maintaining the posture he had just assumed on the altar, with one knee slightly bent, one hand on the ground, and looking up. Immediately after, a second phantom appeared. It was his figure as he had just rushed into the cemetery, leaping off the back of the skeleton thief and leaning forward as he landed. The third was the moment he passed through the barrier. The fourth was when he was running wildly on the street. The fifth, a series of phantoms continuously extended behind him, one after another, as if slices of time were being peeled away and displayed in the air. These phantoms passed through the barrier of the cemetery, through the outside street, and through the city gates. Chen Lin looked in the direction the phantoms extended. Outside the barrier, the players who had followed were blocked, unable to see the scene within the cemetery. But they could see the string of phantoms extending from the depths of the cemetery, passing by them, continuing towards the edge of the village. The phantoms followed the path Chen Lin had taken, racing back. They passed through the street, through the city gates, and through the wide-open door. Outside the village, the monstrous horde continued to assault the city walls. But the string of phantoms completely ignored them, passing directly through the swarm of monsters and extending along the path illuminated by the glow of equipment heading towards the mountains. Each phantom corresponded to a previous state or position of Chen Lin. Not a single detail was amiss. "What is history?" Metatron's voice rang out behind him. Chen Lin turned to look. The old man had stepped onto the altar, standing beside him. The phantoms passed through him, but left no trace. History is the scars that time carves upon the world. Metatron raised his hand, pointing at the string of phantoms. From the altar to the secret chamber, Chen Lin's phantoms formed a complete line. That line trembled slightly in the air, as if it had torn something invisible. Metatron's hand reached into that crack and gently pulled. A drop of liquid was extracted. The liquid was resplendent, constantly changing colors, sometimes deep blue, sometimes blazing red, sometimes pure gold, and sometimes completely transparent. It slowly spun at Metatron's fingertips, as if containing reflections of countless worlds. Chen Lin's gaze fell upon the top of Metatron's head. There, the previously unremarkable words "Gravekeeper" had vanished. In their place was a shining title. Heavenly Scribe. Metatron raised his hand and injected the resplendent drop of liquid into Chen Lin's body. Chen Lin trembled all over. Ding! You have obtained the auxiliary profession End-Time Scribe. End-Time Scribe. As a recorder, you can inscribe things upon yourself as a letter of faith, bringing them into the next era where they should not exist. Each rank allows one inscription opportunity. Current available inscriptions. 1. The moment the system notification echoed, a flood of information surged into his mind. Inscription. This was the core ability of the End-Time Scribe. To inscribe something, be it an item, a skill, a memory, or even a person's record upon oneself, and then transcend the boundaries of eras to bring it into the next one. Each rank can only inscribe once. Before Chen Lin could examine it closely, Metatron had already taken the feather from his embrace. The feather had only a tiny bit of the quill remaining white, while the rest was charred black. That white area was merely a thin line as fine as a hair. Metatron gently blew on it. The feather turned to ash, scattering in the air. But at the moment the feather vanished, a phantom surged up fiercely in Chen Lin's eyes. It was an existence that could not be described in words. It was covered in wings, not just 1 or 2 pairs, but countless pairs. Those wings layered over each other, obscuring the sky. Between the wings were numerous eyes. Some were tightly closed, some half open, and some were staring directly at Chen. Its appearance was eerie yet sacred, resembling the angels recorded in the Old Testament. Suddenly, all the eyes turned in unison. Countless gazes fell upon Chen Lin simultaneously. Ding! You have obtained the inscription Mark Michael Special Inscription. This inscription belongs to a special event and does not count against the inscription limit. Passive effect immunity to light attributes. Active effect summon a taboo phantom that should not exist. The illusion shattered. Those wings, those eyes, and that eerie yet sacred existence all disappeared. The cemetery returned to its previous tranquility. Metatron stood in place as if he had shed a great burden. His back was no longer so straight, the wrinkles on his face seemed deeper, but his expression had become relaxed and kind. Teacher. Chen Lin began to speak, but was stopped by Metatron raising his hand. No need to thank me. The old man's voice remained calm, but carried a hint of relief. I merely seek to free myself. He took out a book from his bosom and casually tossed it to Chen Lin. Never use the summoning of that phantom. This is my only advice to you. Chen Lin caught the book, its cover imprinted with the pattern of a sacred scarab, precisely the style he had seen before in the ruins. If you have a heart, then live well. Metatron looked at him, his eyes calm and profound. At all costs. Live like a coward, like a deserter. This statement felt vague and cryptic. But Chen Lin Reborn understood his meaning. The progression of eras was divided into 3 phases. The first phase, the Titan's journey. Players explore the world, grow stronger, and uncover the secrets of this era. The second phase, the hero's old memories. Survivors from the last era awaken from their slumber, reconstruct civilization, ascend to glory, and then fade from that glory. The third phase, the terrifying dawn. The game and reality merge. By that time, aside from the player's memories, there will be no trace of the last era left in the world. Metatron's words about living well meant he needed to survive through these 3 phases, living into the next era. Perhaps the being known as the taboo existence, Michael had already been submerged in the dust of history belonging to the era before the last. Chen Lin fell silent for a few seconds. Then he raised his head and looked towards the towering 4-sided obelisk behind Metatron. The surface of the monument was smooth and flawless, without any patterns or carvings. It stood quietly in the center of the cemetery, witnessing the eternal rest of countless departed souls. Chen Lin slowly spoke. Teacher, I want to use my first inscription here. He pointed at the unmarked monument. Chen Lin stood on the altar, his gaze fixed upon the unmarked stele. Metatron turned to look at the obelisk standing in the cemetery and nodded slowly. If you wish to engrave it, then go ahead. The old man's voice was calm and profound. It will not disappoint you. Chen Lin stepped forward. He focused entirely on the image of the unmarked stele, channeling his mental strength to perform the engraving. In the next moment, an illusion slowly emerged. It was a sunny day. The cemetery was not yet called a cemetery. It was merely an ordinary open space. The obelisk had yet to stand. The young Metatron stood at the center of the open space. He appeared to be in his 20s, his white hair, not yet fully white, with only a few strands of silver. He wore a plain white robe, cradling a soft orb of light in his hands. The orb rotated gently in his palms, radiating. A sturdy middle-aged man stood opposite him. The man was tall and broad-shouldered, dressed in worn leather armor. His face bore several scars, yet his smile was hearty and his eyes were gentle, instantly creating a sense of familiarity. Captain Jialong. Metatron stepped forward, presenting the orb to him. This is entrusted to me by the council to deliver to you. Please leave your legacy for future generations. Jialong looked down at the glowing orb and shook his head. Me. He laughed, his laughter bright. I am dull-witted, having always imitated others' skills, never creating anything groundbreaking. I do not have the qualification to leave a legacy. Metatron's expression was serious. Captain, you have simplified high-level complex combat techniques to a level that ordinary practitioners can utilize. Such extraordinary ability of course deserves to be passed down. Ability. Xiaolong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. His laughter echoed in the open space, startling the birds in the treetops. Is being dull-witted also a form of ability? He smiled as he reached out, accepting the orb, gently squeezing it in his hand. The light flowed in his palm, gradually solidifying and taking shape, finally transforming into the prototype of a four-sided obelisk. The body of the steel was pure white, its surface smooth and flawless, devoid of any patterns or carvings. Xiaolong gazed at the obelisk in his hand, his expression softening. My achievements belong to the foundation of my skills are given without reservation, he said softly. There is no need to leave a legacy. It would be better to build another sanctuary to protect more people. He returned the obelisk to Metatron. What if later generations endure various trials, finally obtain my legacy, only to find it to be the same mediocre abilities learned by everyone at the vocational apprentice and even amateur levels? He grinned, a hint of cunning in his smile. Wouldn't that be disappointing? The illusion began to dissipate. Xiaolong's figure gradually blurred, but his smile remained clear. He was a truly open-minded person, one who did not care whether he would be remembered or not. Ding. You have acquired the mark of engraving. Xiaolong's unmarked steel passive effect, all summons levels 1 active effect, significantly enhances the combat skills and consciousness experience of the user and their summons. Chen Lin opened his eyes. The illusion completely vanished. Metatron still stood by the altar, gazing at the unmarked steel. His silhouette appeared somewhat aged, yet also relieved. Chen Lin did not disturb him. He quietly bowed to Metatron and turned to leave the cemetery. Returning to his rented room, he removed the helmet. The sky had fully darkened. It was the third day since the game opened, nearing its end. He had gained a lot in the past 2 days. His cognition level had risen to scholar. He learned giant skeleton synthesis, acquired the Heart of Eternity, and the Golden Scale, attained the profession of the Archivist, and engraved 2 marks. He truly possessed the capital to surpass ordinary players. Yet he could not feel joy. The images from the illusion still echoed in his mind, the young Metatron, the hardy Captain Xiaolong, and that remark, it would be better to build another sanctuary. He recalled those who sacrificed themselves for the survivors in his past life. Those who knew they were doomed yet pressed on without hesitation. And he at all costs must carry the traces of the last era into the next. Chen Lin exhaled. Why think so much? Time to eat. He picked up his phone and casually ordered takeout, the same Chun Village noodles and fried king oyster mushrooms from that restaurant. While waiting for his meal, he logged onto the game forum. On the homepage, a video had surged to the top of popularity. The thumbnail was him sitting inside the giant skeleton, his chest cavity wide open. The monstrous tide surged, the giant's body mangled, and his face was clearly visible. He clicked in, and the barrage of comments flooded in. Damn, a 7-meter skeleton giant. Is this a necromancer? My necromancer can only summon small skeletons. That chest cavity opening scene is too cool. Like a mecha. I'm Tiani. This statement gave me goosebumps. This Tian, he can't be an internal. Those streamers barely reached level 4. Yet he could summon a monstrous tide. I think it's a snow. He must have obtained the boss first kill for some reason, and then the first kill led to subsequent quests creating such a... Why didn't you say that the necromancer had a mecha? Then I wouldn't have trained a warrior. Enough, I'll delete my account and start over. I want to play a necromancer. Suddenly a bold comment popped up, a privilege available only to those who paid for a top listing. The Penguin Club sincerely invites the Divine Tian E to join. Base annual salary of 10 million, club equity 5, more benefits can be negotiated. Following that were comments from several other capital clubs. Starry Entertainment, annual salary of 12 million, equity, team configuration always at your service. Divine One. Lightyear Gamebase offers complete logistical support, annual salary of 15 million, signing bonus separate. Even several government media accounts from local regions posted invitations. Hang City Cultural Bureau welcomes player Tian E to develop in Hang and provides talent apartments and special subsidies. Chen Lin scrolled through them, his expression unchanged. The reaction speed of capital was faster than he had anticipated. Suddenly another video rapidly climbed in popularity, pushed up by a large number of bots. In the video, a sharply dressed white male stood in the center of the frame, the background a luxurious office. 2 individuals stood beside him, a mature and sexy woman and a petite and cute girl. The man spoke Chinese with perfect enunciation. I am Henry, the president of BlackRock Group. I sincerely invite Mr. Tian E to join the God Club under the group. The annual salary is not less than 30 million US dollars and offers 10 equity in the club, as well as a partner role. These 2 are key members of the God Club, and they will assist you with all your needs. The barrage went wild. Damn, 30 million US dollars. Tian E, don't go. You are Chinese, how can you work for foreigners? BlackRock, the world's largest asset management company. I can have that mature woman. 10 equity. Didn't the God Club invest 500 million? Crazy, crazy, crazy. Chen Lin leaned back in his chair watching the video's popularity continuously rise. These people were truly insane. It had only been 3 days since the game's launch, yet everyone had already understood that this game was an unknown existence that transcended existing science. Countless capital, both related and unrelated to the game, rushed in, establishing guilds and clubs with investments of hundreds of millions, even billions, attempting to seize the opportunity. As the first legendary figure of the era, he was naturally pursued by everyone. Out there, perhaps all major capitals, foreign spies, and even government agents were looking for him in reality. Knock, knock. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Chen Lin's expression remained unchanged as he got up to open the door. A delivery guy in blue overalls and a helmet stood at the door holding a delivery bag. He glanced at the door number and handed the bag to Chen Lin. Your delivery. After speaking, he turned and left without looking back, hurriedly rushing off to deliver the next order. Chen Lin closed the door, returned to the table, and opened the bag. Chen village noodles, fried king oyster mushrooms, and sweetened white fungus soup. It was still that familiar taste. He ate while continuing to scroll through the forum. Those invitation posts kept refreshing with new offers coming in higher than the last. Some even began analyzing his identity, looking at Jialong Town, the Necromancer, and the ID Tian, hoping to find the real person through these clues. Chen Lin's lips curled slightly. In reality, he still lacked power and remained an ordinary person. Yet he was not anxious at all. No matter how strong the forces outside were, they could not access the data of Epoch. The game helmet was merely a keychain. The true technology was not within the helmet, nor in the signals, nor in any traceable location. As long as he did not expose himself actively, who could find him? Who would have thought that the first figure of greatness in Epoch was merely a lower-class nobody, in reality renting a room in an old district, eating 16 yuan meals of Longjiang pig trotter rice and Chen village noodles every day? Great hermits hide among the masses. Chen Lin picked up a piece of fried king oyster mushroom and took a bite. Crispy, savory, still the familiar taste. He raised the sweetened white fungus soup and took a sip. Outside the window the night was deep, the distant neon lights flickering. A day had come to an end. Your skill shadow shift has been analyzed, canceling the skill cooldown and fixed mana consumption. When Chen Lin logged in, he immediately received this message. A flash of white light swept by, and he appeared on the streets of Jialong Town. He slightly furrowed his brows. There were more people. Not just the usual players, there were newly created level 1 accounts everywhere. On the streets, at shop entrances, and in the town square. They weren't leveling up or exploring, they were simply chatting in groups, some pretending to set up stalls, while others hurriedly rushed by with their heads down. Yet their eyes were all casually scanning the surroundings. The moment Chen Lin appeared, at least a dozen gazes fell upon him simultaneously. Those gazes lingered on his unaltered system face for a moment before quickly shifting away. But Chen Lin could feel that they had locked onto him. The crowd around him began to slowly converge, their movements natural like a coincidence, but the encirclement was tightening. Chen Lin paid no heed. While he opened his friend list and messaged Yichao, "Yin, you come to the supply shop," he walked towards the shops at the town. Along the way, the number of followers increased. Some pretended to shop behind him, others circled around from the side, while some in front feigned sightseeing, but were actually blocking the path. Though their methods were amateurish, they benefited from sheer numbers. Chen Lin entered the supply shop, where the owner, a plump, middle-aged man, greeted him warmly upon his arrival. "Mr. Tiani, what can I do for you?" 300 bottles of instant life potion amateur, 300 bottles of life recovery potion amateur, 300 bottles of instant mana potion apprentice, 300 bottles of mana recovery potion amateur, detox potion, acceleration potion. As Chen Lin listed a massive quantity of supplies, he took out silver coins from his backpack. The total price of these supplies was considerable enough to supply a team of more than 10 people, but for Chen Lin, who had already sold off the equipment from the past 2 days, it was merely pocket change. The shopkeeper swiftly packed the items and placed them into a belt, saying, "Our entire town owes its survival to the great Jialong. If you're willing to leave a mark of his, we all appreciate it. Take this, it's my gratitude." Alchemist's Belt, blue attribute requirement, 10 points, feature, gain a dedicated bag for 10 potions. Automatically use recovery potions when life or mana falls below 60 and instant recovery potions when below 20. This is essentially automatic medication. Oh, what a good item. After expressing his gratitude, Chen Lin stored the items and turned to leave. At the door, Yichao Yin was already waiting. He had a hint of nervousness on his face, signaling frantically around, lowering his voice, "Great God, it seems a bit too lively here. Those people are all staring at you." Chen Lin glanced at the increasingly gathered followers, his expression calm. "I act with integrity, why should I hide?" He extended his hand. "Where are the items?" Yichao Yin was momentarily taken aback and quickly opened the trading panel. They're here. The trading window popped up, displaying 4 pieces of equipment in order. Silence mask, green, no attributes, reduces the wearer's scent. Silence attire green no attributes reduces the wearer's life fluctuations. Silence boots green no attributes reduces the wearer's movement traces. Silence cloak green no attributes reduces the wearer's mental fluctuations. Set effect, 24 footsteps are 30 quieter while moving. Set effect, 44 reduces the wearer's presence effect varies with the wearer's actions. Chen Lin put on each item. The mask covered the lower half of his face, the attire clung tightly to his body, the boots were lightweight and silent, and the cloak draped over his shoulders, rendering him instantly blurry. Although he was clearly standing there, it made people instinctively want to overlook him. Yi Chao Yanyu looked at his assassin-like appearance, his mouth twitching. Great God! Does this count as acting with integrity? Chen Lin adjusted his cloak and calmly replied, I believe it does. Yi Chao Yanyu was left speechless. After the transaction was completed, he waved his hand, pleasure doing business. If you have any problems in the future, remember to find me. Chen Lin nodded, he'll seek you out if there's anything. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the Mage Guild. Behind him, those followers exchanged puzzled glances. Clearly just moments ago they had locked onto their target. How did it seem? That there was nothing worth focusing on now. Someone rubbed their eyes and noticed Chen Lin had already walked away several meters, hastily following, but their attention kept drifting. Chen Lin stopped at the entrance of the Mage Guild. He turned to glance back at the bewildered followers before pushing them. Inside the guild hall, Alfred was sitting behind the counter reading. Upon seeing Chen Lin enter, he lifted his head, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Your planning indeed surpasses my suggestions. Chen Lin walked up to the counter and slightly leaned forward. It is my fortune to gain the teacher's recognition. My original goal was merely to clear the apprentice path alone. Alfred set down his book and looked at him serious. Now I believe in you a little. He retrieved a thick tome from beneath the counter and pushed it in front of Chen Lin. Though you rejected me twice, I respect your choices. Giving this book to you is not a waste. Chen Lin accepted it and glanced at the cover. Secret Tome of Weaving, special item, reading. It can greatly enhance a mage's knowledge and has a chance to comprehend skills from the Weaver series. He solemnly stored it away. Thank you, teacher. Alfred then took out a short staff and placed it on the counter. This staff was made of oak, simple in design, without carvings or additional decorations. This is a gift from Geller. Chen Lin was somewhat surprised. Mr. Geller. Alfred nodded. Geller is a follower of the Great Jialong. You have inscribed the unmarked monument of the Great Jialong. This is his token of gratitude. This may be the reason perhaps the greatest role of the end bookkeeper is not combat, but connections. Chen Lin looked up at Alfred, pondering whether his gift of this remarkable book was also due to a reason. Chen Lin took the staff, and an attribute panel popped up. Shepherd's Staff, purple level requirement, none agility, 10 spirit, 30 special effects, summon spirit load, 30 feature, call holder, can summon a skeleton priest using the necromancy skill. Feature ascend spirit, grants the holder resilience based on the number and quality of controlled summoned creature. When the number of summoned creatures that die reaches a certain degree, this equipment will be enhanced. Exclusive Tion E cannot be dropped. Chen Lin's eyes slightly narrowed. Most of the items circulating in the market were white gear, with the only exceptions being the few green items he sold. Perhaps no one had even produced blue gear yet. Now a piece of purple gear that could grow was in his hands. This gift could not be considered light. He stored the staff away and said solemnly, please convey my thanks to Mr. Geller. Alfred waved his hand dismissively, his gaze drifting past him to the followers peeking curiously out. Would you like me to deal with them? Chen Lin turned his head to glance back and shook his head. These people come in waves. Clearing one batch is useless. In preparing to walk the apprentice path, he paused, looking at Alfred. Can you give me a ride? I've already walked enough of this road. Alfred laughed heartily at this. Then let's go. He raised his hand, and a beam of white light enveloped. In the next moment, Chen Lin's figure vanished from the spot. The followers outside were still bewilderedly searching for their target, entirely unaware that their target was no longer in the guild. In the imperial capital, in a room decorated with a serious and tidy manner, Yi Chao Yanyu, or rather Ning Yue, was sitting upright. In front of him was a square table with 3 middle-aged men in plain clothes seated around it. They had ordinary faces but sharp eyes. As renowned detectives in the National Criminal Investigation System, they were once the darlings of law enforcement in various provinces, but now they had all been summoned to the imperial capital by an official order. Their only task was to find Tion Yi's real identity. Several sheets of paper were spread out on the table, densely recording every conversation between Ning Yu and Chen Lin. The so-called path of an apprentice is not a task chain or any other form of experience. It simply refers to a road. The resources for education in the novice village are too scarce, allowing only for fragmented basic knowledge, barely enabling one to become an amateur. To obtain a systematic understanding of extraordinary knowledge, one must further their studies at a vocational academy in a big city. The path of an apprentice is the road that connects the novice village and the large town. That is all there is to it. However, this road is not easy to traverse at this moment. As the white light dissipated, Chen Lin opened his eyes. He stood at the edge of a dense forest. Behind him lay vast plains where the walls of Jialong town glimmered faintly in the sunset. In front of him was an endless primeval forest, its canopy obscuring the sky and casting the woods into shadowy depths. Chen Lin did not rush in. He first checked his status: full health, full mana, ample supplies in his backpack, and all equipment in good condition. He then raised his hand and began to summon. 10 beams of ghostly light flickered, and 10 skeletal thieves appeared around him. 7 of them dashed straight into the forest, vanishing between the tree shadows in the blink of an eye. They maintained their stealthy state, nimbly weaving through the branches and leaves like 10 silent shadows. The other 3 stayed near Chen Lin, arranged in a triangular formation, quietly on guard. Chen Lin closed his eyes, expanding his mental energy. 7 perceptual images surged into his mind simultaneously. The thief on the left was crossing a thicket, the one ahead leaped over a dry creek, and the one on the right climbed a tall oak tree, surveying the surroundings from above. His vision gradually brightened. Confirming that there was no danger ahead, Chen Lin stepped into the forest. As a physically defined road, the experience of traversing it varies greatly across different periods. Chen Lin was the first from Jialong town, and likely the very first in the entire game to set foot on the path of an apprentice. He faced the most primitive state: there was no road. The path that once existed had long been buried under soil and fallen leaves, leaving only a few scattered, half-decayed signposts, barely indicating direction. With no safe zones, he could not log off safely to rest. The most critical issue was that this long road was already occupied by countless level 10, 20, and even 30 monsters. Under normal circumstances, clearing the path of the apprentice would require the collective effort of thousands of players from the entire novice village, taking a minimum of half a month and up to over a month. Step by step exploring and clearing, only then could a viable route to the town be opened from the forest. But Chen Lin did not need to consider those who would come after. He only needed to make it through himself. Moreover, in his past life, he was also one of the initial players of Jialong town, intimately familiar with this route. He knew exactly where the water sources were, where the dangers lay, which side tracks led to the destination, and where the powerful monsters that could not be bypassed resided. The 7 skeletal thieves silently traversed through the forest. When encountering powerful monsters, they observed from a distance, marking locations to provide Chen Lin with precise positioning. When faced with weaker monsters, they quietly took note without disturbing them, maintaining the existing balance within the forest. Originally level 9, due to the enhancement from the skeletons, the skeletal thieves gained another level because Chen Lin inscribed the Jialong nameless monument. The difference between level 9 and level May 10th seems small, but it represents a vast chasm between the amateur and apprentice tiers. The skeletal thieves of the amateur tier are merely cannon fodder, clumsy in movement and dull in perception. In contrast, the skeletal thieves of the apprentice tier blend almost seamlessly with shadows while sneaking, making no sound in their movements. Even their breathing, if they had breath, could be completely suppressed. Chen Lin constantly compared the reconnaissance information relayed by the skeletal thieves with the paths etched in his memory, filtering out the optimal route. Dieter left for 300 meters to avoid a group of undead wolves entrenched in the deadwood forest. Cross to the right over a small creek where the water lizards enter dormancy after dusk. Proceed straight for 200 meters ahead, then squeeze through beneath a fallen giant tree. Under an extremely conservative reconnaissance strategy, Chen Lin and his skeletal thieves seemed like a group of non-existent passers-by. No monsters detected his arrival. He altered nothing in the existing environment, thus no monster noticed his departure. He didn't even snap a single twig. After passing through a patch of low shrubs, Chen Lin slowed his pace. Ahead lay a ravine with crystal-clear water flowing, shimmering with golden light in the sunset's afterglow. A group of forest deer were lowering their heads to drink, around 7 or 8 of them, their forms graceful, their antlers resembling exquisite coral. Forest deer, level 5. Their antlers are key materials for crafting attribute-enhancing elixirs and are even linked to a rather rewarding quest chain later on. Normally Chen Lin would not let this opportunity slip by, but he quietly circled around behind the deer herd without startling them. There are no safe zones in the wild, and he had no teammates. If he did not want to log off overnight in the dangerous forest, his time was very tight. He must reach the first resting point before complete darkness. After walking for about half an hour, Chen Lin suddenly halted. 50 meters ahead, a hollow in a dead tree emitted faint, low snoring sounds. The snoring was not loud, but it carried a frequency that was quite disturbing. The screeching beast. A level 15 monster, not particularly strong, but it has a troublesome characteristic. When attacked, it emits a piercing shriek, the sound waves capable of reaching the entire area, attracting all surrounding monsters. In a forest environment, being yelled at by it is akin to courting death. Moreover, it happened to block the necessary path, with steep slopes on both sides, making it impossible to bypass. Chen Lin stopped, closed his eyes, and quickly strategized in his mind. Then he opened his eyes and raised his hand to disperse the surrounding skeletal thieves. New light emerged. 10 skeletal archers appeared before him. These archers were even taller than the ordinary versions with thick bone arms, and their bone bows were strung tightly like steel wire. They silently arranged themselves in 2 rows, the front row crouching, the back row standing, bowstrings drawn taut, with all arrows aimed at the dead tree. Chen Lin raised his right hand. 10 bone arrows flew from the bows simultaneously. There was no sound of bowstrings vibrating, no sound of arrows slicing through the air. The skeletal archers of the apprentice tier had already mastered the art of minimizing all sound. The 10 arrows struck the target almost simultaneously. 89, 92, 87, 94. The screeching beast didn't even have time to open its eyes before its health bar emptied in an instant. Its massive body twitched once in the hollow before coming to a complete standstill. Chen Lin waited a few seconds, confirming there was no movement, then stepped out from his hiding place and quickly passed by the hollow. As dusk fell, Chen Lin finally came to a stop. Ahead, a low wall made of bricks and stones appeared at the end of his vision. The wall was already in ruins, covered in vines, but it was still faintly recognizable as a former station. That was his destination for the day, a relatively safe resting point. Chen Lin glanced back at the path he had taken. The forest was deep and darkening, and everything behind him was swallowed by the shadows of the trees obscuring the way back and the walls of Jialong town. He turned around and walked toward the station. Chen Lin stood before the low wall, gazing at the building that stood deep within the dense forest. The Clear Spring Post. In the lush, primitive forest, the sudden emergence of such a human structure brought a sense of unexpected delight, like finding a bright spot amidst the shadows. The walls, made of blue stones, were mottled and ancient, with several missing tiles on the roof. The vine-covered courtyard walls enclosed the entire post in a square shape. But Chen Lin did not rush to enter. He raised his hand to summon 3 skeletal thieves and pointed at the courtyard wall. The 3 thieves simultaneously scaled the wall, vanishing silently into the courtyard. Moments later, feedback came in. The layout within the courtyard was quite orderly. Directly opposite the main entrance was the second-floor main building of the post, with a stable on the left and a well and firewood house on the right. In the yard, covered with fallen leaves, lay a massive creature. A cyclops. It was over 10 meters long, its bronze skin rough like rock. On its enormous head was a single tightly closed eye, with its mouth partially open, snoring like thunder. Beside it lay a wooden stick thicker than Chen Lin's entire body, covered in dried blood and moss. Cyclops, level 23 boss. Chen Lin narrowed his eyes. A level 23 boss, indeed an insurmountable existence at the novice village stage. Typically, to clear this boss, all players in Jialong town would need to level up to above level 10 and form several teams to take it down. But he did not need to confront it head-on. Chen Lin commanded the skeletal thieves to first ascend 3 high points of the post: the main building's roof, the stable's roof, and the top of the firewood house. The 3 thieves took their positions, their sight covering the entire courtyard. Then he raised his hand and cast the shadow swap spell. The 3 skeletal archers beside him instantly vanished from their spot, reappearing at the 3 high points. They crouched on the rooftops, their bone bows drawn with arrows aimed at the giant in the courtyard. Next came the ground troops. 3 skeletal warriors were positioned in front of the main entrance, fanned out. Another skeletal warrior was placed at the gap in the wall, serving as a backup and mobile force. With 3 in front and 1 in the back, they completely sealed off the giant's retreat route. The last shadow swap. A figure draped in a white robe appeared behind the 3 skeletal warriors, standing firmly beneath the main building's porch. Its bones were snow white, contrasting sharply with the grayish-white skeletons of the other servants. The white robe was embroidered with simple silver patterns, and it held a bone staff in its hand. Skeletal Priest. This was a special summon granted by the shepherd's staff, not a combat unit, but a support unit. The skeletal priest raised its staff, and 3 beams of soft white light fell upon the 3 skeletal warriors. Endurance, physical defense 20, agility, attack speed 15, might, physical damage 15. With the 3 blessings completed, the skeletal priest turned to the archers on the high points and the hidden thieves, bestowing agility blessings upon them one by one. Frequent fluctuations of magical energy spread out. In the courtyard, the cyclops, snoring, suddenly stopped. The tightly closed eye twitched slightly as if it was about to open. Outside the wall, Chen Lin raised his hand. A phantom of a steel appeared behind him, the inscribed mark of the Jialong unwritten steel. The phantom was only the size of a palm, but exuded a steady and heavy aura. In the next moment, an invisible wave swept across the entire courtyard. The aura of all the skeletal servants changed dramatically. The skeletal warriors, who had been merely mechanically executing commands, now held their weapons with a skilled posture, standing in a manner that conformed to a certain combat style. The movements of the skeletal archers drawing their bows became more fluid, their breathing. If if they had breathing, perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of shooting. These were the simplified combat techniques of the Jia Long Commander, a culmination of all basic skills. There was no need for Chen Lin to micromanage, they instinctively knew how to fight. Chen Lin leaned against the wall, raised his hand, and let it fall. Fire! The three skeletal archers simultaneously released their bowstrings. 3 bow and arrows traced straight trajectories, accurately shooting into the Cyclops' tightly closed eye. 247, 252, 239 weak point critical hit. The Cyclops suddenly jolted awake. A skeletal thief hidden in the shadows revealed itself the moment the giant awoke and grabbed the stick thicker than Chen Lin's body, dragging it directly towards the stable. The intense pain made the Cyclops emit a muffled grunt, instinctively reaching for the stick beside it, but it was no longer there. It slapped the air in vain, unable to grasp its weapon. With its eyes still shut, it could only emit an angry roar, flailing its arms wildly. At that moment, 4 skeletal warriors had already charged in. The 2 in the front were directly restraining it, using bone shields to block the giant's fists, while their bone blades hacked at its knees. The 2 on the flanks circled around, specifically targeting its ankles and Achilles tendons. With the blessing of the Steely, their movements were terrifyingly adept, each block was perfectly timed, and every attack struck at the most lethal spots. 4 apprentice-level skeletal servants were actually able to restrain a level 23 boss. Chen Lin stood outside the wall, observing the entire situation through the perspective of the skeletal thief. The battle was under control. The Cyclops' health slowly decreased. 195, 90. When the health dropped to 80, the Cyclops suddenly threw its head back. The eye that had been shot blind forced itself open a crack, exposing its blood-red eyeball to the air. It took a deep breath, its throat swelling. This was a roar. Once the roar was unleashed, monsters within miles would come drawn to it. But the 3 skeletal archers on the high points were already prepared. The moment the giant threw its head back, 3 bone arrows shot out simultaneously, accurately nailing it in the throat. 198, 203, 194. The roar had not yet been released, transforming instead into a series of indistinct whimpers. Chen Lin nodded slightly. There was a reason he did not summon the skeletal giant. The skeletal giant was clumsy, unable to withstand the Cyclops' attacks in such terrain. If he had synthesized it into a skeletal titan, it would have turned into a battle between King Kong and Godzilla. The noise from their fight would be too great, practically the same as directly provoking the giant to roar. This current lineup was more suitable. The Cyclops finally opened its eye. It saw the situation before it clearly. 4 skeletal warriors were entangling its legs, 3 skeletal archers shot from above, and a white-robed skeleton was bestowing blessings from afar. It let out a roar and suddenly turned, charging towards the skeletal priest. As one foot stepped forward, the figure of the skeletal priest suddenly twisted, transforming into a skeletal thief. The thief then entered stealth, vanishing into thin air. Shadow swap. The giant missed, its fist smashing into the ground, creating a large pit. One method failed, another arose. A strange red light flickered in the Cyclops' eye, and an invisible ripple spread from it, instantly sweeping over the 3 skeletal archers above. Chen Lin's expression changed. The control over the skeletal archers had been seized. He could sense that the control of the 3 skeletal archers was being forcibly stripped away. The Cyclops' mental attributes far exceeded his, and if he fought with all his strength, he could at most regain control of one. But why bother fighting for control? He raised his hand, and 3 beams of light shone beside him. 3 new skeletal archers appeared. Shadow swap. On the high point, the 3 controlled skeletal archers were instantly replaced. He then raised his hand to dispel the 3 controlled ones, turning them into shards that dissipated. One discarded, another summoned. The situation stabilized once more. For skeletal warriors restrained from the side, 3 skeletal archers provided sustained output from above, a skeletal priest maintained blessings from the rear, and a skeletal thief as a mobile medium ready to cast shadow swap at any moment. Under this formation, the Cyclops' health line began to drop slowly but steadily. Chen Lin leaned against the wall, his expression surprisingly relaxed. The Jia Long unwritten steel enhanced the combat techniques and awareness of the skeletal servants. This passive ability seemed to lack direct attribute bonuses, but its impact on actual combat was immense. He didn't even need to control them personally. He just had to replace a new skeletal warrior when one was low on health and adjust positions with shadow swap when necessary. The Cyclops' health continued to decline. 70, 60, 50, 40. As a boss that should be taken down by high-level players from the entire novice village, its health was substantial. But no matter how thick the health, it could not withstand the relentless consumption. 30. The Cyclops' skin glowed red, its muscles bulging, veins popping. Berserker state. Attack power 50, attack speed 30, defense 20. The Cyclops no longer paid attention to the skeletal warriors charging directly towards Chen Lin's direction. It had finally found the true source of threat. Chen Lin straightened his body. It's my turn to operate. He raised his hand to dispel a skeletal warrior low on health and summoned another skeletal thief. The two skeletal thieves acted simultaneously, climbing up along the Cyclops' legs. Their bone claws dug into the giant's skin, moving quickly and steadily, reaching its waist within a few breaths. Shadow swap. One skeletal thief's position swapped with the skeletal archer on the high point. The skeletal archer appeared at the Cyclops' waist, its bowstring almost brushing against the back of its neck. 312. The Cyclops winced in pain, reaching out to swat. Shadow swap. The skeletal archer vanished. The skeletal thief reappeared, nimbly jumping onto the giant's shoulder and swiftly sliding down its back. The giant's palm slapped against its own neck, causing it to stumble. Its health line plummeted. 25, 20, 15, 10. The Cyclops realized that the tide had turned. It halted its attack, threw its head back, and its throat glowed with a crimson light. Chen Lin's figure suddenly appeared before it. Shadow swap. His real body exchanged positions with the skeletal thief on the giant's shoulder. He hung in midair, staring directly into the Cyclops' eye. The shadow scythe behind him was already charged and ready, the scythe blade's dense white light points glaring in the darkness. Execution, dealing 5 of the lost health as true damage. The Cyclops had 5 health remaining. The scythe blade swept through. A huge white number rose in the darkness. 15200. The crimson light in the Cyclops' throat extinguished instantly. Its massive body froze in place, then collapsed with a thunderous crash, turning into a cloud of dust and light particles. You have successfully slain the one-eyed giant, level 23 boss. Your experience points have reached the current level cap. You have obtained Eye of the Giant Necklace Blue. Eye of the Giant Necklace increases the upper limit of undead minions you can control by 5. You have obtained Giant's Blood special material. Giant's Blood, after use, the ratio of vitality converted from physique increases by 5 points. The monsters in the spring water station have been cleared, and this area has been converted into a safe zone. A series of system notifications popped up before your eyes. Chen Lin let out a long breath, leaning against the courtyard wall, watching the one-eyed giant's corpse dissipate into specks of light. In his past life, it took him a whole week from the first player in Jialong Town, starting the path of an apprentice, to clearing the spring water station. Faced with a boss that was 2 tiers above them, the players feared the harsh death penalties, all clinging to their lives and unwilling to exert themselves. As a result, 3 more days passed, and seeing that the progress of other novice villages had surpassed their own, they finally managed to organize themselves. Over 1,000 level 8 and 9 players besieged the one-eyed giant, luring it out of the gate, ultimately paying the price of hundreds of deaths to successfully pile on and kill this boss. Now he had single-handedly taken it down. Chen Lin shook his head, pulling back his thoughts. The sky had completely darkened. He had already battled in the era for 11 hours today. Aside from a 5-minute offline break in a relatively safe environment under the protection of skeleton minions to eat 2 loaves of bread, he had not rested at all. Now that he had secured the safe zone, he could finally take a good rest. Yet Chen Lin did not rush to log off. He glanced at the dimly lit main building of the station and decided to scour it thoroughly before ending today's battles. As usual, he first sent out a skeleton thief to scout. 3 thieves silently slipped into the courtyard, heading towards the main building, the stable, and the woodshed. Only after confirming there were no hidden monsters did Chen Lin step inside. The main building of the station was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside. The first floor was a hall furnished with several dust-covered long tables and benches. A few faded tapestries hung on the walls, and the fireplace in the corner still retained the ashes from the last fire. On the wall directly opposite the main door was embedded a huge stone tablet covered with dense inscriptions and patterns. Chen Lin stepped forward and cast the reading spell. You read the inscription of the spring water station and gained a wealth of shallow knowledge about magic. Through the combination of magical knowledge, you comprehended a new skill, Spring Water Resonance. Spring Water Resonance active skill costs 30 mana, instantly purifying 1 specified negative state from yourself. Cooldown 10 minutes. Chen Lin's eyes brightened. A purification skill. In any game, purification is a scarce resource. Though it can only purify 1 state, and the cooldown is not short, it can save lives in critical moments, especially against monsters that rely on curses and toxins. He continued reading. The inscriptions in the hall were not limited to one place. The walls, even the ceiling and floor, were filled with texts and patterns. Some were about the station's history, some were notes left by passing travelers, and others were research insights casually written by an unknown scholar. Chen Lin read through them one by one. You read the inscription of the spring water station and gained a wealth of shallow knowledge about magic. You read the inscription of the spring water station and gained a wealth of shallow knowledge about magic. You read the inscription of the spring water station and gained a wealth of shallow knowledge about magic. System notifications kept popping up. The station was not large, but the magical knowledge in the inscriptions and murals was indeed abundant, roughly equivalent to half the collection of the novice village's library. Moreover, this knowledge was not scattered, but systematic. There were geographical records about this area, the history of the spring water station's establishment, and records of nearby mineral veins and herb distributions. These were all treasures. Chen Lin gathered his strength and read all the inscriptions he could. After finishing the hall, he turned toward the backyard. The backyard was small, containing only a well and a low house. The well's mouth was covered in moss, yet the water remained clear, shimmering faintly under the moonlight. The door of the low house was slightly ajar, and upon pushing it open, a wave of warm steam rushed out. Inside was a natural hot spring. The pool was not large, the water was clear to the bottom, with a faint white mist floating on the surface, and among the mist tiny lights flickered. The bottom of the pool was covered with smooth, misty forest spring special environment. After soaking, you can fully restore your state and have a chance to permanently increase your attributes. Chen Lin removed his equipment and stepped into the hot spring. The warm spring water covered his ankles, knees, and waist, finally reaching his chest, an unparalleled sensation of comfort sweeping over his entire body. This was unlike any hot spring in the real world. This was genuine, containing extraordinary power. He could feel the energy in the spring water permeating his skin, flowing through his limbs and bones. The exhaustion of an entire day's battles, the depletion of mental energy, and the soreness of his muscles were all washed away at this moment. You bathed in the misty forest spring, fully restoring your state. Chen Lin leaned against the edge of the pool, gazing up at the night sky. The canopy of the forest formed an irregular circle above him, revealing a patch of deep blue sky. The stars were brighter than any he had ever seen in the real world. He recalled the scene of his first arrival at the spring water station in his past life. At that time, he had followed the main group and spent a full 10 days to clear the road. By the time he reached the station, it was already late at night, and those who were exhausted had logged off to rest while the remaining players gathered together to chat. Some spoke of the past, some about the future, and others cursed the guilds that refused to exert themselves. He stood among the crowd, watching others scramble for the equipment dropped by the one-eyed giant, while he got nothing. Now he sat here alone. You absorbed the spiritual essence from the hot spring Spirit 5. As the system notification popped up, the spiritual light in the hot spring noticeably dimmed. The floating lights became sparse, and the white mist on the water's surface faded significantly. The pioneers faced many unknowns and challenges, but they also earned the most precious rewards. Later players followed the maps explored by their predecessors, walking on cleared paths, and when tired, could directly log off and rest in the safe zone. The difficulty was clearly lower, and as time went on, the difficulty decreased even further. By the mid-game, even a level 0 new character could run from the novice village to the big city without injury starting there. Who is superior, the pioneers or the later players? It depends on the individual. Some enjoy the thrill of pioneering and the exclusive rewards, while others prefer a relaxed gaming experience and a stable growth path. There is no right or wrong, only choices. Chen Lin closed his eyes. He chose to forge ahead. On a new day, Chen Lin logged in at the Clear Spring Station. The morning light streamed through the broken windows into the hall, casting a faint glow on the walls engraved with inscriptions. He checked his equipment and supplies, confirming that everything was in order before pushing the door open and stepping outside. The road behind was much easier to traverse than yesterday. As he continued forward, he could even see a roadbed made of crushed stones and neatly arranged road stakes on either side. However, Chen Lin became more cautious. He did not walk on the road itself, but rather kept a distance of several dozen meters from the outer edge, carefully following the direction of the road. He dared not expose himself on the open pathway. This was the most dangerous area along the entire apprentice road. Clop clop. The sound of hooves echoed. Chen Lin immediately halted, slipping behind a thicket of bushes while commanding the surrounding skeletal servants to enter stealth mode. The sounds grew nearer. Soon a troop of cavalry appeared on the road. 4 or 5 knights in half-plate armor rode tall steeds, pulling several beast carcasses on a makeshift cart. These beasts were massive, at least of level 15 or higher, yet at this moment they lay piled up on the cart like dead dogs. Corrupted servants, level 15, when knights rescue them from ignorance, they choose to follow wholeheartedly. When the knights fall, they too descend into corruption. Chen Lin held his breath. These were humanoid monsters. In terms of statistics, they might be slightly weaker than beasts of the same level. But they possessed intelligence, understood cooperation, knew tactics, could flee when at a disadvantage, and were adept at calling for help in times of danger. If they spotted him, it wouldn't just be these few. The night squad passed close to Chen Lin's hiding spot, the nearest being less than 20 meters away. He could even see the details of the sun motifs on their armor. The sound of hooves gradually faded. Chen Lin waited for a full 5 minutes, confirming there were no follow-up troops, before stepping out from the bushes. He glanced at the direction the knights had gone and continued forward. This was the heart of the dense forest which should be home to the strongest monsters. However, due to the knight's regular patrols and clearing efforts, there were hardly any beasts around. Chen Lin moved quickly, almost jogging. He planned to make a long trek during the day, directly bypassing this outpost, then re-enter the depths of the forest at night to rest after adventuring in the wild. This was a calculated risk. The knight's patrol routes were predictable, active during the day and retreating at night. As long as he crossed their active area before dark, it would be safer at night than during the day. Chen Lin quickened his pace. After walking for about 2 hours, the trees on either side of the road became sparser, replaced by large patches of low bushes and grasslands. His field of vision widened significantly, but this also meant it would be easier to be discovered. Chen Lin became more cautious, stopping periodically to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, caw! A sharp eagle's call rang from above. Chen Lin looked up in surprise. A hawk was circling above his head. Its wings spread wide, casting a moving shadow below. His heart raced. This was the reconnaissance eagle of the knights. Without hesitation, Chen Lin cast the spell Shadow Exchange, instantly disappearing and swapping positions with the farthest skeletal thief. Almost simultaneously, the spot where he had just stood was struck by an arrow, dirt flying. More eagles shrieked as they converged from all directions. From deep within the forest came the barking of hunting dogs, growing closer and more frantic. He was being targeted. Retreat. Chen Lin made a quick decision. Taking advantage of the fact that he had not yet delved deep into the knight's territory, he directly retreated back into the forest, using the terrain to shake off his pursuers and make further plans. He summoned a skeletal thief to rush back in the direction he came from. He maintained his original direction. As the skeletal thief ran out of the range of his mental control, he cast Shadow Exchange again, swapping positions with the thief. One exchange took him back over 100 meters. Then he sent out a second skeletal thief, who dashed to the side. Swap. A third one dashed off in another direction. Swap. Chen Lin's figure flickered in the forest, appearing at different positions each time. Behind him, the barking of the hunting dogs grew increasingly chaotic. They had lost their target and didn't know which direction to pursue. But his speed was still not fast enough. Whoosh! An arrow shot from behind, accurately hitting a running skeletal thief. The skeletal thief was instantly slain, turning into fragments. Chen Lin turned to look. A knight completely encased in armor adorned with sun patterns, not a hint of flesh visible through the seams, charged out from the forest, riding a skeletal war horse that emitted a ghostly blue flame. He held a longbow in his hand, the bowstring still vibrating. Behind him followed about 10 knight attendants. Dark Knight, level 24 elite. To uphold their creed, the enlightened knights pay the price of everything to ensure the persistence of their beliefs. Dark Knight, level 24 elite. To uphold their creed, the enlightened knights pay the price of everything to ensure the persistence of their beliefs. But he didn't need to win. He just needed to escape. Chen Lin turned around, raising a hand to point. Summoning lights flickered to life. 3 skeletal giants appeared out of thin air, fanned out in front of the enlightened knight. 5 skeletal warriors followed closely behind, raising shields in formation. 3 skeletal archers leapt onto the high branches of trees, drawing their bows tightly. A skeletal priest at the back raised a bone staff, casting blessings upon the front line. Finally, 3 skeletal thieves entered stealth mode, disappearing into the shadows. The 15 summoned beings were instantly in position. Quick battle, quick resolution. They wouldn't run far behind him. Chen Lin halted the phantom of the silent monument appearing behind him. He seemed to be on high alert, yet he already had a strategy in mind. The skeletal thieves were flanking from the side. As soon as he found a suitable opportunity for one to approach the enlightened knight, he would immediately use Shadow Exchange to attempt a lethal strike with the charged Shadow Scythe. A level 24 elite could still be instantly killed if all their soul energy was expended. Chen Lin took a deep breath, focusing his mental energy. The vibrations of the silent monument swept across the area. The Dark Knight suddenly pulled on the reins. The skeletal warhorse reared its front hooves high, letting out a neigh and stopping less than 30 meters from Chen Lin. The knight sat upright on the horse's head, encased in an iron helmet, staring intently at the phantom of the silent monument beside Chen Lin. Behind him, a corrupted servant failed to react in time and continued to charge forward. The enlightened knight shot an arrow in a swift motion. Whoosh! The arrow flew past the ear of that servant, embedding itself in a tree trunk behind the arrow's tail, still buzzing with vibration. The cost of recklessness was laid bare. All the corrupted servants simultaneously halted, standing still, too afraid to move. Chen Lin was also taken aback. What was happening? The Dark Knight dismounted, the clanking of his heavy armor echoing sharply in the quiet forest. He took a few steps forward, yet stopped again, his helmet-encased head still fixated on the silent monument. He stretched out a hand, seemingly wanting to touch something, but then withdrew it. Chen Lin watched this scene, feeling a speculation arise. Was it because of the silent monument? He hesitated for a moment. With the Dark Knight delaying him like this, it would be difficult to escape later. Rather than being chased until exhausted, it would be better to see if there was a chance to resolve the issue through negotiation. However, in his past life, he had never heard of any precedents for negotiations with the Dark Knight Order. These knights had a terrible reputation among players killing on sight without asking for reasons. Countless players attempting to walk the apprentice path had perished under their arrows. Chen Lin slowly exhaled. He signaled the skeletal servants beside him to part, and then took a few steps closer to the Dark Knight. The phantom of the silent monument behind him remained intact. Whatever. No one had ever had the profession of the final chronicle keeper in his past life. Chen Lin approached step by step, crossing the scattered skeletal servants, and passing by the silent, decaying attendants, finally standing before the Dark Knight. There was less than a two-step distance between them, and he could clearly see every scratch and dent on the armor of his opponent. The Dark Knight finally moved. He gazed at the unmarked monument's phantom beside Chen Lin, remaining silent for a few seconds. Then he clenched his right fist, placed it on his chest, and performed a formal, knightly salute to Chen Lin. Chen Lin was slightly taken aback. He then returned a mage's gesture, placing his right hand on his chest and nodding slightly. The Dark Knight turned, grasping the reins of the skeletal horse. He took 2 steps, then turned back, patting the saddle and looking at Chen Lin. Was this an invitation for me to mount? Chen Lin pondered for a moment. Since a decision had been made, he would see it through to the end. He raised his hand to disperse most of the skeletal servants, leaving only a few skeletal thieves who had activated their stealth lingering at the edge of his mental control. Then decisively he mounted the skeletal horse. The Dark Knight held the reins, leading Chen Lin along the path forward. The surrounding decaying attendants grew in number. Chen Lin noticed several individuals in simple clothing with whistles around their necks and wearing hard gloves who were beast-taming attendants. It was their trained hawks and hunting dogs that had detected him. A few more Dark Knights converged from a distance. They glanced at the phantom of the unmarked monument beside Chen Lin, remaining silent, only circling around him on horseback. Some rode ahead, some followed behind, and others flanked on both sides. It resembled an escort, almost like a convoy. Chen Lin sat upon the horse, beginning to reflect. He realized he had been a bit overconfident. He admitted to making a mistake, daring to traverse the territory of the intelligent monsters while clad in stealth gear, believing he could evade all risks through shifting and skeletal thieves. After all, he was not a thief by profession. A stealth was merely a supplementary means, not his core capability. He had been too bold. Yet Chen Lin did not sink into regret. He simply recounted the skills and supplies at his disposal in his mind, calmly contemplating the various situations he might face next. Everyone makes mistakes. The key lies in how one handles the aftermath. As he pondered, the road came to an end. A large clearing emerged in the dense forest ahead, revealing the campsite was not large, but was built very neatly. The wooden walls stood 3 meters high, tapering to a point at the top, with a watchtower every 10 meters. The main gate was made of heavy ironwood engraved with a sun motif. Chasing Faith Camp, the gate slowly opened. Within, rows upon rows of Dark Knights stood. They were neatly arranged in the central clearing of the campsite, at least dozens of them. Their armor gleamed with metallic luster under the sunlight, long spears like a forest and banners fluttering in the wind. Goodness! Could it be that all the Dark Knights have returned? The skeletal horse trod through ghostly fire into the camp, and the knights on either side automatically parted to make a path. Chen Lin could feel dozens of gazes upon him, or more accurately upon the phantom of the unmarked monument beside him. In the center of the camp, a figure stepped forward. The man stood nearly 2 meters tall, his armor heavier and more intricate than that of the other knights, with a sun emblem carved into the shoulder armor and golden patterns embedded in the breastplate. He held a lance over 5 meters long, its tip gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Dark Knight Commander, level 36 boss. Chen Lin's eyelid twitched. Several Dark Knights approached, holding swords, spears, and bows, respectfully presenting them to Chen Lin. Chen Lin glanced at the weapons, then at the commander before him, then at the surrounding silent knights. Is this a challenge? Huh. His expression was beginning to strain. You mean a level 9 Necromancer is to duel a level 36 melee boss? That would indeed take courage. Chen Lin took a deep breath to calm himself. I am a mage, he spoke, his voice particularly clear in the quiet camp. Please allow me to prepare. A silence ensued. No one objected. The commander stood silently and placed the lance in his hand, unmoving. The surrounding knights made no move, simply watching him quietly. Chen Lin took this as an implicit agreement. He dismounted from the horse and walked to the center of the clearing. Raising his hand, the summoning light began to shine from him in succession. A skeletal giant 4.5 meters tall stood up, and Chen Lin sat within the giant's bony chest cavity, feeling a sense of safety. The skeletal giant at level 10 had not grown much in size compared to before, but the density and strength of its bones had clearly increased a tier. The sturdy skeleton was covered in naturally formed bone armor with bone spurs extending outward at the joints. A second light appeared, and 2 skeletal warriors emerged. They did not fight separately, but walked directly toward the skeletal giant, their bodies transforming into flowing bone liquid merging into the giant's form. One became armor. The bone armor on the skeletal giant became heavier with intricate patterns emerging on the surface. Another became a weapon. A massive bone sword coalesced in the skeletal giant's right hand, the blade longer than Chen Lin himself. A third light appeared, and a skeletal thief emerged. It too merged into the giant. The skeletal giant's form did not change significantly, but Chen Lin could sense its newfound agility. The sense of clumsiness disappeared, replaced by an agility that belied its size. A fourth light appeared, and a skeletal archer merged in. The skeletal giant's left arm grew slightly thicker, with several arrow-like patterns appearing on the bone armor. No other significant changes were apparent, but Chen Lin knew this meant it had gained the ability for ranged attacks. Bone Guardian, level 15 elite Chen Lin, did not pause. Behind him 5 lights shone in succession. 5 skeletal priests appeared simultaneously and then fused with one another. Their bones intertwined, ultimately forming a skeletal priest whose shape remained largely unchanged, but with 4 half-skulls stacked atop its cranial structure. It looked as if it wore a tall hat. The skeletal priest raised its staff. Resilience, speed, recovery, shield, sharpness. A series of blessing lights fell onto the Bone Guardian, each one enhancing its aura. Chen Lin could feel that these blessings combined provided an effect far surpassing that of a single priest's enhancement. The surrounding knights quietly watched him as he gradually armed himself. No one urged him, no one spoke. They simply watched, observing this level 9 Necromancer calmly arraying, summoning, merging, and enhancing before the level 36 boss. Finally, Chen Lin raised his hand. The phantom of the Jialong monument appeared behind him, and an invisible wave swept over the entire area. This time, however, the range of the wave expanded, covering both the Bone Guardian and the Dark Knight commander across from him. The commander's head suddenly lifted. He seemed quite surprised, astonished that Chen Lin was willing to share the enhancement. Chen Lin sat within the chest cavity of the Bone Guardian, on a seat woven from ribs, looking through the gaps in the ribs at the tall figure across from him, feeling quite calm. The reason the knights treated him with such respect and courtesy was precisely because of the unmarked monument he held. Since that was the case, it was better to demonstrate his sincerity. The Bone Guardian stepped forward, its right hand bone sword resting on the ground, its left hand on its chest. It performed a knightly salute to the Dark Knight commander. In the center of the camp, the Bone Guardian confronted the Dark Knight. The ground was so quiet that one could hear the sound of the wind rustling the banners. Surrounding knights stood motionless, their gazes fixed on the two figures. No one moved first. Then the Bone Guardian's left arm suddenly lifted. 3 bone arrows shot forth from the arm guard, forming a triangular pattern as they flew towards the Dark Knight's face. At the same time, 3 lurking figures emerged behind the Bone Guardian, their bone blades thrusting towards the Dark Knight's back and waist from 3 different angles. The Dark Knight made his move. His lance quivered slightly, the tip tracing a tiny arc in the air. Clang, clang, clang. 3 bone arrows were simultaneously deflected, their trajectories as precise as if measured by a ruler. He didn't even turn around. The butt of his spear swung around, blocking all 3 attacks from the skeleton thieves behind him. Chen Lin's expression sharpened. Shadow step. The Bone Guardian's figure vanished from its original spot, appearing behind the Dark Knight. The massive sword swung down with a whoosh charged with power capable of splitting a stone block in half. The Dark Knight sidestepped the giant sword narrowly, missing his shoulder armor, creating a deep gap. He did not give Chen Lin a moment's respite. The lance thrust forward, aiming directly at the chest of the Bone Guardian, the position where Chen Lin's true body resided. Shadow step. Chen Lin exchanged positions once again with the lurking skeleton thief in the distance. A scythe glowing with soul light remained in place, its blade clashing against the Dark Knight's lance. When the clash of soul light and metal sparked a shower of sparks. Both sides exchanged blows, momentarily locked in a stalemate. But Chen Lin's brow furrowed. Something was amiss. Very amiss. A level 15 apprentice should not be able to hold their ground against a level 36 veteran boss. This was not a gap that could be bridged by skill. The difference in levels was too great, and the gap in ranks even larger. Even with the enhancement of the Jialong Wazibi, even with the fusion strength of the Bone Guardian, it was impossible to directly confront a level 36 opponent. Unless Chen Lin reevaluated the clash between the two. No, it couldn't be called a clash. It couldn't even be termed a duel, nor a competition. It felt more like a guidance. In an instant, Chen Lin's perception shifted. He felt a pair of warm, substantial hands gently grasping the sword-wielding hand of the Bone Guardian. When the colossal sword guided by that hand suddenly became light as a feather, the blade sliding past the lance that was thrusting towards him, effortlessly deflecting it upwards. This strike was simple and unadorned, lacking any flashy effects or enhancements, but the timing and positioning were exquisite. Chen Lin, situated within the chest of the Bone Guardian, felt like a mere spectator. He could sense the presence of that hand, feel someone fighting through his own. It was not manipulation nor control, but teaching. A wise elder was using this battle to impart some lesson to him. The giant sword swept out once more this time. The force was not great, but the angle was cunning, forcing the Dark Knight to take a half step back. The lance thrust came, but it was deflected by the side of the giant's sword. The lance swept across, and the Bone Guardian ducked with the giant sword rising from below. Each move was simple and unadorned. There were no elaborate skills, no dazzling effects. Only the most fundamental actions: slash, chop, sweep, stab, block, parry, dodge, turn. Yet every action was executed perfectly, each offense and defense fitting together seamlessly. Chen Lin was entranced. As a necromancer, the best cosplayer of the entire era, he possessed a senior level of skill, even within the warrior profession. He could execute all these moves perhaps even better than all current warrior players at this stage. But it was precisely because he had some level of skill that he could discern the profound mastery contained within these seemingly simple moves. This was legendary martial arts. At that moment, presented in this manner, he suddenly understood something. Fundamentals. Simplifying complex techniques from high levels to a point where they can be used by ordinary practitioners is not mediocrity, but a form of perfection. When techniques are simplified to their most basic level, they no longer rely on talent, bloodlines, or special opportunities. Anyone can learn, anyone can use them. Ding. You have comprehended the universal breathing technique. Universal breathing technique, passive: 1 constitution, 1 strength, 1 agility per level. Attribute correction in progress. You gain 9 strength, 9 constitution, 9 agility. But that's not all. You have grasped the specialization mysterious power. Mysterious power passive. Your strength attribute is equivalent to additional spell power. You have grasped the specialization foundation of wisdom. Foundation of wisdom passive: 1 spirit and 1 intelligence for every 5 points of constitution. Chen Lin's eyes brightened. Strength turns into spell power. This means his melee capabilities are no longer mere decoration. The damage of the Shadow Scythe will simultaneously benefit from both intelligence and strength. Meanwhile, the foundation of wisdom ensures that constitution is not just a tank attribute. For every 5 points of constitution, he gains an additional point of spirit and intelligence. The combination of these two specializations significantly enhances his attribute efficiency. One last clash. The Bone Guardian's giant sword collided with the Dark Knight's lance for the final time, producing a dull metallic sound. The Dark Knight's figure was already extremely faint. He stood there, his transparent outline nearly dissipating under the sunlight. With the lance propped against the ground, the golden patterns on his armor had lost their luster, even the sun banner had become blurred. Yet he remained upright. The Dark Knight performed a knightly salute to Chen Lin, his right fist placed upon his chest, bowing slightly. Then his figure completely vanished, turning into specks of light. On the ground, only a golden badge with a sun pattern remained. Chen Lin dismissed, all his minions falling back to the ground from the chest of the Bone Guardian. Once he steadied himself, he placed his right hand on his chest and lowered his head. This was not a mage's gesture, nor a player's etiquette. It was a gesture of respect from one person to another. The surrounding Dark Knights all bowed their heads in unison, performing a knightly salute to him. Then they transformed into beams of light, merging into the badge in his hand. The camp fell silent. Sheeming badge purple effect can transform skeleton warriors into Dark Knights. Limit of 300. Break ignorance, enlighten. With light, Chen Lin stood up and picked up the badge. The wind blew through the empty camp, the banners still fluttering and the bowstrings on the arrow towers still trembling slightly. But those silent figures had already vanished. The chase offering camp has been cleared. This area has been transformed into a safe zone. Chen Lin stood in the center of the camp, looking down at the badge in his palm. The sun pattern gleamed with a warm glow under the sunlight. He suddenly recalled Metatron's words. Live well at all costs. Live like a coward, like a deserter. Yet some people never flee. Truly worthy of the legacy of Metatron, one of the 10 most mysterious figures from my past life, the profession of the final scribe is indeed powerful. Chen Lin couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the empty camp after putting away the Qiming emblem. With no attribute bonuses and no combat skills, even as a support profession, the stats of the final scribe are exceedingly low. Yet the engraved marks and the hidden benefits they bring are astonishing. The Jialong unmarked steel directly raises the level of all summoned beings by 1, granting a kick towards elevation, and also actively enhances combat skills. Not to mention that he is regarded as Jialong's successor with a potion master's belt, the shepherd's staff, and the Qiming emblem. The respect of the natives for Jialong translates into his own benefits. These are not things that can be measured by numbers. Chen Lin withdrew his thoughts and turned to walk towards the barracks. Although the most valuable rewards were already in hand, he still needed to loot what he could. The interior of the barracks was very tidy. The wooden floor was spotless, the beds were neatly made, weapons were arranged by size on the racks, and armor was categorized and hung on the walls. This place felt less like a stronghold for monsters, and more like a barracks that could be inhabited at any time. Chen Lin walked to the nearest wall where a row of long swords was hanging. This place felt less like a stronghold for monsters, and more like a barracks that could be inhabited at any time. Chen Lin walked to. These were not mere decorations, but special runes used by combat professions to enhance their weapons. He activated his reading skill. You have read the battle rune notes of the Qiming Knights, gaining a small amount of mage knowledge. With the system prompt appearing, Chen Lin furrowed his brow slightly. These battle runes belong to combat professions and are entirely different from the rune systems of mages. He could read them, but it felt ambiguous, with many parts completely beyond his understanding. He set the long sword down and turned to the next piece of equipment. A breastplate densely engraved with intricate lines. He continued to read. You have read the battle rune notes of the Qiming Knights, gaining a small amount of mage knowledge. Then came the helmet, shoulder pads, arm guards, and battle boots. Each piece of equipment bore different battle runes, some enhancing defense, some increasing strength, and others boost. Some runes Chen Lin could understand quite well, while others he could only grasp a bit, and some completely eluded him. Yet the system prompts kept appearing. Knowledge was increasing, although each time it was just a small amount, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Chen Lin shook his head as he read, feeling it was a bit of a waste. The runes engraved on these weapons and armor were meant for combat professions, and if a combat profession were to read them, they could probably gain considerable battle techniques. In the hands of a mage like him, they could only be converted into knowledge, which felt somewhat wasteful. But it was better than having nothing. He continued to read. After finishing the equipment on the wall, he read those on the rack. After finishing those on the rack, he read the items in the boxes. The treasures in this barracks exceeded his expectations. The Qiming Knights seemed to have a tradition of collecting old equipment ranging from decades-old armor to the latest lances, encompassing a wide variety. When he read the 47th piece of equipment, a different system prompt appeared. Your specialty bone armor has been upgraded to enhanced bone armor. Enhanced bone armor passive, all skeletal summons gain 30 points of armor. Chen Lin was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a smile. A pleasant surprise. The bone armor originally only granted 5 points of armor to summons, which was acceptable in the novice village, but as he began his journey as an apprentice, that value became almost negligible. Now increased to 30, it was finally keeping up with the version. 30 points of armor at this stage was no small number. A level 5 white breastplate only adds 15 points of defense, while 30 points of armor equates to the defensive power of 2 pieces of armor. He continued reading. After more than an hour of reading, he finally stopped when he finished the last piece of equipment. The time was 3 in the afternoon. He walked out of the barracks, standing in the central clearing of the camp, looking up at the position of the sun. There were still 3 to 4 hours before dark. This timing was awkward. Moving forward meant spending the night in the wild. Stopping felt like a waste of time. Chen Lin returned to the main seat in the big tent, spread out the map, and contemplated the next course of action. There was one last stronghold left on the apprentice's path, the Flesh and Blood Outpost. It was a genuine, complete outpost with walls, gates, and arrow towers. Inside were piled flesh beasts ranging from several to over a dozen levels, which would respawn after a period of time upon death, making them a persistent nuisance. Fortunately, the location of that outpost was already on the edge of the dense forest, and the level of surrounding wandering monsters had dropped, unlike the elite monsters near the pursuing camp, which often boasted levels in the 20s and 30s. If I were to follow the original plan, I should take a long detour and spend an extra day to avoid it. After all, it was too much to ask an amateur-level mage to attack a stronghold. Chen Lin leaned back in his seat, rubbing the decorations on the armrest, and suddenly froze. No. The most powerful force in the entire dense forest, the Dark Knights, was now under his command. He was now the strongest in the forest. What if he spent the night in the wild? The monsters should be the ones fleeing. What if it was an outpost? It was they who would fight to the death to resist. He suddenly stood up, raising his hand to cast necromantic summoning. A ghostly light surged from the emblem, coalescing in the clearing of the camp into the figures of knights. These knights were clad in silver-gray armor, mounted on skeletal horses, with ghostly blue flames burning in their eyes. There were no words, no expressions, only synchronized movements. 1, 2, 3. Until the 15th. Dark Knight, level 20 elite. Chen Lin raised an eyebrow slightly. Based on his enhancement of skeletons, he could summon a level 9 skeleton. Transforming the skeletal warrior into a Dark Knight raised its level to 19. With the passive effect of the Jialong unmarked steely, all summoned beings gained an additional level. Level 20. With his left foot on his right, a level 9 amateur necromancer summoned a level 20 elite. The 15 Dark Knights lined up before Chen Lin simultaneously, kneeling on one knee, their right hand on their chests, bowing their heads in salute. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, and the sound of armor clashing was particularly crisp in the quiet camp. Chen Lin stood up looking at this small cavalry unit before him. Gather all the corrupted servants. He issued the command. The knights obeyed, mounting their horses and scattering to various parts of the camp. No longer silent, the sounds of horns, commands, and hoofbeats rang out together. In no time, orderly hoofbeats could be heard outside the camp gate. The first batch of corrupted servants they were the patrols left by the knights around the camp, those beast-taming attendant scouts, and low-tier members responsible for daily patrols. In life, they were members of the Chiming Knights, and in death, they still maintained the habits and discipline of their former lives. The second and third batches soon followed. Chen Lin stood before the big tent watching this team gradually grow in size. By 4 in the afternoon, hundreds of corrupted servants had gathered in the camp. They were different from the Dark Knights, with levels varying from 10 to 15. Their equipment was also not uniform. Some wore leather armor, some chainmail, and a few donned half-plate armor. But they shared a common trait: silence. No one whispered to each other, nor did anyone look around. Everyone was quietly waiting for orders. Chen Lin stood on the steps of the big tent surveying this team. 15 Dark Knights and hundreds of corrupted servants. That was enough. He raised his hand, pointing towards the direction of the flesh and blood outpost on the map. Let's go. The morning sun rose from the ridge, its golden rays piercing through the mist of the dense forest, illuminating the orderly formation of the troops in the valley. Chen Lin rode atop a skeletal horse with a shadowy knight leading it by the reins. Beside him, 14 shadowy knights and hundreds of corrupted attendants clustered around, their armor gleaming coldly in the morning light. The troop was eerily silent, with only the sound of hooves crunching on the gravel road and the banners flapping in the wind. He gazed ahead. In the center of the valley, a complete watchtower stood tall between two hills. The stone walls reached a height of 8 meters with an arrow tower at each end. The city gate, made of iron and wood, bore a carved insignia, though it had been eroded by time and was barely legible. Yet there were no soldiers guarding the walls. Only pools of fleshly monsters barely resembling human forms crawled slowly between the battlements. Their bodies constantly morphed, sometimes coalescing into human shapes, other times collapsing into puddles of slime. Thick viscous liquid dripped from the walls, forming dark red streams on the ground. They emitted deep muffled growls. The sound was not one of anger or threat, but rather of pain. A suffering that had persisted for an unknown number of years, one that could not be escaped. Blood flesh beasts, level 515, Chen Lin furrowed his brows. How should he fight? He was not a commander skilled in military tactics, but merely a mage. Yet he understood one fundamental truth: in a siege, as long as the defenders were resolute, even poorly trained civilians could inflict significant casualties on a well-equipped regular army. And the blood-flesh beasts before him were devoid of reason, unafraid of death, and could not retreat. They would fight until the very last moment, if they even had the concept of battle. Chen Lin remained silent for a few seconds. Then he abandoned his thoughts. To hell with it, the advantage is mine. He raised his hand, and 5 summoning lights illuminated before him simultaneously. 5 skeletal giants appeared and began to merge. Bones intertwined, restructured, and expanded. In just a few seconds, a 12-meter skeletal giant rose from the ground. Its head even surpassed the height of the city walls. The skeletal priest raised his staff, and blessings of light cascaded down upon the skeletal giant. Strength, speed, regeneration, shield. The armor on the giant grew thicker, and the bone spikes at its joints became sharper. The skeletal giant took its first step. With the first step, the ground trembled. With the second step, its speed increased. With the third step, it began to break into a run. It grew faster, its heavy footsteps leaving deep imprints on the grass, as the 12-meter white skeletal frame charged toward the city walls with unstoppable momentum. The blood-flesh beasts atop the arrow towers finally reacted. Puffed, puffed. Several blood arrows tainted with corrosive liquid shot from the towers and struck the skeletal giant. The liquid sizzled on the white bones, corroding shallow pits. But to the 12-meter giant, this damage was no different from a mosquito bite. It didn't even slow down. Bang! The skeletal giant charged straight into the city walls without dodging. The stone walls crumbled before that immense force as cracks spread from the point of impact, the entire section of the wall concaving inward before collapsing with a thunderous roar. The ironwood gate was shattered into pieces, flying into the city and crushing several blood-flesh beasts writhing behind the gate. A massive breach appeared in the city wall. All troops advance. Chen Lin pointed forward. Hundreds of corrupted attendants rushed into the breach first. They did not charge in formation like regular cavalry, but spread out in groups of 3 or 5, using spears and swords to surround and kill the blood-flesh beasts within the city. 13 shadowy knights followed closely behind. They did not engage in the melee, but instead cleared a space within the city for Chen Lin, creating a safe passage. Accompanied by the shadowy knights, Chen Lin slowly entered the city. The scene inside was even more brutal than outside. The blood-flesh beasts were grotesque. Some crawled along the ground with only half a torso, some melted against the walls like dripping candles, while others curled up in corners, twitching incessantly. But when they sensed the presence of a living person, they would spring up like activated mechanisms, leaping toward the nearest creature. Bang! A blood-flesh beast suddenly lunged from the shadows of a rooftop, resembling a mass of rotting flesh as it pounced at Chen Lin. It had no fixed form and already dissolved into a mass of tendrils in midair, countless fleshy appendages stretching in all directions. The shadowy knight holding the reins reacted swiftly, sweeping with his spear to knock the blood-flesh beast away. But Chen Lin was faster. The shadow reaper behind him flickered, and the dark blade sliced through the body of the blood-flesh beast. 99.99, you have harvested 472 points of soul energy. The blood-flesh beast hadn't even landed before dissipating into white light in midair. Chen Lin was taken aback. Instant kill. He looked down at the attribute panel of the shadow reaper. There was no charging, no trigger for the killing strike. It was just a regular slash that instantly killed a level 10 monster. This is unreasonable. Clear a path, Chen Lin said to the shadowy knights beside him. Let a few in. The knights hesitated for a moment, but still obeyed the command. They opened a gap, and 3 blood-flesh beasts dashed through. The shadow reaper swung again. 1 slash instant kill. You have harvested 511 points of soul energy. 2 slashes instant kill. You have harvested 624 points of soul energy. 3 slashes instant kill. You have harvested 527 points of soul energy. Chen Lin watched as the 3 blood-flesh beasts transformed into white light and dissipated deep in thought. The troops steadily advanced within the watchtower. Chen Lin did not rush toward the center, but cleared the way using the shadow reaper to harvest every blood-flesh beast he encountered. Each swing of the blade summoned a rise of white light. Each soul harvested filled the shadow reaper with energy. The knight attendants only needed to drive the blood-flesh beasts toward him, leaving the rest to the scythe. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Lin arrived at the center of the watchtower. It was a bottomless blood pool. The blood pool had a diameter of over 20 meters, filled with dark red blackish liquid that continuously bubbled. With each bubble that burst, a pungent smell of blood spread through the air. As the knight attendants slaughtered in other parts of the watchtower, the blood pool began to churn, with one newly born blood-flesh beast after another crawling out drenched and emitting cries reminiscent of a newborn's wails. Chen Lin stood at the edge of the blood pool, watching those freshly born blood-flesh beasts. They were even more malformed than their counterparts inside the city, some merely being masses of flesh that squirmed while others barely had 4 limbs, but could not distinguish front from back. Once they crawled out of the blood pool, they immediately lunged at Chen Lin. The shadow reaper swept across. White light surged. Soul energy poured in. As time passed, he noticed that the number of blood-flesh beasts inside the city was decreasing at a visible rate, not because the knight attendants were killing quickly, but because they did not resurrect after dying as they had in his past life. The dissipating white light did not recondense, but completely vanished. Chen Lin closed his eyes, feeling the soul energy within the shadow reaper rapidly growing. The soul energy provided by these blood-flesh beasts was several times more than that of ordinary monsters of the same level. No, it was even more than the holy beetles he had killed in the pond. He recalled the anguished growls emitted by the blood-flesh beasts. Perhaps the souls within these blood-flesh beasts were yearning for liberation. Chen Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. He was unsure if his speculation was correct. But since the Shadow Reaper could kill in one strike and gather energy, then let it grind. Under the escort of the shadowy knights, Chen Lin stood at the edge of the blood pool, wielding the Shadow Reaper, harvesting the blood-flesh beasts crawling out of the blood pool one slash after another. The newly born monsters did not even have time to comprehend this world before being taken away by the scythe. You have harvested 327 points of soul energy. You have harvested 493 points of soul energy. The soul energy quickly surpassed 100,000. The last evolution of the Shadow Reaper occurred at 100,000 soul energy, and he wondered how much it would take this time. Chen Lin mechanically swung the scythe one slash after another tirelessly. Gradually, he noticed that the number of blood-flesh beasts crawling out of the blood pool was dwindling. From initially dozens in a minute to one every few minutes, and finally it took over 10 minutes for just one small weak blood-flesh beast to crawl out. The blood-flesh beasts that had their souls harvested by the Shadow Reaper would not resurrect. When the last blood-flesh beast was harvested by Chen Lin, the blood pool suddenly fell silent. The churning surface of the liquid calmed, no more bubbles rising, and the pungent smell of blood began to dissipate. The dark red water gradually became clear, revealing the bottom of the pool, which was covered in white bones. Then a powerful suction emanated from the bottom of the blood pool. Chen Lin hardly had time to react before being pulled into the pool by that force. His body passed through the clear water layer, through the layers of white bones, sinking deeper and deeper, In his final moments of consciousness, he saw a door at the bottom of the blood pool. Give it back. Return my soul to me. In that voice was immense and cacophonous. Hundreds of voices overlapping, male and female, young and old, reverberating endlessly within the confined space. Give it back. Return my soul to me. In that voice was immense and cacophonous. Hundreds of voices overlapping, male and female, young and old, reverberating endlessly within the confined space. Runes of binding from the necromantic school, which he recognized instantly. He raised his hand, attempting necromantic summoning. And you are in a foreign realm. Summoning is unavailable. Chen Lin lowered his hand, unruffled. He swiftly deduced two things. First, he had entered this place with his true physical body, not merely his consciousness trapped in an illusion. The vertiginous plunge into the blood pool, the tactile chill of the stone beneath his soles, the thick coppery stench of blood in the air, all were undeniably, irrefutably real. Second, this place had somehow been classified by the system as a safe zone. And he glanced at his interface. The logout button glowed faintly. And that was intriguing. Chen Lin did not rush to log out. Behind him, the shadow scythe slowly extended, its obsidian blade nearly invisible in the gloom save for the faint, ghostly white motes of souls shimmering along its edge. He stepped forward. And the corridor was short. After roughly 3 minutes of walking, he reached its end, a wide, open doorway through which warm amber light spilled. Chen Lin crossed the threshold. And beyond lay a vast circular plaza, its dome vanishing into unfathomable heights, its walls hewn from raw, jagged rock. Scattered across the plaza were bizarre instruments, iron-framed beds bound with leather straps and buckles, glass vessels filled with suspended organs, metallic frameworks hung with hooks and chains. It was impossible to tell whether they were instruments of torture or tools of arcane research. At the plaza's center rose a mountain of flesh, a thing no longer describable as living. It resembled a grotesque, colossal collage. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of bodies crudely sutured together, arms, legs, torsos, heads densely layered into a writhing mass. Hands protruded from its flanks, grasping blindly at empty air, and faces were embedded in its surface. Eyes tightly shut, mouths slightly agape, as if frozen in silent, eternal screams. Most unsettling were the eyes. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, scattered without order across its bulk, some lodged at knee level, others on shoulders, still others embedded in the palms of stitched-together limbs. Some eyes were wide open, others half-closed, still more mere hollow sockets. Nas Chen Lin stepped inside, every single eye swiveled in unison. Dozens, hundreds, of gazes converged upon him. Engraved Soul Butcher, level 29 raid boss in health. Chen Lin's pupils contracted ever so slightly. 2.4 million health. An impossible. Nat level 29, and a class-tiered profession. How could anyone inflate their vitality to such an absurd magnitude? You despicable necromancer. And the Grave Soul Butcher roared again, the hundredfold chorus shaking dust from the vaulted ceiling. Return my soul, now. And the cry reverberated across the plaza, drumming against Chen Lin's eardrums. But that very roar revealed its nature to him. Chen Lin sneered. And aren't you a necromancer yourself? And this monstrosity possessed no mouth. Its voice emanated from the rudimentary necromantic skill, psychic shriek, taught to novices. The mountainous mass shuddered violently. And no. Nit's voice sharpened, splintered further. Hundreds of voices shrieking in frantic, discordant unison. I am not some filthy, rotting wretch. I am an artist. An artist. The flesh mountain trembled and rotated slightly, revealing on its flank a particularly refined creation. A girl's upper torso, delicate and beautiful, grafted onto the trunk of a beast, her limbs replaced by chitinous insectal legs. Behold, how magnificent is my masterpiece. And the Grave Soul Butcher's tone turned rapturous, its countless eyes swiveled toward the figure, gleaming with feverish adoration. Perfect proportion, harmonious structure, the sublime unity of life and death. Nit launched into an ecstatic monologue, praising each suture's precision, each muscle selection, the arrangement of limbs, the method of soul binding. It even forgot to demand Chen Lin surrender his soul. And Chen Lin listened in silence, his judgment crystallizing. This creature had succumbed to spiritual corruption. Nas, a former Grandmaster Deer Mage, he recognized the signs instantly. In life, or rather before this abomination took form, it had almost certainly been a necromancer. Perhaps a forbidden ritual went awry. Perhaps its own nature led it here. Its soul had shattered, its consciousness fractured, its obsession hardened into immutable fixation. And such beings were profoundly obsessive, and once their fixation was identified, they became not only vulnerable, but potentially exploitable. What utter nonsense is this so-called masterpiece? Chen Lin did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, pointing directly at the Grave Soul Butcher, his voice dripping with contempt. Haphazard limb-stitching devoid of aesthetic coherence. You cannot even command your own souls. You rely solely on the crude binding of your original corpse, daring to call this art. For a breath the plaza fell utterly silent. And what do you know? And the grave soul butcher erupted in fury, the hundredfold shriek piercing Chen Lin's eardrums like needles. Limbs across its surface thrashed wildly, arms flailing, legs kicking, as if boiling in a cauldron. Then immense psychic pressure descended from above, pressing down upon Chen Lin's skull, tangible as stone, crushing as a mountain, threatening to pulverize him into dust. And you, a mere novice, what authority do you have to judge me? Chen Lin did not yield. Instead, his confidence deepened. He stood rigid, unbending beneath the weight. Does such an abomination even warrant critique? His voice, though quiet, cut cleanly through the thunderous din. As for authority, I, a novice dear mage, could surpass you effortlessly. The pressure vanished instantly. The grave soul butcher froze. Naviri I ceased its rotation, every limb locked mid-motion. Impossible. Nit's voice faltered, no longer roaring but murmuring inwardly. Absolutely impossible. May I? Chen Lin interrupted. Shall we test it? The grave soul butcher remained silent for a long while. Nit's eyes slowly turned, gazing at one another, as if holding a wordless collective deliberation. Very well. For the first time the hundredfold voices coalesced into perfect harmony. Very well. Nit repeated, its tone now alight with fervor. You begin. Start now. I shall shatter your pitiful toy into dust. Chen Lin spread his hands. I don't know how yet. The grave soul butcher's limbs stirred restlessly once more. Also, Chen Lin added calmly, grant me access to the external network. The creature's demeanor shifted again, its eyes beginning to glow crimson. But Chen Lin gave it no chance to erupt. Surpassing your grotesque form requires no practice. Even a beginner's attempt would suffice. The plaza fell silent once more. The grave soul butcher stared, its myriad eyes unblinking. Then it laughed, a laugh born of rage so profound it inverted into mirth. Hundreds of throats emitted that shrill, grating sound, echoing relentlessly across the plaza. Its limbs clawed frantically at itself, fingers gouging deep into flesh, tearing open ragged wounds. Nit ripped open its own chest and abdomen. Stitched skin peeled back to reveal a dense, pulsing tangle of organs, heart, lungs, intestines, crowded together, beating at an unnatural, arrhythmic pace. From the deepest recesses a black crystal emerged, expelled with a wet, guttural sound. So, you are simply ignorant and thus fearless. Nit's voice dropped low. For the first time the hundredfold voices merged into a single weary timbre, like the sigh of an ancient man. Once you learn, you will understand the depth of your arrogance. I shall devour your soul, and bury it at the lowest stratum. Nit's voice faded softer now, one by one its eyes began to close. For 10,000 years. Desecration of life skill. Affect a skill that uses life and corpses as raw materials to corrupt, splice, and twist, thereby creating abominable creations that all forms of life cannot tolerate. Requirement: cognitive level reaches scholar. He exerted a slight force with his fingertips and crushed the. At the moment the crystal shattered, countless cruel pieces of knowledge surged into his mind. Those pieces of knowledge were cold, precise, and devoid of emotion, dissecting the essence of life, like a scalpel, breaking it down into bones, muscles, blood, and nerves, then reassembling them in a twisted manner. Chen Lin closed his eyes, digesting this knowledge. You have obtained the connection permission to the nest away from the mundane world. As the system prompt appeared, Chen Lin felt a faint spatial connection. That nest should be the lair of the soul-collecting butcher, a place where he could safely conduct his research. But he didn't have time to concern himself with that now. He raised his hand, and 5 beams of summoning light lit up simultaneously. 5 skeletal giants appeared in the square, and then began to fuse. Bones intertwined, reconfigured, and expanded, and in just a few seconds a skeletal giant spirit rose from the ground. Chen Lin looked at this giant spirit and sighed lightly. I didn't expect to return to my old profession so soon in this life. Under his control, the skeletal giant spirit lowered its limbs and knelt down. Then, desecration of life. Chen Lin's hands glimmered with a ghostly light, and that light extended like threads wrapping around the bones of the skeletal giant spirit. He began to dismantle and reconstruct. The first to be modified were the limbs. Human-like hands and feet were transformed into a structure resembling an elephant's. The bones thickened and broadened, the joints were redesigned, and the originally slender phalanges were cast into pillar-like sawls. The skeletal giant spirit's form gradually became shorter, transforming from a standing humanoid into a quadrupedal beast. Chen Lin occasionally summoned a few skeletal servants, dismantling materials from them to supplement the skeletal giant spirit. If a rib was not thick enough, he would fuse 3 into 1. If a piece of bone armor was not thick enough, he would stack 5 layers into 1. The modifications continued. The appearance of the skeletal giant spirit changed bit by bit. The previous sense of the remains of an unknown being gradually faded away, replaced by a cold, precise mechanical feel. Every bone was reshaped, and every joint was redesigned not to mimic a certain creature, but to perform a specific function. It no longer resembled a mere corpse. It resembled a skeletal war machine. The soul-collecting butcher had been watching all along. All the scattered eyeballs were now focused on the skeletal giant spirit, unblinking. Its massive flesh body trembled, slightly unsure whether from rage or shock. Humph. It finally couldn't help but speak, its voice tinged with obvious disdain. It's just a pretty but useless toy. The limbs are stiff and bulky, lacking claws to attack or speed to run. The body is both heavy and flat. What do you use to attack? It's not even qualified to be a meat shield. Chen Lin did not turn around. He was fully focused on constructing a module exuding the demeanor of a master from his past life. That calmness was not feigned, it was a confidence grounded in countless practices, failures, and improvements. Don't rush, he said, his tone as flat as if discussing a trivial matter. Watch carefully, learn well. He raised his hand, summoning a skeletal archer. Instead of joining the battle, it walked directly toward the skeletal giant spirit, merging into the left side of its flat and broad body. The bones began to regrow, extending a module from behind the giant spirit's left shoulder, with 6 sturdy bone tubes arranged in a circular formation, extending forward from the module. Then came the second skeletal archer, followed by the third and fourth. The spine of the skeletal giant spirit opened outward, revealing an internal cavity, and the bones inside began to grow. A 2-meter-long, 2-finger-thick bone spear extended from the spine, its surface smooth and sharp at the tip. It slid forward along the prelaid meridians, being filled into one of the 6 bone tubes. Crack! The bone tube rotated, locking the bone spear into the firing position. Then came the second, third, and fourth. Soon the 6 bone tubes in the left module were all filled. Chen Lin did not pause. He continued summoning skeletal archers and constructed the same module on the right side of the skeletal giant spirit. 6 bone tubes, 6 bone spears. 1 set on each side. Desecration Beast, Level 19 Desecration Creation. Health 12,000. Armor 35. Skill Bone Spear Projection. Completion. Chen Lin clapped his hands and turned to look at the soul-collecting butcher. That massive mound of flesh had completely stiffened. All the eyeballs were wide open and all limbs were frozen in midair. Its consciousness, pieced together from hundreds of souls, fell into chaos at that moment. You judge for yourself, Chen Lin said, his tone as flat as if asking about the weather today. How does my creation compare to yours? Impossible. The soul-collecting butcher murmured, and at that moment thousands of voices merged into a single tone, filled with disbelief. Impossible. Its obsession would not allow it to admit failure. But the difference was stark. On one side was a chaotic, meaningless pile of flesh that even the soul could not control, and on the other side was a precise, efficient war machine where every bone had its function. The superiority was obvious. Then the eyes of the soul-collecting butcher lit up. All the eyeballs shone simultaneously, and that light was neither rage nor shock, but greed. I understand now. It suddenly let out a loud roar, its voice filled with unmistakable joy. As long as I merge with it, I will be perfect. And you? Those eyeballs converged back onto Chen Lin. As long as I merge with your soul, I can become as smart as you. Its body began to tremble violently, those stitched limbs struggling frantically, wanting to break free from the mound of flesh. It wanted to stand up, rush toward Chen Lin, and devour everything about him. I knew it. Chen Lin shook his head, his tone devoid of surprise or helplessness, only a calmness of as expected. The desecration beast beside him moved. The left bone tube rotated and aimed. Whoosh! A bone spear shot out, moving at incredible speed, leaving a white afterimage in the air. The bone spear accurately pinned the foot the soul-collecting butcher used to move, nailing it to the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more bone spears shot out, pinning the other 2 feet of the soul-collecting butcher. Then came the 4th, 5th, 6th. Those bone spears shot out one after another, unending. These bone spears, which would feel heavy even for ordinary knights, were like ammunition from a crossbow in front of the desecration beast's projection module, firing off one after another without pause. The soul-collecting butcher was pinned to the ground, struggling madly. Its stitched limbs flailed wildly, trying to pull out the bone spears from its body. But for every one it pulled out, 2 new ones would shoot in. Chen Lin stepped closer to it. He walked past the scattered torture devices, past the broken research equipment, and past the limbs nailed to the ground by bone spears. His steps were steady, neither fast nor slow, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Chen Lin had now reached in front of it. He extended his hand and probed into the chest cavity of the soul-collecting butcher, which he had torn open. His 5 fingers closed, grasping in the air. The soul-collecting butcher sensed something. Those eyeballs no longer looked at the desecration beast, all turned toward Chen Lin. Its struggles became more intense, and the limbs on the surface of the mound of flesh began to scratch the ground frantically, wanting to drag the pinned body. No. Its voice changed, no longer a roar or a shout, but a tremulous tone that was almost pleading. You can't do this. You promised me we agreed to achieve immortality together. Within the flesh and blood, countless souls surged shrieking. They expressed long suffering and the joy of liberation. Don't rush, it will be over soon. As Chen Lin moved, a scythe radiating with white soul light was slowly drawn from the flesh. The scythe fell. In the moment of the white light explosion, the massive mound of flesh collapsed suddenly like a deflated balloon. The stitched limbs fell one by one, the embedded eyeballs rolling off the surface. Those body parts that once belonged to different individuals turned to ashes upon losing their bindings. The entire process was eerily quiet, devoid of screams or struggles, only the faint rustling sound of flesh disintegrating. You have successfully slain the Soul Reaper, level 29 Lord Boss. Your experience points have reached the current level cap. Although it was merely an experience card, during this brief moment the soul energy accumulated by the Shadow Scythe reached 1 million. Your skill Shadow Scythe has evolved. Shadow Scythe effect: gain a Shadow Scythe that inflicts soul damage equal to 3 times your mental attribute with each swing. Traits: Reaping: when the Shadow Scythe delivers the final blow, it reaps the target's soul burn. Each attack can consume souls to deal additional soul damage. Execution: when delivering the final blow, it ignores the monster's second form or resurrection abilities, executing directly. When enough souls are harvested, the skill levels up. Chen Lin had heard a saying: mechanisms will yield to higher mechanisms, and the Shadow Scythe, skill obtained through serendipity, clearly stood atop the hierarchy of mechanisms. At this point the flesh had completely evaporated, leaving only a nearly 30-centimeter-long massive key. Nest of Peace: far from the mundane world type oddity. Pseudo effect contains an independent space with boundless utility, a faraway, unescapable, a failed product. Chen Lin bent down to pick up the key. It felt cool to the touch, as if carved from the bones of some creature. The surface of the key was engraved with intricate patterns, neither words nor runes, but more like a miniature map. The moment he grasped it, the authority over the entire space fell into his hands. He could sense the existence of that independent space, roughly the size of a village. Inside it was empty. There was nothing, but it could store items, hide servants, and even allow him to construct. He could also envelop enemies within the territory he set up, just like the Soul Reaper. More importantly, that space was isolated from the outside world. Unless the holder of the key actively opened it, no one could enter. With a thought, Chen Lin felt his body lighten, and the scenery before him shifted. He had returned from that underground plaza to the edge of the blood pool. He looked up to see 10 shadow knights and hundreds of corrupted servants, all drawing their weapons, their spears aimed straight, swords drawn. Those servants who had remained silent, obedient, and loyal now had burning azure flames in their eyes, their hatred unmistakable. But their focus was not on Chen Lin, but on the blasphemous war beast. That war machine, with its limbs on the ground, clad in bone armor, and bearing a bone spear launcher, lay quietly beside Chen Lin. Its eye sockets held no flames, only pure darkness, yet its very presence was enough to stir the enmity of all undead beings. Wait! Chen Lin quickly raised his hand, forcibly suppressing the servant's impulse to attack through mental connection. It is not a blasphemous creature made of living beings. It is a war construct formed from summoned skeletons. As these words left his mouth, the mental resistance of the surrounding servants visibly weakened. The raised spears lowered slightly, and the drawn swords were slowly sheathed. In their place was a sense of confusion. They were discerning, sensing, confirming the truth of Chen Lin's words. Chen Lin commanded the blasphemous war beast to stand. The war machine slowly turned in response to his command, exposing its chest armor to reveal its internal structure. There was no flesh, no organs, only layers upon layers of white bones. Rib bones, finger bones, toe bones, vertebrae. Each bone came from summoned skeletal servants, reshaped, spliced, and assembled through the art of blaspheming life. Its skeleton comes from summoned entities, its energy derives from my mana. Chen Lin paused. It has no soul. It is merely a machine shaped into a form for war. The hostility of the servants dissipated entirely. A few shadow knights sheathed their weapons and approached, curiously inspecting the blasphemous war beast. They reached out, touching the cold bone armor, and bones confirming everything Chen Lin had said. Chen Lin let out a sigh of relief. The blasphemous creations of life are enemies to all living beings, and undead alike. Even if his servants possessed only basic spirituality, they too held extreme enmity towards blasphemous entities. If his own servants felt this way, one could only imagine how the intelligent natives would react. Fortunately, what he had created was not a traditional blasphemous entity. This was a war machine developed by players in his past life, crafted through the blasphemy of life, made with summoned materials, and designed with mechanical engineering as its framework. The technique is that of blaspheming life, yet the core path is entirely different. The natives of the previous epoch followed a path of individual prowess and alchemical creations. A single strong individual could destroy cities and nations, while a single alchemical creation could alter the course of war. In contrast, he was pursuing the path of collective industrial development pioneered by players of this epoch. Every component can be standardized, every module mass-produced, and each war machine can be operated by it. Even so, you truly are not suited to be displayed before others. Chen Lin raised the key in his hand. With a thought, the form of the blasphemous war beast began to twist and shrink, transforming into a wisp of shadow that melded into the key. The blasphemous war beast has been stored in the nest of peace. He turned around to face the servants who were watching. 13 shadow knights and hundreds of corrupted servants stood quietly in place, awaiting his next command. Chen Lin understood that as the owner of blasphemous life, he needed to make a statement. I swear. Chen Lin raised his right hand, his voice calm and solemn. I will never use life and its remains as materials, and I will never create blasphemous entities. The oath has been recorded. The moment the system notification popped up, Chen Lin felt something descend upon him. It was intangible and visible, but he knew it was there. In this world of extraordinary powers, oaths cannot be taken lightly. The more important the individual, the stronger the power of the oath. An amateur player of level 9 can swear casually and break those oaths without consequence. No one would care if they were uttered in vain. But a record keeper is different. This profession is inherently related to recording and witnessing. The words of a record keeper carry responsibility. Once the oath was made, the doubts of the surrounding servants were finally laid to rest. The shadow knights knelt on one knee, their right hands on their chests, bowing their heads. They were atoning for their earlier offenses. Chen Lin stepped forward, helping each of the knights to their feet. Only those who can uphold their convictions can be called knights. He looked into their eyes, or rather into the azure flames within their eye sockets. You chose to follow me because you have your own judgments. How could I resent you for possessing independent wisdom and not blindly following me? The knights stood up and stepped aside. Chen Lin turned to face the corrupted servants. It was time to deal with them. As the guardian monsters on the apprentice's path, the activity limits of the knight's servants ended here. They were bound to this area and could not leave. If he did nothing, they would continue to wander in this dense forest, waiting for the next passing adventurer. But this recent gain offered him another choice. Chen Lin turned the key in his hand, opening the doors of the nest of peace to their fullest extent. The entrance to that independent space appeared beside him like a door made of light. Join me and fight for me. The corrupted servants fell silent for a moment. Then they bowed to Chen Lin. Not the knight's salute, but a more ancient, simpler bow of respect. That was the etiquette of servants towards their master. One by one they entered through the luminous door, disappearing into the independent space. As the last knight's servant's figure vanished into the light, Chen Lin pocketed the key and turned to look at the watchtower. Everything had been dealt with. He casually picked up a piece of bone inscribed with mysterious patterns from the ground and cast the reading spell. You have mastered the knowledge inscribed upon it, but cannot gain mage knowledge from it. What a pity. He tossed the bone aside. The knowledge in this watchtower was all derivative of blaspheming life. Having already mastered the core techniques of blaspheming life, he could no longer derive anything new from these remnants. He couldn't be bothered to waste time on detrimental actions, as destroying these traces would benefit him in no way. Chen Lin mounted his skeletal horse. Let's go. He urged the horse towards the exit of the watchtower. Today we reach the main city and complete the apprentice's path. The Bloodflesh watchtower was the last challenge. After this, a smooth path lay ahead. The skeletal horse, treading on azure ghost flames, carried him through the collapsed gates of the watchtower. Behind him, 13 shadow knights formed 2 lines guarding his flanks. The sound of hooves was orderly and muffled, echoing through the dense forest. The path ahead grew wider, and the trees became sparser. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the gravel road. The sun sank in the west. The clouds on the horizon were stained a golden red, their light spreading across the vast plain. Chen Lin rode swiftly with 13 shadowy knights forming 2 lines behind him, their hooves pounding on the gravel road, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ahead, the outline of a city grew increasingly clear. The city walls towered majestically, built entirely of grayish-white stones, glimmering with a warm sheen under the setting sun. Atop the city walls, an arrow tower stood every 50 meters, flags fluttering in the evening breeze. The city gates were tall and wide enough for 4 horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side, with a sculpted open book and a standing longsword engraved on the lintel, symbols of knowledge and power. Chen Lin pulled on the reins, and the skeletal horse beneath him came to a halt. He looked up at the city gate and let out a long breath. 3 days. It had been a full 3 days since departing from Jialong Town. traversing dense forests, crossing valleys, circling through the territories of monsters single-handedly, slaying the Cyclopes, clashing with the Shadow Knights, infiltrating the Blood Meat Outpost, and exterminating the Soul Burial Butcher. Finally, he had arrived. You have arrived at the City of Wisdom. You have completed the path of the apprentice. Calculating. Evaluation significantly increased. Completion time. Player arrived on the 6th day. Evaluation significantly increased. Evaluation significantly increased. Overcoming difficulties. Clear Spring Post-Night Territory. Blood Meat Outpost. Evaluation significantly increased. Evaluation significantly increased. Final rating. Legendary. Chen Lin felt a rush of spirit. Legendary. In his past life, the highest rating was held by a Special Forces king from reality. He started as a rogue, relying on no team, tracking clues, surviving in the wilderness, evading monsters, battling bosses, never entering a safe zone, and completing the path of the apprentice all on his own. The final evaluation was only master level, 2 tiers lower than legendary. That Special Forces king might have done even better, but he completed it a month and a half after the game launched. The pioneers had already done the groundwork, and even if the Special Forces king chose the most primitive path, he still benefited. Chen Lin understood that the most important factor for his legendary rating was completing it on the 6th day after the launch. This was the direct reward for seizing time from the very beginning, wasting not a moment. Step fast, and every step quickens. Evaluation complete. Distributing rewards. Your maximum health 500, maximum mana 500, all attributes 10. You have received the title Pioneer. Pioneer title experience gain 30. And for every level above the 2nd place you gain an additional 5 experience. You may make a reasonable request to the governor. You have gained 1 point of legendary status. The moment the system prompt fell, Chen Lin felt a warm energy surge from deep within his body, spreading through his limbs. The limits of his health and mana visibly skyrocketed, with each attribute increasing by 10 points, equivalent to having freely gained over 6 levels of attribute points. The effect of the Pioneer title was crucial for him to maintain his lead in levels. With a 30 constant experience bonus combined with additional bonuses from being ahead in levels, the gap would only widen. Boom. The city gates slowly opened. This was no ordinary opening. As the gates swung outward, a team of knights marched out from within. Their armor was silver white with red feathers adorning their helmets and the city's emblem engraved on their breastplates. They stood at attention on either side, flanking the red carpet, their long spears held upright, the flags at their tips gently fluttering in the evening breeze. The red carpet stretched from the city gate all the way to in front of Chen Lin. Majestic and stirring music played, not the system's background music, but real melodies. Chen Lin looked towards the sound, seeing a full band standing inside the city gate. The musicians, dressed in formal attire, focused on performing the welcoming tune. The brass instruments blared, the strings were melodious, and the drums kept a steady beat. At the end of the music and the procession, 2 figures stood at the forefront. One was a tall noble dressed in elaborate attire, his features handsome hair, meticulously styled, the emblem on his chest glinting in the sunset. Beside him stood a middle-aged man dressed as a bureaucrat, wearing a dark robe and holding a scroll of parchment. The noble spoke first. Welcome to the City of Wisdom, Celindia Pioneer. He bowed to Chen Lin, his right hand on his chest, nodding slightly, his movements impeccable. I am Count Holman of the court. This is Officer Wilder from the City Hall. Chen Lin dismounted and returned a magician's salute. The gesture was small but standard, his right hand pressed lightly against his chest, bowing his head slightly. Count Holman revealed a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Truly the pioneer surpassed the rest, and had his own poise. His tone became a bit more cordial. Your arrival has broken the silence of the past, bringing the spring breeze of revival to this city. To commemorate your achievements, the Empire has decided to bestow upon you the title of Baron. The attendants behind him stepped forward in line, each holding a velvet-covered tray. On the tray lay a short sword, a seal, and a neatly folded set of formal attire. The short sword's scabbard was silver, engraved with the city's emblem. The seal was made of copper with Chen Lin's name inscribed on the bottom. The formal attire was deep blue, with silver patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs. Chen Lin accepted these gifts and nodded slightly. Thank you for the Empire's grace. You have become a Baron of the Empire. You have gained the following rights: free entry and exit to most areas of the main city, the ability to mobilize a small number of city guards, issue commission tasks, and enjoy priority when purchasing properties in the city. He quickly glanced at the description on the attributes panel. The rights of a Baron's title were considerable, but the most practical were the first 2: free entry and the ability to mobilize guards. In his past life, the top 3 players who completed the path of the apprentice received the title of Lord, while the top 30 received the title of Knight. In this life, due to his legendary rating, he directly skipped a rank and received the title of Baron. This was the difference. Once the title was conferred, Count Holman's stern expression faded, replaced by a gentle smile. To celebrate the city's revival, Marquis Thornbird will host a ball 3 days from now. He took out a gilded invitation from his pocket and handed it to Chen Lin. We hope our great contributor can attend. Chen Lin took the invitation, glancing at it. His name and title were neatly inscribed, the handwriting beautiful. Of course, he closed the invitation. It would be my honor. The officer Wilder stepped forward, producing a page of a contract from his sleeve and presenting it to Chen Lin with both hands. To thank you for your contributions, the City Hall has decided to grant you a property in the Upper District. You may go there to rest at any time. Chen Lin accepted the contract, which detailed the property's location: Upper District No. 7, Wudong Street. Count Holman smiled and gestured, inviting him. Pioneer, please get in the carriage. Let us escort you. The carriage was very quiet. Count Holman leaned back in his seat, resting with his eyes closed. The clerk Wild bowed his head and flipped through the parchment in his hands. Chen Lin sat opposite, his gaze fixed on the flowing street scenery outside. Streetlights flickered by one after another, casting moving shadows of orange light within the carriage. My lord, Count Chen Lin suddenly spoke, please take me to the vocational academy. Count Holman opened his eyes. Now, he asked. At this time, the instructors at the academy have already finished work. Chen Lin replied, I believe my identity as a pioneer is sufficient to persuade the instructors to stay late. Chen Lin explained, rather than enjoy the wealth I have acquired, I prefer to pursue the power I have yet to attain. As expected of a pioneer, you possess such awareness already. The Count nodded. He said nothing more, merely leaning forward to knock on the front wall of the carriage. The coachman immediately adjusted the direction, the wheels rolling around a corner, heading onto another street. Power is everything. Count Holman returned to his seat, looking at Chen Lin with a calm tone. Go chase your future while it has yet to fade away. The carriage stopped before a wide, tree-lined avenue. At the end of the road, a solemn stone archway stood in the twilight behind, which was an expansive square surrounded by several buildings of various styles: the Mage Tower, the Warrior Training Grounds, and the Shadow Guild. Chen Lin pushed open the carriage door and stepped down. Count Holman did not exit, but leaned out of the window, waving at him. The carriage turned around and slowly disappeared at the end of the tree-lined avenue. Chen Lin turned and walked towards the archway. The square was empty. At this time, the apprentices had already finished their day's classes and returned to their respective residences. Only a few magical lights still illuminated the surroundings of the square, casting a cold glow. Just as he reached the archway, a side door opened. An elderly man dressed in a deep blue mage robe stepped out from inside. His hair was gray, his beard neatly trimmed, and he wore round-framed glasses on his face. His pace was slow, but each step was steady, the hem of his robe gently fluttering in the evening breeze. He was the Mage Dean Aurelian. Pioneer Aurelian nodded slightly, a gentle smile on his face. I received word from the municipal hall that I apologize for the disturbance, Dean. Chen Lin returned to courtesy. No disturbance at all. The Dean stepped aside, gesturing for him to follow. Please come with me. He guided Chen Lin across the square towards the tallest building on the left. It was a 5-story stone tower, octagonal in shape, with protruding windows on each level. A massive crystal ball was embedded at the top of the tower, emitting a soft blue light in the night. The two entered the tower, ascending the spiral staircase. The staircase was spacious, with a magical light embedded in the wall, every few steps casting a warm and gentle glow. Finally, the people at the municipal hall have done something good. The dean said as he walked, you are the first adventurer to complete the apprentice path. They should treat you with the best care. They provided me with a house. Chen Lin replied. In the Upper District? Number 7 Wudong Lane. The dean whistled. A good place. Many nobles or wealthy merchants wish to buy it, but the municipal hall has held on to it. As they conversed, they soon reached the 4th floor. The dean pushed open a heavy wooden door, revealing a spacious office. Against the wall was a row of bookshelves filled with various tomes and scrolls. In the center was a large desk with several open books and a tea set spread across it. Please sit. The dean pointed to a chair opposite the desk, while he took a seat behind the desk. Chen Lin sat down. The dean took a crystal ball from the drawer and placed it on the desk. The crystal ball was not large, about the size of a fist, with a faint mist of light swirling within. Are you ready? The dean asked with a smile. I can't wait to witness the birth of the first adventurer of the apprentice. Chen Lin looked at the crystal ball and suddenly asked, do I need to pay tuition? The dean paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Rather than take your money, he chuckled and shook his head. I would much prefer to seek reimbursement from those stingy folks at the municipal hall. You are their benefactor. This expense should be borne by them. He placed his hand on the crystal ball, and the mist of light within began to spin faster, emitting an increasingly bright glow. Place your hand here. Chen Lin extended his hand, pressing his palm against the crystal ball. The mist of light instantly enveloped him, leveling up. Warm energy surged from the crystal ball into his palm, flowing through his arm and into his whole body. The sensation was similar to soaking in a hot spring at the Clear Spring Inn, but deeper and more enduring. The energy seeped into his muscles, bones, and blood, wandering through every corner of his body, then settling down. Ding. Your rank has been raised to Apprentice. Health 200, mana 200, all attributes 5. Your level has been raised to level 10. Your base health 40, base mana 60, agility 2, spirit 8. You have gained 3 free attribute points. You have comprehended the specialty basic spellcasting passive, all spell mana consumption 10. As the first player to be promoted to the Apprentice rank, your title as Pioneer has been enhanced. Pioneer title experience gain 40. And for each level above the second player, you gain an additional 5 experience. Chen Lin opened his eyes. The mist of light within the crystal ball had calmed, returning to stillness. He looked down at his hands. There were no visible changes, but he could feel a much stronger power surging within him than before. The amateur advancement to Apprentice was the first promotion for players, and also the simplest among all advancements. The attribute improvements were limited, and there were not many new skills. But this was just the beginning. Do you wish to use the accumulated experience to raise your level to 1471? With each rank advancement, the experience required for leveling up would significantly increase. The experience Chen Lin had stored along the way was enough for 20 players to level from 0 to 9 at 100, but at the apprentice rank, it was still insufficient to level up 5 times. Chen Lin chose no. He had other plans for this experience. The dean retracted the crystal ball and took out several thin booklets from the drawer, sliding them across to Chen Lin. Let me also teach you the skills of the Necromancer apprentice. This way you won't need to make another trip. He lightly tapped his staff, and the booklets turned into specks of light, dissipating. You have learned the skill Summon Wraith. You have learned the skill Bone Shield. You have learned the skill Necromantic Ray. You have comprehended the specialty Skeleton Manipulation. You have learned the skill Soul Summon. Soul Summon cooldown of 3 minutes, consumes 50 mana points. Summon a level 9 soul to fight for you. The soul is immune to physical damage, but takes double damage from magic. You have learned the skill Bone Shield. Bone Shield cooldown of 1 minute, consumes 70 mana points. Summon bones to form armor around you, providing 15 points of armor for 10 minutes. You have learned the skill Necrotic Beam. Necrotic Beam, channel necrotic energy into a beam, dealing 60 base damage, intelligence 1. 5 damage with a casting distance of 30 meters. You have comprehended the specialty Skeleton Manipulation. Skeleton Manipulation specialty, gain an additional skeleton minion limit for each level. Chen Lin confirmed one by one. These are the core skills of an apprentice necromancer. Soul Summon compensates for the ability to counter physical immune units. Bone Shield addresses survival issues, and Necrotic Beam is the first proper single-target damage skill. Moreover, Skeleton Manipulation directly increases the limit on the number of minions, meaning his army scale can be further expanded. The dean suddenly stopped his movements, a look of astonishment on his face. You have actually learned Bone Enhancement Reading Technique and Imprinting Technique. He stared at Chen Lin, his gaze shifting from surprise to scrutiny. Even your cognitive level has risen to scholar. Chen Lin did not avoid his gaze. Without these, I wouldn't have come this far. The dean fell silent for a few seconds before smiling. Truly worthy of the pioneer. He turned to take a thicker tome from the bookshelf behind him and handed it to Chen Lin. Then I will give you this as well, so you don't have to make a special trip again. Chen Lin took the tome and opened the cover. Your skill Necromantic Summon has been completed. You can now summon Skeleton Mage's apprentice rank. Chen Lin's lips curled slightly. Skeleton Mage. A ranged magic output. This has always been a missing piece in his lineup, and now it is finally filled. Now his attributes are as follows. Name Tion E. Level 10 0 100. Profession Necromancer Apprentice. Auxiliary Profession End of Days Scribe. Imprint Michael Geelong's Unwritten Monument. Health 1740 1740. Base Health 1200. Constitution 15. Mana 1800 1800. Base Mana 1100. Spirit 10. Attributes Constitution 36, Strength 33, Agility 43, Spirit 70, Intelligence 70. Specialties Bone Enhancement Directional Summon General Breathing Technique Mysterious Power Foundation of Wisdom. Skills Necromantic Summon Shadow Scythe Shifting Shadows Giant Skeleton Synthesis Clears Spring Resonance. A normal upgraded player at this time would have a total attribute of 130, while Chen Lin's total attributes have reached 252, nearly exceeding twice that. He closed the tome, stood up, and bowed to the dean. Thank you, Dean. The dean waved his hand, leaning back in his chair with a satisfied smile. No need to thank me. You have come this far by your own efforts. I have only done my duty. It is also thanks to you, Chen Lin said. It was just a small effort. The dean chuckled, nodding. Go now, Pioneer. Your journey is still. Chen Lin turned and left the office, descended the spiral staircase, crossed the empty plaza, and walked out of the stone archway. The streetlights along the tree-lined path were still on. He looked up at the sky. The stars were more numerous and brighter than what he had seen at the Clear Spring Inn. Against the skyline above the city walls, he could vaguely see the outlines of distant mountains. At this moment, the final system prompt sounded. As the first player to advance to the apprentice rank, a server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Chen Lin for becoming the first player to advance to the apprentice rank, rewarded with reputation 500, title pioneer upgraded. The level leaderboard has been opened. At this time it was already night. Some players were just beginning their journey, while others had played for a day and were preparing to rest. At this moment the world announcement rang out, immediately causing a stir on the forum. However, the discussion was not about Chen Lin's advancement to apprentice, but rather how he managed to advance to apprentice. So there is a world announcement for advancing to apprentice. I thought the great Chen Lin had already advanced long ago, right? Creating such a stir on the third day of opening, I thought he would be level 9 by then, able to reach level 10 on the fourth day. Still a great one. I think he is just average. Players on the leaderboard are all level 9, and the fastest few streamers can complete their proof quests tonight. What is a proof quest? Some uninformed players took the opportunity to inquire. It is to prove to the mentor that one's level is sufficient and that they should go to the big city to learn more systematic knowledge. This quest is quite troublesome. If Chen Lin is alone, it would indeed be difficult. Perhaps there are other more challenging requirements for advancement. Nonsense. Streamers have already investigated, and to advance to apprentice, one only needs to go to the professional academy in the big city and pay a silver coin as tuition. Oh, then why is he so slow? Who knows, the first god created by the era, will he also be the first? At this point Chen Lin had already logged off, eating a midnight snack while opening the forum. The forum homepage had been flooded with various analysis and discussion posts. The pinned posts had striking titles. Chen Lin advances to apprentice, a milestone or a turning point. Level leaderboard open. Chen Lin level 10-0, second place, level 948. From leading ahead to being caught up, what has Chen Lin experienced in these 3 days? Changing attitudes of major clubs toward Chen Lin, from fanatic support to cautious observation. He clicked on the level leaderboard post and glanced through it. First place, Chen Lin level 10-0. Second place, Wan level 948. Third place, Penguin Sword Dance Under Heaven level 941. Fourth place, Pili Sorcerer level 939. Fifth place, Magic City Night Rain Sound Trouble level 937. After finishing his midnight snack and taking a shower, Chen Lin prepared to rest. Yet countless people were fixated on this simple leaderboard, meticulously analyzing any information within. The leaderboard only displayed the top 100, but among these 100 all but Chen Lin were level 9, with the lowest having at least 12 experience. The leaders of major clubs became excited as their core members being nurtured were not far behind Chen Lin. Whether demanding overtime, incentivizing with bonuses, or concentrating resources, the core idea was to bring Chen Lin down from his pedestal and allow their club members to ascend to the top of the leaderboard. At the same time, they also contemplated whether their fervent pursuit of Chen Lin was merely due to his mystery, and now that the mysterious aura had faded, whether the treatment they offered was worth it. Many clubs secretly retracted their previous public invitations, while others that did not retract significantly lowered their offers. Sir, your black tea. A beautiful girl dressed in a black and white maid outfit softly said, placing a steaming cup of tea on the coffee table in front of Chen Lin. Chen Lin leaned against the soft, exquisite chair, his expression slightly dazed. He had thought that the town hall would only provide an ordinary house. At most it would be a standalone apartment, maybe 2 or 3 stories with a small yard. Having a place to stay in the upper town would be quite satisfactory. Who could have imagined it turned out to be a luxurious villa covering over 1,000 square meters? The high-ceilinged living room was adorned with a crystal chandelier, the lights soft and bright. The walls were covered with pale golden wallpaper, and the floor was laid with thick wool carpets. Pushing open the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, outside was a neatly trimmed garden with a blue swimming pool at its center. The second floor housed the master bedroom and guest rooms, each with its own bathroom and walk-in closet. The third floor was a spacious library filled with bookshelves already crammed with books. Although most were leisure novels and travelogues, they were enough to surprise anyone. Even more extravagant was the fact that the town hall had provided him with staff. A silver-haired, well-mannered butler was responsible for managing the daily affairs of the entire residence. There was also a chef dedicated to preparing his meals. The girl in the black and white maid outfit before him was his personal maid, responsible for taking care of his daily needs. Downstairs there were 3 maids in charge of cleaning and miscellaneous tasks. The butler had just taken him on a tour of the residence, and at every stop corresponding servants would bow to him. That feeling of being served made him, a person used to living in a rented room, feel quite uncomfortable. Number 7, Wudong Street. This name sounds ordinary, but it is located in the upper town of Celindia, the most prosperous and central area of the entire city of Wisdom. The neighbors around were either wealthy merchants or powerful nobles, with the least among them being a knight with land holdings. A 3-story luxurious villa with an independent garden, swimming pool, and library, along with 5 servants situated in the core area of the city. The value contained within it could probably rival that of a courtyard in the inner ring of the imperial capital in the real world. Chen Lin picked up the black tea and took a gentle sip. The tea was rich and thick with a hint of fruity aroma. He recalled a book he had read in his past life which told of a soldier named Yang Shi under Liu Bang, the founder of the Han dynasty. During the Battle of Gaixiaoxiang, Yu committed suicide and his corpse was fought over by Han soldiers. Yang Shi managed to grab a leg of Xiang Yu, and thus was granted the title of Marquis of Qichuan with 190 households as his fief. This title was passed down for 10 generations, lasting until the Eastern Han dynasty. An ordinary soldier, just because he grabbed a piece of the overlord's corpse, changed the fate of his entire family. His current situation was somewhat similar to Yang Zai's. In 3 days he had traveled from Jialong town to Celindia, single-handedly killing a Cyclopes, subduing the Dark Knight Order, and slaying the Soul Butcher. In the end, he was rated as a legendary level and obtained the title of Baron along with this residence. It was a step into the sky. However, that was all there was to it. Chen Lin set down the teacup, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long sigh. In this world of extraordinary powers, these things were ultimately just external possessions. No matter how luxurious the residence, it could not withstand the charge of a level 30 monster. No matter how many servants there were, they could not fight for him. Power was everything. He was just at the beginning of his journey. Gathering his thoughts, Chen Lin began to contemplate the path ahead. Level 10 apprentice, level 20 professional, level 30 senior, level 40 elite, level 50 expert, level 60 master, level 70 grandmaster. Each advancement was a qualitative leap, especially the transitions from level 20 professional to level 50 expert, which were of utmost importance. The current professional tier was the first threshold of the era, which would filter out nearly half of the players. This meant that half of the players would be stuck at level 19. Level 20 was also the beginning of the integration between the game character and the player's real self. This threshold would naturally not hinder Chen Lin. The key lay in the professional rune obtained after passing the assessment. It was not only an important part of the player's combat system, but also a prerequisite for all future advancements. To level up to the next tier, one must first elevate the professional rune to the corresponding level. If he could directly obtain master level, or even sub-legendary level runes during the professional assessment, it would undoubtedly save him a great deal of time in the future. It was like the college entrance examination. After 3 years of study, simple test scores determined entry into different schools. But if one missed the entrance exam, it would be extremely difficult to enter the corresponding tiers of different schools from the bottom up. I need at least the strength to pass the master level assessment. What lay before him were 2 paths, 2 books. One was the Weaver's Secret volume, gifted by Alfred. During his journey down the apprentice path, he had briefly flipped through it and knew that it described a skill perfectly matching the requirements of the professional assessment. Alfred, as the mage mentor of Jialong Town, would not casually present something that was not of exceptional quality. The other book was the Golden Text Collection, gifted by Metatron. This book recorded the methodology for interpreting divine knowledge. The shroud might contain knowledge from the Nemo civilization's True Sutra of the Sun, which is one of the 2 roots of Nemo civilization, and the knowledge contained within far exceeded anything he had received before. However, divine knowledge was not something he could touch at this moment. He needed the correct method to interpret it. The Golden Text Collection was that key. If he could successfully interpret it, the benefits would not only aid in the current professional assessment, but would also be beneficial in the long run. Both were valuable resources. Chen Lin leaned back on the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. The Weaver's Secret volume corresponded to the present with clear input-output alignment and matching issues. The Golden Text Collection represented the future with uncertain but substantial time and effort required. Once successful, the returns would be enormous. Which one to choose? In the end, he chose the Weaver's Secret volume. The same divine knowledge, not to mention master level, even the difficulty of interpretation between a level 20 professional and a level 19 apprentice was worlds apart. The time he spent now was to save time in the future. As for what lay ahead, the memories in his mind were the best future. Short-sightedness was indeed long-sightedness. He stood up and walked towards the library on the 3rd floor. The butler was directing the maids to dust the furniture in the 1st floor hall. Upon seeing him ascend the stairs, he slightly bowed in greeting. Chen Lin nodded in response and walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor. The library was not large, about 30 square meters, with bookshelves on both walls. The bookshelves were filled with books, mostly leisure novels, travelogues, and biographies, along with some basic geographical records and herb illustrations. These books had been placed by the town hall as decorations to add a touch of culture to the residence. Chen Lin sat down at the desk by the window and took out the Weaver's Secret volume from his backpack. This tome was thinner than he had expected, probably only a little over 200 pages. The cover was made of deep blue hard leather embroidered with a complex spell model pattern in silver thread. The pages were slightly yellowed but were preserved excellently, showing no signs of damage or insect infestation. He turned to the first page. You begin to study the Weaver's secret volume. You gain a small amount of profound mage knowledge. As the system prompt appeared, a flood of information surged into his mind. This book was indeed profound and intricate. It was not a simple skill book that one could learn just by opening it. Its content was about the foundational principles of spell model construction, the essential laws of magical flow, and the commonalities and differences between different spell systems. Each page contained profound truths that needed careful contemplation to understand. Even with the aid of reading techniques, Chen Lin would need a considerable amount of time to interpret it. He calmed his mind and flipped through the pages one by one. Sunlight poured through the window, casting mottled shadows on the floor. The maid quietly entered, replaced his cup of tea with a new one, and silently retreated. The entire residence was quiet, with only the occasional sound of pages turning. Meanwhile, in Blackstone Town, a player with the ID Pili Mage stood at the edge of the dense forest at the village's end with a virtual camera set up before him. He was a streamer on the Pili website with over 500,000 followers. Since the server opened, he had been racing to level up at the fastest speed, being one of the first to reach level 9 in this era. Today, he finally completed the proof task for the Mage Mentor, obtaining the qualification to advance to an apprentice along with a map gifted by the mentor. In the live broadcast room, the number of online viewers had already exceeded 100,000. Brothers, the proof task is done. Pili Mage held up the parchment map, shaking it in front of the camera. See this? This is the map to the main city. The mentor said that as long as you follow the map and pass through this dense forest, you can reach the city of Wisdom Celindia. The streamer charges ahead, the first to advance to an apprentice. Tion E has already advanced, you are the second. Tion E doesn't count, he had an advantage. Go for it, streamer. Defeat Tion E. Pili Fae chuckled, not responding to the comment. He knew in his heart that Tion E's rapid advancement surely had its own tricks. But he wasn't bad either, ranking in the top 10 nationwide. As long as he proceeded steadily, he might still catch up. Alright, enough chit-chat. He put away the map, drew out his staff, and said, let's set off. We aim to reach the main city by tonight and advance to an apprentice tomorrow. He stepped into the dense forest. In the live stream, 100,000 viewers watched his back, eager to witness the birth of the second apprentice. He was filled with confidence. Yet doubts crept in. He paused in his tracks. Pili Fae looked at the dense forest before him, the confidence on his face fading by half. The map depicted a winding line passing through several marked areas with red crosses ultimately leading to. The line was drawn smoothly, as if sketched in one stroke with a fountain pen with clear transitions. But there was no road in sight. Before him lay a tangle of bushes, thorns, and low trees pressed together with no place to step. Further ahead, towering trees blocked the sunlight, their canopies overlapping and casting deep shadows. The forest was dim, obscuring what lay within. He glanced down at the map again. The line on the map began from his current position and extended straight ahead, cutting through the dense forest. Hold on, brothers. He spoke to the livestream panel. I need to analyze the route first. In the livestream, the comments were sparse. It had only been about 10 minutes since he exited the town, and the online viewers had dropped from 100,000 to over 70,000. The remaining audience was chatting aimlessly, the topic long having shifted away from him. Pili Fae paid no mind. He zoomed in on the map, scrutinizing the route. Suddenly he froze. The markings on the map were quite clear. A small circle marked the location of Blackstone Town, with the words Blackstone Town beside it. A larger circle marked the location of Celindia City, with Celindia written beside it. Between the two circles, the winding line connected them. However, he suddenly discovered a problem. This map was fully displayed in the live stream. 100,000 viewers had seen it. No, now it was 70,000. But 70,000 was still enough. Brothers. He raised his head, an odd expression on his face. I've just noticed a loophole. Comments started to roll in. What loophole? Is Fae about to pull a stunt? Pili Fae pointed at the map and said the requirement to advance to an apprentice is simply to pay a silver coin to the tutor of the vocational academy in the main city, right? Yes. So simple. Simple, my ass. You have to make it to the main city first. Pili Fae ignored the sarcastic comments and continued, so here's the question. I already have the map, and now you all can see it too. We all know the route, so why do we still have to complete some ridiculous proof task for that stupid tutor? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Proof tasks. He had done them for 2 days. At first it was running errands for the tutor, delivering letters, buying materials. Then it turned into organizing the library, copying scrolls, and cleaning the lab. Finally, he had to go to the ruins outside the town to find some lost spell notes, only to find a nest of gargoyles there, and it took a lot of effort to retrieve the notes. Every day, he was working like a mule for that tutor. And the tutor's attitude was always one of "it's your honor to help." When asked questions, he was indifferent. When tasks were assigned, he wouldn't even give a proper glance. Pili Fa recalled this and felt a surge of anger. It's unacceptable. Someone in the live stream refuted the locations of each novice village are different. Your map shows the route from Blackstone Town to Celindia. It won't work for other towns. Yes, I was born in Green Forest Village 100,000 miles away from Blackstone Town. Pili Fa glanced at the comments, shaking his head. But my novice village has a lot of players too. He pointed in the direction of Blackstone Town. How many people are in Blackstone Town? At least a few thousand. A novice village only needs to complete the proof task once to obtain the map and then make it public. Everyone in the entire town can use it. The live stream fell silent for a moment. Then the comments erupted. Holy shit. That seems true, right? How did I not think of that? Doesn't that mean as long as someone in our town gets the map, everyone can go straight to the main city? Damn, I'm still doing the proof task. I've been at it for a whole day. Brothers ahead, stop doing it, wait for the big shot to release the map. The problem is who would share it. The person who gets the map will definitely use it secretly. Why would they share it with you? Exactly, I wouldn't share it either. Pili Fa watched the comments explode and sighed suddenly. The person who gets the map will definitely use it secretly. Why would they share it with you? Exactly, I wouldn't share it either. Pili Fa watched the comments explode and sighed suddenly. At that time, don't even talk about competing for second place. There wouldn't even be a chance for the 200th place. The comments fell silent again. Tian E. Jialong Town. The first person to complete the apprentice path. The one who had fallen from grace in the players' hearts. Yeah, why is Tian E so selfish? Laughing to death, if you were the first to get the map, would you share it? I think FAU regrets it too. If he had discovered it earlier, he would have secretly studied it, and now he's sharing the advantage with other Blackstone Town players. FAE indeed felt a bit regretful, but fortunately after stirring up this wave of excitement, the number of viewers in the live stream surged back up from over 70,000 to over 90,000. The comments were flying by, with some discussing map, sharing, some cursing their tutors, and others analyzing Tian Yi's true identity. Pili Fa glanced at the online count, nodding with satisfaction. Alright, the topic is there, and the heat is there. Now it's time to get down to business. He took a deep breath, refocusing his attention on the dense forest before him. Returning to the first question. There's no road. The map showed a line, but there was nothing on the ground. Weeds, thorns, low bushes, and protruding branches intertwined to form an impenetrable wall. He tried to push aside a patch of thorns with his foot, the sharp spikes pricking his leather boots, producing a squeaking sound. He frowned, this isn't right, is it? He took out the map again and compared it twice. The line on the map indeed started from his current position. The direction was right straight ahead, cutting through the dense forest. But there truly was no road. Alright. He gritted his teeth. Survival in the wilderness begins. Master Pili tightly gripped his staff, turning sideways and squeezing through the gap between two clumps of bushes. Thorns snagged at his leather armor, and he pulled hard, the fabric tearing with a sound. A trivial damage number popped up. Master Pili ignored it and continued to push forward. The soil beneath his feet was soft, sinking to his ankles with each step. A thick layer of dead branches and fallen leaves covered the ground, making each step require considerable effort. After less than 50 meters, he was already sweating profusely. Brothers, he gasped, this is harder than I thought. The barrage in the live stream began anew. Laughing to death, is this the path of an apprentice? I thought there would be a path. It's strange if there is a path. This is the first week after the game launch. Who would build a road for you? Go, Master. Master Pili gritted his teeth and continued walking. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. He had no idea how far he had gone, but when he turned around, the town gate was already out of sight. All around were trees, identical trees, and he could no longer tell the directions. He could only rely on the pointer on the map to confirm he was still heading in the right direction. The number of viewers in the live stream began to drop again. The journey was incredibly tedious. There was nothing in the dense forest, just trees, thorns, and the occasional bird flying by. Master Pili himself was too tired to speak, muttering occasionally, while the barrage became lazy in response. 30 minutes passed. He stopped to catch his breath and glanced at the map. After walking for so long, he had only moved less than half a centimeter on the map. This scale, he muttered, is a bit exaggerated. Just then the bushes ahead suddenly shook. Master Pili's eyes lit up. Brothers finally encountered a monster. He raised his staff and cautiously approached. Behind the bushes, a gray-brown beast was hunched over, gnawing. Its size was similar to a wild wolf, but its limbs were bulkier, with a row of short bristles along its back. Forest beast, level 10, level 10. A smile crept at the corner of Master Pili's mouth. He had farmed many level 9 wild wolves outside Blackstone Town, and was not particularly afraid of a level 10 monster. Just one level difference, how strong could it be? Brothers, watch closely. This is the battle style of an ice mage. He raised his staff, and an ice arrow shot towards the forest beast. The forest beast was struck, a thin layer of frost appearing on its surface, slowing its movements slightly. It turned its head, its murky eyes fixated on Master Pili. Then it lunged at him. Master Pylai was prepared, swinging his staff again as the frost nova erupted centered on him. The forest beast was frozen in place, and he took the opportunity to step back 2 paces and fired another ice arrow. The frost on the forest beast grew thicker, and its speed slowed further. It struggled to move forward, each step resembling slow motion. Master Pylai grew more confident with each attack. Did you see that, brothers? This is the kite tactic of an ice mage. As long as you apply slow, the monster can't even touch you. Suddenly, the forest beast broke free from the frost. Its body swelled significantly, muscles bulging beneath its gray-brown fur, and the bristles on its back stood upright. The frost covering it shattered under this force. Then it bit down on Master Pylai's shoulder. 212 critical hit. Master Pylai's health bar instantly dropped by half. Holy crap. He turned to run, but there was no path in the dense forest. As soon as he took a step, his foot was caught by a thicket of thorns, and he fell forward. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet, but the forest beast's second bite had already sunk into his calf. 209, only a sliver of health remained. No. Master Pylai's voice changed. My record of not dying. The forest beast took its third bite. 301, a burst of white light rose. At the resurrection point of Blackstone Town, Master Pylai stood in the center, his expression blank. You have died, losing 5 of all attributes, receiving 1 reincarnation mark. The system prompt danced in front of him. He ignored it, staring blankly ahead. He had never died, even once, since the game launched. To maintain this record, he never fought monsters beyond his level, never took risks, exploring, letting his viewers take the lead in risky situations. This was not just a gimmick for the live stream, but more importantly, it was about the unknown effect of the reincarnation mark. 1 time of not dying now gone. Killed by an ordinary monster by the roadside in 3 bites. Not possible. He muttered, how can a level 10 monster be so much stronger than a level 9? With level 9 wild wolves I could kite 3 of them alone. Against a level 10 forest beast, I can't even withstand 3 hits. This isn't just a matter of 1 level difference. This is an entirely different tier. He suddenly remembered Tiani. How did he get past? Master Pylai fell silent for a long time, then took out the map from his backpack. He spread the map open, carefully studying the scale on it. He gestured with his hand. From Blackstone Town to the first safe point, it was roughly the length of a finger on the map. Yet he had just walked for 30 minutes in the distance he had moved on the map. He extended his pinky finger and compared. The short segment at the tip of his pinky was even longer than the distance he had traveled. He calculated for a moment. If he kept the same speed without eating, drinking, or resting, how long would it take to reach the first safe point? Then he gave up on the calculation. T-on-E. He raised his head, looking at the barrage on the live stream panel, still scrolling, and asked in a tone that was almost perplexed, how did you get to the main city? Inside the main city, Chen Lin was still tirelessly studying in the library. The spellcaster's secret tome, a gift from the mage mentor Alfred in recognition, was the core text of a school of magic. It was enough for a legitimate mage to spend 3 to 5 years studying diligently. Even though the tome was suffused with the aura of time, allowing him to use reading spells to quickly grasp its knowledge, combined with his intelligence of 70 points and cognitive level of scholar, he still found the study quite challenging. Fortunately, the continuous prompts from the system about the mage's knowledge he had acquired made him feel fulfilled, and he did not feel tired. As night fell, Chen Lin closed the tome and let out a heavy sigh. He had already reached his phase limit. Continuing would yield diminishing returns in terms of time spent versus knowledge gained. Moreover, he had achieved some results. You have understood the technique spell weaving by combining the spell formulas from the spellcaster's secret tome. Spell weaving technique: you can weave 1 or more of your spells into a fabric form for long-term storage and to grant them additional properties. Weaving spells. Weaving spells into fabric. He closed his eyes, digesting the meaning of this skill, and it is not merely about sealing or storing spells, but rather weaving the patterns of 1 or more spells together, like fabric, creating a stable whole that can be preserved for a long time. The implications are vast. So vast that several uses have already emerged in his mind. The most direct is the prestering of spells. By weaving spells into fabric when he has ample mana, he can trigger them directly in battle, effectively gaining several skills that do not require consumption or incantation. Furthermore, different types of spells can be woven together. For instance, weaving bone armor and necrotic ray into the same piece of fabric, which upon activation generates both armor and fires rays, integrating offense and defense. Taking it a step further, spells can be woven into a form that can be recharged repeatedly. Just like the Weaver's secret tome itself, this book is a massive spell fabric wherein the spell formulas are woven into the pages, and the act of reading it entails deciphering its woven structure. If the skill is profound enough, an entire spell system can be woven into a piece of equipment, a garment. Wearing it equates to donning the effects of dozens of overlapping spells. Coincidentally, most mages, including necromancers, belong to the tailoring profession. What is significant for Chen Lin is that the fabric woven from his own spells belongs entirely to him. It conveniently circumvents the requirements that prohibit all non-exclusive external objects and enhancements in the profession advancement assessment. Chen Lin opened his eyes looking at the restrictions listed in the system prompt. Not enough rank. Not enough cognitive level. He needs to use the Weaver's secret tome as a reference tool and requires expert-level tailoring skills as assistance. Tailoring. He pondered slightly. In his past life, he had never studied tailoring. That was a lifestyle profession parallel to the combat professions. Players in the mid to late stages have limited time and energy, and most choose to delve deeply into one or two lifestyle professions, with few managing to level up all lifestyle professions. He is a necromancer studying the domains of summoning the undead and souls. He had never even begun to learn a craft like tailoring, which is related to production and manufacturing. Starting from scratch now is not impossible, but it isn't worthwhile. Learning a skill he has never touched in both his past life and this life, just to utilize another skill. This calculation does not add up. Chen Lin's fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of the chair. Suddenly a slender figure surrounded by thousands of red threads appeared in his mind, and his spirit focused. He may not know how, but as long as he has someone skilled in tailoring and trustworthy to help him, it would suffice. Thinking about the difficulties he would face, Chen Lin felt a bit eager to try. By the way, he should finish all the experience from level 10 to level 19 in one go. However, he needs to make some preparations first. He reached out and pulled a fuzzy rope next to the coffee table. Moments later, the door to the reception room was gently pushed open. The butler walked in, his steps steady with a straight back. He stopped 3 steps away from Chen Lin and slightly bowed. "Sir, do you have any instructions?" Chen Lin looked at him. The butler's name is Hoffman Perry, a native of Serendi. According to his own introduction, he had served in a viscount's household for 15 years. After that viscount passed away, he was hired by the municipal hall and assigned to No. 7, Wudong Street. 15 years is enough for a butler to thoroughly understand the ins and outs of the noble circle. "Mr. Hoffman," Chen Lin said, "I will be visiting Viscount Mercury Alvin Lorick tomorrow. Please help me arrange it." The butler did not ask why, he simply nodded. "May I ask the purpose of the visit?" Chen Lin pondered for a moment. Viscount Mercury Alvin Lorick, nicknamed the Collector. His greatest hobby in life is collecting all sorts of peculiar items. Curios, antiques, artworks, spell relics. Anything he finds interesting will be added to his collection. Among his collection is something that Chen Lin needs. "Just say," Chen Lin began slowly, "that I discovered a peculiar item during my exploration and would like him to help me identify it." The butler nodded again. "I will prepare the invitation and gift. May I ask what time you expect to depart, sir?" "Tomorrow morning." "Understood." The butler bowed. "I will arrange the carriage and attendance. Does the sir have any other instructions?" Chen Lin raised his hand, and a small box appeared before the butler. "Here are 3,000 silver coins. You may spend as you see fit. Help me procure a set of apprentice-level mage equipment and buy several respectable outfits corresponding to different identities. As a forerunner several steps ahead of other players, the useless equipment that wastes backpack space in his eyes is highly sought after by professional players and streamers from major clubs. Just from dealing with garbage for other players, the wealth he gains is considerable." The butler nodded elegantly and effortlessly, lifting the box, and retreated as the door gently closed. Chen Lin leaned back in the chair watching the closed door. The etiquette among nobles is intricate. Presenting invitations, waiting for replies, confirming times, preparing gifts, visiting, exchanging pleasantries, and only then can one address the main topic. Every step has its significance. If the courtesy is lacking, they won't even let you in the door. He does not understand these things, and is too lazy to learn. In his past life, he was a solitary player, rarely interacting with the native nobles. Though he now has the title of Baron, he remains utterly ignorant of these social etiquettes. Fortunately, the municipal hall has provided him with a butler. He can just use it directly. The next morning, Chen Lin donned his noble attire and stepped out of the door of No. 7, Wudong Street on time. The butler was already waiting at the door. He had changed into a more formal black suit with a silver brooch on his chest, holding a dark wooden gift box. "Sir, the gift has been prepared." The butler handed over the gift box. "It is a frost crystal from the north, in perfect condition and quite valuable. This gift should suit his taste." Chen Lin took the gift box and glanced inside. The box opened to reveal deep blue velvet lining with a thumb-sized crystal embedded in the center. The crystal is entirely transparent, with delicate frost patterns inside, glimmering with a light blue glow under the sunlight. "Not bad." He closed the lid. The carriage was already waiting at the door. It was a deep blue four-wheeled carriage with a silver sign bearing the number of No. 7, Wudong Street painted on the side. 2 black steeds stood quietly in front of the carriage, their harnesses polished to a shine. The driver was a taciturn, middle-aged man who jumped down from the seat as soon as Chen Lin emerged and opened the carriage door. Chen Lin got into the carriage. The butler sat opposite him, placing the gift box on his lap. The carriage started smoothly, the wheels rolling over the flat stone road of Wutong Street, producing a rhythmic clattering sound. Through the carriage window, Chen Lin looked at the street scenery outside. The streets of the upper district were wide and quiet. Tall sycamore trees lined both sides, their canopies intertwining above the street to form a green corridor. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled spots of light on the ground. The buildings along the roadside were all independent residences, each with its own style. Some were made of gray-white stone, some were red brick structures, some had iron balconies, and others had marble statues standing in front. They did not appear as uniform as modern villas in the city, but each exuded a sense of weightiness steeped in time. The carriage turned two corners and stopped in front of a black iron gate. Behind the gate stood an even more luxurious residence than No. 7, Wutong Street. The three-story main building was light gray, with large floor-to-ceiling windows embedded in its facade. The roof featured a row of stone-carved railings behind which a rooftop garden could be vaguely seen. Wings extended from either side of the main building, forming a semi-open inner courtyard. The courtyard contained a fountain, geometrically trimmed shrubs, and a small greenhouse made of colored glass. On the stone pillars flanking the iron gate, the family crest of Viscount Mercury was engraved, a drop of silver water falling amidst layered ripples. The butler disembarked first, handing the invitation to the doorman. Moments later, the iron gate slowly opened. The carriage entered the courtyard and stopped in front of the main entrance. As Chen Lin stepped down, a man of medium height, dressed in a deep purple robe, walked out from within. Viscount Mercury, Alvin Lorick. The butler Hoffman handed the gift box to his counterparts. Butler followed closely by the two of them. Meanwhile, Chen Lin and Alvin exchanged pleasantries before stepping into the grand hall under his guidance. Chen Lin was not adept at this kind of aristocratic socializing, but fortunately Alvin did not mind these formalities. The hall was twice the size of the reception room at No. 7, Wutong Street. The ceiling was adorned with a mural, and dozens of oil paintings hung on the walls. Display cabinets showcased gold artifacts, ice crystal sculptures, ceramic jars, stone carvings, and a few peculiar items exuding faint magical fluctuations. As an old money establishment, it was evidently much more luxurious and noble here. Alvin guided him to sit on a set of deep red sofas while a maid served tea and snacks. After inquiring about Chen Lin's experiences on his path as an apprentice, Alvin eagerly shifted the topic to his core interests. Esteemed pioneer, his tone was tinged with urgency. Surely you have made remarkable gains on your journey. Chen Lin nodded, and a golden scale floated onto the velvet tray that Alvin had prepared in advance. As a container for the forbidden feather and the heart of unceasing, he understood the scale's uniqueness, yet he could not grasp its extraordinary nature. The moment the golden scale was exposed to the light, the entire hall seemed to fall silent for a brief moment. Alvin's breath halted. His hand involuntarily rose, reaching towards the palm-sized golden scale, but just as his fingertips were about to touch its surface, he recoiled, as if scalded. Wait a moment. His voice was somewhat strained. He turned and approached a cabinet against the wall, retrieving a pair of snow-white silk gloves from a drawer. The gloves were neatly stacked with silver threads embroidered along the edges. He donned the gloves slowly and solemnly, as if performing a ritual. Only then did he return, taking out a copper magnifying glass from his chest pocket, bending down to examine the scale closely. Chen Lin remained silent, standing quietly to the side. Alvin's magnifying glass moved slowly along the base of the scale. Etched into it was a circle of fine patterns, not decorative, but a continuous relief. The magnifying glass halted at a certain point, his eyes narrowing slightly. He examined slowly from the base of the scale to the trays on either side, then to the central pillar. Every detail of the pattern was scrutinized repeatedly, every scratch carefully discerned. His lips moved slightly, as if silently reciting something, yet no sound emerged. Throughout the process, he never touched the golden scale. His gloved hands hovered half an inch above its surface, relying solely on his eyes and the magnifying glass for observation. After a long while, he straightened up, returning the magnifying glass to his pocket, removing the white gloves, and exhaling deeply. The breath was tinged with a complex array of emotions: satisfaction, regret, and a hint of indescribable awe. This treasure, he began, his voice lower than before, you must have obtained it from the ruins of the Nemo civilization, right? Chen Lin hesitated. Indeed, the secret chamber was discovered adjacent to the ruins of the Nemo priests. However, the key to opening the secret chamber was given by Metatron, and the interior decor style was entirely different from the sun motifs and scarab patterns typical of the Nemo civilization. It was not in their style. Yes and no was all he could reply. Despite the vague answer, Alvin nodded, wearing an expression of as expected. This golden scale is a highly prestigious ceremonial artifact from the Nemo civilization. His gaze fell upon the golden scale, and his tone became serious. To put it bluntly, this is beyond the level you can currently engage with. He paused, looking at Chen Lin with a sense of admiration and recognition. No wonder you are a pioneer, you must have undergone extraordinary adventures. He did not press further, but redirected his attention to the golden scale. In the myths of the Nemo civilization, after a person dies, their heart is placed on one side of the scale by the god of the underworld. If it is heavier than the feather on the other side, their soul will be consumed by a monster. If it is lighter than the feather, they will be reborn. His fingers hovered above the two trays of the scale left and right, as if illustrating something. The golden scale in your hand is a symbol of this myth. Chen Lin listened intently. After pondering for a moment, Alvin added, "This treasure itself holds no power. It is neither a weapon nor armor, nor does it possess any magical effects that can be activated. However, in certain ruins and secret realms of the Nemo civilization, you can use it to gain privileges comparable to that of a pharaoh." Pharaoh, the ruler of the Nemo civilization, the union of divine and royal powers. Privileges comparable to those of a pharaoh mean that within those ruins the bearer of the golden scale can pass unhindered, open doors that were previously inaccessible, and bypass traps and curses set for intruders. Thank you for the clarification. Chen Lin nodded. He maintained a calm expression, but internally, he felt a sense of joy. His original intention was merely to use the pretext of identifying a curious object to draw closer to Alvin, paving the way for future requests. Unexpectedly, Alvin truly knew the origin of this item and its purpose, which was a pleasant surprise. He waved his hand, his gaze still fixed on the golden scale, reluctant to look away. If it were a more ordinary, curious object, I would certainly want to buy it for my collection, even for the sake of our friendship. His tone carried a genuine sense of regret, but a treasure of this caliber is not something I am qualified to collect. As a noble, one must maintain dignity. Even if he was reluctant, he still shifted his gaze away from the scale. Forget it. Being able to see it in person is already a stroke of luck. He looked up at the sky outside the window. It was nearly noon. Suddenly, he stepped forward and directly grabbed Chen Lin's hand. "The day is getting late, stay for lunch." He spoke naturally, not as if he were being polite. "After lunch, I'll show you my collection." Collection. The collection of the collector, the Mercury Viscount. One of the most famous private collections in the city of Celindia. The items displayed in the cabinets were just the tip of the iceberg. The truly valuable items were stored in specialized vaults. Ordinary players, even after completing the prerequisite tasks, could only circle around the hall, at most, wanting to enter the vault. There was no chance. This request was precisely what Chen Lin hoped for. He did not reveal his feelings, merely nodding subtly. "Then I will trouble you. You have consumed the flesh and blood of a dragon, increasing your life limit by 200 and your physique by 3. The lunch dishes were far more sumptuous than he had anticipated. Roast lamb chops, pan-seared fish fillets, creamy mushroom soup, vegetable salad, and a basket of freshly baked white bread. The dishes were ordinary, yet exquisitely presented, and the ingredients contained extraordinary energy, with subtle differences in their preparation. This expanded the horizons of this Oriental man who was accustomed to Cantonese cuisine. He had thought it was just a normal noble feast, but upon tasting the roast lamb chop, a warm power radiated from his stomach, spreading through his limbs. Flesh and blood of a dragon. Not a true giant dragon, but at least a being with dragon lineage. Even a piece the size of a fingernail would be enough to cause a frenzy among current players. Yet Alvin had turned it into a seemingly ordinary dish to entertain a first-time guest. "How does it taste?" he asked with a smile, wiping the corner of his mouth with a napkin. "Very good," Chen Lin replied. This was the truth. Setting aside the attribute enhancement, the meat itself was impeccable. The exterior was crisp while the inside was tender and juicy, perfectly seasoned, without a hint of fishiness. Alvin nodded in satisfaction and stood up. "Come, let me show you my collection." He led Chen Lin through the corridor, down the stairs, and opened the heavy iron door to the underground vault. Inside the vault, warm yellow magical lights illuminated the space, which was dry and cozy, infused with a faint scent of sandalwood. Tall display cabinets stood against the walls, and in the center was a row of low display stands, each artifact quietly resting in its place, illuminated in sharp detail by the lights. At first glance, there seemed to be no protection. No glass covers, no barriers, no glow of alarm spells. Those priceless treasures were casually displayed, as if they could be touched with a hand. But Chen Lin knew better. His agility of 43 and spirit of 71 constantly warned him. The ruby ring floating on a crystal base to his left was surrounded by 3 layers of triggered spells. It was not a simple attack spell, but a space-type banishment spell. The moment any unauthorized finger touched it, the entire arm would be directly teleported away. The ancient book on the display stand to the right had an inscription that itself was a binding array. The patterns of the array spread along the body of the book to the stand, and then extended down to the floor, merging with the entire protective system of the vault. The magical lights on the ceiling were not just for illumination. The arrangement of the light fixtures corresponded to a certain array, with every third fixture embedding a spell crystal. The energy within the crystal was in a semi-activated state, ready to be released at any moment. Chen Lin withdrew his gaze, asking no further questions. Alvin walked ahead, pointing out the artifacts on either side, while recounting their stories. This piece was acquired from a bankrupt merchant. He pointed to a palm-sized jade statue. The merchant thought it was an ordinary decoration and sold it for a gold coin. After I had it appraised, I discovered it was a sacrificial relic of the Moonlight sect from 1,000 years ago. Later, when the merchant learned of its value, he wanted to buy it back, but I gave him twice the statue's true worth and kept the statue. This piece was bought at an auction. He then pointed to a painting depicting a storm at sea. The artist was an unknown figure, but this painting conceals a water-type spell of the sea tribe. Inside the frame's lining is a letter from the artist stating that he hid this spell in the painting in hopes that one day his daughter would find it. Every artifact had a story. Not the dry age material origin identification reports, but living human-related tales. Who created it, who owned it, what it has been through, and why it ended up here. Chen Lin listened, nodding occasionally. When they reached a standalone display stand, Alvin halted. On the stand lay a short knife. The blade was approximately 20 centimeters long, single-edged with a slightly thick spine and a cleanly tapered tip. The handle was made of ordinary hardwood wrapped in faded hemp rope with no decorations at the end, just a severely worn iron plate. The entire knife bore no ornaments, no inscriptions, and no fluctuations of extraordinary power, even inferior to a level 1 white item. But the gaze of the Mercury Duke upon it was more complex than that directed at any previous rare treasure. Look at this piece, he said. Chen Lin stepped closer. The short knife lay quietly on the stand with a few fine scratches on the blade and some small nicks on the edge. This was a used knife not for killing, but for cutting something. Its creation stemmed from a tragedy. His voice became somber. Once there was a person whose life from birth to adulthood was under the manipulation and surveillance of others. The city he lived in was a stage, every person he met was an actor, and every event he encountered was a script. His laughter, tears, anger, and love, all that he thought belonged to him, were merely a drama for the amusement of outsiders. He paused. Until one day, he sensed that something was amiss. Chen Lin remained silent. Thus he began to escape. After countless struggles and overcoming numerous obstacles, he saw through the lies of those around him, found the edges of the stage, and traversed through the many barriers set for him. Finally, he stood before the grand door named Freedom. Alvin's gaze fell upon the short knife. But what he did not know was that all of this was preordained. Breaking free from the script was part of the script. Beyond the stage was a larger stage. He thought he was shedding control, but each of his escapes was anticipated by the script. He believed he was moving towards freedom, but each step he took pushed the drama towards its climax. His voice, at the moment of the audience's eager anticipation for freedom, this person used this knife to end it. His finger hovered above the stand without touching the knife. That was his only free choice. Chen Lin fell silent for a few seconds. He gazed at the short knife. The scratches on the blade were faint under the light, nearly invisible. The hemp rope wrapped around the handle had been polished to a shine, a mark of long-held use. The knife itself was nothing special. An ordinary person could buy it for a few copper coins at any blacksmith shop. It was displayed here and introduced with such solemnity by the Mercury Duke because of the story it carried. Not because of the knife, but because of the hand that had held it and the choice that hand made. A piece that evokes. Chen Lin spoke, his voice calm. My lord, would you be willing to part with this knife? The Mercury Duke turned his head and glanced at Chen Lin. In that glance there was no surprise or displeasure. He simply looked at Chen Lin as if confirming something. Then he laughed heartily. Very well. He extended his hand and picked up the short knife from the display. The hidden protective spells surrounding the stand silently dissipated at his touch, as if recognizing their master. Alvin gripped the handle, holding the blade horizontally in his palm, and offered it to Chen Lin. Let it serve as the beginning of our friendship. Chen Lin accepted it with both hands. The warmth of Alvin's palm still lingered on the handle. He lowered his gaze at the short knife. The scratches on the blade became clearer up close, and the small nicks on the edge were also more apparent. You have obtained the Blade of Freedom. The teleportation square is located in the northwestern corner of Solundia City, sprawling, yet excessively empty. Grayish-white stone slabs cover the entire square, each measuring about 1 meter square with gaps so narrow that even a blade cannot fit through. In the center of the square stands a 3-story-high crystal inscribed with runes of spatial coordinates crowned with a fist-sized amethyst. This is the essence of the teleportation portal, currently dim and unlit in an inactive state. Occasionally 1 or 2 white-robed mages emerge from the nearby buildings, heads bowed, hastily crossing the square before vanishing into another structure. The entire square is so quiet that one can hear the faint sound of wind blowing through the gaps in the stone slabs. Respected pioneer, the white-robed mage presents 5 scrolls with both hands. Here is your return scroll. Each of the 5 scrolls is palm-sized, made of pale golden parchment with a small amethyst embedded at both. The scrolls are bound with silver silk threads which ripple with extremely faint spatial fluctuations, as if something is sleeping within. Return Scroll Solundia effect. Tear the scroll in a non-restricted area, and after 1 minute of guidance, it will teleport the binder back to the teleportation square of Solundia. Binder Tion. Chen Lin's gaze lingered for a moment on the binder section. The return scroll is likely the first bound item that most players encounter. Not because of its high quality, but because its function inherently requires binding to be realized. After all, this scroll is merely a signal transmitter. The true mechanism that sends you back is the massive crystal in the square. This binding mechanism also restricts players from indiscriminately trading return scrolls all over the world. Each player can only use the return scroll bound to themselves, and cannot shortcut to unexplored places by buying other scrolls. He stowed the 5 scrolls in his backpack, his gaze sweeping across the empty square. Desolate. Extremely desolate. Apart from him and the old mage in front of him, there were only 2 apprentices in the distance sweeping the stone path. However, Chen Lin knew that it wouldn't be long before players arrived, transforming this place into the busiest area of Solundia City. By then it would be impossible to stand here quietly for even a moment. He withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. Exiting the teleportation square, a summoned light illuminated beside him, and a dark night appeared before him. Summoning undead servants in the main city's safe zone is generally not permitted. But if nobles lack privileges, are they still nobles? The knight dismounted, placed his right hand on his chest in salute, then handed the reins to Chen Lin. Then his figure began to twist and shrink, transforming into a wisp of dark light that merged into the key of the nest away from the mundane world at his waist. After Chen Lin mounted, he squeezed the horse's belly, and the warhorse galloped out of the city. Riding within the city is also a privilege of the nobility. The hooves of the skeletal warhorse struck the stone path, producing a crisp and dense sound. The pedestrians on the road, upon hearing the sound of hooves, instinctively retreated to the sides of the street, clearing the center path. Some waved to Chen Lin from a distance, greeting him and discussing with others. As expected of the pioneer, he's already out adventuring again after just 2 days of rest. In fact, he hadn't rested for even a day. He galloped through the main road of the lower city, passing through the central square, approaching the city gate. As soon as the city gate guards saw his face, they did not block him, but merely saluted and let him pass. Upon exiting the city, his vision suddenly opened up. Here the view is unobstructed, and after confirming that no one is following, he takes out a crystal vial from his backpack. The vial is small, about the thickness of a thumb and a palm's height. Inside is a silver liquid thick like mercury, but even brighter. Chen Lin observed the crystal vial, feeling a faint pulse from within the liquid in the palm of his hand. For the prophetic spell inside the vial, the steward used his Baron seal and spent 500 silver coins to retrieve it from the warehouse of the Oracle Mage Association. 500 silver coins, when converted at the current gold price, is roughly equivalent to 500,000. As long as it proves effective, it will not be a loss. Chen Lin clenched the blade of freedom in his right hand, positioning the short sword horizontally across his chest. The small scratches on the blade were clearly visible under the afternoon sun, and several chips on the edge glimmered with a dull light. He lowered his head and softly chanted towards the blade. "Tell me your hatred, let me vent your anger, and bring relief to your kin." Upon finishing, he swung the short sword and shattered the crystal vial. The moment the silver liquid in the vial came into contact with the air, it completely evaporated, not turning into water vapor, but transforming into a silver mist. The mist gathered and condensed in the air, coiling like a silver serpent before pointing straight towards the southeast. "Go!" Chen Lin spurred his warhorse towards the southeast. Meanwhile, the summoning light continued to illuminate beside him. 1, 2, 3. The skeletal warhorse emerged from the light, leaving traces of ghostly blue flames on the ground with each hoof fall. Riding atop is a dark knight clad in full plate armor, with ghostly blue flames quietly burning in the gaps of his iron helmet. A lance over 4 meters long hangs at the side of the horse, glimmering coldly in the sunlight. They spread out, expertly silent and without need for words, accompanying Chen Lin. The hooves struck against the gravel and hard earth, producing a crisp and urgent sound that echoed far across the open plains. The dark knights remained silent, forming a loose yet meticulous cavalry formation centered around Chen Lin. Chen Lin was positioned slightly towards the rear of the group, flanked by a knightly guardian on either side. The outer layer of knights spread out on both sides, widening the formation to ensure that any enemy threat from any direction could be detected and addressed at the first moment. The distance between the warhorses was maintained at around 5 to 6 meters, neither too close to interfere with one another nor too far to create gaps. The wind rushed into his cloak, causing its hem to flutter, while also sweeping away the heaviness that had accumulated in his heart over the past days. As a reborn individual who died at the final moment, even after distancing himself from other players, he still felt a heavy stone pressing down in his heart. In his past life, he was a level 79 master, a significant figure even within the province, one for whom an entire dedicated united front office was established. Yet this level 79 master had no qualification to even observe or be informed of the core decisions during the terrifying dawn of the third epoch. The information he possessed was superficial, lacking insight into the overall situation or core information. He was merely a person swept up in the tidal wave of doom, struggling desperately only to be submerged. That was all. In this life, he was destined to be the first pioneer to confront the impending disaster. Could he truly achieve more than those legendary players? On many quiet nights, he would be awakened by the grotesque and sinister forms of divine aberrations. Yet at this moment, amid the sounds of wind hoofbeats and the faint metallic clinking of the Dark Knight's armor, he felt a sense of peace. He suddenly chuckled. Why seek out those legends from his past life? Why bother to please them, to court them, to exhaust himself establishing fragile connections? Where were those renowned legendary players from his past life, those names that once shone during the terrifying dawn? Still battling level 9 monsters in the novice village. Still begging for a map leading to the main city. Still asking tens of thousands of viewers and live streams how Tion made it to the main city. In this new life, they would be the ones desperately seeking an opportunity to attach themselves to him. Shaluli, the foremost Dark Knight, suddenly raised his lance in signaling. In the distance, a beast lay across the center of the road. It was massive, nearly 2 meters long, covered in coarse, deep brown fur, especially thick around its neck and shoulders, resembling a heavy mane shield. Its head was wide and flat, with a raised bony protrusion on its forehead that glistened like ivory under the sunlight. Its limbs were as thick as pillars, and the hooves at the ends were the size of wash basins, leaving deep impressions in the ground. Iron Mane Beast, level 20 level professional tier. At this stage, however, many so-called powerful players came they could kill as many. The Iron Mane Beast, initially lying on the ground napping, was disturbed by the dense sound of hooves and was now raising its head. Its eyes were small, with murky yellow pupils, displaying a look of irritation at being disturbed. Chen Lin did not slow down. He raised his right hand and pointed ahead. Within the formation, a Dark Knight squeezed his legs against the warhorse's belly, and the ghostly blue flames of the skeletal steed flared brightly, speeding up again as he broke from the ranks. The knight held the reins in his left hand, tightly gripped the lance in his right, tucking the shaft under his armpit. He crouched low, almost pressed against the horse's back, with the ghostly blue flames trailing in a straight line from the helmet's gap. The tip of the lance trembled slightly during the high-speed charge, emitting a faint humming sound. The Iron Mane Beast stood up. Its murky yellow eyes finally recognized the figure charging out of the dust. It was not one but a group. Not walking adventurers, but an armored cavalry charging at full speed. The flat head of the beast finally comprehended fear. Its stout limbs clumsily moved, attempting to escape backward, but it was too late. The lance, gleaming with cold light, pierced through the dust, its tip slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. The Iron Mane Beast's proud tough fur, that mane shield reputed to withstand blades and swords, and its hard skull capable of shattering rocks, were no different from paper when faced with the charging armored cavalry. The lance penetrated its head, entering diagonally from beneath the forehead bone and exiting through the back of its neck. A fragment of gray-white bone and dark red blood clung to the lance's tip, protruding from the back of the Iron Mane Beast's skull. The Iron Mane Beast did not even let out a cry. Its limbs instantly lost strength, and its massive body crashed to the ground, pushed aside by the lance. A single strike was all it took to kill. The obstacle was cleared, and the speed of the Dark Knight decreased. The sound of hooves was dense and orderly as the Dark Knights swept past him, stirring the air that brushed against the twitching body still impaled on his lance. No one spoke, but each passing knight slightly turned their heads, the ghostly blue flames in the gaps of their helmets flickering at him. As Chen Lin passed, a knight raised his lance, holding high the body of the Iron Mane Beast that was strung up on it, displaying it for Chen Lin to see. The head of the Iron Mane Beast hung from the tip of the lance, its limbs dangling, the deep brown fur stained with dust and blood. The pose was not elegant, but the pride and sense of accomplishment were communicated clearly, even by the silent "ha-ha." Chen Lin laughed heartily. He raised his right hand, a ghostly green touch of the undead shot from his fingertips, landing on the knight's shoulder armor. The knight certainly did not need healing. He bore not a single scratch, and his health was full. Yet the spell still landed upon him, the ghostly green light lingering on his shoulder armor for a few seconds, as if a hand had gently patted it. This act of commendation heightened the morale of all the knights witnessing the scene. They gripped their lances tighter, stood straighter, and their warhorses' hooves grew even more powerful. No words were needed, no commands required. The entire formation's speed subtly increased once more. The knight who was commended did not immediately pursue. He held the lance aloft, and after all his companions had passed, casually swung the lance to toss the Iron Mane Beast's corpse aside. Only then did he urge his warhorse to catch up. It felt as if he had returned to the past. "Hey, Seville, In front of the town gate of Cast Town, a group of players surrounded a middle-aged man in a dark robe adorned with a silver badge on his chest. The speaker was a player dressed as a warrior wielding a battered iron sword, his face betraying a barely concealed anger. You've put an end to the days when players were just running errands. He slammed the iron sword down onto the ground, producing a dull thud. Give me the pass. Seville, the guide of Cast Town, faced dozens of furious eyes, his expression calm. To obtain the main city map and the town pass, you need to complete the proof task. He spoke slowly and methodically, as if explaining to a child who did not understand. You seem to have not finished yet. This statement only fueled the player's anger further. While a single person completed the town's tasks, you said it would be done quickly. A mage player pushed through the crowd, nearly poking Seville in the nose with his finger. Now the entire newbie village's players are helping one person with the proof task. We gather the materials, run errands, and pile all tasks on one person, and you still say it will be done quickly. His voice grew louder. You never considered letting us out. The surrounding players echoed in agreement, their voices rising in a chaotic chorus. Yes, exactly. What proof task? It's a bottomless pit. I've delivered 42 letters for you. 42. I've met everyone in this town. Do you still say it's not done? I've mined 300 pieces of, or 300. The blacksmith's warehouse is already overflowing, and he says he wants more. It's no wonder the players of Cast Town were so furious. On the first day, while other newbie village players were busy asking NPCs for hidden tasks or rushing out of the town gate to fight monsters, the players of Cast Town discovered an adventurer's guild with its doors wide open. It was a 2-story stone building filled with long tables and benches in the hall, and the walls were adorned with a large task board. The task board was cluttered with countless pieces of parchment, ranging from finding lost kittens to clearing slimes from the sewers, from helping the bakery procure flour to gathering herbs for the alchemist. The sheer number and variety dazzled the first batch of players entering. Wow, this newbie village has such great resources. With so many tasks, leveling up should be a breeze. That day the forums of Cast Town were abuzz with excitement. Players spread the word that Cast Town was a treasure trove with so many tasks to complete that they wouldn't have to compete with players from other newbie villages to level up quickly. But soon they sensed something was off. There were indeed many tasks, too many to complete. But all tasks were of the same type: delivering items, finding people, or retrieving objects. There were no exploratory tasks, no quests requiring leaving the town. All the task destinations were within the town, never more than the stone path at the town's entrance. The enemies faced were only the small slimes, medium slimes, large slimes, and giant slimes in the sewers. Beyond that there was nothing. They couldn't even step outside the town gate. There were no barriers, no guards to stop them. But the moment they stepped outside, a system message would pop up: you do not have a town pass. Please return to the town. If you continued to move outside, it would be considered a violation, and you would be dealt with according to the adventurer's profession rules. At first, some players, clinging to hope, tried to rush out to see the outside world. But after running just a few meters, they were grabbed back by chains that appeared out of nowhere, followed by a 10-hour game time imprisonment. After that, no one dared to try. They lived through these monotonous days, day after day. Every time they logged in, it was to accept tasks, run errands, submit tasks, and then accept more tasks. On the forums, players from other newbie villages were discussing how to team up to hunt wolves, kite hedgehogs, and how to bypass the territory of ferocious tigers. They were discussing how to clear the slimes in the sewers more quickly. Other newbie village players flaunted their white gear and how much they sold it for, discussing how to steal bosses from the guild. They were showcasing how many tasks they completed. Someone posted a screenshot of their task record on the forum, and someone replied, "Are you here to play a game or to work?" What frustrated them the most was that after reaching the apprentice stage, more and more newbie villages revealed maps leading to the main city. Every newbie village's map was different, but players from every newbie village began to joyfully and diligently embark on their journeys. They got lost in the dense forest, chased by beasts, dying time and time again. They vented their frustrations on the forums, claiming the maps were too difficult, the monsters too strong, and the planning flawed. But at least they were on the road. They could see different landscapes, encounter various monsters, and loot different drops. Meanwhile, the players of Cast Town were still running errands. The last straw was the proof task. You never considered letting us out. When this statement was made, Seville's smile remained unchanged. But he did not deny it. Thus the current damn it. The warrior player tightened his grip on the iron sword. You make us do labor. We will show you what it means to be noble and powerful. He swung his sword at Seville. The players behind him surged forward. The mage's ice arrows, the thief's daggers, and the archer's arrows all struck Seville simultaneously. At the same time, a group of players turned and charged towards the open town gate. This was their only chance to rush out in the chaos. As long as they ran far enough, they might escape the constraints of the rules. Seville's expression darkened. You are not players. His voice was low but clearly reached everyone's ears. You are merely a group of adventurers. Adventurers should behave like adventurers. He raised his right hand. In the sky, red lightning appeared out of thin air. Not just one, but a multitude. The dense red lightning fell like a torrential rain, striking accurately at every player attacking him. A cascade of damage numbers erupted, resembling a waterfall of red. Those who had just been wielding weapons and shouting noble and powerful didn't even have time to scream before turning into scattered white light. Meanwhile, those rushing towards the town gate had already run several dozen meters. The first person even saw the grass they had never set foot on outside the town, glimpsing the edge of the distant woods. A smile appeared on his face. Then a chain shot out from the void, ensnaring his ankle. Not just one, but every single one. Every player who rushed out of the town gate was ensnared by chains, the other end of the chains disappearing into the air, yet firmly fixed, as if embedded in a stone wall. They were dragged to the ground, pulled back along the path they had come, their fingers leaving traces on the ground, but they could do nothing to stop that force. Seville lowered his right hand, looking at the players being dragged back to the town by the chains, his expression once again regaining its calm demeanor. Those who violate the adventurer's profession rules will be dealt with according to regulations. The players struck down by the red lightning had already transformed into white light, resurrecting at the respawn point. What awaited them was another system message: you violated Article 37 of the adventurer's profession rules by attacking the guide. You are sentenced to imprisonment for 72 hours game time. And those dragged back by the chains also received the same message: you violated Article 12 of the adventurer's profession rules by attempting to leave the town without a pass. You are sentenced to imprisonment for 72 hours game time. The remaining players on the open ground in front of the town gate exchanged glances. The group that had just been emotionally charged was now quiet, as if drenched in cold water. Those who did not participate in the attack or attempt to charge through the gate stood in place, looking at the white light traces on the ground that had not yet faded, unable to utter a single word. "What are we going to do?" someone in the crowd whispered. No one answered. Their gazes involuntarily fell upon the large blue stone beside the town gate. The stone was engraved with neatly arranged text, which was the full text of the adventurer's profession rules. Adventurers are the problem solvers of the town and must unconditionally accept any requests made by the residents. They must complete at least 3 tasks every day to earn their right to reside in the town. Without a pass, one must not leave the town gate. Attacking townsfolk or guides is prohibited. Unauthorized entry into unopened areas is prohibited. There are many such rules engraved all over the stone. The punishments for violators are also clearly stated. The lightest punishment includes debuffs such as lowering attributes, slowing speed, or prohibiting skill use. The moderate punishment involves imprisonment ranging from several hours to dozens of hours of game time. The heaviest punishment is immediate death. There are no exceptions, no appeals, and no room for negotiation. Are we supposed to delete our accounts and restart in another newbie village? A sound of footsteps approached from afar, growing closer. It was the default face that every player encounters when creating their character. No adjustments, no embellishments, no spending hours crafting a unique visage. It was the standard face provided by the system, with well-defined features that were completely unremarkable, the kind that would go unnoticed in a crowd. Every player who had clicked skip appearance settings had seen a reflection of their character in that face. This eerie sense of familiarity left the players momentarily frozen in place. Players. This thought flashed in their minds. How could there be other players in the novice village at this time? In the crowd, someone suddenly pointed at the default face, exclaiming loudly, "Tion, E is here." The sharp, abrupt voice shattered the silence in front of the town gate, like a stone thrown into still water. "Tion E." Those 2 words surged through everyone's minds like an electric current. He was the one who had been considered to have fallen from grace when the advancement announcement rang out, and was now understood to be the Tion E who had once again descended from the altar of discipleship. How did he get here? The crowd erupted into chaos. Some instinctively stepped back, trying to create distance, while others pushed forward to get a better look. Someone frantically opened the live streaming panel, pointing the camera toward the town gate. Brothers, Tion E has come to Cast Town. Holy shit, it really is him. That face I recognize, it's the default face. How did he get in? Isn't the town gate supposed to be inaccessible? It must be him. The only one who could possibly appear in other novice villages at this stage is definitely him. The barrage of comments in the live stream rolled wildly. The number of online viewers surged, visibly jumping from hundreds to thousands, then from thousands to tens of thousands. The name Tion E itself was a magnet for views, let alone the fact that he appeared in a novice village that everyone thought was isolated from the world. Seville furrowed his brow. His gaze fell upon Chen Lin, the default face, momentarily causing him to hesitate. An adventurer? No, something was off. He stared intently at Chen Lin, his eyes sharpening, as if trying to pierce through that unremarkable face to see what lay beneath. Then he stepped forward. On the surface, he appears to be a destitute wanderer. Seville began, his tone shifting from the condescending demeanor he had used with the players of Cast Town to a strange chant-like rhythm. But in reality, he is a scheming sorcerer. Oh, is that my identity? Chen Lin leisurely approached. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His pace was unhurried, yet each step was firm. Of course. Seville stood his ground, his expression regaining an air of calm, as if everything was under control. In Cast Town, everyone must act according to their identity. Adventurers are the problem solvers of the town, merchants are the traders of goods, and guards are the maintainers of order. And you? His voice suddenly faltered. Seville's eyes widened as he looked down in disbelief at his own act. Chen Lin's hand gripped the hilt of a knife. The hilt was made of ordinary hardwood wrapped in faded hemp rope, and the pommel was a severely worn iron piece. Where was the blade? Oh, turns out he had already stabbed himself through. The heated blade protruded from Seville's lower back, stained with dark red blood. Blood pooled along the curve of the blade, dripping down onto the cobblestone road. It was so quiet in front of the town gate that one could hear the sound of blood hitting the ground. Those players who had originally wanted to warn Tian about the strangeness of the situation and urged him to run were now dumbfounded, staring at the bloody blade protruding from Seville's waist. Their mouths were agape, but no sound would come out. Their hands were raised, but they didn't know where to put them. Seville, that's Seville. The one whom thousands of players in Cast Town had loathed day and night, pouring out their utmost efforts, yet could not defeat. He had been stabbed just like that. One stab. No flashy skills or effects, no earth-shattering battle scenes, not even a moment of hesitation or probing. It was simply walking over, drawing the knife, and stabbing it in. The immense contrast left the players at a loss. It felt as though something had lodged in their minds. They had so much to say and so many emotions to express, yet all their voices were caught in their throats, unable to utter a single word. How could this be? Seville's voice turned hoarse and weak. He stared at Chen Lin, disbelief filling his eyes. Why didn't the rules protect me? Chen Lin did not respond. He twisted his wrist, holding the hilt, and then pulled it out. The blade slid out of Seville's abdomen with a wet, sickening sound. More blood surged from the wound, soaking his dark robe, flowing down the fabric. Seville's body lost all its strength. His knees buckled first, followed by his entire body collapsing onto the ground. Oh, so you had never adhered to the rules? Not from the very beginning. Seville's eyes lost all their luster. His robe, which had always been pristine and spotless, instantly turned dirty and worn. Large patches of mold and damage appeared on the fabric, the edges yellowing, curling, and cracking, as if it had aged hundreds of years in an instant. The exposed skin began to shrivel. His once healthy and rosy complexion faded to a sallow, waxy hue. Then it lost moisture, further tightening against his bones, becoming a thin, translucent membrane. In less than a few seconds, Seville transformed from a well-groomed, middle-aged man into a corpse that seemed to have been sealed away for centuries. He collapsed on the ground. At the moment of contact, the corpse shattered into several pieces. There was no bloody mess, only dry, lightweight fragments scattered across the cobblestone road, resembling a broken plaster statue. A rapid ringing of bells echoed. The sound came from the towering castle in the town center, deep and urgent, ringing one after another, reverberating throughout Cast Town. The bells carried an inexplicable sharp noise, like gears that had been running smoothly for countless years, suddenly getting stuck, producing a harsh grinding sound between metals. The NPCs in the town halted their actions. The baker stood behind the counter, still clutching a freshly baked loaf of bread, gazing blankly toward the direction of the castle. The hammer in the blacksmith shop hung suspended in midair, never falling again. The florist stood at the door, her expression not one of fear, but of confusion, a blankness of uncertainty. They stood as if they were puppets from which a key spring had been removed, frozen in place. In contrast, the players awoke from their previous state of confusion and began to realize what had happened. Seville was dead. The one who had trapped them in Cast Town, forcing them to flush the toilet day after day, had been stabbed to death by Tian. The rules that were supposed to protect him had not activated. The red lightning did not strike, the chains did not shoot out from the void. Nothing happened. He really is dead. Seville is dead. That realistic one is dead. Voices from the crowd began to echo, shifting from incredulous whispers to uncontrollable cheers. Someone turned the live camera towards themselves, their expression as if they were dreaming. Brothers, did you see that? Seville is dead. Tian killed him. One stab. Just one stab. The barrage in the live stream had completely exploded. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. What was that stab all about? Why didn't the rules trigger? What kind of weapon was that knife? It looks so ordinary. The brothers of Cast Town have suffered. Tian has come to avenge you. Chen Lin did not look at the surrounding players or the live cameras pointed at him. He raised the freedom blade. The blade of the short knife still bore Seville's blood, not yet fully dried. Sunlight shone on the blade, and the small scratches and nicks glinted, dully mingling with the color of the blood, making it hard to distinguish which were old scars and which were new wounds. I did not come to bring peace to the land, but to incite bloodshed. Boom. The summoned light surged into the sky. It was not just one or two beams, but dozens of rays exploding simultaneously. Dark blue, gray, white, and dark red, the different colors of the summoning radiance intertwined around Chen Lin, forming a dazzling curtain of light. Within the curtain, the sound of bones growing crackled like a sudden downpour, while the roar of hooves striking the ground caused the stone-paved road to tremble slightly. The first to emerge were two skeletal giants, each over 7 meters tall. Their feet stomped on the stone road, each step kicking up a visible wave of dust. The low brick-and-wood houses made of gray bricks and timber collapsed with a thunderous crash as they brushed past the giant's shoulders. Walls caved in, as if made of paper tiles fell like raindrops, and broken beams jutted out from the ruins at slanted angles resembling crushed bones. The skeletal giants didn't even need to deliberately crash into anything. They simply walked forward along the road, causing the houses on either side to collapse in a domino effect. On either side, a 5-meter skeletal shield guardian stepped out from the light. Their stature was shorter than the skeletal giants, but they were more robust. Covered in layered bone armor, the left arm bore a massive bone shield thick with spikes and reinforcements, while the right arm was transformed entirely into a thick bone column. Unlike the skeletal giants that charged forward recklessly, they stood firmly on the flanks of the formation like two moving fortresses. Behind them, another skeletal shield guardian maintained the formation. Together with the skeletal giants in front and their comrades on either side, they formed a defensive node that completely enveloped Chen Lin and the core of the team. At the same time, a group of dark knights galloped out from the light. The hooves of the skeletal warhorses crushed the rubble of the ruins, easily trampling the scattered guards of Cast Town. The guards, dressed in standard leather armor and wielding short swords and round shields, surged in from all directions of the town. Their faces bore no fear or anger, only a mechanical numbness, as if driven by a preset program. They raised their shields, attempting to block the cavalry. The Dark Knight's lances fell not to pierce, but to crush. The lance tips swept over the guards' heads, and then the hooves of the warhorses trampled over them. The guards didn't even have time to scream before they, along with their shields and short swords, were trampled into the rubble. Chen Lin stood at the center of the team, his gaze sweeping over the increasingly numerous players. It had only been a few minutes since Seville fell, and the news had already spread among the players. The number of live streams was also increasing. Not only the local players of Cast Town were broadcasting, but also the streamers and informants keeping an eye on Tiany's dynamics were retransmitting the scene through various channels. "This matter has nothing to do with you." Chen Lin's voice was not loud, but it echoed throughout the area. Standing amidst the protection of the skeletal giants and shield guardians, he looked straight ahead, not even making a deliberate effort to glance at the players on either side. "Quickly distance yourselves, or bear the consequences." The crowd began to stir. Bear the consequences? What does that mean? Is he going to attack us too? Why should we? We're players too. Who does he think he is to make us leave? Wait, is he really going to topple the entire Cast Town? Someone with an impassioned expression squeezed out from the crowd, waving their arms and shouting, "Great God, Tiany! We will revolt alongside you. Seville is dead, the rules are gone, let's overthrow this dilapidated town together." Another person, displeased, crossed their arms and coldly remarked, "We're all players, why are you putting on airs? Just because you have a high level makes you so impressive. There are thousands of us and only a handful of you." "Exactly. Let's all go for it, what can he do? Are you all insane? That's Tiany. Didn't you see him skewer Seville with one strike? Seville is an NPC, we are players, can they be compared?" The noisy arguments spread through the crowd. Some pressed forward, some retreated, some raised their streaming devices to find better angles, and others opened their friend lists, frantically typing to try to get their offline friends online to witness this spectacle. Chen Lin ignored them, not even pausing on the arguing players for half a second. He placed his left hand on the key at his waist. The door to the peaceful haven far removed from the mundane world swung wide open. The key vibrated slightly, and a spatial fluctuation spread from his palm. A wave of corrupted servants emerged one after another. Once they emerged, they spontaneously spread out, filling the gaps between the skeletal giants and shield guardians. Though their individual strength was inferior to the Dark Knights, their numbers far exceeded them. They had once been the squires of knights, corrupted as their masters fell. Now they followed their new master, fighting for the same goal. In the center of the formation, Chen Lin's expression turned serious as the phantasm of the silent monument of Jialong emerged, empowering the entire army. "This battle is not a slaughter of the weak, but a righteous fight to liberate the prisoners. Advance." Chen Lin pointed his freedom blade forward. All summoned beings trembled. The breath of the dead and the chill of death, two area skills, were stacked to their maximum intensity at that moment. The pitch-black aura swirling around the skeletal giants suddenly expanded, intertwining with the deathly aura rising simultaneously from the skeletal shield guardians, dark knights, and corrupted servants. A black mist-like energy spread from every summoned being, connecting, stacking, and merging, constructing a visibly gray field around the formation. A death field that annihilates the weak. Some civilians, for reasons unknown, did not flee. When the edge of the death field touched them, their bodies stiffened slightly. Then, with a final expression of gratitude in their eyes, they, like Seville, became shells sealed for centuries, losing all moisture and life, shattering into dry fragments. The players who had not heeded Chen Lin's warning finally changed their expressions upon witnessing this scene. From excitement at the spectacle, they transitioned into genuine fear. Some turned to flee, but the death field had already enveloped them. A bone-chilling cold surged from their feet to their heads, and their limbs felt as heavy as if filled with lead, every movement becoming slow and stiff. They tried their utmost to take a step, but lifting their feet felt as slow as walking underwater. In just a few seconds, a white light began to rise. 1, 2, 3. The players who were squeezed in the front, shouting the loudest and refusing to retreat, fell one after another like harvested wheat under the shadow of the death field. The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded. Wow, he really is killing players too. What skill is that field? Its range is too vast. Kenny, I warned you, but you didn't listen. The brothers of Cast Town are truly unfortunate, trapped by NPCs for a week, and just when they finally wait for a savior, the savior ends up chopping them too. What about that one who said we're all players? Why are you putting on airs? Still around. At the respawn point. Chen Lin's gaze swept past the places where the white light had disappeared without any pause. The warning had been given, or whether they chose to heed it was up to them. The consequences of their choices would also be borne by themselves. From the end of the road, a voice of righteous reprimand rang out. Stop! The voice was loud and clear, carrying a deliberately trained tone, like an actor reciting lines on stage. The owner of the voice wore intricately decorated and ornate armor, the surface etched with exquisite patterns, with high shoulder pads, and a large red gem embedded in the center of the chest plate. A long white feather was inserted into his helmet, fluttering slightly in the wind. Behind him followed 2 rows of equally ornate knights, more resembling an honor guard than a battle unit. Their armor was equally intricate, equally exquisite, studded with various gems. Their steps were synchronized, each footfall falling in perfect rhythm, like a ceremonial guard being reviewed in a parade. I am the commander of the Cast Town Knights. He raised his long sword high, the blade reflecting the sunlight, glaringly bright. I vow to defend my town and eliminate all intruders. Meeting him was a 2-meter-long, 2-finger-thick bone spear shot at high speed. Before the commander could react, the bone spear struck the large red gem on his chest. The gem shattered instantly, sending red shards flying. The tip of the bone spear penetrated the ornate chest plate, effortlessly piercing through his chest and exiting through his back. The spear continued without losing speed, dragging his armored body along. It then pierced through a knight behind the commander. That knight didn't even see what hit the commander. He only saw the commander's back suddenly explode, and then a bloodied white spear appeared before him, piercing through his body as well. Then came the third knight. The momentum of the bone spear finally waned. It stopped inside the third knight, stringing together the 3 bodies clad in ornate armor, nailing them to the wall at the end of the road. Behind Chen Lin, the defiled war beast completed its test fire. On its massive quadrupedal skeleton, 2 6-barreled bone spear launchers began to slowly rotate. The left launcher rotated a notch, pushing a new bone spear into the firing position from the spinal cavity. The right launcher similarly rotated a notch, aligning another bone spear. Then they fired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bone spears shot out one after another at high speed from the launchers. Those heavy bone spears, which ordinary knights found heavy to wield, flew from the defiled war beast's launcher like arrows from a crossbow, firing continuously without pause. Even with the commander dead, the remaining knights showed no sign of retreating. They maintained their formation and charged towards Chen Lin. Then they fell in groups like harvested wheat. In just a few breaths, the once magnificent knight brigade at the end of the road turned into a ground littered with bodies strung up by bone spears. It was not a stronger breed that eliminated the cavalry, but a machine gun. Mandatory emergency task: expel the invaders. Task reward: level up to level 10, apprentice rank entry, pass hidden class apostle. Watching the system notification, the players observing from a distance exchanged glances. Am I fighting Tianni? The players obviously would not foolishly rush to their deaths. The prompt for the forced emergency mission continued to flicker in the corner of their vision, the red exclamation mark pulsating like a relentless mosquito. Yet not a single one of the thousands of players in Cast Town accepted it. They merely watched from a distance, separated by the ruins of collapsed houses, the corpses of knights, pierced by bone spears, and the stone road, crushed by the enormous skeletal giants. No one pushed forward anymore, nor did anyone shout, "We're all players, what are you pretending for?" The live broadcast was still running, the online viewer count was still rising, but the hands behind the camera remained steady, not daring to step over the line. Within the formation, 2 enormous skeletal giants forged ahead. Towering over 7 meters, they moved side by side like two mobile mountain ridges of bones. The giant on the left lifted its foot and crushed the remnants of a house that had not yet fully collapsed, while the one on the right swung its arm, tearing apart a stone wall that stood in its way, as if peeling an orange. 3 skeletal shield warriors defended the flanks and rear. Their 5-meter-tall bodies were shorter than the giants, but more robust. Their bone shields were angled in front of them, the numerous bone spikes and reinforced ribs glimmering coldly under the sunlight. The corrupted attendants filled the battlefield, not merely forming a rigid wall, but operating in squads, either launching proactive strikes to scatter the enemy formation or retreating to encircle and annihilate powerful foes. The Dark Knights, as the strongest force, would not remain fixed at a single point, but continuously roamed to fill gaps. The entire team advanced forward, centered around the desecrated battle beasts. The piercing wail of bone spears slicing through the air echoed every few breaths, with each instance resulting in one or more targets being pierced, nailed, or torn apart. Enemies surged from all directions. Some could hardly even be referred to as enemies. A blacksmith clad in a leather apron burst forth from the ruins of his collapsed forge, his face a mask of despair and fury, wielding a still-warm iron hammer as he charged at the corrupted attendants. Behind him, a young woman fled in panic, clutching a bundle. It was a portrayal of the common folk amidst calamity. Meanwhile, the number of comments in the live chat was noticeably fewer. It wasn't that the online viewer count had dropped, but rather that the audience was at a loss for words. The camera followed the advance of the legion, sweeping over the faces of those blacksmiths, women, and elders. Their faces reflected fear, anger, confusion, and resentment. Every expression was so genuine it seemed unreal for NPCs in a game. Someone commented in the chat, "That blacksmith. He's truly fighting to protect something." No one responded. Yet every time some players began to feel sympathy, the dried corpses of the townsfolk reminded them that things were not so simple. After the blacksmith fell, his body began to dehydrate, shrivel, and fracture the instant it touched the ground. The leather apron, stained with soot, became gray and tattered, as if weathered for hundreds of years. The iron hammer in his hand also lost its luster, rust spreading from the hammerhead to the handle until the entire hammer shattered into several rust-colored fragments. He was no longer a blacksmith. He was a heap of remnants left from an unknown era. As the young woman ran into the alley, the edge of the death domain brushed against her back. She ran a few more steps forward, but her pace slowed. Her body felt lighter. When she fell, the bundle she held hit the ground first, scattering clothes and black bread all around. Like the blacksmith, she instantly transformed into a dried corpse, sealed away for millennia. The clothes and black bread scattered around her also lost their color at that moment, turning into faded remnants. You have slain a soul puppet. Experience 1. Chen Lin sat atop the skeletal horse, surveying the constantly flashing system prompts. Since entering Cast Town, every target he had slain, whether it was the guide, Seville, the leader of the knights, or an ordinary townsfolk, received the exact same system notification. No matter how strong their party appeared, at its core, it consisted merely of a dozen professional-tier Dark Knights accompanied by hundreds of apprentice-tier corrupted attendants, along with a few war behemoths. Naturally, they could crush any current player guild, but facing any NPC faction, including a normal beginner town, they were no different from a speed bump. Fortunately, this place clearly did not align with normality. Boom, boom, boom. A solemn symphony suddenly rang out. The music came from the high platform of the castle, its tunes splendid and cheerful, as if celebrating some grand festival. The orchestral sound stood out amidst the ruins, and the cries of battle jarringly out of place to the point of absurdity. For attendants carried a luxurious recliner, appearing at the high platform of the central castle. Sitting on the chair was a very fat nobleman dressed in formal attire. His body resembled a mountain of flesh piled upon the recliner, his belly overflowing in layers spilling out from the gaps in his formal attire. Is this flesh mountain the mastermind behind it all? The players debated among themselves. In front of the recliner, someone dressed in a colorful tight suit resembling a jester exaggeratedly spread his arms and recited aloud. The peaceful and harmonious Cast Town welcomes a formidable sorcerer wielding vile powers, lawless and defiant of the rules. His voice was thin and high-pitched, carrying a deliberately trained chant-like tone, each word drawn out, as if reciting an ancient epic. His arms traced an exaggerated arc in the air, pointing at the collapsed houses, the shattered corpses, and the knights nailed to the walls by bone spears. Heroes sacrifice. Civilians slaughtered. His voice rose higher, the bells on the brim of his hat jingling with his exaggerated gestures. Then suddenly his tone shifted from sorrowful to impassioned, his arms raised high, as if welcoming some great. Fortunately, our great lord, the Viscount of Cast, wields the ultimate power to uphold justice. As he reclined, the Viscount's eyes, squeezed into narrow slits by his layers of fat, squinted even tighter. Not because of blinding brilliance, but because he was smiling. It was a smile of satisfaction and self-congratulation, though the curvature of his lips was nearly indiscernible due to his fat. The essence of that smile seeped from every pore of his being, conveying a feeling without the need for an expression. His chubby hand adorned with a golden ring grasped the scepter and waved it forcefully. Boom. Amidst the tremendous roar, the towering stone castle standing at the center of Cast Town cracked at its foundation, uprooting its roots from the soil and rock layers. The castle stood up. What does it mean for a castle to rise? Players watching from afar stood frozen, gazing in awe at the fortress giant, seemingly slow yet deceptively swift, as it reshaped itself into an upright stance. The ancient stone castle, which had stood at the heart of Castletown for countless years, was splitting open at its foundations. According to some preordained articulation and structure, limbs, previously folded and concealed beneath the foundation, extended outward joint by joint. The twin towers on either side swung outward, the massive stone walls folded and refolded like origami, drawing inward, collapsing layer upon layer, then unfurling anew into two impossibly thick colossal arms. Beneath the castle's foundations, further structures emerged from soil and bedrock legs. Two titanic limbs forged from the castle's entire foundation and subterranean chambers. Clods of earth and shards of rock still clung to the surface of those legs, crumbling downward in showers that struck the ground with thunderous bursts of dust. The seven-metertal skeletal colossi had already been immense, towering over Castletown's low-roofed dwellings, their shoulders soaring above rooftops, their skulls eclipsing the clock tower, each step crushing an entire house beneath them. Yet now, before the rising fortress, even those skeletal titans appeared diminutive. Players stood behind rubble and doorways of still-standing houses along the stone steps edging the square. They tilted their heads upward, higher and higher, mouths agape in silent wonder. Livestream cameras faithfully captured every moment. The comment feed had erupted into absolute chaos. Bow down. From the dais, the jester's voice grew sharper, more piercing. He stood before the chaise lounge, arms raised high, the bells on his cap jingling frenetically. His white, grease paint glinted blindingly under the sun. His crimson grin was grotesquely exaggerated, twisted beyond natural expression. O malevolent sorcerer, bow before this absolute justice. His voice reverberated across ruins and rubble while brass and strings continued their solemn symphony, its grandeur clashing violently with his shrill, absurd shriek. Viscount Castle remained seated upon the chaise lounge. His eyes, slits squeezed shut by layers of fat, narrowed even further. The ruby atop his scepter blazed with a searing light, casting his fleshy face in deep, ominous crimson. He uttered no word, only smiled, a smile of smug satisfaction, of triumphant arrogance. Bluster. Chen Lin withdrew his gaze. Witnessing this, he felt a sudden quiet relief. Chen Lin rested his fingers upon the blade of freedom's edge. On the short sword's edge, the blood of guides, several, had not yet fully dried. A dark red stain traced the curve of the blade, from tip to hilt, like a desiccated riverbed. As his fingertip brushed the dried blood, a faint, icy pulse trembled up his skin. Since it was you who led the players astray, then let you unveil what lies beneath. Using that blood as conduit, Chen Lin cast a rudimentary universal spell, one he had mastered even at the amateur tier. Light revealed. A ripple emanated from Chen Lin. Not light, but something closer to revelation. It swept across rubble and ruins, across shattered cadavers, across the distant onlookers, and over all of Castletown. Then everyone saw them, crimson threads. Thousands upon thousands of them, descending from the heavens, crisscrossing the entire town. They fell vertically from unimaginable heights, dense, unyielding, like a frozen crimson rainstorm. Each thread terminated at a person. Those NPCs who had assigned quests and conversed with players. The baker, the florist, the blacksmith, the apothecary, the grocer, the townsfolk, the guards, the knights. Beneath their skins held no flesh, no bone, no organs. Only tangled, interwoven crimson threads. Each thread pierced through their crowns, filled their limbs and torsos, then emerged from fingertips and toes, connecting seamlessly to other threads. Every gesture, every word, every expression, they were all puppeteered by these threads. They were not living beings, merely husks stitched together and animated by crimson filaments. Even Viscount Castle, the figure players deemed the mastermind behind the veil, was no exception. A thread pierced his crown, filling his massive frame, then burst forth from his 10 fingers to converge upon the scepter in his grasp. Even the players themselves were already entwined, wrapped head to toe in crimson threads. One player looked down, seeing coils upon coils spiraling up his own forearm. Another turned to his companion, finding crimson filaments coiling across their face, neck, and chest. The threads did not pierce their bodies, but wound tightly around limbs and torso like marionette strings, taut, waiting, yet not yet pulled. What the hell is this? Someone lunged to tear at the threads, only for fingers to pass straight through, grasping nothing. The threads possessed no substance, No spellcraft, no tangible form. They simply existed, visible yet untouchable. Chen Lin too bore one such thread. Unlike the dense webs encasing others, his was exquisitely fine, thinner than a hair, loosely coiled around his left wrist. Only that. Insolence. Upon the dais the jester could no longer sustain his operatic cadence. His voice turned shrill, grating, like nails dragged across slate. Beneath his white grease paint his face contorted, the painted crimson grin stretched into a ghastly jagged arc. He leapt upward, the bells on his cap jangling wildly, his tight-fitting costume flashing garishly beneath the sun. How dare you, how dare you! His shriek pierced the air like a cat's tail crushed beneath a boot. Chen Lin did not glance his way. He drew freedom's edge across the crimson thread circling his left wrist. On the blade's edge Several's blood shimmered with a dull sullen red under the ripple of light revealed. The red of blood met the red of thread at the knife's edge. A gentle cut. Snap. A soft, clean sound. Not metal striking metal nor silk parting, but closer to the sharp, resonant snap of a lute string breaking. Crisp. Brief. Lingering with a subtle, mournful echo. The single thread around Chen Lin's wrist snapped. Then 100. Then 10,000. All the threads, those descending from the heavens, filling the hollow puppets winding around the players' bodies, began snapping one by one, starting from that infinitesimal break at Chen Lin's wrist. The rupture accelerated, spreading like a tidal wave radiating outward from Chen Lin, engulfing Castle Town, surging upward toward the unreachable vault of heaven without end. Snap, 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 snap. A deafening cascade, thousands of strings snapping in unison. Shrill dissonant, so piercing it rattled eardrums. The soul puppets collapsed. Hollow husks instantly deprived of all support slumped lifelessly to the ground, limp as dolls whose strings had been severed. Like several, like the townsfolk slain within the death domain, they crumbled into mummified corpses, brittle and ancient, shattering into desiccated fragments. The threads binding the players also snapped, one by one, sliding off limbs and torsos, dissolving midair into drifting crimson motes. Some gasped greedily, as if breaking the surface after drowning. Others dropped to their knees, palms pressed to the earth, backs soaked in cold sweat. No. A scream tore from the dais. The jester's voice, now utterly inhuman, thin, grating, vibrating with metallic distortion. He flailed his hands, futilely grasping at the snapping threads. They slipped between his fingers, continuing their relentless unraveling, heedless of his desperate resistance. Viscount Castle slumped in his chaise lounge. His fat squeezed eyes, mere slits, finally flew wide open. His scepter tumbled from his gold-ringed fleshy hand, the ruby at its tip shattered mid-fall. He tried to speak, lips trembling thick and slack, but produced no sound. His enormous body, the vessel woven from crimson threads, began disintegrating from within. His skin withered, fat receded, his ornate robes deflated, collapsing inward. And the fortress giant, the titan raised by threads, froze Madris. His skin withered, fat receded, his ornate robes deflated, collapsing inward. And the fortress giant, the titan raised by threads, froze. The castle had turned into a pile of ruins. The entire structure collapsed from a height of several dozen meters, with stone walls, towers, domes, and foundations, all shattering into pieces the moment they hit the ground. The ruins formed a small hill with the highest point exceeding 10 meters, while the lowest area was a gentle slope covered with rubble and debris. The dust had yet to settle, a gray-white haze enveloping the center of the town as sunlight pierced through the dust, turning dim and blurred. The dark night and the corrupted servant ascended the ruins. The hooves of the skeletal warhorse clattered against the rubble. The boots of the corrupted servant crunched through the debris, advancing unevenly towards the highest point of the ruins. Their formation automatically spread apart as they climbed, resembling a net that encompassed the entire ruins within their controllable range. They hoisted the jester up. His tight-fitting outfit was covered in dust and debris, the red and green colors of his pants indistinguishable. Several bells from his hat had fallen off, and the remaining ones still jingled, though the sound was fragmented and broken. The white paint on his face was smeared with dust and sweat, the red paint of the smiling face spreading from the corners of his mouth, resembling a melting smile. He did not look at Chen Lin. His eyes were fixed on the rubble before him, as if he were gazing beyond it at something else. It shouldn't be like this. This is not what an adventure game is like. His voice lost the sharp, high-pitched cadence it once had, becoming dry and flat, like someone talking to themselves, as if explaining something to an absent person. You should pretend to cooperate with my arrangements. Act like a nefarious sorcerer, enduring the world's wariness and rejection, while finding ways to exploit the rules and uncover the truth behind the matter. You will encounter those who help you as well as those who hinder you. Gradually you will uncover the history of Cast Town, discover the secrets of the soul puppets, and reveal the existence behind the red thread. His fingers absently traced the rubble. After countless encounters of wits, and courage, you will gradually unveil the truth of the matter. You think you are resisting, that you are breaking free. But you do not realize that each time you conform to the rules, each time you search for loopholes within them, you are digging your own grave. The rules themselves are a trap. The longer you remain within the rules, the deeper you fall into them. He raised his head and looked at Chen Lin. The face smeared with paint revealed no expression, but there was a sincere confusion in his eyes. When all the rebels unite to fight for freedom, you and your like-minded companions will stand beneath this high stage, raising your weapons and shouting resounding slogans. And then, his voice suddenly rose half a pitch, as if recalling a scene that excited him. The Titan descends from the heavens, slapping you all to death. Heroes sacrifice, freedom falls, and evil gains a temporary victory. But the spark of rebellion will not extinguish, it will pass on to the next rebel, and the next, and the next. Until one day someone truly finds the way to break the rules. He paused. This is how an adventure game should. Chen Lin approached, holding the blade of freedom. His boots crunched on the rubble, making a clattering sound. The jester knelt on the ground, needing to look up to see his face. I am not clever enough to outsmart someone who has set everything up, Chen Lin said, so I choose to confront with The jester's gaze fell upon the dagger in Chen Lin's hand. The blade was stained with Sevel's blood, not yet wiped clean. The handle was made of ordinary hardwood wrapped in faded hemp rope, with the end being a severely worn iron piece. It was an ordinary dagger, inferior even to a level 1 white gear, something that could be bought for a few copper coins at any blacksmith shop. The jester's eyes suddenly widened. Is it that? He recognized the blade of freedom. His body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from a more complex emotion. Surprise, anger, disbelief, and a hint of absurdity. He has already destroyed my proudest work. Now it has ruined the stage I built after sacrificing my legendary status. His voice sharpened, reminiscent of his previous chanting, but this time it was not for performance, it was a true loss of emotional control. Chen Lin had already reached in front of him. The jester looked up, gazing at that unremarkable default face, looking at the dagger that had ended the life of his proudest creation. His lips moved as if wanting to say something. Chen Lin did not give him the chance. The blade of freedom plunged directly into his heart. The blade pierced through the tight-fitting outfit, through the skin, through the gaps between the ribs, stabbing into the still-beating heart. There was no hesitation, no pause, and no unnecessary motions. It drove in completely, with only the handle remaining outside. The jester's body froze. He looked down at the dagger embedded in his chest. The handle pressed against his chest, the pattern of the hemp rope clearly visible. Sevel's blood mixed with his own, indistinguishable. No matter how strong the plot, it must be supported by strength, Chen Lin said. This was his only evaluation. He had no intention of tormenting the jester, nor of imprisoning him. He was not a detective, nor a judge, nor one of those protagonists who liked to chat with the villain for half an hour before their death. Death was the greatest punishment. Execution was the judgment he delivered. The jester looked down at the dagger, his tone inexplicable. Yes. No matter how strong the plot, it must be supported by strength. His voice grew calm. Not the kind of resignation, but a release after understanding something. It's good. He raised his head. I have. A momentum that transcended all life slowly rose. Not a spell, not a skill, but an instinctive tremor facing a natural enemy, like an ant facing a descending foot with nowhere to escape. There was no substantial impact, yet everyone felt it. The warhorses of the Dark Knights stepped back in unison. The ghostly blue flames on the hooves of the skeletal warhorse flickered violently, like candles in the wind. The knights tightened their grips on their lances, the ghostly blue flames flickering violently through the gaps in their helmets. The corrupted servants halted their steps, their formation wavering. The observing players in the distance felt it too. Some weakened and knelt on the ground, while others had to support themselves against nearby walls to avoid collapsing. Some gasped for breath, as if something was pressing down on their chests. The jester looked down at the blade of freedom still embedded in his chest. His momentum was rising. I should not cling to this old work that has long been completed. His voice became deep and distant, no longer the sharp jester-like tone, but a more ancient and fundamental voice. It was time to reclaim my strength. Thank you for awakening me. In his eyes the pupils were splitting. Not one turning into two, but one turning into 4, 8, 16. The black pupils divided continuously like cells, filling the entire iris, then spilling over to fill the entire eyeball. His eyes transformed into a pair of compound eyes composed of countless small pupils glimmering with a dark light under the dim sunlight. As a reward, his mouth split open. Not a smile, but a literal tearing. The skin at the corners of his mouth ripped apart, revealing beneath it an unhuman pitch black and hard tissue. Let you become my new creation. 8 long spear-like spider legs emerged from behind him. Dramatist cast, level 80 legendary in transformation. His eyes were fixed on Chen Lin. Dramatist cast was waiting for that unremarkable default face to show fear. Waiting for the player who had stabbed Sevel, cut the red thread, and plunged into his heart, to finally reveal the expression he should show. But it did not come. There was no fear on Chen Lin's face. He saw the splitting of Cast's pupils, saw the 8 spider legs, saw the transforming torso. His expression remained unchanged. In his hand, a black scythe materialized. My ritual has long been completed. The voice of Cast grew urgent, no longer that distant and deep tone. My transformation is irreversible. If you kill me, I will immediately complete my transformation. If you don't kill me, I will still complete it right away. His speech quickened as if he was trying to finish these words before something. You cannot stop this. You. Bang. A dark knight had approached him from behind, delivering a fierce kick to his knee. The legendary figure knelt on the rubble, his upper body pressed forward, hands on the ground, facing the ruins of Cast Town, the shattered corpses, and the dissipating red threads. Facing the stage he had built by hand. Chen Lin's face revealed a hint of mockery. It was not the joy of victory nor the disdain for an enemy, but a more mundane awareness, as if he had anticipated this outcome. He walked to the jester's side. The shadow scythe extended slowly behind him, the countless white points of light on the blade illuminating simultaneously. The scythe fell. In the blood-soaked outpost of the apprentice's path, with the help of the countless souls enslaved by the soul butcher, Chen Lin's shadow scythe acquired a special trait. Termination. When delivering the final blow, ignore the second form or resurrection ability of the monster and execute directly. Among over 2 billion players worldwide at this stage, only Chen Lin could kill him. Cast was right, his ritual had long been completed, and his transformation was irreversible. If you kill him, he will immediately complete his transformation. If you don't kill him, he will also complete his transformation right away. But termination is indifferent to reversibility. Termination only cares about one thing: to put an end to it. The one who prided himself on manipulating fate welcomed the only player capable of killing him. Was this not a form of fate as well? The rising momentum of the playwright Cast suddenly came to a halt. It was as if someone had pressed a switch, cutting off all sound, all momentum, all changes in that single instant. The 8 spider legs of shadow behind him froze in midair, the surfaces bristle like barbs, standing upright, and then silently shattered like a burst bubble. Grayish-white fragments fluttered down, dissipating in the air before they even touched the ground. His compound eyes remained open. 1632-64 tiny pupils simultaneously reflected Chen Lin's face. That ordinary expression was replicated 64 times in those 64 pupils. Incredulity. Each pupil held the same disbelief. Then all changes shattered like bubbles. His body began to disintegrate. Different from Seville, different from those. His body shattered from the inside out. Countless fine cracks appeared on the surface of his skin, revealing a grayish-white light. The light grew brighter, the cracks became denser, and then a very faint sound like a bubble bursting. All lights suddenly dimmed, and in this abrupt cessation of change, the legend came to an end. Ding! The sound of the system notification exploded in Chen Lin's ears. You successfully killed the playwright Cast, level 80 legendary. Your level has risen to level 19-100. Your base health 360, a base mana 540, agility 18, spirit 54. You gained 27 free attribute points. Your experience is full. Overflow experience will be stored. Please complete the job advancement to raise the level cap. Your experience pool is full. Overflow experience is being converted. You gained a crystal of experience, sub-legendary. From the initial 10th level at 11 to the peak of 19th level at 100, the massive experience made Chen Lin unable to help but smile. And this was just the most trivial gain. As an apprentice slaying an old legend, you comprehended the hero expertise. Ignore high-level pressure. No matter the strength of the opponent, your mind will not be intimidated by their momentum. You gaze at them as if looking at an ordinary person. You gain 1 point of legendary status. Your enlightenment medal has undergone a transformation. Your blade of freedom has undergone a transformation. Congratulations, player Tian. He has completed the first kill of a legendary boss, rewarded with 20 to all attributes and the wand of the King of Wonders. A global announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to remain anonymous? Chen Lin glanced at it and shook his head. In this situation, whether to hide or not made no difference. Thousands of players in Cast Town witnessed the entire battle, and hundreds of live streams broadcasted it in real time to global audiences. When he stabbed Seville, when his army trampled Cast Town, when he severed the red thread, when he ended the jester with a single blow, every moment was clearly seen by countless eyes. Hide his name. The level 19 apprentice named Tian E on the leaderboard was the answer. No. Global announcement: player Tian E has completed a legendary slaying, killing the playwright Cast, level 70 legendary. Reward 20 to all attributes, wand of the King of Wonders hereby announced. Global announcement: player Tian E has completed a legendary slaying, killing the playwright Cast, level 70 legendary. Reward 20 to all attributes, wand of the King of Wonders hereby announced. Global announcement: player Tian E has completed a legendary slaying, killing the playwright Cast, level 70 legendary. Reward 20 to all attributes Wand of the King of Wonders hereby announced. Ignoring the waves caused by the global announcement, Chen Lin's eyes were fixed on Cast's disintegrating corpse. A phantom emerged from Cast's body, solidifying into a pure white feather pen. You obtained the wondrous item Future Planning. And an unexpected gain. Wondrous items are creations of miracles, each with its own mechanism, and the birth of a wondrous item is not directly related to the creator's strength. While unexpected gains are indeed delightful, Chen Lin did not forget his original purpose. With the greatest obstacle shattered, he was eager to meet his future assistants. Stepping over the corpse of Cast, Chen Lin walked towards the back of the castle. The Dark Knights and corrupted servants had already formed a defensive line around the ruins. The Bone Giant and Bone Shield Guardians stood on either side of the stairway entrance, their massive skeletal bodies resembling two closed doors that completely blocked the entrance. The blasphemous beast lay atop the highest point of the ruins, its six-barreled bone spear launcher slowly rotating, aiming in different directions. Skeleton thieves emerged from the shadows, obeying their master's command to search for potential targets. After Cast's death, the castle collapsed, exposing areas that had previously been hidden by the castle walls. The skeleton thieves searched around the edge of the ruins and found a door at the back of the castle. The door was ajar. The doorframe was engraved with faint patterns resembling some sort of seal, but the lines had broken due to the death of the one who had set the seal, rendering it ineffective. Behind the door was a staircase leading downwards. Every few steps along the stone walls there hung a wall lamp, rust-covered with the oil long dried up, and the wick burned to a gray powder. Chen Lin stood before the door, not hurrying to enter. With a thought, a beam of summoning light illuminated. It was not the cold blue light of the Dark Knights, nor the murky gray light of the corrupted servants, but a deeper, more refined dark golden hue. Within the light, a figure clad in full armor slowly emerged. This figure was taller than the Dark Knights. The full plate armor was adorned with sun motifs, intricately designed and dignified, extending from the chest plate to the limbs, resembling a sun radiating light. A kite-shaped shield hung from the left arm, also featuring the sun motif. The right hand grasped a spear, its tip resting on the ground, the blade longer than the Dark Knight's lance with edges on both sides for thrusting and slicing. Dark Knight Commander level 36 senior tier, Chen Lin revealed a hint of a smile on his face. Long time no see. After liberating the souls imprisoned in the town, the Enlightenment emblem underwent a transformation. Enlightenment emblem purple effect can directly summon the Dark Knight Commander. Can transform skeleton warriors into Dark Knights, limit of 300, breaking ignorance, enlightening light. In simple terms, it allows for the summoning of the commander. The commander stepped forward. The full armor crunched underfoot on the rubble, producing a dull metallic sound. He stopped before Chen Lin and knelt on one knee. His right fist rested on his chest plate, the helmet bowed, and dark golden flames quietly burned within the shaped gap. Once Chen Lin returned the salute, he stood up, turned to face the open door, and boldly stepped inside. Chen Lin followed closely behind. The passage was deeper than anticipated. The staircase descended continuously without turns or platforms, just a series of steps extending deeper into the mountain. The wall lamps had long extinguished, but the dark golden light from the commander was sufficient to illuminate a few steps ahead. The temperature in the air was dropping. It was not the natural coolness of an underground place, but a more fundamental cold, as if the heat had been drawn away by something. The breath exhaled formed white mist in the air, lingering longer than usual, as if even the flow of air was becoming sluggish. Then Chen Lin saw the red threads. The first red thread appeared on the wall of the passage, emerging from a crack in the rock, extending half a meter along the wall before diving back into another crevice. Deeper into the passage, the number of red threads increased. 2, 3, 5, 10. They emerged from every crack in the wall, ceiling, and floor, intertwining and weaving into an increasingly dense web. They were neither taut nor completely slack, suspended in a state between the two, as if the force pulling them had long departed, yet a faint trace of tension remained. The commander's spear pushed aside the obstructing red threads. When the spear blade grazed the threads, they did not break, but were merely pushed aside. They were too soft, so soft that they could not withstand even the force of cutting. At the end of the passage was a wall woven from red threads. Countless red threads converged here, intertwining and forming countless knots. Some knots on the wall had already been untied. Those that had been loosened hung down, their ends still retaining the curved shape from when they were tied, but the knots themselves had come undone. You have entered the realm of weaving fate. Untie the knots to comprehend the related techniques. Chen Lin stood before this wall of red threads, his gaze sweeping over the dense knots. Countless knots, each representing a woven fate, a scripted narrative, a technique sealed within the red. Now it was clear why Cast remained here. It was not merely a fondness for old works, but because he could not part. He had only untied a portion of the knots, and had comprehended the manipulation of red threads. To further understand and untie the knots, he had sacrificed his legendary tier, constructing an entire stage with the red threads. But it was precisely because he sacrificed his power to build the stage that allowed Chen Lin to successfully kill the legendary being by relying on mechanisms to surpass 7 tiers. Now none of that mattered. Chen Lin gazed at the wall in silence for a few breaths. Then he drew out the blade of freedom. The blade bore scratches and nicks that were slowly shifting. Seville's blood had been entirely absorbed, leaving only the scars that were rearranging on the blade. Blade of freedom type rare artifact effect counter fate manipulate bind and other concepts fate is constant human hearts are ever-changing. What did that saying go? With the shredder, all that remained at home was the shredder. With a rare artifact capable of countering the binds of fate in hand, and standing before the wall of red threads representing manipulation, could he really resist the urge to act? It took an unknown amount of time for the legendary tier cast to untie even this small portion. Chen Lin did not believe he could do better. In that case, there was no need to waste any more time. Chen Lin tightened his grip on the hilt and swung down towards the wall of red threads. The red wall that had imprisoned the legendary powerhouse cast for an unknown number of years split apart like butter being sliced by a hot knife, scattering to the sides. Along with it, the profound techniques and knowledge contained within also dissipated. There was not a trace of regret in his heart, only that which could be used by me holds value. The crimson wall crumbled beneath the blade of freedom. Those deep red threads, fine as human hair, curled, shattered, and turned to ash at the point of contact, like a spiderweb licked by flame. Thousands upon thousands of knots dissolved before the blade of freedom like frost blossoms under a scorching sun. Beyond the crimson wall lay a stone chamber. The chamber was modest in size, its 4 walls hewn directly from raw rock, rough, unpolished, identical to the tunnel walls carved by crude tools. No sconces, no torches, no trace of artificial light. But the chamber was not dark. Light emanated from its center. There stood a stone platform. Roughly waist-high, the platform bore a flat, unadorned surface. Its edges were uncarved, its texture as coarse and unrefined as the chamber's own walls. Upon it lay a figure. A woman. She wore a black and white gown devoid of ornamentation, its fabric heavy and structured, evoking ceremonial elegance, yet stripped of all flourish. White satin ribbons traced her collar, cuffs, and waistline. Pure immaculate white with no gradation or softening between the stark contrast of black and white. Her hair was the pristine white of freshly fallen snow, long cascading from the platform down nearly to the floor. In the lightless chamber, her strands emitted a faint, ethereal luminescence, the sole source of illumination within the room. Her face was exquisitely sculpted, not with the allure of mortal beauty, but with an unnerving perfection, flawlessly symmetrical, mathematically precise, utterly devoid of imperfection. Like a masterpiece chiseled by a master artisan, using only the finest materials, guided by immutable proportions, stroke by deliberate stroke. She breathed not. Her chest did not rise or fall, her nostrils did not flutter, her fingers folded gently over her abdomen remained utterly still. No tremor, no pulse, no sign of life. At the moment the final ash of the severed crimson thread dispersed into the air, her eyes opened, wynard irises, depthless and devoid of emotion. No days of awakening, no wariness toward a stranger, no curiosity, no fear, none of the fragile, flickering phenomena known as emotion. Are you then my fated master? Her voice was soft, mellifluous, each syllable clear and rounded, her cadence perfectly modulated like an instrument tuned to celestial precision. Chen Lin gazed at her, then slid the blade of freedom back into its sheath. Fate holds less appeal for me than conquest. He gestured behind him. The severed knots. The ash of crimson threads fading into nothingness. The wall, now erased from existence. The woman's gaze swept past his shoulders, settling upon that dissolving haze. Her expression did not shift, not a trace of relief at liberation nor sorrow at the wall's destruction. She simply observed, as if witnessing an event wholly detached from herself. Per the Creator's directive, she said, he who awakens me becomes my master. She rose from the stone platform, fluid, effortless, bearing no stiffness or sluggishness from her gown slipped from the platform, pooling softly onto the floor. She took one step forward. Black and white fabric swayed gently around her ankles. Her long white hair cascaded over her shoulders, spilling across her chest and back. She halted before Chen Lin, less than a pace away. Then she lowered her head, arms relaxed at her sides, torso inclining forward with subtle grace, chin drawn inward, eyes fixed upon the ground. Like a mechanism fully calibrated, awaiting its first command. Ownership has been transferred. Ashirius serves you, my master. Her voice resonated softly within the confined stone chamber. Tender, harmonious, utterly devoid of feeling. Ashiria was not alive. She was crafted, a vessel placed here, a treasure chest sealed in stone. Who had forged Ashiria? Even her former master, the daughter of the future, a being more reborn than any reincarnator, could not say. Yet Chen Lin now held a clue. His hand settled upon the key at his waist. The massive, nearly 30-centimeter-long key seized from the Soulgrave Butcher, now trembling faintly in his grip. Do you recognize it? Chen Lin unfastened the key and held it aloft. Ashiria's gaze fell upon the object. It is a failed artifact, discarded during the creator's forging of greatness. No recognition stirred her voice, no disappointment colored her tone at confronting a flawed relic. She merely stated fact, like an open book faithfully displaying printed words. Then she extended her fingertip brushed the key's surface. You have acquired highest authority over the sanctuary beyond the mortal realm. You may now alter, dismantle, or consume it at will. Truly the Forerunners never cease to astonish. Chen Lin tightened his grip on the key, sensing the authority structure reassembling within it. Who is your creator? He pressed further. He is Miracle. Then her lips sealed silent. No elaboration followed. No context, no continuation. Chen Lin asked no more. With supreme authority secured, he no longer needed to hold the key. A mere gesture summoned the recall resonance radiating outward. Beyond the chamber atop the ruins, the corrupted attendants on watch froze mid-motion. Their bodies contorted, shrank, and dissolved into streams of ashen light, rising from every corner of the rubble like rain defying gravity, converging into the sanctuary's wide-open threshold. Before the profane warbeast, a luminous gateway formed, perfectly sized, engulfing it whole. Enter as well, Chen Lin told Ashiria. We return. Ashiria nodded obediently. She stepped forward, her bare feet treading the coarse stone floor, then crossing the corridor where severed crimson threads lay in ruin, walking steadily toward the radiant gate. Black and white fabric swayed at her ankles, and her white hair swirled softly behind her. She asked no destination, no purpose, no reason for entering the sanctuary. When her master commanded entry, she entered. When he spoke of return, she returned. Nothing more, nothing less. Ashiria vanished into the gate. Black and white gown, white hair, wynard eyes, all faded into the gray-hued void beyond the threshold. Chen Lin closed the gate. He stood alone in the center of the empty stone chamber. The crimson ash had vanished entirely, leaving not even a whisper of residue. The stone platform stood barren. The walls bore raw, jagged tool marks. The chamber itself resembled a dry well. Only silence and stone remained. The jester was dead. The crimson wall had fallen. Ashiria had awakened. And the soul puppets of Castor Town, who had performed their roles for untold years, had crumbled into desiccated husks the instant the crimson thread snapped. This stage had reached its final curtain. Chen Lin withdrew a scroll from his pack, pale gold vellum, its end set with tiny amethysts bound tightly with silver thread. Faint spatial ripples shimmered along the thread. Return scroll, Serendia. Bound to Tian. He tore the scroll open. Amethyst light flared from both ends. Silver threads snapped one by one. The vellum dissolved into motes of light. The motes did not fade. They spiraled around Chen Lin, accelerating, tightening, coalescing into a vortex woven from raw spatial force. Activation time 60 seconds. Chen Lin stood at the vortex's heart, gazing upon the chamber's rough-hewn walls, the vacant stone platform, the faint, almost imperceptible impressions left by Ashiria's bare feet upon the floor. He felt no nostalgia, no reflection. The stage had closed. The actors had departed. It was time to proceed to the next act. 60 seconds elapsed. The vortex contracted violently. White light enveloped Chen Lin, piercing through earth and stone, vanishing into the distant horizon. The chamber sank back into darkness. No crimson threads. No glow. No sleeping woman. No intruder wielding a short blade. Only the coarse rock walls. The hollow stone platform. And in the air, a final vanishing trace of spatial resonance fading into silence. In Castor Town, all players surrounded the descending gate. Behind the gate, there were stairs leading down into a pitch-black abyss where the bottom could not be seen. Tian descended from here, and he never came back up. After waiting for a long time in the silence that followed, someone finally couldn't hold back any longer. A few daring players ventured down together. Their figures were swallowed by the darkness of the stairs, and their footsteps echoed in the narrow passage, growing fainter until they completely disappeared. Those above craned their necks in anticipation as someone pointed a live stream camera into the darkness of the doorway, and a few scattered comments floated by in the chat speculating, is there a boss inside? Is Tian fighting solo? Could it be a treasure trove? The sound of footsteps echoed again. Those few players emerged from the darkness, their faces showing a hint of confusion. The person at the front raised his head to meet the countless eager gazes around him and shook his head. There was nothing. What are we going to do now? Someone in the crowd spoke up first. The voice was not loud, but it was clear in the quiet center of the town. No one responded. Not because everyone had answers, but because no one knew the answer. This was different from the heated discussions on the forums about Tiani. At that moment, dozens of new posts appeared on the forum homepage with each refresh. Some were analyzing the damage mechanics of the Shadow Scythe frame by frame, while others debated whether a level 10 apprentice defeating an 80-level legend had exploited some kind of plot loophole. Someone turned Caster's last words, "My transformation is irreversible," into a meme. The recorded footage of Tion's battle was sliced, slowed down, and narrated, accumulating over 10 million views across various platforms. But on the faces of Caster Town's players there was more confusion than anything else. The core of the town has become ineffective. This area has transformed into a non-safe zone. System notifications popped up before every Caster Town player. Logging out in a non-safe zone will cause your game character to fall asleep on the spot rather than disappearing directly. Why? A female player in the crowd spoke up. Her voice was soft, carrying a tone that was both self-reflective and as if she were speaking to those around her with a sense of sorrow. "You saved us, yet abandoned us." A player next to her scoffed. He was a young man dressed as a warrior, his expression filled with mockery. "Saving you, what does it have to do with me? Abandoning you, what does it have to do with me?" His tone was not heavy, even bordering on indifferent. "Did you break the defense again? You." The female player's sorrow instantly transformed into anger. She turned sharply, glaring at the warrior. The onlookers wore expressions of amusement with some even whistling. But this small incident could not change the confused reality of Caster Town's players. Next, where should they go from here? "Adventurers!" A sudden shout came from a distance. The voice came from the other end of the ruins, distorted by the wind, but it was still clear that it was a man shouting loud. The players' gazes were drawn to that sound, turning in unison towards its source. In the distance, a man in scholar's robes was waving. Behind him, a woman tightly held a young girl. All three of them were surrounded by swirling white light that was, "Isn't that the crazy scholar family that never issues tasks in the town?" Someone in the crowd recognized them. With the demise of the mastermind, all the NPCs in Caster Town had turned into dried corpses, or rather finally revealed their true forms. Why were they still alive? No one voiced this question, but everyone wore the same expression. The crazy scholar noticed the players' gazes gathering and stopped waving. He pointed northwest. "This place is not far from the city of Wisdom, Celindia." His voice was soft, but through the ruins and the wind, every word reached the ears of everyone present clearly. "If you head northwest along the main road and overcome some difficulties, you will reach it." He pointed towards the north. That direction was outside the gates of Caster Town, a wilderness the players had never set foot in. The town gate had shattered along with the collapse of the castle, the door frame leaning askew to one side, and the stone path outside extended outward, swallowed by weeds and bushes just a few dozen meters away. Further out was a gently undulating hilly landscape, and between the hills a road, half hidden by wild grass, could be vaguely seen disappearing into the mist of the horizon. "Wait!" A few players reacted simultaneously. They rushed out from the crowd, their boots crunching on the rubble and stones, producing hurried, cracking sounds. The player running in front was a rogue, his agility boosting his speed beyond the others. He reached out his hand, as if trying to grasp something. "Let us." The crazy scholar just smiled and waved his hand. "Good luck to you." The white light engulfed his face, his smile, and his waving hand. The figures of the woman and the girl were also completely enveloped by the white light at the same moment. 3 beams of light shot up from the edges of the ruins, carving 3 straight trajectories across the dusky sky, flying towards the horizon, towards the northwest, towards the city they had just pointed out, Celindia. The players stood among the ruins, looking up at the direction where the 3 beams of white light disappeared. The sky returned to its empty appearance, with only a few wisps of dust kicked up by the castle's collapse slowly drifting in the air. Silence lingered for a long time. Then someone took a step forward. Not towards the northwest, but back into the ruins, back to those shattered corpses. He bent down, searching for something on the ground. Hadn't all NPCs died? Weren't all quests supposed? Suddenly a player reacted. The warehouse in the town was still there, the blacksmith's forge was still there, the potion shop's cabinet was still there. Seville was dead, the rules were gone, but those things that were safeguarded by the rules remained in this ruin. More and more people began to realize. They scattered like a flock of birds released from a cage, rushing to every corner of the ruins. Someone pried open the blacksmith's warehouse and pulled out a whole box of whiteboard weapons. Someone found the potion shop's storeroom and held onto a pile of potion bottles tightly. Someone crawled into the half-collapsed town hall and dug out a few skill books from the rubble. No one organized, no one assigned. Everyone instinctively snatched at the last remnants left by this dead town. The rules had vanished and chaos began to spread. Then those who had obtained items started to walk towards the town gate. 1-2-10-50. They carried their acquired supplies, held their obtained weapons, crossed the skewed door frame, and stepped onto the stone path, half hidden by wild grass. Without a map, without a guide, without a clear destination, only knowing the northwest direction, only knowing to follow the main road, only knowing to overcome some difficulties. That was enough. At least they knew where to go. The first person disappeared into the wild grass, followed by the second, the third. More and more people left the town gate, forming a long, thin, intermittent line on the vague road between the hills. Castor Town grew smaller and more blurred behind them. The collapsed castle, the shattered corpses, and those days locked away for who knows how long, only able to farm slimes in the sewers, were all left behind. The wind blew from the northwest, stirring the wild grass, ruffling the players' disheveled hair and tattered garments. The person at the front squinted, gazing at the hazy outline of the mountains shrouded in mist at the end of the horizon. Celindia, the city of wisdom. They are coming. Madam, your coffee. In the parlor of No. 7, Wudong Street, the young maid Selina placed a cup of coffee in front of Ashilia. She used the most ordinary white porcelain cup, not the bone china set that Chen Lin used for drinking tea. The motion of placing the tray down was heavier than usual, the cup bottom clinking against the tray, producing an unnecessary crisp sound. Her face was filled with seriousness. It was not the professional, emotionless seriousness of Butler Hoffman. Rather, it was the effort of a 17 or 18-year-old girl trying to maintain a stern expression while her eyes betrayed her hidden thoughts. Her gaze lingered on Ashilia, especially intensifying with hostility when it landed on her black and white long dress. All right, Selina. Chen Lin's voice came from across the coffee table. He did not look at Selina. His gaze was fixed on Ashilia, observing her wynard eyes and her exquisitely inhuman features. After emerging from the cozy nook, Ashilia maintained this posture with her hands folded on her knees, her back straight, yet relaxed, her gaze level with the front. It was not the nervousness of waiting for orders, but a blank state of readiness. Like a terminal that had completed all startup procedures, awaiting the first command input. She will be one of us from now on. Chen Lin directed his gaze towards the butler beside him. Hoffman stood at the parlor door, his hands naturally hanging by his sides, his back straight. He did not linger on Ashilia for even a moment, his face still wearing that professional, gentle demeanor. Arrange a room for Ashilia, Chen Lin said, though it is likely to be unnecessary. By the way, help her customize a... The butler nodded without asking what unnecessary meant. He simply rose respectfully and left the room with, though it may be a bit of an overkill. Chen Lin took out the weaving master's secret tome from his backpack and pushed it in front of Ashilia. The heavy tome landed on the marble surface of the coffee table, producing a dull thud. But the direct reason I sought you out is for this. Ashilia lowered her head to look at the tome. The wynard in her eyes reflected the pattern on the cover, and the layers of dark red structures deep within her pupils shifted slightly. I will soon undergo a vocational advancement assessment during which all non-exclusive external items and enhancements will be prohibited. All non-exclusive equipment and powers from outside oneself will be stripped away at the moment the assessment begins. Only items that belong solely to oneself can be brought in. He paused. And fabrics woven from one's own spells can be brought in. My goal is to achieve a master level or even a sub-legendary evaluation. Although their time together had not been long, Chen Lin had already found a way to interact with Ashilia. Being straightforward, he stated his goal, the fact that spell fabrics could be brought into the assessment and the relationship between spell weaving skills and expert-level tailoring. Then he paused. I hope you can help me. Ashilia did not respond immediately. She extended her hand, opened the tome, and carefully assessed her abilities to determine if she could truly provide assistance. Chen Lin did not disturb her. He opened the communication panel and sent a communication request to his only friend in the contact list, Yisui Yanyu. The communication was instantly connected, and Yisui Yanyu's face appeared on the panel, his expression filled with uncontrollable excitement, the corners of his mouth curving upward to an uncontainable degree. With the status of a Tiani friend, he looked proud. Master, you are incredible. His voice was a half-step higher than usual, and his speech was at least 30% faster. The forum is buzzing with discussions about you. The battle at Cass Town has been shared across all platforms, and the total views have already surpassed 10 million. I really don't know how he managed to hold back from actively seeking Chen Lin out. Chen Lin tapped the table twice. Master, please speak. His soft voice abruptly cut off Yisui Yanyu's flow of words, leaving him momentarily speechless. He sat up straight with a serious expression, his eyes full of determination, like a soldier awaiting orders. Please help me collect some special items. Just some things with stories, a sense of mystery, and unknown functions. The significant gains from the trip to Cass Town were primarily due to the Freedom Blade given by the Mercury Count Alvin. Chen Lin naturally returned the favor by sending him some items of interest. I guarantee I will complete the task. Yisui Yanyu immediately patted his chest in assurance. No need to be overly selective. I will choose again myself. Chen Lin nodded slightly. In return, what kind of information do you want? For example, a guide for the apprentice path in your novice village. The other party did not yet have the qualification to have Chen Lin make a special trip for him, so what could serve as compensation were various pieces of information. Yisui Yanyu did not refuse, but rather began to ponder seriously. It's like this. His voice returned to normal speed and tone, and his expression shifted from that of a fan meeting an idol to the guild leader discussing serious matters. The apprentice path has been challenging for everyone. He paused as if organizing his thoughts. You may not know, but the road from the novice village to the main city is extremely difficult for players other than you. The apprentice path has been challenging for everyone. He paused as if organizing his thoughts. You may not know, but the road from the novice village to the main city, the death penalty is too severe. If you die a few more times, your character becomes unusable. Therefore, both professional players and casual players are hesitant and progress is extremely slow. He paused, looking earnestly at Chen Lin. I don't want a guide for my own novice village. I want you, Master, to provide a universal guide for all players. If you feel my request is unworthy, just a bit of advice would suffice. I will make it public without hiding or altering anything. A guide. Chen Lin's fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of the chair. He neither rejected nor was overly enthusiastic about writing a guide. It was not about hiding anything or fearing others catching up to his progress. He simply did not care. In this era where strength is paramount, the highest combat power determines everything. No matter how many masters there are, they cannot outmatch a normal legendary. The world's weakest 50 billion people can all advance to level 50 experts, but cannot surpass the strongest by even a step. In this life, he aimed for the position and power that dictated everything. Writing a guide to help thousands of people navigate the apprentice path, allowing them to die fewer times and catch up to their own pace faster. What benefit would it bring him? What detriment? It was meaningless. But since this was the reward Isui Yu desired, he would grant it as he wished. I can do it. Ashilia closed the book in her hands. The heavy cover of the Weaver's secret tome fell back onto the marble surface of the coffee table with a muffled thud. Her wide eyes gazed at Chen Lin, the layered dark red structure within her pupils coming to a halt. The calculation complete. The task can be accomplished. Then let us begin now. As a legendary follower, Ashilia's title is the Needle of Clotho. In certain myths, Clotho is the name of the goddess of fate. As the needle that weaves destiny, Ashilia's tailoring skills are legendary. He recalled the description of the art of spell weaving. Spell weaving art, you can weave one or more of your spells into a fabric. This allows for the long-term preservation of spells and bestows them with additional traits. Spell weaving spells, but can it only weave spells? Chen Lin raised his hand and a shadowy figure with indistinct facial features and clothing only a humanoid outline appeared beside him. The Spectre. A skill learned by apprentices of the Necromancer's rank. The Summoned Spectre is a summoned entity. It is immune to physical damage, but takes double damage from magic attacking by passing through the bodies of enemies, stealing a small amount of warmth and a fragment of life. As a summoned entity, its attributes are mediocre, its damage average, and its survival rate against spells is nearly zero. Although it gained a boost from the imprint of the Silent Steel of Galen, advancing from a level 9 amateur to a level 10 apprentice, it still held little significance for Chen Lin. Better than waste. All right, Ashilia said. As a tool, she held no concepts of doubt or questioning. Currently consuming experience points to cast the art of spell weaving. As the system prompt jumped up before Chen Lin's eyes, his experience pool, now at its limit, began to. The massive amount of experience gained from caster, more than enough to push his level to 19%, was being drawn out in a specific manner, transforming into countless invisible threads. They extended from his fingertips, drawing energy from his mana pool and extracting the mark of existence as a caster from his experience pool, and then those threads fell into Ashilia's hands. The threads extracted from his experience pool were being arranged, straightened, and lined up at her fingertips. Then the weaving began. The first specter was disassembled, becoming a material akin to leather. Then came the second. Chen Lin continuously summoned specters. The summoning light flickered beside him time and again, then was sent to Ashilia's fingertips. Rather than being an assistant, she was more like a loom named Ashilia, completing all the tedious, monotonous, intricate tasks before handing over the authority of creativity to her master. Chen Lin linked the leather made from the specters with the threads of his experience. He even utilized the art of desecration of life in the process. Fortunately, the specters, like the skeleton servants summoned by necromancers, are aggregates of negative energy, not the true corpses and souls of deceased beings. The entire process flowed seamlessly. Was it the harmonious cooperation of the two who had just met? No, it was Ashilia unconditionally accommodating Chen Lin. The final product from a tailor's perspective was far from perfect, yet it fully reflected Chen Lin's ideas. Each imperfection was a manifestation of the master's intent. If the master wanted those threads to tighten there, she tightened them there, even if the structural stress at that point would cause the edges to lift. If the master wanted that functional module prioritized, she would prioritize that module, even if it meant compromising the overall balance of the fabric. She did not correct, did not remind, nor did she attempt to influence the master's decisions with her professional judgment. A tool does not correct the hand that wields it. Weaving Soul Cloak. Type equipment like, spell like, summon like. Effect Weaving Soul. The cloak is composed of 36 level 10 specters. Any non-penetrating psychic attack will be borne by the specters. Transport: the wearer can gain an almost flying levitation effect with the help of the specters. Domination: the wailing of the specters responds to the wearer's commands. Through orders, the powers of other summoned entities can be unified. Chen Lin took the cloak. It fell into the palm of his hand light, as if it had no weight. The gray-white fabric was covered with dense, ghostly outlines resembling a mist woven into cloth. Rather than being an assistant, she was more like a loom named Ashilia, completing all the tedious, monotonous, intricate tasks before handing over the authority of creativity. Then his feet left the ground. Like a leaf lifted by the wind, it rose slowly and steadily a few inches. His body maintained the posture of standing, as if still stepping on solid ground smoothly, and without any fluctuation, gliding above the coffee table. The hem of the cloak gently unfurled behind him, the abstract outlines of 36 specters slowly flowing across the surface of the fabric. As a summoner, over 90% of Chen Lin's combat power comes from his summoned entities. He also had no thoughts of forsaking his foundation in pursuit of direct combat power. This weaving soul cloak was based on his design, complementing his shortcomings in terms of defense, flexibility, and functionality. Chen Lin descended from the air, the soles of his boots touching the marble floor once again. The hem of the cloak slowly fell behind him, returning to its gray-white, subtly undulating appearance. I suddenly have an idea. After validating the effects of spell weaving, more thoughts emerged in Chen Lin's mind. He did not sit down, did not retract the cloak, only standing still, his right hand raised. The shadow of the silent steel of Galen appeared from his hand. Let us see if we can imprint the engravings of the... Ashilia nodded calmly. As a creation, she would unconditionally fulfill all of her master's requests. It failed. Ashilia calmly offered her judgment. Her voice remained gentle and pleasant, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if she were merely reporting the weather for the day. The illusory image of the Jialong wordless monument hovered before her, slowly rotating above the fabric she had just woven using a red thread. Yet nothing was left on the fabric. The imprint did not adhere. The monument's shadow rotated a few times above the fabric before shattering silently and dissipating like a reflection on water disturbed by the wind. Not necessarily. Chen Lin did not retract the illusion of the wordless monument. As the final scribe of the imprint's release, he could sense that the power of the imprint had already attached itself to the fabric. It merely wavered, unable to solidify. Like excessively pure water vapor, even when the temperature is below 0 degrees, it still cannot freeze. He took out a feather quill. Future planning. Type curio. Effect: consumes experience points to write phrases. Fate will guide beings to attempt to fulfill them. Water flows along the riverbed, but it will not always follow the same path. This curio originated from caste who sought to manipulate others, and its ability was naturally to control beings. But Chen Lin did not intend to do so. Rather than turning others into puppets that obey his will, it is better to utilize everyone's talents, allowing suitable individuals to become what he desires and needs. Chen Lin thought of the Dark Knight, who followed him, due to the Jialong wordless monument, recalling the suppressed beliefs beneath their silence. Will what your followers pursue align with your creed? Contemplating, Chen Lin wrote, "Break the ignorance, enlighten the light," on the red fabric, a phrase derived from the Enlightenment emblem. A tremendous suction emanated from the feather quill. Even if he poured all his 100 experience from level 19 into it, it would be but a drop in the ocean. Fortunately, Chen Lin was well prepared. His other hand was already gripping a piece of white crystal. Experience crystal, sub-legendary level. It contains enough experience for an adventurer to progress from level 0 to 79 at 100. Effect: before the experience in the experience crystal is exhausted, whenever the holder gains experience, they will additionally receive an equal amount from the experience crystal. A vast amount of experience flowed into the feather quill, providing it with power. As the final stroke was completed, the writing began to fade while the power of the imprint coalesced. An image manifested on the fabric. On the red background, a beam of light slanted from the upper left corner to the lower right corner. The light pierced through the long night. The night still lingered, but the light had already entered. Chen Lin looked at this image and immediately thought of the purpose of this fabric. He placed the key on the table, opened the door to the cozy nook, and stepped inside. Inside the cozy nook, there was no light or moon. The only thing related to the structure was the immobile desecration war beast. The war construct with 4 limbs on the ground, and bearing 2 6-barrel bone spear launchers, lay quietly near the entrance. As Chen Lin entered, its bone spear launcher slightly turned, recognizing its master before turning back and resuming its dormant state. On the desolate ground, only the corrupted servants were practicing against each other. In the center of the cozy nook, Chen Lin took out a staff from his backpack. King's Staff. Type curio. Effect: you can transfer any contract below legendary level to this. Mastering the staff means mastering all contracts within it. With the staff in hand, you are a king. When you put it down, who are you? Chen Lin planted the staff into the ground. A shimmer of light, summoned forth as one dark knight after another, emerged from the glow. 1-10. Soon the dark knights present exceeded the limit of his necromantic summons, yet the summoning continued unabated. After all, the summoning contract is still a contract. When the last shimmer of light extinguished, 300 dark knights had formed a neat formation. 10 per row, 30 rows. The warhorses maintained an equal distance from each other, while the polearms held an equal height. No one commanded, no one directed. They simply stood there, naturally forming such an array. It was not the result of training, but something deeper than training. The Dark Knight commander stood before the formation, commanding the entire Dark Knight Legion. Chen Lin released the staff, turned around, and faced the 300 Dark Knights. The red fabric in his hand gently unfurled in the still air of the cozy nook. The deep red background featured a diagonal dark golden light from the upper left corner to the lower right, dividing the entire flag into light and dark halves. Break the ignorance, enlighten the light. Those 8 characters had already sunk deep into the fabric, becoming invisible, yet the power of the imprint coalesced within every fiber. During this time you have all worked hard following me. This is my gift to you. He spread the flag forward. The red fabric fully unfolded in his hands, and the dark golden light shone through from the surface of the flag, illuminating the plate armor of the nearest row of Dark Knights. The Dark Knights stood silently, but their bodies trembled slightly. The commander raised his head, the soul flame within the shaped helmet, gazing at the red fabric. The pattern of dawn breaking spread quietly across the surface of the flag. He gently rotated the spear in his hand. The spear blade traced an extremely narrow arc through the air, producing a clear metallic resonance. Behind him, a group of knights advanced on horseback. 13 Dark Knights emerged in succession from the formation. The sound of hooves was so synchronized that it resonated heavily on the gray-black wasteland. They reined in their horses beside the commander, dismounted, and the metallic clatter of 13 sets of plate armor merged into one. The foremost knight took a step forward, gripping the spear horizontally, with both hands, the spear held level at his chest, before kneeling on one knee. The 12 knights behind also knelt on one knee, and 12 spears were simultaneously positioned horizontally before them. Chen Lin understood his intention. He stepped forward, rolling one end of the red fabric beneath the spearhead of the foremost knight. The spear transformed into a flagpole, and the red fabric became a flag. As the knights rose, their forms appeared even larger. It was not just a visual effect after standing, it was a literal transformation. The plate armor of the 13 Dark Knights began to expand as they rose, the edges of the armor plates extending outward, making the already heavy chest armor even more robust. Dark Flag Bearer, level 29. The flag bearer stepped back, and the flag holder stood in the position of the commander's aide. The flag unfolded in his hands, and dark golden light shone through the flag, illuminating the plate armor of the first row of Dark Knights. I'm glad you like it. Chen Lin smiled. Since you have chosen to follow me, I will not disappoint your trust. With a rustle, a sound of clattering armor rang out. This was the synchronized metallic sound produced when 300 sets of plate armor moved simultaneously. The commander's spear pointed straight at the sky before descending, the butt of the spear striking the ground with a dulf. He knelt on one knee, his right fist pressed against his chest armor, the dark golden flame within the shaped gap burning quietly and steadily. Behind him, 300 Dark Knights simultaneously knelt on one knee. 300 kite-shaped shields pressed against the gray-black wasteland, and 300 polearms pointed straight towards the lightless sky. If the previous following was an acknowledgement of the heir to Jialong, then this was the knights' loyalty to their lord. Your Enlightenment emblem has undergone a transformation. Enlightenment emblem purple. Effect can directly summon a complete Dark Knight Legion, including 1 Dark Knight Commander, 13 Dark Flag Bearers, and 287 Dark Knights. Exclusive Tiani. Break the ignorance, enlighten the light. Not only does it not require skeletal servants summoned from necromancy as a transformation medium, but it can directly summon an entire complete knight regiment. After changing to exclusive equipment, it can also be brought into the apprentice advancement assessment. Once the level and combat power meet the standards, what else is there to say? Charge forward. In that case, my knights. His voice echoed across the desolate wasteland. Take me through the career advance. The official Weird walked alongside Chen Lin in the corridor of the city hall. Are you sure you want to make this request? Weird turned his head to look at him, his tone serious. You are the first to bring revitalization to our city. We all owe you a favor. Even at the level of a master, a grandmaster, or even a legendary tier, this request can be of great assistance. The rewards from a major city are not something that can be obtained at any time. Chen Lin did not refute. The official spoke the truth. The opportunity granted by the legendary level evaluation to make a reasonable request to the governor is one of the most valuable chips in your hands right now. I believe the timing is just right now, Chen Lin said. Weird glanced at him, saying nothing more. He had served as an official in this city hall for over a decade, and had seen too many adventurers hold tightly to opportunities they had worked hard to obtain only to realize too late that they could no longer be used. He had also witnessed too many people impatiently throw their chances away, exchanging them for things that would soon become obsolete. When to hold on and when to let go, everyone has their own judgment. He merely nodded. As long as you have a plan. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy oak door. There was no plaque on the door, no markings, only two magical lamps set on either side of the frame, casting a warm and steady light. Weird stopped in front of the door and knocked gently. Come in. The voice from inside was deep and steady, slightly muffled by the thick oak. Weird pushed the door open, stepped aside to let Chen Lin in, and quietly took a step back, closing the door from the outside. The door's hinges made no sound as they turned. The office was more spacious than Chen Lin had expected, though not extravagant. Directly across from the door was a large desk. On the desk lay several stacks of documents neatly arranged, not in a forced order, but as a natural habit formed by someone who deals with a large volume of paperwork every day. Behind the desk sat a man. Benjamin, the governor of the City of Wisdom, a level 89 legendary power. He appeared to be in his early 40s with a dignified and serious expression, a faint vertical line between his brows left by years of frowning. At that moment, he was looking down, reviewing a document. The quill pen glided across the paper, producing a soft rustling sound. When Chen Lin entered, he did not look up. The quill continued moving across the paper, finishing a paragraph and placing a period at the end before finally setting the pen back beside the inkpot and raising his head. His gaze fell upon Chen Lin, not just a casual glance, but a scrutinizing look. From his face to his shoulders, and from his shoulders to his hands, as if reading a newly delivered document. Upon sensing that Chen Lin was a necromancer, his brow subtly furrowed. I believe you have considered this thoroughly before deciding to make this request now, Benjamin said. His voice was the same as the one heard through the door, deep and steady, with each syllable pronounced clearly. He did not elaborate on the fact that Chen Lin was a necromancer. After a brief furrow of his brow, he returned to a formal demeanor. Now tell me, what do you seek? I need you to conduct a sub-legendary level vocational assessment for me. Benjamin remained silent. He leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. Vocational assessments of varying difficulties require a host who is one tier stronger than the corresponding difficulty. Most instructors at vocational academies are expert level and can only conduct elite level apprentice assessments at most. The first hurdle of the sub-legendary vocational assessment is not the content of the assessment itself, but finding a legendary powerhouse to host it for you. Moreover, Chen Lin emphasized, I would like to ask for your help in passing the assessment. Benjamin's fingers paused. A legendary powerhouse already has the capability to influence the content of the assessment. Chen Lin made that request for this very reason. With different summons, necromancers are quite versatile. Yet they still have numerous natural enemies, not to mention those peculiar beings with strange mechanisms. It is not about having Benjamin lower the assessment difficulty, but rather allowing him to influence the direction of the assessment. The same difficulty, different directions can yield vastly different results. I can influence the content of the assessment, Benjamin said, looking at Chen Lin with a cold tone. But I cannot change the difficulty of the assessment. He paused for a moment. His fingers tapped the desk again, this time heavier than before. As far as I know, you have only been in Celindia for 6 days. It has only been 13 days since you adventured. This implied a clear message. It took you 7 days to get from the novice village to here. Is it not a bit presumptuous to think that you could upgrade in just 5 days for such an important vocational advancement assessment? Vocational assessments are meant to obtain vocational runes. Benjamin's voice remained steady, but his pace slowed a bit, enunciating each word as if afraid that Chen Lin would miss something. And it is the only opportunity to directly obtain high-level runes. He looked at Chen Lin. That gaze did not resemble that of someone who had just brought revitalization to the city. Instead, it resembled that of a young man who was moving too fast and on the verge of tripping. It was not disdain, but a kind of pitying scrutiny that only someone who had been through it could possess. You are a pioneer. But do not be too attached to the title of pioneer. Rushing to advance with a vocational or senior level rune is not wise. Beyond vocational tiers, runes are a hard requirement for promotion. To advance to senior requires senior level runes, and to advance to elite requires elite level runes. Your current haste will cost you 10-fold or 100-fold in the future to make up for it. Geniuses move fast, but they are also the most prone to falling. Because those who move quickly often believe they can do everything quickly, treating sprinting as the norm, mistaking luck for skill and the benefits of being a forerunner as their entitlement. Then at a moment when solidification is truly needed, they stumble harder than anyone else. As you mentioned at the beginning, I made this request after careful consideration. Chen Lin opened his palm to him. The enlightenment emblem shone brightly in his palm. At the start, he had nothing. No level, no skills, no equipment, and even had to rely on random chance for skeleton summons. In that little pool in Jialong Town, every step had to be precise. because taking a wrong step would mean losing the opportunity and requiring even more time to compensate. But after coming to Celindia, things had changed. The space for activity had widened significantly. There were far more things to do, resources to leverage and powers to combine than in Jialong Town, by more than an order of magnitude. The snowball had already begun to roll. A development could not be viewed with common sense. Benjamin's gaze froze. The Enlightenment Knight Order. He recognized that emblem, but quickly shook his head. No, it could not be called that now. I underestimated you. Benjamin nodded. There was no embarrassment, no pretense. He admitted his misjudgment as straightforwardly as striking through a wrong number while reviewing a document. I will accept your request. I will host the assessment for you and do my utmost to assist you. He stood up from behind the desk. His deep gray coat slightly flared as he rose, the hem falling past his knees. He walked around the desk to the center of the office, then turned to face Chen Lin. Let us begin now. Benjamin did not say much more. He did not ask, are you ready, or do you need a little more time? Chen Lin said now, and that meant now. He raised his right hand, and a beam of teleportation light shone from his palm, enveloping both of them. Benjamin stood at the edge of the quiet room, leaning against the already closed door. He said nothing, merely raising his right hand with his fingers slightly splayed. A halo of light unfurled behind him. It was the projection of his legendary essence, a manifestation of a level 79 legendary powerhouse in reality. The halo was blue, reminiscent of the color beneath the deep sea, and also like the last rays of twilight after. Composed of countless small crystal-like planes, it was layered to form a complete ring, suspended behind him and slowly rotating. The magic circle on the floor of the quiet room fully lit up, guiding the vocational assessment. Assessor level 19-100, allowed to proceed with the vocation. The guide's rank legendary level. Assessor's cognition level scholar 12. This assessment's maximum difficulty sub-legendary level. System prompts jumped up one by one before Chen Lin's eyes. White text appeared line by line, then faded away. He did not look at those words, his gaze fixed on the center of the magic circle at his feet. Blue light rose from the ground, spreading upwards along his boots, enveloping his calves, knees, and waist. The light surrounded Chen Lin, detaching external objects. The first to disappear was the level 19 wizard's green robe, arranged by his butler. Then the future plans, the king's scepter, and the blade of freedom. These three extraordinary items also disconnected, followed by the closure of the remote sanctuary from the mundane world. Ultimately, only 3 items remained on Chen Lin's person. The shepherd's staff, gifted by Geller, the soul-weaving cloak, crafted by Ashilia, and the dawn emblem loyal to him. The light dissipated. Chen Lin found himself standing in a desolate wasteland, facing a goblin wolf. The goblin's height only reached the waist of an adult human, its gray-green skin wrinkled against its thin skeletal frame, currently riding on the back of a gray wolf. The goblin held a rusted long spear in its hand, its small gray-green eyes fixed on Chen Lin, its mouth grinning to reveal a row of uneven sharp teeth. Goblin Wolf Cavalry, level 20, current difficulty, vocational level. System prompts jumped before Chen Lin's eyes, white text hovering against a gray-yellow sky. Subsequent advancements would have various requirements, but the vocational advancement had only one task: combat. As long as it was killed, the lowest level vocational rune could be obtained to complete the advancement. In my past life, under the guidance of a strategy, I barely passed after spending over a month, and then eagerly advanced, increasing the difficulty for myself. As the first threshold of the era, it required a level 19 apprentice without any equipment to challenge a monster that was not weak in strength and not high in intelligence at level 20. One must kill a level 20 monster to reach level 20, but one cannot kill a level 20 monster without reaching level 20. A seemingly unsolvable, closed loop. To break the deadlock, one needs fortune and skill. The more fortuitous encounters you gain to genuinely enhance yourself, the less skill you will need. The fewer fortuitous encounters you gain, the more you will need to rely on skill to make up for it. If you gain no fortune at all, then the player themselves must possess truly vocational level skills to clear the challenge. Not the vocational level in the game, but the vocational level skills of a person, as a human, as a warrior. Even in the final terrifying dawn phase, over half of the people neither had the luck to gain fortune nor the talent and effort to refine their skills, forever remaining at level 19, a stage of no help in reality. Seeing that Chen Lin ignored him, the Goblin Wolf Cavalry let out a howl. The sound was sharp and brief, like nails scraping across metal. The gray wolf moved almost at the same moment, its limbs pushing off the ground fiercely. The gray-green goblin crouched on its back, the tip of its bone spear held low, nearly scraping the ground, leaving a fine groove on the yellow earth. A thicker long spear came from the side. The spearhead cut in just below the bone spear's tip, and suddenly the goblin's long spear flew out of its hand, tumbling in the air for a few turns before landing a few meters away on the yellow earth with a dull thud. The gray wolf's charge was deflected by this thrust, its foreclaws awkwardly scraping against the cracked ground, sliding sideways half a meter before barely stabilizing itself. The goblin almost got thrown off, gripping the gray wolf's mane tightly with both hands, fear finally appearing in its small gray-green eyes. A dark knight stood before it. Full-plate armor, sun motifs, a kite shield hanging on the left arm, and a right hand gripping a long spear even thicker than a regular knight's lance. The hooves of the skeletal warhorse trampled on the cracked yellow earth, and ghostly blue flames quietly burned where the hooves met the ground. From the shaped slit of the knight's helmet, ghostly blue flames danced steadily and coldly. Despite being at the same vocational rank, their strength, intelligence, physique, equipment, and aura were not at the same level. Behind him, an entire knight brigade was descending. Summoning light flickered again and again on the wasteland, spreading from behind Chen Lin to the sides like two wings of light, slowly extending. From each beam of light emerged a knight, the hooves of their warhorses stepping on the cracked yellow earth, ghostly blue flames burning beneath them. The standard bearer rode at the forefront of the formation. His long spear bore the flag with a red background and golden patterns, the flag naturally drooping in the windless air of the desert, the dark golden light pattern quietly unfolding to pierce through the long night. The greater the fortune, the less skill required. Coincidentally, Chen Lin had gained quite a bit of fortune. Don't let him disturb me. Chen Lin never glanced at the goblin, and don't let him die. One by one, skeletal servants appeared beside Chen Lin, and he immediately engaged in his true work. He needed to quickly create a desecrated war beast before facing a truly powerful enemy. A skeletal giant lay on its back on the ground, its limbs raised skyward. Chen Lin raised his hand, summoning for skeletal warriors to walk beside the giant. A ghostly glow, a defilement of life, extended from his fingertips, wrapping around the skeletal warrior's bones. The skeletal warrior's bodies twisted like dough into a single bone pillar. The base of the pillar was sharpened and driven into the ground. The top of the pillar connected to the side of the skeletal giant's torso, firmly anchoring its entire skeletal frame to the ground. The skeletal giant's forearms were completely dismantled, and its shins were similarly removed. The thighs and upper arms began to strengthen with layers of bones stacking up, while the knee and elbow joints were also disassembled, deepening the joint sockets and leaving uneven interfaces. The forelimbs transformed into short platforms that pointed upward. The surfaces of the platforms were smooth with slightly raised edges resembling stone altars yet to be adorned with offerings. Chen Lin stepped back and raised his hand to perform the synthesis of the giant's remains. 5 beams of summoning light shone simultaneously, and 5 skeletal mages appeared beside him. Draped in tattered gray robes, their skeletal frames had dark purple soul flames burning in their eye sockets. The 5 figures began to twist and merge, their bones intertwining with a series of crisp cracking sounds. The merged figure was only slightly larger than an average person. Skeleton spell spirit, level 19. Its body was akin to that of an adult human, with a proportionate skeletal structure and no unnecessary bone spikes or adornments. The solitary skull shed its pale hue, transforming into a piece of warm white jade, radiating a soft glow under the gray-yellow sky. From its torso extended 10 skeletal arms, each hand possessing elongated finger bones and flexible joints. The 10 hands simultaneously raised, performing the same spellcasting motion. The 10 fingers traced identical paths in the air, stacking the 5-fold insight technique upon itself. In the eye sockets of the white jade skull, 5 circular rings lit up, one after another, slowly rotating, as if they could see through everything. Chen Lin reached out and removed the skull. The moment the white jade skull left the spine, the skeletal spell spirit's torso and 10 arms disintegrated into gray-white dust, cascading down between his fingers. He cradled the skull and walked back to the skeletal giant, placing it upon the short platform formed from the modified left forelimb. The fracture at the base of the skull automatically aligned with the surface of the platform, and bony fibers grew from the edge of the platform, intertwining, wrapping, and securing it. The first piece was installed. Meanwhile, the state of the goblin wolf cavalry was quite tragic. The gray wolf lay on the ground, its neck pierced by a spear, dark red blood seeping into the cracked yellow earth. The goblin fell off the wolf's back, its spear broken into 2 pieces with only a fragment of wood remaining in its grip. It scrambled to get up, attempting to flee. A spear thrust in from the side, its tip embedding itself less than half a foot from the goblin's body, the shaft vibrating ominously. With its legs giving way, the goblin slumped to the ground. Fear was evident on the goblin's gray-green face, its uneven sharp teeth clattering together, producing a faint sound. The Dark Knight reined in his warhorse, its skeletal hooves taking 2 steps in place, with ghostly blue flames quietly burning beneath. The knight did not look at him. The soul flame in the gap of the shaped helmet gazed at the busy master in the distance. As a knight, even transformed into an undead creature, they would not torment their opponents for amusement. Suddenly the goblin's body began to grow ethereal, the edges of its outline blurring and diffusing like ink soaked in water. At the same time, the gray-yellow boundary in the sky began to glow faintly, as if something was pressing into this space from the outside. The trial would not allow the examinee to procrastinate indefinitely. Seeing this, the Dark Knight lifted his spear, pulling its tip out of the ground and raising a small cloud of dust. He then thrust it forward. The spear tip pierced through the goblin's chest. Relief was evident in the goblin's eyes as its body became completely transparent, moments before death, silently dissipating into the air. Professional level difficulty assessment completed. Would you like to settle? No. Chen Lin replied without lifting his head. 3 cracks opened in the ground, extending from different directions and converging at a distance from where Chen Lin stood. Earthy yellow light surged from the cracks, coalescing into 3 giant bears. The bears were a full circle larger than ordinary brown bears, with sturdy limbs and a pronounced back. Covered in a layer of earthy yellow rock armor, dark yellow light seeped through the cracks. Adult rock armored bears, level 22. Current assessment difficulty advanced level, facing 3 level 22 beasts with tough hides and magical abilities as a level 19 apprentice. This was the challenge one had to face when attempting to skip the lengthy process of rune upgrades and directly obtain advanced level runes during the assessment. They dropped to all fours, emitting low, muffled growls from their throats, then curled into a ball, rolling towards the Dark Knight group like 3 massive stone spheres. The stone spheres rolled over the yellow earth, plowing deep furrows in the ground, and fragments of stone and dust flew to the sides. The knight pointed his spear. 13 flag bearers spread out on horseback, flanking the spheres instead of engaging them head-on. The skeletal warhorses deftly sidestepped, brushing past the rolling stone spheres, the spear tips scratching against the rock armor, sparking and producing a harsh grinding sound. The stone spheres collided with empty space, rolling for dozens of meters before coming to a stop and unfurling into giant bears. They turned around, their earthy yellow eyes locking onto the erratic knight, figures curling up once again and rolling forward. The knights did not meet them head-on, sidestepping at the last moment each time they were about to collide, leaving shallow scratches on the rock armor with their spear tips. At this moment, Chen Lin finally equipped the 5-fold insight spellcaster skulls onto all 4 limbs of the giant. Synthesis of the giant's remains. 5 skeletal rogues appeared in the summoning light, then merged. Skeleton Scout, level 19. Its size was even smaller, reaching only Chen Lin's waist. It had half the bones of a skeletal rogue replaced instead by a shadow that seemed to have substance. Chen Lin crouched down and reached into the scout's chest cavity, fully extracting the spine. The vertebrae were densely packed, each radiating a dark silver sheen. The moment the spine left the torso, all the shadows converged upon it, while the remaining bones collapsed like dust scattered by the wind. Chen Lin stood up, pressing the spine against the inner side of a rib in the skeletal giant's chest. The spine bent automatically, conforming to the curvature of the rib, with fine bone spines growing from the gaps between the vertebrae, embedding into the rib's crevices and securing it tightly. Time passed slowly, and when the 3 giant bears perished, Chen Lin finally completed the installation of all the ribs. He stood at the hip joint of the former skeletal giant, gazing into the skull of the giant across from him, connecting spiritually through the depth of the contract. In an instant, Chen Lin perceived 4 distinct perspectives from different directions, all focusing sharply and clearly on the center of the giant's open chest cavity. The modified ribs beside him extended shadowy tendrils awaiting orders. Defilement workbench, level 19, defiled creation. Chen Lin closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged, fully immersing his consciousness in the workbench. The precision of human operation has its limits. This time, to create the intricate creation he designed, he could only first fabricate a workbench. On the platform, 4 skulls, imbued with the 5-fold insight spell, rotated, observing the center of the chest from different angles. There floated a peculiarly shaped skull, resembling multiple skulls stacked together, or a crown formed entirely from layered skulls. That was the skull of a skeletal priest fused to become a skeletal cleric. Multiple shadowy tendrils extending from the ribs simultaneously executed the art of desecration and spell weaving, carefully disassembling and reassembling. Current assessment difficulty, elite level. As the system prompt appeared, a roar echoed from the battlefield. A one-eyed giant emerged from the yellow earth. It was half a head shorter than the one Chen Lin had slain on his apprentice path, but its limbs were more robust, and its bronzed skin was riddled with scars. The one-eyed giant turned, locking onto Chen Lin, and charged forward with heavy strides. The Shadow Knights attempted to restrain it, thrusting their lances into the giant's legs, leaving cuts. But the giant showed no reaction, its eyes fixed on Chen Lin, each step bringing it closer. The Shadow Knights had no choice but to charge on horseback. They did not swing their lances, but rather collided with the giant's knee. The skeletal warhorse's hooves struck with a ghostly blue flame, the shoulder armor crashing into the giant's knee. The one-eyed giant staggered and fell heavily to the ground. Dust rose, and it struggled to rise, but the knights had already swarmed over it. Some pinned down its arms, others stepped on its legs, while some drove their lances through its armpits into the ground. Dust rose, and it struggled to rise, but the knights had already swarmed over it. Some pinned down its arms, others stepped on its legs, while some drove their lances through its arms. Its health bar was decreasing, not only due to the knights' attacks, but also because its struggles consumed its life force. Yet it did not care, its eyes still fixated on Chen Lin, who sat cross-legged in the distance. As the difficulty of the assessment increased, the intelligence of the monster also rose. It had already understood the knight's purpose. Even if it could not defeat the challenger, it would not allow him to buy time. The allowed gaps in the assessment were getting longer, but the actual time to restrain the monster was becoming shorter. The one-eyed giant's muscles suddenly swelled, shaking off all the shadow knights on top of it. But it did not rise. That one eye stared blankly at the empty sky, the light in its pupil extinguished. It was dead. Current assessment difficulty expert level. The system prompt appeared again. The environment showed no changes. The sound of the wind did not cease, and the gray-yellow boundary on the horizon still glimmered faintly. No new monsters appeared, and the surroundings were silent except for the sound of banners being blown by the wind. A shadowy sentinel stationed beside Chen Lin suddenly waved the illuminating banner. The red background with golden patterns unfurled, and a visible wave spread from the banner, radiating in all directions. As the wave passed within 10 meters of Chen Lin, it illuminated a shadow that was sneaking nearby. The shadow had crept very close to Chen Lin, half-crouched, one hand reaching forward. The moment the wave illuminated it, its motion froze. The shadow knight decisively threw the lance in his hand. The lance spun through the air, its tip piercing through the shadow's chest, pinning it to the ground. The shadow struggled twice, its limbs convulsing before dissolving into a cloud of black mist. Current assessment difficulty master level. O challenger, you truly possess extraordinary talent. A beam of light descended from the heavens, and from within the beam came a joyful exclamation. A middle-aged man stepped out from the light. He was clad in heavy armor, silver in color, without any adornments, only a religious emblem symbolizing light engraved on his chest. In his left hand, he held a book wrapped in iron, and in his right a flail, the head of which had 3 spiked iron balls connected by short chains. His gaze fell upon the shadow knight standing in front of him, and his expression turned cold. Undead Mage. His eyes passed over the knight's shoulders and landed on the skeletal altar that emanated a foul aura. On the altar floated 5 skulls, each connected to a pair of bony wings, continuously radiating a sacred light. That was the path he practiced, the faith he pursued, but at this moment it was wrapped in the power of desecration, becoming a creation of the altar. The 4 corner skulls watched the center of the chest from different angles. The shadow tendrils continued to modify a half-finished product. Desecration. What a foul desecration. The cleric's face instantly turned crimson. He vigorously channeled divine magic, and a sacred light surged forth from the book, enveloping his armor, book, and flail. He charged towards Chen Lin, while continuously shooting flames from the book. The flames were a blazing white, trailing a long tail as they flew towards Chen Lin. The shadow knights did not evade. The front row raised their shields while the rear row held their lances upright. The flames collided with the wall of knights, exploding in a burst of white light. Several knights' armor was scorched with blackened pits, yet they did not retreat a single step. The cleric reached the knight commander, swinging down the flail. The knight commander raised his lance to block the iron ball, crashing down on the shaft, sending sparks flying. The cleric's assault was fierce, the flail striking down one after another, the iron balls tracing chaotic arcs in the air. Yet the knight commander's lance consistently held firm, not even retreating an inch. Knights surrounded from both sides, their lances thrusting towards the cleric's back and waist from different angles. The cleric had to divert his attention to block, disrupting the rhythm of his flail, and his offensive gradually fell to the disadvantage. Ultimately, he was merely a mark descended to assess the apprentice. The Shadow Knights were quite powerful even at their senior ranks, not to mention the knights around him, who were working in concert. The cleric looked at the altar with anger and sorrow. On the altar, a shadowy tendril placed a mage's skull in the center, while 6 other tendrils arranged 6 priest skulls connected to bony wings around it. "Though I am powerless, I will not let you have your way," the cleric whispered. He released the flail, embracing the book, and the light from the book surged violently. His body began to turn transparent from limbs to torso, from torso to heart, until only the book remained suspended in midair. A searing flame descended from the heavens. That flame was thicker than any before, carrying a wave of scorching heat, smashing down directly towards Chen Lin. The moment the flame fell, the ground was burned into a charred circular pit. Shattered stones melted into a glass-like substance flowing at the bottom of the pit. The cleric's figure completely vanished. This was the strike he sacrificed himself for. Amidst the flames, Chen Lin opened his eyes, calmly glancing at the direction where the cleric had disappeared. The current assessment difficulty master level. A beam of light shone in the center of the sky, thicker than ever before. From the beam extended a green claw with delicate scales and sharp nails resembling polished jade. Then came the entire forearm, followed by the head, torso, and dual wings. A green dragon emerged from the beam of light. It was not large, measuring only about 5 to 6 meters from head to tail, its wings folded like a cloak draped over its back. The scales were emerald green, glistening with a moist sheen under the gray-yellow sky akin to leaves washed clean by rain. Its neck was long with a triangular head, and its nostrils exhaled a faint white mist. Green Dragon Growth Stage, Level 39. A subtle aura of dragon might radiated from it, an invisible pressure pressing down on everyone, as if a giant hand rested upon their chests. Ordinary people would likely have knelt. The Dark Knights remained motionless. The warhorses did not retreat, the lances did not tremble, and the soul fire within the gaps of their helmets burned quietly. They stared at the green dragon with no fear in their eyes. The knight commander pointed his lance, and as the hooves of the horses moved, 13 flag bearers followed closely behind, with 287 knights forming a phalanx charging towards the green dragon. The hooves of the skeletal warhorses struck the yellow earth, creating a ghostly blue flame. The green dragon lowered its head and glanced at them. Its vertical pupils revealed no emotion, neither anger nor fear, only a faint disdain. It spread its wings, which spanned over 10 meters, the emerald membranes trembling slightly in the air before it suddenly flapped them. A violent wind kicked up dust as the green dragon soared into the sky. The knights' lances struck the air, and the warhorses charged through the spot where it had just stood, only kicking up a few specks of dust caught in the gust. The green dragon circled in the air, its gaze sweeping the ground, and its vertical pupils instantly locked onto Chen Lin, folding its wings and diving down. Its speed was astonishing, the green figure, like an arrow released from a bow, piercing straight down from the sky. The air was torn apart, emitting a sharp howl. Chen Lin opened his eyes as the workbench before him blossomed open like petals, and a circular wheel extending 6 bone wings rose outward. The circular wheel formed by his spine hovered beside him, with 6 divine skulls symmetrically distributed along its edge, each extending a nearly tundra-long bone wing. At the center of the wheel, the skull of a spell spirit resided, its alabaster-like cranium slowly rotating with 5 layers of circular rings. The wheel slid behind Chen Lin, hovering at the position of his back. From the green dragon's perspective, it appeared as if Chen Lin had grown 3 pairs of bone wings. The dragon's sharp claws extended towards him. The ghostly cloak on Chen Lin trembled, and the silhouettes of 36 ghosts emerged simultaneously on the surface of the fabric. His body was lifted by an invisible force rising from the ground and drifting sideways for several meters. The green dragon's claws sliced through the air at the spot he had just occupied, shredding it and crashing down onto the workbench below. With a thunderous boom, fragments of bone scattered everywhere, and the desecrated workbench, which Chen Lin had invested much effort into, was shattered by a single claw. The green dragon turned around, its vertical pupils locking onto the airborne Chen Lin once more. It flapped its wings again, soaring upwards and changing direction. Behind Chen Lin, one of the divine skulls on the wheel glowed faintly, golden flames igniting within its eye sockets. Blessing of spiritual vision. An invisible wave radiated from that skull, sweeping across the battlefield. Chen Lin's vision changed instantaneously. The movements of the green dragon appeared slow in his eyes, the trajectory of the wing flaps, the angle of its body tilt, the timing of its claws extending. Every intention was crystal clear. The green dragon swooped down again. Chen Lin sidestepped the bone wings, guiding him sideways, the dragon's claws brushing past the hem of his clothes without making contact. The green dragon rushed past him, the gust it created causing his cloak to flutter. The 3rd time, the 4th time. The dragon missed again and again, yet it remained calm and unhurried, with a hint of amusement in its vertical pupils. It was as if it were playing a game of hawk catching chicken, relishing the feeling of its prey struggling beneath its claws. But Chen Lin had no intention of playing games. The green dragon dove down for the 5th time. Chen Lin executed a shadow shift, his figure vanishing from the original spot and appearing at the position of a flag bearer on the ground. The moment Chen Lin landed, another divine skull on the wheel illuminated. Blessing of divine power. Golden light surged from the skull, transforming into countless tiny motes that fell upon each dark knight. A white glow enveloped the knights, enhancing their might. On the ground, the knights who had been regarded as mere background by the green dragon simultaneously hurled their lances. The knight commander's lance was the first to be thrown. Spinning through the air, the lance's tip precisely pierced the membrane of the green dragon's left wing, nailing it at the joint. The green dragon let out a pained roar, its body suddenly tilting. Following closely were the flag bearer's lances, 13 spears shot from various angles, embedding themselves into its wings, hind legs, and tail. The green dragon rolled twice in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Dust billowed up. It struggled to rise, but with its wings pierced by the lances, each flap only tore larger wounds. Several lances remained embedded in its body, preventing its wings from closing, rendering it unable to fly. The green dragon opened its mouth, a dark green light glowing deep within its throat. A breath of dragon air erupted, dark green toxic mist pouring forth from its mouth, spreading like a tide in all directions. Where the mist passed, fine bubbles rose from the surface of the yellow earth, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. Behind Chen Lin, the third divine skull lit up. Blessing of spiritual light. Sacred light radiated from the wheel, enveloping every dark night. The light formed a thin protective membrane over their armor. The toxic mist slid off upon contact with the membrane, unable to erode a single particle. The knights charged into the toxic fog. Their figures appeared hazy within the dark green mist, the sound of hooves dense and orderly with not a hint of hesitation. The fourth divine skull illuminated. Blessing of divine weapons. Light coalesced in the empty hands of the knights, manifesting into spears made of pure holy light. The spears emanated a blazing white light, their tips sharp enough to pierce anything. The knights surrounded the dragon, the knight commander in front, flag bearers on either side, and ordinary knights at the back. The long spears thrust toward the green dragon from all directions, stabbing its neck, its abdomen, and the wings pinned by the lances. The green dragon fought back fiercely, its tail sweeping across and sending two knights along with their horses flying. A claw swiped through the air, tearing a kite-shaped shield in half. But more and more lances were embedded in its body, its health dwindling. Even trapped, the green dragon remained ferocious, yet the end was inevitable. Chen Lin stood at a distance observing this scene, nodding in satisfaction. During the trial, he had not aimed to create a behemoth like the desecrated beasts. Being too cumbersome would compromise the Knight Order's agility and defense, and ignoring it would render it useless. Since the Knight Order was his support, he would assist with all his might, maximizing the potential of this long plank. With a soft thud, the Knight Commander pulled out the lance embedded in the green dragon's neck. Emerald blood gushed from the wound, and the dragon's vertical pupils finally lost their luster. You have slain the green dragon, level 39. A system prompt appeared, but Chen Lin did not look at it. His expression grew serious. The final challenge was upon him. A beam of light descended from the heavens, brighter than ever before, yet lacking the dazzling brilliance of the past. A man stepped out from the beam. He wore only shorts, exposing his bronzed upper body, and held an ordinary long spear in his hand. Instructor Altrius, level 1. The Bishop of Salvation, level 20. Profane Creation calculated the cards he still had in hand as the two parties faced off below. On one side stood a middle-aged man wearing only gray shorts, solitary, and holding a wooden spear. The spear shaft was straight without a spearhead, and the tip was made of iron polished to a shine. On the other side were 300 armored knights, their mounts clad in armor lances, standing like a forest. The skeletal warhorses' hooves trod upon the ghostly blue flames, creating a silent sea of fire amidst the gray-yellow expanse. Yet Chen Lin could sense the knight's hesitation. Through the connection of his consciousness, he felt the fluctuation of that emotion. It wasn't fear, but a deeper uncertainty. They were assessing whether they could overcome the profound shadow left by the figure before them, who was now merely a first-level opponent. The warhorses' hooves lightly tapped at the ground, and the tips of their lances swayed slightly. Arterius spoke. You have followed Galen to spread martial arts and empower the weak, but now the endgame is set. How many of the weak you have aided are still alive? He scoffed coldly. Those who have survived relied on luck, not your aid. He directed his gaze towards Chen Lin, who stood behind the knights. Now your strength is concentrated in one place, allowing this adventurer to reach this level. If he can attain the highest tier in the future, your contributions this time will surpass all your previous efforts combined. Pursuing the path you recognize and following your heart is the right course. Oh, what need is there for you outsiders to judge its meaning and value? Chen Lin responded coldly, having grasped the essence of the matter. Arterius bore no ill will. He simply had a fundamental disagreement with the Shadow Knights, or more accurately with Galen. Galen sought to provide a foundation for the masses, enabling more people to grow stronger. Arterius seemed to pursue the concentration of power, making the strongest even stronger. He could not allow his knights to feel disheartened. Achieve victory for me. His voice came down from the air, soft yet clear. I believe in you. Arterius glanced up at him. There was no response. The Shadow Knight lowered his head, the soul fire flickering twice in the seams of his helmet. Then he raised his right arm, the spear pointing straight up to the sky. Behind him, 13 flag bearers simultaneously raised their banners. The red background with golden patterns unfurled under the gray-yellow sky. The 300 knights moved as one. The sound of hooves shifted from chaotic to orderly, then from orderly to deafening. The knight commander charged at the forefront with flag bearers flanking him and ordinary knights behind. The tip of the spear formation pointed directly at the solitary figure clad only in shorts holding a wooden spear. Behind Chen Lin's 6 divine skulls brightened simultaneously. Divine power, divine light, divine weapon, divine armor, divine sight, divine healing. 6 blessings descended from the heavens, enveloping each knight. Simultaneously, the illusory image of the wordless steel appeared behind Chen Lin, its steady and heavy aura sweeping across the battlefield. Arterius raised an eyebrow slightly. Secretary, you seem to have made a good choice. He had already made his move. The knight commander was the first to charge, lunging forward with his spear aimed directly at Arterius' chest. Arterius sidestepped, the spear shaft trembling as he deflected the knight commander's lance at an unexpected angle. The lance slid past his armpit, and the two brushed past each other. The second knight had already charged in. A lance thrust from the left, while the knight commander simultaneously countered with a lance from the right. Attacks surrounded Arterius from all directions. Arterius' spear touched the ground, propelling his body into the air. The wooden spear in his hand acted like a spring, helping him leap out of the encirclement and into the sky. He spun in midair, the spear tip pointing downward, accurately piercing the gap between a knight's helmet and breastplate. The knight's body stiffened, and then both horse and rider vanished in a flash of white light. The skeletal warhorse's bones scattered, the knight's plate armor shattered, and the soul fire transformed into a wisp of blue smoke. A beam of white light rose from Arterius. Level 2. Chen Lin's heart sank. He initially believed the enemy was only of level 1, a single hit would surely result in death. His original plan was to rely on a war of attrition and numerical superiority to gamble on Arterius making a mistake. But with each knight Arterius killed, he would level up, and as his level increased, so too would his health defense. By that time, the knight's overwhelming advantage would vanish. Yet Chen Lin did not change his strategy. He maintained the 6 blessings and kept the mental connection with the Shadow Knight. What he could deduce, the knight commander could naturally deduce as well. Having chosen to trust, they would trust to the end. Arterius passed through the first wave of charges, and just as he landed, the second wave of knights had already charged up to him. Their speed had fully picked up. The warhorse's hooves lifted off the ground, lances held high, resembling a moving wall of spears. By this time, Arterius had reached level 8. The second wave of knights did not include the knight commander or flag bearers, only ordinary knights. The outcome was predictable. The wooden spear in Arterius' hand moved like a living snake. The tip struck a shield, using the force to bounce off, and then thrust into another knight's throat. He sidestepped the lance and countered with a thrust that pierced the horse's belly. The warhorse collapsed, throwing the knight off, and before he hit the ground, he was pierced by another lance. Waves of white light surged upward. Each beam of white light caused Arterius' level to rise by 1. The Shadow Knight did not look back. He led the first wave of knights to make a wide arc, their hooves tracing a broad curve in the yellow earth. They regrouped at a distance, accelerated, and merged with the knights of the third wave, charging Hedon. More than 200 knights converged into a torrent of iron. It seems you have lost your only chance at victory. As soon as Arterius finished speaking, the third wave of knights had already charged up to him. At this point, he had already reached level 23. Even in terms of numbers, the knights no longer held absolute superiority. His wooden spear could pierce through plate armor, and even if he took a hit, he would not die immediately. Yet the Knight Order had fallen silent. Now was the time. The soul fire of the Shadow Knight flickered violently, and Chen Lin sensed that signal. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Behind him, the spell spirit skull at the center of the wheel burst forth with a brilliant white light. Promotion. Light surged from the eye sockets of the cursed spirit skull, transforming into a beam that fell directly upon the Dark Knight. The ominous aura that enveloped the knight dissipated entirely within the light. The soul flames, cold and blue, carrying a scent of decay, gradually became pure warm and akin to true flames. The sun patterns on the armor reignited not as cold metallic reflections, but as an inner spontaneous radiance. He was no longer an evil undead being. He was an earthly heroic spirit bearing glory and reverence. The enlightened knight, a level 49, laughed heartily. What a great timing. His body suddenly he did not truly shrink, but his muscles tensed to their utmost, every fiber releasing its full power. He concentrated all his strength into the wooden spear, aiming its tip at the long spear thrusting towards him. The tips of the two spears collided midair. Sparks flew. The piercing sound of metal scraping was painful to the ears. The knight's long spear trembled, as did Altrius' wooden spear. A brief standoff occurred between the two spears, lasting less than a breath, with neither party retreating. The banner bearer charged in from the side. The flag with a red background and golden patterns unfurled at the edge of Altrius' vision, the tip of the flagpole enveloped in holy light aiming directly at his waist. Altreus had already repelled the knight and calmly adjusted the spearhead. Victory! Chen Lin's thoughts merged with the banner-bearer, issuing a solemn command. The Dominion attribute of the soul-weaving cloak activated, and the outlines of 36 phantoms simultaneously emerged on the cloak's surface. An invisible force surged from Chen Lin through the Dominion attribute of the cloak and the support of the circular wheel behind him, consolidating the entire army's strength upon that flag. The banner-bearer's arm suddenly sank. Altreus' gaze sharpened, and he tilted the spear shaft, slightly attempting to dissipate the force. In that moment, his body executed a series of intricate movements, guiding the incoming force to the sides like water flowing around a rock. But the force was too great. The flag shattered the wooden spear. The shaft broke in half, fragments scattering. The tip of the flagpole pierced through Altreus' chest, emerging from his back. The scene fell silent in an instant. The sound of hooves ceased, the flag's fluttering stopped, and even the wind paused for a moment. Altreus looked down at the flagpole piercing through his chest. Not bad at all. He set a slight smirk on his lips as if he were smiling or reminiscing. Then his body began to crack like shattered porcelain fissures spreading from his chest to his limbs. White light seeped through the cracks, growing brighter and denser. Ultimately, his body disintegrated into points of light. It was over. Chen Lin let out a long breath. To save time, he calculated all possible combat power and barely crossed the threshold of sub-legendary difficulty before immediately commencing the trial. Fortunately, he had completed the planned strategy, and Benjamin, who was outside the assessment, helped him randomly encounter enemies that the Night Order could effectively deal with. Light Cleric, Shadow Assassin, Green Dragon, Altreus. Each was challenging to handle, but all could be dealt. If an elemental creature or a mountain of flesh appeared, or if a necromancer or summoner of a much higher tier than him came, it would truly be insurmountable. Fortunately, everything had come to an end. He had achieved all that was planned and was ready to reap the rewards. In the sky, a rune composed of bones yet pure and gentle slowly descended. Heroic Spirit Monarch, sub-legendary level. You can gradually elevate the undead to heroic spirits, and the more heroic spirits you command, the more they will elevate your rank to a higher level. Chen Lin frowned as he looked at the solidified rune. In his past life, rune selections were directly given as several shadows, and only the chosen rune would solidify after making a selection. As he pondered, the second rune had already solidified. Summoning Pharaoh, sub-legendary level. Your skill, Giant Skeleton Synthesis, transforms into the summoning ritual, using skeleton servants as offerings to call forth deities from the myths of Nemo. Is it due to the uniqueness of sub-legendary runes? No. Sub-legendary level, rather than being a weakening of legendary, is more like the limit of a master. Logically, there should be no qualitative difference from the runes of the Expert Master and Grandmaster tiers. The third rune emerged. Ethereal Avatar, sub-legendary level. The soul energy of the Shadow Scythe will replace your life force, and until the stored soul energy is exhausted, you will not die. No. Driven by unease, Chen Lin finally discovered the issue. He had already defeated Altreus, yet no system prompt indicating the end of the trial had come. The fourth rune appeared. Profane Technique, sub-legendary level. Your skill, Profane Life, transforms into the technique, Profane Creation. You can create beings that defy natural laws, and if you reach the pinnacle, you might be able to create divine monstrosities with your own hands. Chen Lin reached out directly to grab the closest Heroic Spirit Monarch rune. An anomaly was occurring, and he wanted to immediately end this trial. The rune nimbly evaded his grasp and flew away. During its flight, the fifth rune took shape. Universal Clarity, sub-legendary level. For every spell mastered, all spell effects increase by 1,000th. For every spell improved, all spell damage increases by 1%. For every spell created, all spell mana and spirit consumption decreases by 1/10. The five runes formed a circle not far from Chen Lin, with an elderly man appearing at the center. The old man wore a plain astronomer's robe, deep blue, embroidered with star patterns. His hair was grizzled, his face kind, and a hint of a smile graced his lips. He stood at the center of the rune circle, as if he had emerged from the void, or perhaps he had always been there. Finally, the system prompt Chen Lin had been yearning for resounded. You have witnessed the ethereal shadow of the three realms supernatural sage, and gained profound knowledge of. The circular rune spun around the old man as the Profane Technique rune moved to the front of him. Young scribe, this place has been completely sealed off. The old man's voice was gentle, as if conversing with a junior. Let us begin. Current assessment difficulty, legendary level. I am Cavendishu, also known as the Rune Master. The old man introduced himself while turning the rune ring. The ring slowly spun at his fingertips, and 5 runes passed by in succession. He stopped in front of the rune, labeled Summon God Pharaoh, and flicked his finger, turning the rune to its front side. A giant spirit shadow appeared in the sky. The shadow towered over 100 meters with a human body and a jackal head wielding a curved scepter. It lowered its head to glance at the ground, noticing the absence of offerings. An expression of anger spread across its face as it opened its mouth, silently roaring, pointing its scepter at Cavendishu, demanding offerings from him. Cavendishu chuckled softly, placing one hand on the rune of all laws clear, while casually flipping the summoned god pharaoh rune. The giant spirit's expression shifted from anger to fear. Its shadow began to tremble, violently shattering from its feet, fragments turning into light points that fell. Within moments, the entire shadow completely disintegrated, with light points pouring down onto the gray-yellow ground like a torrential rain. Where the light points landed, the yellow earth cracked open, and mummies wrapped in grayish-white shrouds crawled out from the fissures. They moved stiffly, their eye sockets hollow, emanating a dry, dusty aura. Thousands upon thousands, densely packed, covering the entire field of vision. Offering mummy, level 5, Chen Lin withdrew his gaze and performed a mage's salute to Cavendishu, placing his right hand lightly on his chest and bowing slightly. My name is Tion E, and I am a necromancer and end-of-day scribe. Cavendishu nodded, still wearing that gentle smile. Chen Lin felt a stirring in his heart. If Cavendishu referred to himself as scribe, could it be that his arrival was related to this profession of end-of-day scribe? It was quite possible. Cavendishu rotated the rune ring again, bringing the rune of heroic spirit monarch to the forefront. He extended his finger and gently touched the rune. The mummies on the ground simultaneously halted their movements. The shrouds fell away, revealing desiccated bodies beneath. Those bodies began to swell, muscles regrowing their skin, changing from grayish-brown to deep black. Their skulls elongated and deformed, with snouts protruding forward, transforming into the shape of jackals. Warriors with dog heads and human bodies stood up from the remains of the mummies. They were clad in golden armor engraved with the sacred scarab and solar boat patterns unique to the Nemo civilization, radiating an aura of majesty. Divine Guardian, level 29. Thousands of level 29 warriors lined up in formation, silent and still. Chen Lin looked at the divine aura emanating from them, which was strikingly similar to the radiance of the gospel bishop behind him. He assessed that even an unknown match with the Dark Knight might not yield victory. He began to summon. Waves of summoning light ignited beside him, and the Dark Knights charged out from the light. The knights formed ranks behind Chen Lin, their armor clashing, hooves striking the ground. However, the summoning light dimmed after less than 10 flashes. The soul energy in this area has been nearly exhausted. Summoning is not possible. Chen Lin understood that this was due to the faintly glowing nether avatar rune beside Cavendishu. This system prompt was not unexpected. Even if all 300 knights were summoned, they would merely be a supporting presence, unable to compete. What should he do? In truth, Cavendishu had already made his intentions quite clear. Your Majesty. Chen Lin spoke, his voice soft but clear in the vast trial space. My position as the end-of-day scribe was bestowed by Master Metatron. Along with it came a seal. No, he paused for a moment. Next, I will attempt to use it. He did not make any sudden moves. In the presence of a powerhouse of this level, any small action would be foolish. He remembered Master Metatron's warning, never use it. Yet before a kind-hearted and overwhelmingly powerful figure, he felt he had no choice. Cavendishu smiled and reiterated his earlier words, this place has been completely sealed off. Chen Lin took a deep breath and cautiously activated the seal. A vast and immense aura seeped out from the seal. Just a thin thread like a breeze squeezing through a crack in the door. It did not fully descend, but merely merged into the gospel bishop behind Chen Lin. The gospel bishop began to change. The wheel formed by the spine sublimated into a pure halo, losing its skeletal texture, becoming a circle of light suspended in the air. The 6 skulls of the divine priests converged toward the center, merging with the central skull of the cursed spirit, transforming into a platinum-colored energy heart. The heart pulsed slowly at the center of the halo, with each contraction sending ripples of light expanding from the center to the edges. The 6 skeletal wings on the periphery sprouted feathers. The feathers were pure white and distinct, growing out from the wing bones, layered and spread out. The skeletal wings transformed into true feathered wings, longer than those of any bird, with edges radiating a faint golden glow. The gospel bishop floated behind Chen Lin, halo heart and wings quietly spinning. This was merely the minimal effect triggered by activating the Michael seal, an inconsequential influence. The true core was a simple yet brutal ability. Annihilate. Chen Lin softly uttered the word. A wave of mundane energy swept past him from behind. No sound, no light, no airflow. It was merely something invisible and unstoppable, spreading outward like ripples on water. The wave swept across the divine guardians. The golden armor did not shatter, the jackal skull did not deform. They maintained their standing posture, yet the light in their eyes extinguished simultaneously. One by one, like candles blown out by the wind, they toppled and rose. The moment they fell, their bodies turned to gray-white powder, piling up into small hills. Countless troops were completely erased in less than a breath. Life and death ignore all immunities, directly erase all beings below level 100. In most cases, the imprint of the Vice Lord of Heaven should never be used. The consequences of using it are far more severe than you can imagine. The wave continued to spread, sweeping over Cavendishu, who stood at the back. The so-called projection of the three realms' extraordinary saint bore no distinction from the level 29 guardians before this seemingly ordinary wave. Starting from his limbs, he transformed into tiny light points drifting upward. His expression remained unchanged, still wearing that gentle smile, as if he had known this would happen all along. His voice remained clear amidst the disintegration. But the creations born of him can be used more. The so-called side effects are also an extremely precious opportunity. As his words fell, his body completely vanished. After the light points dissipated, only a stone shadow remained in its place. The shadow was the size of a fist, shaped like a heart, with fine patterns on its surface resembling traces of blood vessels. It floated half a foot above the ground, slowly rotating. Chen Lin approached the shadow and activated the ability of the End of Days Scribe. Inscription: When Dixu, I chose to cultivate the rune you pioneered because I trusted you, and you treat me like this. The voice was thick with fury and despair. By then, mountains, rivers, sun, and moon had all been extinguished, leaving only a flood of indescribable flow that filled the void. The once arrogant, untouchable legendary powerhouse was held in Dix's hand like a mere chick. He still wore the kindly guise of an old man, only the star patterns on his robe shone more brilliantly, and his eyes held a child's pure hunger for knowledge. Runes are the world's underlying rules. I merely discovered them, I did not create them. The captured man's face was pale with terror, his words already slipping into incoherence. One legend equals a sanctuary. If you kill me, at least 10,000 common folk who might have lived into the next era will die because of it. Dixu was indifferent. The continuation of life always favors the next generation over the previous. Our generation's mission is fulfilled, we should think more for those to come. Having spoken, he hurled the man into the outer torrent. The man's body was instantaneously abraded away, revealing within a fortress of steel and blood the core of his legend. That essence too wore away rapidly, exposing ever-shifting three-dimensional legendary runes inside. The rune was polyhedral. On every face dense patterns were carved, flowing, recombining, and deforming without end. Then even the rune collapsed, and a yet more fundamental thing emerged. Dixu produced a heart-shaped stone, recording it all, and using it to further extrapolate and perfect the rune system within the stone. The pioneer entrusted his heart to me. I will not be outdone by Jia Long and Enya. The vision ended. You obtained the inscription Sigil Heart of Runes. Passive effect: your reading technique can extract vast stores of mage knowledge from other adventurers' professional runes and record that rune. Active effect: simulate recorded runes according to your own cognition level. Current records: sublegendary tier, Yingling, Juanwang Yuming Huashan, Huanshun Falao Dushin Ji Wan Fa Toming. The sky veiled by membranous veins reappeared. A three-dimensional rune shaped like a carving blade slowly descended from the air and halted before Chen Lin. Compared to the legendary rune of the man in the vision, this carving blade seemed plain to the point of crude. Unremarkable, yet as if it had existed since time immemorial. Old Wedge Legendary creates a physical emblem for your inscription, greatly strengthening inscription power and maintaining it for a long time. Perhaps this was Dix's true intention. A flash of insight passed through Chen Lin's mind. The acquisition of professional runes was not wholly random, but tied to a player's past experiences. Huanshun Falao Yuming Huashan and Dushinji corresponded to the three skills or arts Zhu Hai Huching Yuing Ji Lian and Shidu Shengming respectively. Yingling Junwang corresponded to the primary profession Necromancer. Wan Fa Tongming corresponded to scholar-level cognition. Then why did the auxiliary profession that shaped Chen Lin most deeply, Zhongyan Shuji, lack a corresponding rune? Perhaps the lowest tier rune tied to Zhongyan Shuji was this very legendary old wedge before him. Fuse the rune and ascend your professional tier. Warning: once fused, the game character will be irrevocably bound to the player and cannot be deleted. Reborn and racing to seize every advantage, was this not precisely what he had been striving for? Yes. The carving blade rune sank into Chen Lin's chest. There was no pain, no shock. Only a faint warmth, like a drop of warm water falling into the palm. A vast power rose from within his body, spreading through every limb and bone. You have fused the legendary rune Old Wedge. You comprehend a specialty initial legendary metamorphosis immune to any amateur tier or apprentice tier skill effects. As an apprentice, you obtained a legendary rune, gaining 1 point of legendariness. Your legendariness has reached 3 points. An exclusive legendary specialty begins to generate. Generating. You have obtained the legendary specialty Legion Command. Legion Command: you may organize multiple summons into a single team. That team is treated as one entity occupying a single summon slot, its hit points resistance's essence, and so on are treated as the sum of all members. Chen Lin's consciousness merged with the rune. He saw two images. One was a vantage from above looking down at his game character Tian's system default visage. He had seen that face countless times, when creating the character in the game's mirror and other player streams. Familiar yet foreign. The other image rose from below. He lay on a bed, his hands still poised, as if gripping a helmet, breathing steadily with his eyes tightly shut. That was his body in the real world. The ordinary man living in a rented room in the old quarter. The rune hovered between the two images like a bridge binding them together. Its light flowed from one end to the other and back again in an endless cycle, tying the two formerly separate existences into one. Chen Lin watched the default face as it began to change. The contours of the features adjusted subtly. The arch of the brow, the height of the nose bridged the fullness of the lips, all drifting toward the other likeness. The face began to resemble him. Not identical, only similar. Like a brother, like a distant kin, like someone glimpsed in a mirror whose name escapes you. Current fusion, level 10. Those few words meant that in reality he now wielded 10% of the game's character's extraordinary power. Chen Lin Reborn knew his true combat strength far surpassed 10% for all skills, and spells could be cast, and exclusive equipment transferred over as well. It was only that the final effect in the real world amounted to 10% of the game's potency. Fusion complete. Next came advancement. Your tier has risen to professional. Hit points 1000, mana 1000. All attributes 20. Your level has risen to 20. Base HP 48, base mana 60, agility 2, spirit 8. You gain 3 free attribute points. Your specialty base casting is upgraded to advanced casting. Advanced casting passive, all spell mana costs 25. As the first player to ascend to the professional tier, your title Pioneer is enhanced. Pioneer title experience gain 50. Additionally, for each level you exceed the second place by, you receive 10 extra experience. Your performance has drawn the attention of a legendary hunter, and it will descend upon you in 3 days to unleash an endless pursuit. 720000, 715959, 715958. Ticking down every second like a slowly blinking eye. Chen Lin gazed at the string of numbers, his mind heavy with gravity. The legendary hunter was unlike any monster he had encountered before. It was a shadow fiend symbolizing the collapse of order and one of the true enemies he would face in the future. The legendary hunter is a challenge that everyone who has condensed their unique legendary talents must confront. How did he manage to overcome it in his past life? He recalled that the country had sent a true legendary powerhouse to deal with it, and now he had become the first person to face the hunter. Chen Lin felt a wave of difficulty wash over him. He had originally planned to only achieve a sub-legendary level rune in the assessment, never expecting to acquire a third level of legendary status here, which left him unprepared. Tian, why are you hiding your identity from us? Chen Lin turned to see Benjamin had approached without him noticing. He had changed from his earlier cold demeanor to a warm smile, the vertical lines on his forehead easing slightly. Thank you for your help. Chen Lin expressed his gratitude. Although he had used that request, basic courtesy could not be neglected. No need to mention it. Benjamin cheerfully placed his arm around Chen Lin's shoulder, in action that would have been unthinkable just moments ago. You are the scribe, after all, one of our own. Helping each other is nothing unusual. He waved his hand. This request doesn't count. I'll propose something more significant. Why such a change in attitude? Chen Lin didn't want to think about social niceties, but he was not a dull person. He looked at Benjamin's suddenly friendly face. The obvious hint made its meaning clear to him. Is there anything Benjamin's face showed a hint of flattery. I know your imprint position as a scribe is precious. However, it will ultimately be put to use. I wonder, could your imprint position be used for Celindia? For the sake of remembrance. The position of the innkeeper is truly formidable. Chen Lin nodded affirmatively. Celindia holds significant meaning for me. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have inscribed it. Benjamin's joy was palpable, and his voice rose half an octave. That's wonderful. I will report this to the city lord right away. Don't worry, he won't let you down. He took out a silver insignia and handed it to Chen Lin. The insignia bore the city's emblem, an open book, and a standing sword with intricate magical patterns along the edges. Before that, you should first go to the library and raise your recognition level to that of a scholar. With this token, all books will be open to you. Chen Lin accepted the insignia, but declined his plan. I'm afraid that won't work for now. I have condensed my unique legendary talent, and I must prepare to face the imminent pursuit of the legendary hunter. Benjamin's expression grew serious. He released Chen Lin's shoulder and stepped back, surveying him from head to toe. The shadow fiend is not easy to deal with. I can ask the city lord to intervene. Protecting you wouldn't be a problem. No need. Chen Lin shook his head in refusal. The shadow fiend fundamentally restrains the remnants of the last epoch, Even the city lord as a saint-tier figure would still pay a heavy price. Moreover, he already had a plan in mind. If possible, please introduce me to a scholar studying the Nemo civilization. After bidding farewell to Benjamin, Chen Lin exited the governor's office, traversed the corridor, and pushed open the doors of the city hall. The carriage was waiting at the entrance, and the driver, dozing against the carriage, hurriedly jumped down to open the door upon seeing him emerge. Chen Lin boarded the carriage, and it started smoothly. A system notification popped up before his eyes. You have accepted the main quest, the Titan's Journey quest description. After the calamity, civilization lies in ruins. As an adventurer, awaken the dormant gathering places and restore connections among them. The occupational assessment will filter out half of the players, but only those who pass this assessment qualify to accept the main quest. The content is simple: continually explore the world, bring revival to the dormant human gathering places, clear paths, exterminate beasts, and re-establish connections. This is a task that requires all players to complete together. When Benjamin entrusted the task to Chen Lin, he specifically reminded him not to pay attention to the ordinary tasks released by the Adventurers Guild. Once the special imprint is completed, there will be more important tasks entrusted to him. Chen Lin leaned against the soft cushion of the carriage, gazing at the scenery outside the window. Streetlights flickered past one after another as the sky darkened. There were few pedestrians on the streets of the upper district. The Titan's Journey, opened by the occupational rank, marks the true beginning of players' understanding of the epic world. Similarly, the extraordinary powers gained in reality through occupational rank also signify the true start of humanity's grasp of the epic. Having advanced in his profession, it was time to share some information with them. Before truly standing above the world, it is better to maintain order. As he pondered, Chen Lin opened the communication panel and dialed in the contact of Yuan Yu. The communication was almost instantly connected. Yuan Yu's face appeared on the panel with a simple study in the background, shelves lined with neatly organized folders. Congratulations, Great One, you've made another advancement. His voice carried an unmistakable excitement. When he completed his advancement, the system issued a server-wide announcement. Chen Lin paid it no mind, assuming he chose not to hide his name as usual. As for special items, I have received this much for now, Yuan Yu said as he traded a series of odd items. An old rusty coin, a feather from an unknown bird, a shard of pottery inscribed with indistinct characters, and a few other miscellaneous items whose purposes were unclear. And then there's that guide. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. Others really don't recognize the gems before them. The guide Chen Lin provided wasn't short, but summarized in one sentence: adventurers must know how to take risks. To expand slightly, combat professionals must know how to fight, spellcasters must know how to cast spells, and rogues must be sharp enough. However, players' attention was focused on whether this was the first speech from the previously silent Tian Yi, or if this fellow was deceiving them under the guise of Tian Yi. Most of the commentary was more ridicule than analysis, and few truly studied it. It doesn't matter. Whether they believed or doubted, Chen Lin cared little. After advancing to the occupational rank, I made an extremely important discovery. He spoke up, his tone more serious about the occupational rank and the epic itself. Yuan Yu's expression changed instantly, his excitement fading and replaced with serious focus. What discovery? How important is it? Important enough that you might not be able to handle it. Chen Lin looked at him. Go fetch your superior. What do I, an ordinary commoner, know about important figures? Yuan Yu reflexively retorted, but his voice grew softer, almost inaudible by the end. He fell silent for 2 seconds, then sighed. All right, please hold on a moment. Returning to No. 7, Wutong Street, Chen Lin directly ascended to the study on the 3rd floor. The butler had already placed a fist-sized crystal on the desk, which was a light purple color with fine points of light slowly flowing within. The professional crystal contains the core skills and specialties for its respective level. Ordinary players can naturally learn skills from their mentors after advancing in the vocational academy. However, Chen Lin had no intention of attending the vocational academy, and thus asked the butler to retrieve this professional crystal from the dean. He sat down at the desk, holding the crystal in his palm, and focused his mind into it. The points of light within the crystal suddenly accelerated and transformed into streams of light surging into his mind. You have learned the skill Summon Undead Warrior. Summon Undead Warrior, cooldown of 3 minutes, consumes 200 mana. Summon up to 4 level 19 Undead Warriors to guard you. You have learned the skill Undead Resurrection. Undead Resurrection, cooldown and consumption depend on the casting level. Use on a corpse, depending on the integrity of the corpse, its strength before death, and the level of casting. Summon an undead creature that obeys your commands. You have comprehended the skill Dark Aura. Dark Aura, no cooldown, consumes 250 mana from the maximum capacity when activated. Once activated, it continuously heals the undead, while dealing damage to all non-undead creatures. You have comprehended the specialty Life Link. Life Link specialty, 15 of all damage you receive will be borne by the summoned creature at 10 times the cost. Your skill Undead Summon has been completed. You can now summon a skeleton summoner. The skeleton summoner is inherently weak, but possesses an independent undead summoning skill equivalent to that of the player. The flow of light calmed, and the crystal returned to stillness. Chen Lin opened his eyes and placed the crystal on the desk. The professional level is the player's first qualitative transformation. The professional level undead mage has finally acquired the ability to create undead creatures. The doors to powerful beings like bone dragons, black knights, and liches seem to have swung wide open. However, this also marks the beginning of the undead mage's fall from grace. The glory is no more Chen Lin's side at the end of the undead mage's advantageous period. The professional level undead mage theoretically possesses the ability to unleash a cataclysm of undeath. Summon 40 skeleton summoners, each capable of summoning 40 more skeleton summoners. When stacked, this could ultimately form an undead army of tens of thousands. However, since the summoned skeletons are only level 9, and despite their overwhelming numbers, they would easily fall to an opponent of the same tier. As a lowly warrior in the novice phase, now possessing enhanced attributes, skills, specialties, and equipment, facing a low-quality, yet numerous undead mage would not be a difficult feat. From level 20 onward, the undead mage will represent a profession that is invincible in slaughtering weak opponents, comprehensive, yet not specialized. But what does it matter to me, who commands an entire Dark Knight Corps, that the undead mage is weak? Chen Lin leaned back in his chair, a slight smile tugging at his lips. The communication panel popped up with a notification. The avatar of Yi Shuang Yenyu flashed, and he clicked to open it. The other party sent a friend request. Ning Fanyuan LV0, requesting to add friend. Chen Lin glanced at it for 2 seconds before clicking agree. The video call connected. On the other side was a spacious study with a wall filled with bookshelves, the gilded titles on the spines glimmering. Sitting in front of the camera was an elderly man with hair that was black and white, glossy and neatly combed. His square face bore wrinkles, but did not seem aged. Instead, he radiated vitality with piercing eyes. His demeanor was authoritative, yet cheerful, resembling a kindly elder from the neighborhood. Comrade Tianyi, hello. His voice was steady and measured. I am Ning Fengyuan, and it is a pleasure to consult you about matters regarding the epoch. His tone was humble. There were no pleasantries, no probing. He got straight to the point. Chen Lin too did not hold back, directly relaying the information. After advancing to the professional level, my game character has merged with my real self, granting the real me partial powers of the game character. Is that so? Ning Fengyuan's face showed little surprise. Clearly the researchers in the lab had already formulated various hypotheses about the impacts of the epoch. Can you prove it? I'm merely sharing this information with you. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Chen Lin leaned back in his chair. In any case, advancing to a profession isn't too difficult. You will be able to verify it soon. Ning Fanyuan fell silent for a moment before nodding. Thank you for the information. He expressed his gratitude, did not linger, and disconnected the call. In the real world, in the imperial capital, Ning Yu and his secretary Zhao Yanba sat in chairs watching Ning Fanyuan remove his helmet. Their gazes were filled with questions, yet no one spoke. Ning Fanyuan remained silent for a few seconds, glancing at Ning Yue, then at Zhao Yanba. Yanba, prepare the car immediately. The two understood each other, standing up simultaneously and briskly exiting the study, the door closing behind them. Ning Fanyuan picked up the red desktop telephone beside the table and dialed a number. Today the imperial capital was tranquil. Sunlight streamed through the windows and the traffic on the streets moved slowly as usual, with pedestrians hurrying by, none noticing anything unusual. Yet those in the corridors of power felt an undercurrent surging. Ministers and directors at the peak of power each canceled their scheduled appointments to attend an impromptu, undisclosed meeting. Vehicles from various directions headed to the same destination, windows tightly shut, curtains drawn low. When this meeting concluded, the sole outcome revealed was the establishment of a dedicated agency to investigate the real identities of all players on the rankings in the epoch, with representatives dispatched from the imperial capital for direct interviews. Additionally, local relevant departments were instructed to monitor personal movements, understand difficulties and grievances, and provide assistance. Thunder was loud, but the rain was light. In a meeting of this level, it was unlikely there would be such a simple outcome. It defied logic. Others who were unable to ignore this matter continuously sought leads, ultimately discovering a seemingly unrelated piece of information: the establishment of a discussion group for compulsory education research. No one knew what connection existed between these two matters. Meanwhile, the true outcome of the meeting had already been conveyed to the various military branches through the hands of the generals present. First, organize elite special forces to immediately enter the epoch. Second, spare no expense to rapidly produce a professional level player. Third, prepare for a large-scale mobilization of the entire army. Awaiting a verification. Chen Lin sat in the study with the collection of gold-melting texts spread open before him. He stared at the book for a while, revealing a look of difficulty. The knowledge recorded in this book was exceedingly profound, requiring repeated reading to comprehend. and what he lacked the most was time. A wave of spatial fluctuation passed by. Ashley Leah appeared in front of the desk, holding a moderately sized box. The box was made of dark wood polished to a smooth finish devoid of any excessive decoration. A gift, she said. Chen Lin took the box and opened it. Inside was a set of dark red mage armor. The armor consisted of a top long pants wrist guards and a belt made of thick and stiff fabric adorned with dense dark patterns on the surface. The dark red was not the kind of glaring red, but rather like the last hue of color at dusk, deep and restrained. The collar and cuffs were edged in black with silver buttons polished to a shine. Sunset blue set level requirement level 20 armor 100 spell resistance 300 undead spell effect 20 light resistance 100 set skill. The sunset endures adds a layer of dispel resistance to all summoned creatures. Exclusive Tianny. Chen Lin looked at the attribute panel and took the armor out of the box. Thank you. The summoned creatures have virtually no resistance to dispel type spells. As Chen Lin grows, he is bound to encounter such natural enemies of summoners, so now he has some leeway for resistance. He said you would be happy. Ashley Leah's expression remained calm, her wynard eyes gazing at him steadily. Indeed, I am quite happy. He had Ashley Leah follow the butler to learn about daily life, not expecting her to have picked this up. Chen Lin immediately took off his old equipment and donned the dark red mage armor. The top fit snugly against his body, neither tight nor loose, with the collar just resting below his collarbone. The wrist guards, when fastened, did not hinder his finger movements, and the belt secured the top with the hem falling to his knees. The long pants were tucked into his boots, allowing for movement without unnecessary friction. The set, specially woven by Ashley Leah's legendary tailoring skills, naturally fit Chen Lin's body perfectly. He moved his arms a bit and rotated his wrists. Ashley Leah watched her master donning her creation, a hint of barely perceptible satisfaction and joy flickering in her calm, indifferent eyes. A knock sounded from outside the door. Please come in. The butler entered, his gaze briefly resting on Chen Lin's dark red armor, a flicker of a smile crossing his eyes. Master, a father and daughter wish to see you. They claim to be scholars studying the Nemo civilization, saying they are here to assist you at the request of the governor. Chen Lin nodded, putting away the collection of gold-melting texts and rising to go downstairs. In the reception room stood two individuals. The man was a middle-aged scholar wearing a brand-new deep brown scholar's robe that fit him perfectly, yet his subconscious movements revealed his discomfort with the attire. His expression bore a clear sign of excitement, standing by the coffee table rubbing his hands together as if he had much to say, but didn't know where to begin. Behind him was a young girl, a head shorter than the man, with golden hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed in a light blue dress layered with a white short coat. Her demeanor was gentle and graceful, her eyes alight, gray, currently fixed on Chen Lin with unreserved admiration. Chen Lin stepped forward. Mr. Canny. The scholar stepped forward, his voice slightly strained. I am Edmund Gray, an expert archaeologist specializing in the relics of the Nemo civilization. This is my daughter Elena, a senior alchemist, and also a scholar specializing in Nemo ritual studies. He then took out an envelope from his pocket and respectfully presented it. This is a letter of introduction from the governor. When I learned it was an assignment from Mr. Canny, I eagerly accepted it. We will do our utmost to assist you and will not let you down. Is it a bit too enthusiastic? This made Chen Lin a bit at a loss. Benjamin shouldn't be publicizing his identity as the keeper of the final chronicles, right? He solemnly took the envelope, glanced to confirm the wax seal was indeed from Benjamin's hand, and without further ado handed it to the butler. Since it's a recommendation from the governor, I certainly believe it. Chen Lin nodded. Please have a seat. The three sat on the sofa, and a maid served tea and snacks before quietly exiting. Mr. Canny, we also came to express our gratitude. Edmund's tone was filled with deep appreciation. Our family was trapped by a playwright in Cass Town, and despite struggling, we could not escape the manipulation. Fortunately, you killed him, allowing us to regain our freedom. No wonder their goodwill was so high upon meeting what stemmed from this. This also piqued Chen Lin's curiosity. In an environment where other manipulated individuals have become sole puppets, your persistence is even more admirable. The farce of caste will eventually be destroyed. I merely happened to coincide with it. Edmund waved his hand and took out an object from his pocket. It was a piece of amber, palm-sized and completely translucent. Inside the amber was a pupa, the back of which had already cracked open, with a cicada struggling to emerge, its wings still underdeveloped and semi-translucent. It was halfway through its emergence, frozen in that moment. Stagnant amber-type oddity effect. When life and thought are fixed in a stagnant state, the passage of time for the body will also be stagnant. The passage of time promotes the occurrence of events, and in some adventure games the occurrence of events promotes the passage of time. Quite an interesting concept. It's a family heirloom. Edmund carefully returned the amber to his pocket. Otherwise we wouldn't have lasted until your arrival. Chen Lin did not pursue this topic further. I need your assistance. You speak. I want you to help me unlock a relic of the Nemo civilization not far from Cast Town. Could it be the legendary relic that is said to contain the true scripture of the sun? Elena suddenly spoke, her voice soft. She looked at her father, her gaze somewhat peculiar. You know of that place as well? Chen Lin asked. Yes. Edmund's expression changed, not out of surprise, but a knowing understanding of as expected. He sighed with relief. I was captured in Cast precisely because I was researching that relic. He let out a bit. It seems we've crossed paths by fate. Chen Lin stood up. My time is tight. Let's head to the relic now and discuss the rest on the way. After the registrar's rank was revealed, Benjamin provided Chen Lin with another carriage. It was a full size, larger than the previous one, its deep brown timber carved with intricate magical runes through which a pale blue light flowed. 4 white horses drew the coach, their harnesses set with silver plates that rang crisply with each step. Aidming insisted on driving for Chen Lin. Chen Lin could not refuse and sat beside him at the front. The carriage departed No. 7, Wutong Street, and followed the upper city's lanes toward the gate. The wheels rolled over cobblestones, the runes along the carriage faintly shimmering in the morning light. As they passed the gate, Chen Lin saw several silhouettes standing on either side of the arch. The affairs officer Weird stood at the fore, beside him a middle-aged man in noble finery, flanked by attendants bearing trays. The trays held objects that flashed a golden sheen in the sunlight. The display felt oddly familiar. Chen Lin had Aidmang halt the carriage and leaned forward to ask, "What is this for?" Weird turned, saw Chen Lin, and bowed at once. Knowing Chen Lin to be the registrar, his manner grew markedly more deferential and his bow deeper than before. More adventurers are arriving, he said, pointing beyond the gate. These are rewards for them. Chen Lin followed his gesture. The road outside the gate lay empty, the distant forest edge only just visible through the morning mist. So soon, he wondered. In his past life, from the first proof task to clearing the apprentice's path, the fastest had still taken 3 weeks, and that was in a novice village of another main city. This time, excluding himself, the Reborn, it had taken less than a week. Weird smiled, but offered no comment. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect. Chen Lin shook his head and let the thought go. After bidding Weird farewell, Aidmang tugged the reins, and the carriage rolled through the gate. The wheels rattled over gravel, and the coach shuddered faintly. Chen Lin turned to the scholar and resumed their earlier topic. The Rongjin anthology records that the Rongjin words themselves possess power. A pity the interpretation is slow, or they might have proved decisive in the ruins, the scholar said. Aidmang smiled mysteriously and glanced back into the cabin. He fancied he could see through the cabin door his daughter's serene profile. My daughter studies the ritual sciences of the Nemo civilization. The Rongjin words occupy an extremely important place in Nemo rites. Although no systematic treatise survives, she has researched and compiled what she could and understands the matter to some degree. He paused. She can explain some basic information, i.e., perhaps it will aid your reading of the text. Chen Lin detected caution and reserve beneath the scholar's words and smiled. Knowledge does not diminish when shared. On the contrary, the time saved can be spent on greater pursuits. He rose, lifted the curtain, and climbed into the cabin. It is I who should ask her for help, Aidmang said with a hearty laugh as he continued to drive. The carriage pressed on, and the trees along the road grew sparser. The gravel road had fallen into disrepair, sections overrun with wild grass, yet its course remained clear. At one point the carriage passed 4 figures, travel-stained and weary. All 4 were dressed like thieves. Their leather armor was smeared with mud and dried blood, exhaustion etched into every face. One man's boot had split, revealing a foot wrapped in ragged cloth. They stood by the roadside looking up as the fine carriage rolled past. Aidmang cast them a glance and merely shook his head. So these were the adventurers Weird had mentioned, bound for the main city. In bearing alone, they paled beside Tianni. The carriage did not slow, and the dust it kicked settled over the ragged men. One thief watched the receding coach and sighed. I wonder who the great person inside is, he muttered, rubbing his chin. What kind of high-level fortune might be hidden within? To gain it would be my fortune, to lose it would be my doom, the leader said, shaking his head. He stood half a head taller than the others, a scar running from the tail of his brow to his chin, worn metal badges hanging from his jerkin. Our most important and only objective now, he said, eyes fixed on the city already taking shape ahead, is to be the second to enter the main city right after Tianni. The ramparts gleamed a pale gray in the morning, pennants fluttering atop the towers. We have the lead because by luck, like Tianni, we were born in Jialong town. Success is within sight. We must not falter before dawn. Yes, of course, another chimed. What if you find no fortune and he kills you on a whim? Would that not render all our efforts for naught? Recent experience had shown the players they occupied the very bottom rung of the game's hierarchy. NPCs really could turn on you and kill for any number of reasons. The Windruffen man fell silent and resumed the march along the road. Exploration in Jialong town had not progressed quickly when some novice villages had already taken their first stronghold. He is a simple scout, had only reached Qingchuan Way Station. Standing within the way station, now a safe zone, he neither looted nor reported back to the main force. He realized that Tianyi, a pioneer from Jialong Town, had likely cleared all the strongholds along Jialong Town's apprentice's path. If that were so, the true obstacles barring everyone had vanished. As agile, keen wanderers, their talents lay in sensing danger and moving unseen, so other environmental risks mattered less. He immediately summoned 4 fellow scouts and made a plan. Exploiting the game's quirk that characters do not disappear when logged out in unsafe zones, they took turns bearing a teammate, while the others rested offline. One pressed on while another lay across a comrade's back and logged out. They marched without pause day and night, and as they had hoped, encountered no major obstacles. Even the stretch other novice villages feared most proved the easiest. An open plain revealed a smooth. Ruts from wheels scarred the surface, hedges had been trimmed, and felled trunks dragged to the roadside. Beyond the odd wandering creature, there was little else. They had no time to wonder where the monsters that once guarded the hardest passages had gone. After sprinting for 13 hours and paying the price of one companion, they finally stood before the gates of the City of Wisdom. The gate was tall and wide, the pale gray stone bearing the city's insignia. Guards stood rigid at either side of the arch, their armor flashing with a cold gleam in the sun. The affairs officer and a nobleman already waited at the gate to receive them. The wind-roughened man stopped and glanced back along the road he had traveled. The morning mist had cleared and the road behind was plainly visible. He opened his livestream panel and trained the lens on himself. A young face streaked with dust, but bright-eyed, filled the frame. Second in the entire game to clear the apprentice's path. "Come tour the main city Salandia with me," he announced, then smiled. Fame and success were poised to arrive today. This is a poem praising the pharaoh. Elena's fingers pressed against the words of the Melted Gold anthology as she recited in a language infused with mysterious power. The voice was soft, gently echoing in the carriage. Each syllable was clear and round, yet woven together like an ancient ballad carrying a strange rhythm. As she reached the end of the verse, the air trembled slightly. She had long been curious about this mysterious ritual language, devoting time to its study, but the surviving materials were too scarce, always eluding her grasp. Now that a systematic tome lay before her, how could she not feel joy and excitement? Her cheeks flushed slightly, her fingers trembling lightly on the pages. Chen Lin sat beside her, holding a phantom image of a heart-shaped stone in his hand. The stone slowly rotated in his palm, the outline of a rune appearing on its surface. The rune bore a divine quality, resembling a miniature altar with the flame patterns at its center dancing. Simulated rune, summon god pharaoh, sublegendary level, required cognition level grand scholar, current cognition level insufficient, cannot use. Although he could not use it, possessing the summon god pharaoh rune allowed him to instinctively grasp the mysterious power contained within the melted gold speech. He opened his mouth, reciting the poem Elena had just read. Though it was his first time speaking it, his words carried subtle vibrations, each syllable landing precisely where it should. Elena was taken aback for a moment, then repeated it, flipping to the next page. She had a deep, scholarly accumulation of knowledge about the Nemo civilization, while Chen Lin possessed the summon god pharaoh rune and the ability to directly grasp the contents of the tome using the reading skill. Together they swiftly deciphered and interpreted the text. The carriage sped forward under the guidance of magical aura. The 2 white horses moved with elegant grace, their speed extraordinary as the wheels rolled over the gravel road, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ahead, players appeared. Dozens of players formed a loose, yet intricate formation, advancing along both sides of the road. Leading the way were several warriors vigilantly scanning the surroundings with shields raised, followed by archers and mages, and further back were players burdened with various supplies, clearly responsible for logistics. Some were scouting the path, some were on lookout duty, and others were recording with clear divisions of labor. Upon seeing the carriage driven by Edmund approaching from a distance, a player recognized him as the mad scholar who had guided them and then abandoned them. "It's that mad scholar," someone called out. "Mr. Edmund." A warrior player raised a hand in greeting, the edge of his iron shield clanging against the ground, producing a dull thud. "Where are you going? Should we walk together along the way?" Another mage stepped forward, arms outstretched to block the carriage. "Uncle, didn't you say you would lead us? Why are you running off by yourself?" Edmund shook his head, flicking the reins. A path of light extended from beneath the carriage's wheels, lifting the entire carriage into the air as it soared over the heads of the players. The players looked up, watching the exquisite carriage arc through the air and land on the distant road. Further ahead were more players. They divided into several groups, helping each other and taking turns to advance. The first group was responsible for clearing the path, while the following group managed supply deliveries, rotating when fatigued. Further back was a campsite. There were no tents, only some simple bonfires and makeshift shelters made of branches and vines. A dense crowd of players lay on the ground, most already logged off, their characters sprawled as if asleep beside the bonfires. Others stood guard with weapons patrolling back and forth, occasionally bending down to check on their companions. Compared to the superficial cooperation of other novice villages where intrigue lurked beneath the surface, the players of Castor Town appeared more united, having lost their safe zone from the start and endured shared hardships. Under the continuous coordination of the organizers, the players moved busily, but without chaos, operating smoothly. They understood that one could not traverse this path alone. Only by helping each other could they reach the end. The era was generally fair. The players of Castor Town faced difficulties in leaving the city, and correspondingly the difficulty of the apprentice's path was significantly lower than in other novice villages. In a few days they would also end this wandering and arrive at Celindia. Inside the carriage, Elena closed the last page of the Melted Gold anthology. In summary, her voice was gentle. This anthology describes how after the disaster the pharaohs returned from death radiant with glory. They will lead those commoners who survived the disaster due to their piety, guiding the entire civilization back to its former splendor. The last syllable fell. You have mastered advanced knowledge. Melted gold speech. Melted gold speech. This is a language infused with the power of the sun. With this language one can directly wield all light and fire spells below the professional rank. It also serves as a bridge to communicate with the Nemo deities and is the foundation of high-level Nemo rituals. The so-called melted gold speech signifies that the pharaoh's oaths to their devoted subjects are sufficient to melt gold. Chen Lin nodded slightly. He felt the knowledge that had just settled in his mind. Those syllables and rhythms no longer felt like foreign elements to memorize, but rather like awakened instincts sunk deep within his consciousness. The rhythms that previously required the aid of runic fluctuations to grasp had now become a part of him. After Elena made her final summary, she turned to Chen Lin with a smile, her face radiating satisfaction and joy. If her previous admiration for Chen Lin stemmed from the boundless fantasies inspired by his heroic figure that saved her, then after this journey of study, she felt a reason that resonated with her and a calmness that made her trust and rely on him. But as later comers we all know that before the disaster arrived the Nemo civilization had already collapsed and disappeared from history. Chen Lin remarked, equally excited. With mastery of the melted gold speech the door to Grand Scholar had at that time combined with the Summon God Pharaoh, his combat power would be sufficient. Once he overcame the legendary Hunter challenge, he would swiftly reach level 20 and ascend directly to the elite rank. Wouldn't that mean he truly took off? Thump thump. Edmund's voice came from outside the carriage. We have arrived. There is a situation. The carriage stopped before a patch of ruins. The ruins spanned a vast area with rubble and debris covering the ground, the remains of walls faintly visible in the chilly atmosphere. The wind swept through the ruins, producing a low wailing sound, as if something beneath the earth sighed. Edmund leapt down, his expression serious as he stared deep into the ruins. Behind the piles of stones several figures slowly stood up. They wore tattered mage robes, their exposed bones grayish-white, with dark purple flames burning in their eye sockets. Some held bone staffs, while others had their fingers spread wide, gathering eerie green light at their fingertips. Corpse Demon, level 34. Edmund stepped back, positioning himself in front of the carriage with a serious expression. Elena, protect Tion. Do not be anxious. The carriage door slid open, and Chen Lin stepped forth. He raised his hand. In an instant the 300-strong Umbral Knight Legion descended. Not in successive waves of light, but in a single seamless descent. 300 warhorses struck the earth simultaneously, their hooves thundering in unison. 300 kite-shaped shields snapped upright, as 300 lances leveled in perfect alignment. Once the Legion command art unified the knights into a singular entity, their summoning became indivisible, complete, and instantaneous. The undead revenants gazed upon the impeccably ordered formation and sneered with unmistakable disdain. Most revenants were once mid-tier necromancers, masters intimately familiar with such necrotic content. Their leader towered above the others, his eye sockets blazing with deep violet flame, a fractured arcane crown perched crookedly upon his brow. Greater Revenant, level 45. With a sweep of his staff, he unleashed a pallid gray-white radiance that swept across the Legion, banishing necrotic summons. Those who know themselves best know how to destroy themselves. This spell, born from the inversion of necromantic summoning, was the natural antithesis of all such constructs. The light struck the lead Umbral Knight captain, flickered once, and died. The Greater Revenant's soul flame pulsed sharply. The Legion command art had fused them into one cohesive will. To dispel them required dispelling the entire Legion at once, a feat beyond even a level 45 elite Revenant's power. Clear this place. Chen Lin gestured lightly. Now that the Legion was fully integrated, his command no longer targeted individuals, but seized direct authority over the collective consciousness known as the Legion. He issued a single directive. The Legion itself determined how to execute it. Though he could no longer fine-tune maneuvers like tilt lance 5 centimeters left. The knights possessed formidable intellects and devised their own battle strategies autonomously. The revenants roared in unison and raised skeletal shields, layer upon layer of ashen bone armor coalescing over their frames. Then they attacked. Some unleashed psychic shrieks, invisible sonic waves sweeping toward the legion. Others hurled bone spears, their pallid shafts cleaving the air. Still others channeled necrotic beams, emerald green rays lancing toward the knights' faces. Their assault was chaotic, devoid of coordination or unity. Each blow landed upon the knights, yet the Legion Command Art's damage distribution mechanism evenly dispersed the harm across every member. Shields bore new gouges, plate armor darkened with scorched indentations, but not a single knight fell. Gradually accelerating, they shattered crumbling ruins and skeletal barricades, alike surging forward with unstoppable momentum. The Greater Revenant emitted a piercing psychic shriek. Instantly, all Revenants froze mid-action and focused their full fury upon a single ordinary knight stationed on the flank. A dozen necrotic beams converged upon him. His body stiffened, his plate armor splintered, his warhorse screamed, and both dissolved into blinding white light. A gap yawned in the Legion's formation, yet it closed almost instantly. The black mist swirling around the Legion surged inward, converging upon the void. As the mist parted, a complete knight stood there once more, lance-leveled warhorse stamping the ground. They were both collective and individual, targeting one could not annihilate the whole, and so long as the Legion endured, no individual could truly perish. Iron hooves shattered resistance as the Legion charged into the Revenant ranks. The Knight Captain led the vanguard, his lance blazing with the concentrated might of the entire Legion, its tip shimmering with ominous sapphire blue light. He thrust forward. The Greater Revenant's skeletal shield crumpled like parchment, and the lance pierced straight through its chest cavity. The Revenant was impaled and hurled to the ground. The Knight Captain wrenched the lance free. Behind him, several standard-bearers brought their iron-shod hooves down, shattering the Revenant's limbs. Then the lance struck again, piercing its skull. Its deep violet soul flames spilled from its eye sockets and dissipated into the air. With their leader slain, the remaining Revenants collapsed into disarray. Some fled, some kept casting spells, others stood frozen, bewildered. Knights converged from all directions, lances striking from varied angles into Revenant bodies. The battle ended swiftly. Chen Lin descended from the carriage and surveyed the scattered bone fragments, unmoved. Below, the expert tier, low-tier practitioners could reliably slay higher-tier foes through discipline and coordinated tactics. Yet such strategies held little sway against true experts. The trio entered the ruin. Inside, disorder reigned even more profoundly than outside. Rubble and shattered masonry piled against the walls of frescoes on the ceilings had faded beyond recognition. Only faint fragmented lines remained, hinting at human figures and solar motifs. Runes were etched into the floor, but most had worn away, their original forms illegible. Edmund moved ahead with effortless familiarity, as if returning home. He navigated around heaps of debris and stepped over the fallen lintel of a doorway, without hesitation. The symbolic inscriptions here have sparked little scholarly debate. Put simply, they demand a relic to serve as key. Yet precisely what that relic is has never been confirmed, or even verified. He guided them into the ruin's heart. A vast circular hall, its dome half-collapsed, revealing a hazy yellow-tinged sky. At its center stood a smooth stone dais. Its surface bore a shallow, indistinct depression. Around its rim ran several lines of well-preserved, meticulously carved inscriptions. In truth, this ruin has been thoroughly studied. Edmund sighed. With the proper relic, full decipherment would follow swiftly. The problem lies in its absence, and our ignorance of its nature. Chen Lin approached the dais and withdrew a book from his pack, the Journal of Priest Nemo. In his past life, players had unlocked this ruin using precisely this codex. He placed the journal into the depression, and dormant glyphs flickered to life. From the dais's rim, luminous runes flared outward along engraved channels, illuminating concentric circles. At their center, a hazy luminescence coalesced, like mist veiling ink submerged in water, indistinct and elusive. Edmund and Alina stepped forward together, eyes alight. Excellent. Edmund's voice trembled. He turned to Chen Lin, noting his uncertainty, and eagerly explained. Don't mistake its ambiguity for emptiness. Once the first thread is grasped, unraveling the rest becomes inevitable. Trust us. No rush. Chen Lin halted their eager advance. Gazing at the luminous haze, he paused, then withdrew the journal from the depression. The Journal of Priest Nemo served as the relic, yet might other objects fulfill the same role? He retrieved the golden scales from his pack. At its appearance, Edmund's and Alina's eyes locked onto it with unwavering intensity. As scholars devoted to the Nemo civilization, they understood the scale's significance far more deeply than even Count Argent, the Mercury Baron. Alina's lips parted slightly, but no sound emerged. Chen Lin placed the golden scales upon the dais' center. A brighter, sharper luminescence bloomed. Where before there had been only fog, now outlines emerged. It resembled an architectural structure, column steps, yet remained blurred as though viewed through frosted glass. Chen Lin hesitated, then conjured the spectral image of the rune heart, mimicking the Hierophant's divine summoning glyph. He opened his mouth and intoned the molten gold words. Manifest. The luminescence solidified completely. A solemn sacred altar materialized at the hall's center. Square in form, the altar bore 4 stone pillars at its corners, each densely carved with intricate bas-reliefs. Its surface gleamed softly under the dim light, coated in a thin golden patina. At its heart stood a statue, humanoid in form, crowned with the jackal-headed visage of the Nemo mythos lord of the underworld, gripping a ceremonial scepter. Father and daughter rushed forward, crouching at the altar's edge to examine the reliefs and inscriptions. Alina drew out paper and quill, recording observations as she studied. Chen Lin walked to an adjacent wall, its surface bearing several lines of inscriptions precise and stylistically identical to those on the dais. He pressed a finger to the glyphs and activated the reading art. You have read the tomb inscriptions, gaining a modest yet profound infusion of arcane scholarship. His prior scholarly acumen stood at 12. After witnessing Cavendish's spectral echo, it surged to 84, and recent study had brought him nearly to the threshold of mastery. The glyphs yielded their meaning with unprecedented speed, knowledge flowing smoothly without hesitation. Alina joined him beside the wall, collaborating on the translation. Long before calamity arrived, the pharaohs awoke from their sepulchral slumber, transformed utterly in temperament, even opening the gates of calamity, allowing disaster to possess mortal flesh. The reigning pharaoh rose in defiance, but ultimately faltered. A retinue carried the civilization's greatest treasure, the Solar Sutra, into exile. Pursued to this very site, they were cornered, and the high priest enacted a forbidden rite, burying all beneath oblivion. Through synthesis of arcane scholarship, you have mastered the skill dust to dust. Dust to dust, sustain a burial rite, applying the mark of repose to all undead within range. When the mark of repose exceeds an undead's will to persist, it is immediately interred, and the caster gains modest experience and a rare boon. Chen Lin withdrew his finger. The Solar Sutra truly lies buried here. Alina's astonishment was palpable, her expression one of disbelief. The legend was real. A shout echoed from the altar across the hall. I've discovered how to activate the ruin. I have found a way to activate it. Edmund called the 2 individuals to the altar. He crouched at the edge of the altar, pointing at the relief beneath his feet, from which the entire scene could be observed from the side. The high priest buried all of this, which means that the true ruins are actually a tomb hidden beneath death. To activate the ruins, the most important points are 2. The first point is the token, which we already possess. The second point is guidance. His words were professional and confident as his finger moved across the relief. Not to guide us down, but to guide the tomb upwards. Alina nodded repeatedly. She straightened up and looked. Mr. Tianyi, please wait a moment. We will be ready shortly. Chen Lin retreated to the side as instructed. Activating the ruins was precisely why he had invited them, so he naturally refrained from interfering. Alina began placing offerings and ceremonial items at various spots on the altar. She took items out of her backpack, including clay pots, bronze mirrors, and jade ornaments, each positioned in a specific location. After setting everything up, she stepped back to observe, then moved forward to adjust the angle, shifting one clay pot half an inch to the left and turning a bronze mirror a quarter turn to the right. Edmund continued to delve into the inscriptions on the altar, relaying each interpretation to Alina. Alina adjusted the ritual details based on his information, changing the position of a certain offering or modifying the order of a chant. Chen Lin stood quietly to the side like a supervisor. He nodded in satisfaction. Each profession has its own expertise, and rather than trying to solve every problem himself, it was better to leverage the social status brought by the pioneers to call upon those who could. He wanted to focus his energy on enhancing his own strength, leaving the minor details to those capable of handling them. Soon the ritual was finally adjusted. Edmund approached. Mr. Tianyi, since you possess advanced runes related to the Nemo civilization, please take your position as the focal point. What should I do? Chen Lin immediately responded. Rest assured, the ritual will be hosted by Alina. You only need to manifest the runes. Chen Lin nodded, but raised his hand to pause. Wait a moment. He glanced at the system prompt. There were still 47 hours remaining. Edmund and Alina proved to be more efficient than expected, not even needing to use their allotted time for errors. Let's take a break for now. There won't be time for rest afterward. After saying this, he logged off to rest. When Chen Lin logged back in, the butler had already arrived at the ruins and handed him a box. The box was small, wooden, with a dark varnish on its surface. Chen Lin opened it briefly before closing the lid. He glanced at the countdown. There were still 37 hours remaining. Let's begin. He stood at the main position of the altar as the heart of the runes manifested the summoning of the god. The ethereal image of the runes appeared in his palm, and the altar's sacred patterns faintly glimmered with divine light. Elena stood at the sacrificial position, reciting the words of molten gold. Her voice echoed in the vast hall, each syllable landing precisely in the places dictated by the ritual. The offerings and ceremonial items illuminated one by one with her chant, starting with the clay pot, then the bronze mirror followed by the jade ornament, and finally the runes along the edge of the altar. A golden balance beam erupted with sunlight in the center of the ritual. Its position remained unchanged, yet it seemed to rise higher like a sun ascending to a loftier realm. Correspondingly, the altar continuously sank in mystical significance. The stone platform descended, the ground sank, and the surrounding air also seemed to plunge. An invisible ritual connected the balance beam and the altar like an unseen rope, one end tethered to the sun and the other to the altar. Elena's voice grew increasingly fervent, and the pulling force of the ritual intensified. Chen Lin stood at the main position, watching the invisible rope between the balance beam and the altar. He also understood the words of molten gold, realizing that the ritual used the balance beam as a pull, comparing the altar to a hook intending to draw the tomb up from beneath death. But he felt something was amiss. Why do I feel more like bait? As soon as he spoke, the surrounding air suddenly, the chilling aura that permeated the ruins, the darkness seeping from the cracks of the ruins, surged like a tide from all directions, converging violently at the moment his words fell. Light vanished, sound ceased, and temperature disappeared. Everything was swallowed by darkness. A light point illuminated above him. The light point was extremely distant, as if gazing up at the water surface from deep below. It was crimson small, resembling a distant star, casting a faint beam of light that dimly illuminated a surrounding area. Beneath his feet lay yellow sand. Dry, fine yellow sand that slightly sunk underfoot. Outside the beam of light was an inescapable heavy darkness. This darkness was not like the gloom of night nor the blackness of indoors, but a textured, dense darkness that seemed capable of swallowing everything. Elena stepped on the yellow sand beneath her, glanced at the terrifying darkness beyond the light beam, and unconsciously leaned closer to Chen Lin. Mr. Tianyi. Her voice was soft, carried into the vast space devoured by darkness without echo. Edmund pointed at the golden balance beam, suspended in the center, his expression grave. The ritual is not yet complete. Once the golden balance beam is disturbed, we will instantly return to the present, and the ritual will terminate. He glanced at the darkness outside. But we do not know. His voice lowered. What will happen during this time? Once we touch it, we will go back. Chen Lin smiled faintly. That suits my purpose perfectly. He turned to look at Elena. At this point, I will also reveal my intentions to you. My true intention is not to explore the ruins, but to leave a great trouble here. He paused. Miss Elena, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, could you help me set up a ritual for actively terminating the ritual, a so-called contingency plan? Sure. Elena readily agreed. Not only did the environment make her feel uneasy, but more importantly, this was Tianyi's request. This? Edmund wanted to say something, glancing at Elena's eager expression, and then at Chen Lin's calm demeanor, ultimately letting out a helpless sigh. As an archaeologist, excavating and studying ruins was both his profession and passion, and protecting the ruins was his moral code. Now a trouble even the pioneers considered a hassle was to be dumped into the ruins that took him years of research to uncover, and this trouble clearly would not treat the environment with care. But he looked at his daughter and could only helplessly sigh again. There were still 36 hours remaining. Chen Lin opened his backpack, taking out items shimmering with magical light, spreading them over the yellow sand. Let us begin. Chen Lin took out 5 bright yellow jade rods and threw them into the yellow sand. The rods struck the ground, deeply embedding themselves within. Radiance emanated from the rods, and simultaneously the 5 jade rods expanded, transforming into stout pillars that stood erect in the center and around the underground. The jade stone fell between the 5 pillars, and the light spread along the ground, forming a stepped foundation at the base of the pillars. Edmund's expression turned serious. As an archaeologist, he had a slight understanding of architecture. He realized that establishing a foundation meant that what was to be built next was no mere temporary structure. Chen Lin took out a white cube adorned with mysterious patterns. The cube's shell began to disassemble on its own, with white panels detaching from the core and drifting down onto the yellow sand. The panels spread out and connected, and the loose gravel beneath their feet was replaced by smooth, solid rock. Colorful specks of light emerged on the surface of the rocks, radiating waves outward. You find yourself in an environment rich in elements, with mana recovery speed increased by 20 and mana consumption reduced by 10. He then retrieved 4 wall-building scrolls and tore them open. 4 walls towering over 5 meters high stood at the edge of the rocky ground, enclosing the 3 individuals within. The walls were grayish-white with a smooth surface devoid of seams as if carved from a single block of stone. Elena, who was studying the termination ritual setup, visibly relaxed. Her shoulders were no longer tense, and her fingers ceased to tremble. Chen Lin tossed out 4 magical cores. The cores landed at the 4 corners of the walls, and light surged from them, rising upwards to form 4 magical towers at the corners. The towers had pointed tops, each level featuring arrow slits, and atop each tower embedded a crystal the size of a fist with currents of light flowing within. The tranquil darkness finally experienced ripples. A figure staggered into the light. It was small and gaunt, resembling a withered corpse, but devoid of flesh, only wrapped in grayish-brown skin over its bones. The skin was abnormally large, layered and sagging over the skeleton, dragging on the ground. It appeared as if a child was enveloped in an oversized blanket. The manner of walking resembled not walking at all, but rather the skin dragging the skeleton across the ground. Abandoned shell, level 0. Edmund's eyes held a look of confusion, but his body trembled violently, sensing something before his consciousness did. Chen Lin did not cease his actions. Summoning the flickering light. Undead summoning giant skeleton synthesis. 8 skeletal spellcasters appeared beside Chen Lin, forming a semicircle. The Legion's command restructured them into a whole, merging Chen Lin's consciousness with the will of the Legion, significantly enhancing his spellcasting ability. Undead summoning nearby. 5 small skeletons grasped a long rod resembling both a staff and a banner. Skeleton summoner, level 10, giant skeleton synthesis. The 5 skeleton summoners fused together, their leg bones vanishing completely, losing their mobility. The tailbone extended downwards, piercing the rocky ground like a nail. The ribs spread outward, and the previously closed sternum opened, revealing a twisted light and shadow within the chest cavity, exuding a rich aura of the undead. Bone gate, level 19, 1, 2, 3. 5 bone gates stood in a row behind the walls. The gate frames were made of white bones, and within lay a shimmering, undulating light rippling like a water surface. The 5 doors quivered simultaneously, from which 3 skeletal mages, 1 skeletal archer, and 1 skeletal rogue emerged. As the 5 followers reached Chen Lin's side, they merged into a skeletal guide. The skeletal guide's form was notably taller than a normal skeleton, draped in a grayish-white robe, holding a bone staff. It approached the left tower, ascended the spiral staircase, stood atop the tower, and pointed the staff at the crystal. A ray shot from the top of the tower, precisely striking that shell. The shell collapsed in response, slumping onto the yellow sand. Yet it quickly stood up again. 2 faint lights flickered in the hollow eye sockets, weak and murky like 2 oil lamps on the verge of extinguishing. Awakened shell, level 1. This is calamity. Edmund's complexion turned completely pale. He finally recalled the fear he had deliberately buried his body, shaking violently, and his voice changed in pitch. He looked at Chen Lin in terror, nearly shouting, "Stop. It must not continue. Such a true calamity is about to descend." Chen Lin remained composed. "That is precisely the calamity I desire. After all the trouble I want to cast away is also a calamity." The 5 bone gates swung open, and skeletal followers began to emerge in a line. As they passed through the array between Chen Lin and the skeletal spellcasters, they were seamlessly merged into skeletal guides, then proceeded towards the surrounding towers. More and more shells stumbled out from the darkness, dragging their oversized skins, staggering into the illuminated area. The guides atop the towers continually shot rays, bringing them down. They fell to the ground, then rose again, leveling up, only to be struck down once more. This cycle repeated. The points of light in the sky drew nearer. From a distant star it transformed into a bright bead, then into a blazing white disk. The radiance intensified, and the illuminated area on the ground expanded significantly. Once there were enough guides for the 4 towers, Chen Lin adjusted the formula. A new batch of skeletal spellcasters stood behind the walls, collectively activating their spells. The light of the spells connected to form a cohesive wave, pushing the walls outward in unison with the stone slabs on the ground extending outwards as well. The spellcasters cast various enhancements upon the walls. The stone skin spell increased the wall's hardness, resistance enhancements boosted their magical defense, and the vitalization spell allowed the walls to slowly self-repair after taking damage. Chen Lin took out 4 modules and tossed them onto the 4 corners of the inner city. The modules struck the ground, transforming into 4 crystal squares, with light flowing between them, constructing an overall elemental circuit. Skeleton servants continuously retrieved modules from the open boxes beside him, climbing atop the walls to equip them with various alchemical devices. Edmund stood to the side, dumbfounded. The cost of the equipment used just for the initial setup translated to millions in real currency. Fortunately, Chen Lin was not short on money. After entering the city, he sent his steward to negotiate with the municipal office, selling ordinary standard level 10 green gear available in the main city shops to all players at 30 times the price. High demand, high scarcity, bulk quantity, and monopolistic factors combined created a scenario where a button appeared before Chen Lin, allowing him to multiply his assets 30-fold with a press. Those financial tycoons who amassed wealth through exploitation and financial games ultimately found their game currency harvested by Chen Lin. My props are endless. Chen Lin gazed at the increasing number of shells emerging from the darkness, his tone calm. I hope you are the same. The city walls were lined with various alchemical devices. Crossbows, magical cannons, and elemental projectors stood between the walled battlements, their barrels aimed outward. Most of them were in a state of readiness, with only a few intermittently firing to test their range and power. The monsters outside the walls had changed. No longer were they the frail, hunched forms. Their skin had been stretched, though still gaunt, they at least resembled human shapes. Their limbs no longer dragged on the ground, and their backs were no longer hunched. The points of light in their eye sockets had transformed from 2 to 4.5, the murky glow now significantly brighter. The filling shells of level 4 could still be easily shattered by the elemental rays from the tower. The grayish-white rays descended, causing the shells to explode, scattering skin fragments and bone shards across the ground. Yet the shattered forms writhed on the ground, slowly inching toward each other, reassembling. There were simply one after another. They emerged from the darkness, stepping into the illuminated area. Those in front were shattered while those behind trod upon the fragments and continued forward. The layers of shells pushed each other along the front, ones being pushed by those behind, resembling a tide of rising waves or like dirt overflowing from an overfilled container. The foremost shells had already approached the city walls. Edmund had lost his inclination to observe. He crouched by the golden scale, holding paper and pen, collaborating with Elena on the layout for the termination ritual. The father and daughter discussed in low voices, occasionally sketching a few lines on the paper, shaking their heads and erasing them. Chen Lin ascended the city tower. He had ceased synthesizing, but the bone gate was still operational. 5 gates stood open, continuously expelling the most common skeleton warriors and skeleton giants. Level 10 apprentices, cheap, mass-produced, and endless. Behind him, except for a small vacant space around the golden scale, the rest of the area was already crowded with skeleton servants. Skeleton warriors wielding bone knives and skeleton giants striding heavily stood closely together, resembling a grayish-white forest. Counting the eye of the giant necklace, he now had 46 summoning slots. Yet for him, who had mastered Legion, command quantity was no longer a limitation. 46 summoning slots meant 46 command units. Each unit could constitute an army. He communicated with the team he had named architects and those skeletal spellcasters standing behind the city walls, continuously casting spells to reinforce the walls, simultaneously wave their staffs. The city walls advanced outward simultaneously by 5 meters. The rocky ground extended outward, and the base of the walls shifted forward. As the walls moved, gaps appeared at the corners. Before the shells could surge toward the gaps, the densely packed skeleton servants poured out from within. Skeleton warriors raised their bone knives. Skeleton giants stepped forward. They surged through the gap like a flood, colliding with the shells. The ethereal shadow of the unwritten steel appeared behind Chen Lin. A steady and heavy aura swept across the field, empowering these most inexpensive skeleton servants. In the instant of collision, bone knives fell and bone fists struck down. The apprentice-level skeleton servants faced off against level 4 shells, possessing greater power, speed, and skill. The shells were cut down, smashed, and trampled into the sand. On one side was the undying, while the other was endless. The skeleton servants gradually pushed the shells outward. Bone knives waved every step, crushing skin and bone remnants beneath them. They advanced for dozens of meters, then slowed down. It was not that the shells had the capability to retaliate. They continued to be cut down, continued to be crushed. It was just that there were too many. Layer upon layer, they advanced one after another, the fallen corpses being trampled by those behind, the shattered shells writhing on the ground, slowly reassembling. Toppling one layer, another followed, as if one were cutting through ocean waves with a bone knife. Knights assemble. Chen Lin's voice was not loud, but resonated throughout the entire area. Pierce through them for me. 300 dark knights descended simultaneously. The hooves of the warhorses struck the rocky ground, producing a synchronized thunderous sound. They gradually accelerated on the open ground, pushed forth by the skeleton servants, the sound of hooves transitioning from chaotic to orderly, then to deafening. The knight commander pointed his spear. The knight regiment cut into the wave of monsters in an arc. The lances were held high, and the warhorses charged at full speed, slicing through like a red-hot knife through butter. The foremost shells were sent flying, crushed and pierced by the lances. The knight regiment carved out a path through the monstrous tide like a tunnel emerging from a mountain. Inevitably, their speed slowed down. The forefront knights were blocked by the layers of shells, the warhorses unable to charge at full speed, and the lances could not be retracted in time for another thrust. The speed of the first wave of knights decreased. But amidst their gaps, the second wave of knights surged. They bypassed the first wave of knights' lances, held high their speed, picking up as they crashed into the denser group of monsters ahead. The speed of the second wave also slowed down. The third wave charged out. 3 waves of knights cycled through one after another like an unending tide. Each charge tore a gap in the monstrous crowd, and the knights behind followed through that gap, widening it further. They left behind a blank path paved with shattered skin and bone fragments. A series of skeletal giants followed in the wake of the knight regiment. The 7 turtle skeletal bodies marched heavily along the path opened by the knights. They did not participate in the charge, but walked to the sides of the path, turned around, faced outward, and stood firm. Like nails, they secured the path opened by the knights, dividing the monsters on either side. The skeleton servants surged out along the pinned path, pouring into the areas on both sides of the path. They no longer had to face an endless tide, only needing to clear the finite shells that had been separated. Once the knight regiment completed their circle of slaughter, the densely packed skeletal giants had already formed a square. One giant, every 5 meters, like a damp-proof embankment, kept the incoming tide of monsters at bay. Advance. Chen Lin waved his hand. The skeletal spellcasters behind the city walls simultaneously pushed the walls forward. As the walls advanced, new gaps appeared, but dozens of wall-building scrolls were simultaneously activated. Grayish-white light fell upon the gaps, and new walls rose from the ground, filling the void. The city walls slowly moved forward, eventually engulfing those skeletal giants. The bodies of the skeletal giants embedded themselves into the walls, becoming the fill and support of the structure. A square city wall 400 meters on each side and 8 meters high stood prominently atop the yellow sand. The defensive area was too large to cover, yet it was also too small to be effective. Chen Lin nodded at the newly erected wall. This length was just about right. One by one, skeletal gates unfolded against the outer wall. The door frames embedded into the wall, the light and shadow within fluctuating, continuously expelling skeleton warriors and skeleton giants. There was no need for archers or mages. The alchemical devices on the walls could perform better. No need for thieves. There was no room to operate before such a monstrous tide. Nor was there a need for priests. These cheap servants did not require blessings. A dense swarm of skeleton servants surged down from the city walls, stepping on the yellow sand, confronting the monstrous tide pushing upstream. Grayish-white bones collided with gray-brown skins. Bone knives and bone fists struck down, fragments of skin and bones flying. This was his mode. Suddenly, the intensity of the monstrous tide directly ahead diminished. The number of shells surging from the darkness decreased, and their frequency slowed. But the intensity on the 3 surrounding sides remained unchanged, still flooding in layer after layer. Chen Lin frowned. Is something big coming? No, that shouldn't be the case at this time. The light source overhead was getting closer. That crimson point of light had transformed from a distant star into a palm-sized disk suspended at the center of the sky, casting bright illumination. The area covered by the light had expanded several times compared to before, illuminating the yellow sand city walls and monsters clearly. In the distance, a point of interest surrounded by wooden and stone walls came into view. A low wall made of brick and stone, not the smooth magical walls built by Chen Lin, but a rough yet solid ordinary wall constructed of stone blocks and mortar. The wall enclosed a stronghold, and within it were several low buildings, half of the roofs already collapsed. Chen Lin squinted, gazing at that stronghold. The husks no longer surged toward the city walls. They turned their direction and rushed toward the lowly outpost in the distance, like a tide meeting a reef, converging from all sides. Many tall figures emerged from the outpost. They had wolf head features, towering 2 heads above ordinary humans, clad in metal armor, wielding staffs. The staffs were a deep brown, with the heads intricately carved with the image of a sacred scarab. They clashed with the husks, and with a swing of their staffs the husks fell to the ground. Behind them, figures resembling priests stepped forth, dressed in linen robes, wearing white high crowns, and holding ceramic incense burners. They formed a circle and began to chant. Their voices were deep and rhythmic, akin to an ancient dirge. The fallen husks turned to dust amidst their chanting, never to coalesce again. Chen Lin watched the scene unfold. These should be the natives of the ruins. He recalled the inscriptions on the altar, those who had escorted the sun's scriptures to safety. Perhaps they had not perished, but survived in some form. In contemplation, he made a decision. He needed to make contact with them. Regardless of whether they were friends or foes, he had to discern their intentions. Otherwise, an attack from behind at a crucial moment could render all his efforts futile. He pointed toward the distance. Clear a path for me. Beneath the city walls, the densely packed sea of skeletons shifted direction, surging toward the outpost. Their intelligence was low, and in response to their master's command, they chose the most direct means to accomplish it. They pushed forward, crushed enemies, and slaughtered. The Knight Order reformed their ranks. Ultimately, a vanguard was needed. 300 shadowy knights lined up behind the city walls, with the knight captain in front and standards flanking on either side. Behind them, towering skeletal giants awaited their moment. The same tactics were employed, but this time the task was more daunting, necessitating additional support. Behind Chen Lin, 6 white wings unfurled. The wings were elongated, edged with a faint golden glow. With a gentle flutter, they lifted the platinum heart surrounded by a halo into the air. Heavenly Spirit Descendant, level 49 Divine Creation, Health 1 Celestial Armament, transforms the chosen into an exalted spirit and grants them celestial armament. Divine Authority, bestows a single target with elevation to the status of a Holy Spirit. In its unbestowed state, the Heavenly Spirit Descendant is in an unselectable state. Taboo summons as a creation that should not exist in this epic. Each appearance may attract correctors. The heart pulsed slightly. Platinum light surged from the heart, spreading outwards like ripples. The light swept over the shadowy knights, causing their armor to begin to shift. The sun motif illuminated, shifting from dark gold to blazing white. A translucent light membrane appeared over the surface of the armor, as if coated in crystal. Illuminating Knight Captain, level 49. Illuminating Knight, level 37. The Knight Captain pointed with his spear. The Knight Order charged forth. Their speed was faster than before, their strength greater with their lances, leaving behind white afterimages. The sea of monsters was torn apart, the husks blocking their path were shattered, trampled, and ignited by holy light. A bright path of light extended from the city walls to the outpost. The Knight Captain reined in his steed, and the Knight Order formed ranks upon the path of light. The guards at the outpost halted their actions, gripping their staffs, their wolf-head eyes glinting with caution. 2 figures emerged from the outpost. One was a burly man wearing a blue-striped crown and a linen short skirt, wielding a dark wooden staff. Tribal leader Kanik. The other had a wolf head clad in bronze-scaled armor, holding a curved blade. Crimson Sun Guardian set. A knight beside the captain flickered in and out of visibility. Chen Lin held the simulated summoning Pharaoh's rune heart apparition, activating the skill to instantaneously appear before the Knight Order. The Pharaoh's apparition rotated slowly in his hand, its altar patterns glowing with divinity in the dim. The Crimson Sun Guardian set glanced at the rune apparition, sensing its familiar resonance, then looked at the distant skeletal giants. His expression shifted from vigilance to approachability, and he exhaled, stepping forward to bow respectfully. "My lord, we are grateful for your arrival." His voice was deep, carrying a raspy quality from long disuse. "But please cease your actions. This place buries a disastrous army. Though the phantoms are no longer present, as the ritual proceeds, they will inevitably return here, re-entering the realm." Tribal leader Kanik also nodded. "We still have some tomes and treasures. Please take them and leave. Let everything here remain buried forever." He was indeed an understanding person. Chen Lin nodded slightly, and since that was the case, he did not conceal his intentions. "I have condensed my legendary talent, and am about to face the pursuit of legendary hunters. I intend to leave the hunters behind, letting the phantoms and spirits battle each other while I escape." That set nodded in response. Causing some trouble for these disasters would be excellent. However, this plan might not be feasible. The tribal leader pondered for a moment, realizing that Chen Lin had overlooked or was unaware of certain matters. The cataclysm has destroyed too much. Some crucial information may have been lost. The cause of the cataclysm lies with the buried pharaohs, who have all transformed into phantoms. They returned from death, opened the gates of disaster, allowing phantoms to enter the realm at will and seize the bodies of the people. The army we are burying now is precisely under the command of the 4th Pharaoh Nime. You have condensed your legendary talent at such a low tier, you are an ideal vessel. At that time, Nime interference may be forthcoming, and if that happens, it may not be so easy to leave. Chen Lin furrowed his brows. He realized that ordinary players correspond to ordinary phantoms, while he as an extraordinary reborn individual would attract extraordinary changes. This point had already been demonstrated during the occupational assessment. However, it's not without a solution. An extremely aged figure emerged from the outpost. His skin resembled a cracked riverbed, each step appearing as if he might fall apart. He wore a faded ceremonial robe embroidered with the pattern of a solar boat, now so blurred it was almost unrecognizable. Tribal leader Kanik and Crimson Sun Guardian set hurried to his side, supporting his arms on either side. "High Priest." He raised his head, his murky eyes glancing at the rune apparition in Chen Lin's hand, then gazed up at the floating heavenly spirit descendant in the distance. He remained silent for a few breaths, then raised his hand. A tome appeared in his grasp. The pages were made of gold, each thin as a cicada's wing, engraved with intricate patterns. The cover was inlaid with gemstones, red rubies, and blue sapphires arranged in the shape of the sun. "The sun scripture is in my possession." The high priest's voice was soft like the wind rustling through dry leaves. "If Nime consciousness descends, then let us sacrifice everything to teach him a lesson." Tribal leader Kanik maintained an impassive demeanor, though his pupils widened slightly. He exchanged a discreet glance with the high priest, who nodded subtly. That works as well. The Crimson Sun Guardian's tone carried a straightforward sense of relief and excitement. Let this all come to an end. Thank you for informing me. Chen Lin's voice calmed. But I have decided to terminate this immediately. He had invested so much, not seeking any gains or returns, merely to overcome the challenge posed by the legendary hunters. Now an uncontrollable massive factor had emerged which he judged he could not resolve. He also did not wish to place himself in uncontrollable danger merely to help others settle scores. Thus he decided to abandon his previous investments and return to the City of Wisdom, seeking the protection of the saints. I understand your concerns. The high priest smiled slightly. He took a wedge from his ceremonial robe. The wedge was dark gray, etched with fine patterns, exuding an aura of death and burial. Please accept this as the foundation of our mutual trust. He extended the wedge before Chen Lin. And also as a last resort. The wedge in the high priest's hand was a dark gray, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The anchor of the netherworld, a measure that anchors death, maintaining the boundary between life and death. The voice of the high priest was faint, as if coming from a distant place. Burial signifies oblivion, while the anchor point serves as the basis for return. Once destroyed, it means that what has been forgotten will completely vanish. Chen Lin looked down at the wedge, grasping the meaning behind the high priest's words. When matters reached their worst, he could choose to destroy it, allowing the entire tomb to seem as if it had perished long ago, as if nothing had ever happened. In other words, when things descend into the worst scenario, I can summon the shadow of Michael to settle everything. Is that so? Chen Lin's thoughts communicated with the descending Holy Spirit. Is it feasible? The descending Holy Spirit, shaped by Michael's shadow, bore a hint of spirituality. On such matters, consulting him for final confirmation was highly appropriate. A faint sense of agreement came through. That's good. Chen Lin opened his eyes and stored the wedge in his backpack. I agree with your proposal. He turned to look at the undulating sea of monsters outside the stronghold. The husks emerged from the depths of darkness, dragging their loose skins, stumbling like a herd of herded livestock. Their numbers had increased compared to before, with more figures faintly visible in the distant darkness. Why not gather our forces and strategize together? The leader Kanik eagerly nodded. He turned around and shouted into the stronghold, his deep voice resonating far across the desolate ruins. The people inside the stronghold began to move, hauling items and forming lines. The originally lifeless camp suddenly erupted with noise. Chen Lin walked into the stronghold. The door was narrow, with two stone doors slightly ajar, just enough for one person to pass through. Stepping over the threshold, the uneven stone slabs beneath his feet crunched, with some areas piled with yellow sand, producing a faint rustling sound. He was taken aback. There were old, weak women and children in the camp. Dozens of children huddled behind a half-collapsed wall, peeking out with half their heads, their eyes glistening in the dim light. They wore ill-fitting clothes, some sleeves too long, and some pant legs rolled up multiple times. The smallest child was cradled by a slightly older one, sucking on a finger, neither crying nor fussing. Several elders sat on the stone steps with tattered blankets covering their knees. As Chen Lin passed by, one of them slightly turned his head as if listening. Some young women held infants leaning against the wall. Their hair was casually tied back with hemp rope, and their faces bore dried tears. The infants were wrapped in cloth, with only their small faces visible, some sleeping, others with eyes wide open, as quiet as fragile porcelain. They looked at Chen Lin with eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. No one spoke. Chen Lin's gaze swept over them without pausing. He raised his hand, and the door of the sanctuary opened beside him. You all should come in, it would be safer that way. The old, weak women and children did not move. They looked at the door, then at Chen Lin, their eyes filled with greater suspicion. I'm afraid that won't do. The high priest shook his head, his voice calm. We are currently bound to this tomb, maintaining a state of being on the brink of death. If we were to enter another space, we would truly perish. Chen Lin glanced at him. Nodding, he closed the light door. Kanik stepped into the crowd, commanding loudly. His voice was deep, carrying an undeniable authority, each word resonating solidly. He spoke in the Nemo language. Chen Lin could only understand a few words, yet the imposing presence was felt even without language. Within moments, everyone was packed up. The group began their return journey. The Red Sun Guardians flanked the sides of the procession. Their jackal heads were particularly striking in the dim light, the copper-scaled armor reflecting the light cast by the overhead disc, with curved blades in hand, each swing leaving an arc of light. The husks surged from the shadows. The Guardians met them, heating their curved blades, slicing down, and the husks fell to the ground in response. The priests walked in the center of the group, chanting softly. The shattered skins turned to dust in the sound of their incantations. The pace of the group was steady, if not fast. Chen Lin walked at the forefront. Behind him were carts hauling the old, weak women and children. The wheels rolled over the yellow sand, producing a dull rumbling sound. Occasionally a child would cry and a mother would softly soothe them, but the sound was quickly whisked away by the wind. Along the way they encountered several waves of larger groups of husks. The Red Sun Guardian Seth personally led the charge, his curved blade carving arcs of light in the darkness, and the husks fell as if being harvested. The city walls finally came into view. The square outline stood 8 meters high, 400 meters long, the gray-white walls glimmering with a cold light under the illumination of the overhead disk. The outer walls were embedded with bone gates, each one adjacent to the other, continuously spewing forth skeletal warriors and skeletal giants. The guide atop the tower incessantly shot beams, shattering the approaching husks. The Red Sun Guardians remained outside the city to assist the skeletal servants in dealing with the husks, while the priests stood below the city walls, their chanting rising and falling with the shattered skins turning to dust before they could reassemble. The civilians entered the city walls in an orderly manner, their footsteps quick, as if fearing that lingering even a second longer would attract something to pursue them. With nearly 1,000 people inside, the space within the city walls suddenly felt much more crowded. Chen Lin stood atop the walls looking down. People squeezed at the base of the walls, sitting on the ground, placing their bundles on their laps, holding infants in their arms. No one raised their voices, no one cried, only the occasional whispers and the sound of children snoring could be heard. Edmund and Elena were still busy beside the golden scale. Several children curiously peeked that way, but were pulled back by their mothers. Fortunately, these civilians were quite well behaved. They did not disturb the father and daughter, nor did they add trouble to the fortress operations. The high priest stood beside Chen Lin. Behind them, the leader organized the crowd for settlement below the city. His voice drifted up, broken and intermittent. Before their eyes, the Red Sun Guardians commanded the Guardians in defense below the city. The Guardians stood in a row along the inner side of the walls, spaced a few steps apart, their curved blades upright before them, tips touching the ground. Since the fourth pharaoh will descend, we may need to change our strategy. Chen Lin spoke. My original plan was to fill these husks to a considerable extent. When the legendary pursuer descends, leveraging the hatred between the phantoms and the underworld, we can summon the phantoms instantly to engage in combat, allowing me to slip away. The high priest did not respond. He gazed at the endless flow of husks outside the city, his murky eyes lacking focus, as if looking at something further away. If the pharaoh descends, then the legendary pursuer will be insufficient. Chen Lin continued. We must minimize the pharaoh's power as much as possible before that. Perfect timing. You can also handle these husks. The high priest nodded slightly. It may be more appropriate for you to handle this. The high priest smiled faintly. On his dry face the smile was subtle, like a line worn smooth by the sands of time. You may have already mastered the method of burying the husks. Chen Lin did not respond. He knew this referred to the skill obtained within the ruins, dust to dust. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Those who should depart do not linger. Chen Lin began to guide the burial ceremony. His voice was not loud, yet each syllable carried the power of molten gold, stirring subtle ripples in the air. Those ripples spread in all directions, causing the yellow sand to tremble slightly. The high priest stepped back, echoing in a deeper, softer voice. His voice intertwined with Chen Lin's like two rivers merging into the same riverbed. The scope of the ceremony suddenly expanded, no longer confined to Chen Lin's side, but spreading across the entire city wall. As the ceremony spread, the priests of Nimmo, standing near the city wall, spoke in unison. Their voices surged from all directions, merging with Chen Lin's chant and the high priest's murmurs, gathering into a heavy torrent. You have comprehended the specialization dust to dust. The beings buried by you will completely dissipate, unable to be resurrected, possessed, enslaved, or manipulated by any means. A skeleton warrior swung its blade down, cleaving the body before it in two. Those once unending skins under the coverage of the ceremony no longer writhed, gathered, or returned as they had before. They shattered into ash, the ash blown away by the wind, mingling with the yellow sand, leaving nothing behind. A system notification popped up. Then came the second, third, and fourth notifications. A dense array of alerts stacked on the right side of the view, with white text scrolling up one line after another at a speed too fast to discern the content. Each notification brought a small amount of experience and a thread of mage knowledge, like tiny streams flowing into Chen Lin's body. The Fourth Guardian Army, also known as the Brand Legion. The high priest's voice resonated in Chen Lin's ear, neither rushed nor slow. They viewed the red-hot branding iron as a manifestation of solar authority, branding themselves to gain the power to commune with the sun. They were once known for their resilience and ferocity, yet now they have come to this state. Chen Lin remained. All his focus was immersed in the ceremony, the molten gold words flowing from his mouth like a river that would never run dry. The shells outside the city began to change. Those filled to level 8 had developed a certain degree of sentience. They no longer stumbled forward like their lower-tier counterparts, but began to observe, judge, and choose. When they realized they were truly beginning to lose numbers, they halted. Then they began to merge. 2 shells came together, their bodies fusing into one. 3, 4, 5. More shells converged at a single point, their forms overlapping skin bones and light compressing layer upon layer. A figure emerged from the center of the fusion. Over 3 meters tall, pitch black, like a charred statue. Its surface burned with a dim yellow flame, the flame devoid of heat, licking at the air without making a sound. Phantom Servant, level 10, it surged forward suddenly. Moving at incredible speed, the dark figure left a fleeting shadow on the yellow sand. A level 10 skeleton giant stood in its way, raising its bony fist to strike. The Phantom Servant did not dodge or evade, charging directly into it. The skeleton giant's body was shattered like paper bones, scattering fragments flying 10 meters away. But the Phantom Servant was also thrust into the ocean of skeletal minions. Thousands of skeleton warriors and skeleton giants surged towards it from all directions, bone blades striking its body, bony fists pounding down. The dim yellow flames splattered and countless cracks appeared on its black body. It struggled to swing its arms, each strike shattering a few skeletons, but more skeletons surged in. Soon it was overwhelmed. Phantoms represent the ultimate silence after the destruction of all things. The high priest's voice rang out again. In the void, at every moment, countless phantoms appear in pairs out of thin air, but in the next instant, they will also annihilate each other in pairs. Their existence or non-existence holds no significance. Only by borrowing the shells of living beings can they be considered truly born. And this is the irreparable fundamental contradiction between all living beings and phantoms in the world. Chen Lin remained silent. He was fully focused on operating the burial ceremony with vast experience and mage knowledge continually flowing towards him. The burial notifications for the soldiers of the 4th Guardian Army continued to pop up, each bringing experience and knowledge. His professional level was rising and his cognitive level was also increasing, like 2 pools being constantly filled with water, the surface steadily rising. The skeletons of the architect's squad raised their staffs and the city wall began to slowly expand outward. The alchemical devices set up on the city wall began to unleash their power: crossbows, magical cannons, elemental projectors, one after another lighting up. Gray-white rays, blazing white beams, and pale blue energy bolts poured down from the city wall, landing among the shells and striking the Phantom Servant, shattering, annihilating, and burying them. Through combining mage knowledge, your specialization skeleton enhancement has sublimated into skeleton branding. Skeleton branding: your summoned skeleton servants from necromancy are upgraded to level 19 branded skeletons. Chen Lin's mind stirred. New skeleton servants emerged from the Gate of Bones. They were taller than the previous skeleton servants with sturdier bones, their surfaces gleaming with a faint metallic sheen. The soul fire in their eye sockets was no longer a ghostly blue, but a deeper, dark golden color. Level 19, plus the level increase from the Jialong Wuji Monument, totals level 20. Professional tier. They did not immediately enter battle. Rows of branded skeletons stood inside the city wall, lined up behind the level 10 skeleton servants, silently awaiting orders. Mage knowledge continued to surge in. Chen Lin felt something in his mind swelling like a balloon being continually inflated, the surface membrane growing thinner and thinner, yet never bursting. He knew that this was a prelude to the elevation of his cognitive level, just needing the final push. Mage knowledge accumulation is full. University Scholar Promotion task initiated. Task 1, I reach 100 points in intelligence, completed. Task 2, master a high-level knowledge, completed, molten gold words. Task 3, independently improve a skill or gain insights from a sage of cognitive level prophet or above. If a person's exterior and interior are separated and then recombined, is he still the same person? The high priest's voice came. No. Chen Lin answered this question. Cognition is the basis of when consciousness realizes that the body is not one with itself, even if he regains control over his body, his cognition shifts from myself to me and the vessel. But people do not think this way. The high priest continued in a subdued tone. When a pharaoh dies, we do not believe he has perished, but rather that his spirit has separated from his flesh. When his soul returns, he is still that glorious pharaoh. Thus we build grand tombs for the deceased pharaoh, equipping them with officials, attendants, priests, and armies of the same specifications. Yet when the pharaohs return, the original souls controlling the original bodies perfectly align with our civilization's definition, but they are no longer as they once were. This is determined by their cognition, Chen Lin said. They believe that things are composed of the external and internal. When both the external and internal are present, that is the essence of the thing. The high priest nodded with a smile. You are right. Your cognitive level has risen to university scholar. Your intelligence 30. You can now improve your existing skills, transforming them towards the direction you desire. The countdown to arrival, 30 minutes. The number in the upper right corner of the field counts down from 1800 seconds. With each tick, the intensity of the battlefield rises. All the shells have been filled. The once small and hunched figures dragging their skin on the ground have vanished, replaced by ethereal vessels of levels 10, 20, and even 30. Their forms have grown several times larger than before, some resembling twisted humanoids, others taking on irregular geometric shapes, and some simply being a mass of constantly shifting light and shadow. Dusky flames burn upon them, lacking warmth, yet making the surrounding air feel heavy. The branded skeleton servants collide with them ahead. The level 20 skeleton servants do not fall short against the ethereal vessels of level 10. They can rely on their numbers to triumph over those of level 20, but when faced with the ethereal vessels of level 30, they can only slowly swallow them, like a swamp relying on the sea of skeletons. The alchemical machinery on the city wall unleashes its full firepower. The crossbow's rate of fire reaches its limit, the barrel of the magic cannon glows red, and the elemental projectors require a moment to cool down after each shot. Gray-white rays, blazing white beams, and pale blue energy orbs rain down from the city wall, landing among the ethereal vessels and exploding in ripples. According to plan, the alchemical machinery should be the main support at this moment. With the enhancement of the skeleton branding, the level of the skeleton servants has risen to the 20th occupational tier, sufficient to hold the line. Overall consumption is much lower than expected, roughly calculated it saves over 100 million. Chen Lin's expression remains grave. He does not care about the monetary cost, only whether he can achieve his purpose. With each tick of the countdown, his brow furrows tighter. With every change in the battlefield situation, his judgment quickens. It's time. He raised his hand to perform a shift with the skeleton servants left at the tribal stronghold. In a flash of light, his figure disappeared from the city wall, appearing in the distant stronghold. The Dark Knights have arrived. The summoned light forms a cluster beside him, 300 armored bodies appearing simultaneously within the stronghold. Hooves trample on the rubble, and the tips of their spears point towards the ethereal beings outside the stronghold. The celestial armament enhances them. The descending Holy Spirit behind Chen Lin pulses slightly, a platinum glow surging from his heart, showering upon the knights. The sun emblem transitions from dark gold to blazing white, a translucent light membrane emerging on the surface of their armor, signaling their advancement. The knights spread out, utilizing the original defensive structures of the stronghold to form a temporary line of defense. They stand at the breach behind the collapsed walls, at every position where the ethereal beings may surge in. Time ticks away. The countdown finally reaches 0. A wave of heat descends from the sky. It is not the heat of rising temperatures, but an indescribable discomfort that seeps from the very bones. It feels as if something is tearing the air apart, ripping through space, shattering the facade of orderly existence. A bright light appears on the horizon, falling towards Chen Lin at an unimaginable speed. Wherever the light passes, the air is obliterated. Or rather, the light itself is the energy released when the air is annihilated. Boom. The sound lags half a beat behind the light, yet is more thunderous than any clap of thunder, as if someone struck a drum deep within the earth. This is not the might of the legendary hunter itself, but a phenomenon formed when the air around it is annihilated and energy is released. Unlike the ethereal beings symbolizing silence and void, the abyssal death symbolizes the irreversible collapse of order, the very essence of destruction. It does not need to attack, its existence is an attack. It does not need to approach, wherever it passes, destruction has already been accomplished. Chen Lin does not look at the falling light. At the moment it descends, he performs a shift. His figure disappears from the stronghold, appearing atop the city wall. Along with him, the entire Dark Knights vanish. A powerful wave sweeps over the stronghold. The brick and stone structure collapses like a sand pile under the wave, and intense light pierces through the dust. The falling light lands in the center of the stronghold amidst the rubble and debris. The abyssal death is neither matter nor energy, but an image of crumbling order. Naturally, the legendary hunter has no concrete form. What emerges from the dust is merely a glowing point that annihilates everything. The bright light sweeps across the battlefield. All ethereal vessels freeze simultaneously. Their movements are frozen midair, as if someone pressed the pause button. Then their forms suddenly expand, bursting outward, as if something is pushing from within. Dusky flames surge from the expanding cracks, no longer mere temperatureless light and shadow, but scorching, leaping flames that bring a tangible sensation. The ethereal beings choose to forcibly descend. Their levels jump from 10s and 20s to 50, transforming from ethereal vessels into ethereal avatars. Their forms no longer resemble humanoids' geometrical shapes, or any recognizable shapes, but are merely a constantly changing mass of light and shadow with a dull yellow point of light pulsating at the core. They abandon the siege on the fortress, forsaking all other targets, and surge toward the legendary hunter. The ethereal beings need the material world to carry their existence, and the abyssal death is the entity that annihilates all. They do not need hatred between them, nor do they require hostility. There exists only the most fundamental, irreconcilable contradiction. Compared to humans, their opposition is the true absolute. The high priest stands beside Chen Lin, observing the chaotic battlefield. He chuckles self-deprecatingly. To be precise, it is humanity that hates them. They do not hate humanity. After all, in their view, so-called living beings are merely a public resource. Chen Lin remains silent. He watches the scene of the ethereal avatars surging toward the legendary hunter. 50-level ethereal avatars facing off against the 79th level sublegendary tier legendary hunter. They have the advantage in numbers, but the quality is far too lacking. The ethereal avatars rush in only to be torn apart by the field of force that annihilates everything around the light point, and then new ethereal avatars rush in only to be shredded again. The speed of shredding exceeds that of reinforcement, and the number of ethereal avatars is diminishing. To us, they are merely a natural disaster we must contend with. Chen Lin retracts his gaze. He will not let his spirit be shaken by information he already knows. Those who cannot accept it have already committed suicide when the terrifying dawn of the third phase arrived. Let's go. The real task is just beginning. He once again performs a shift. This time he does not bring the knights, only himself. In a flash of light, he appears beside Edmund and Elena. The father and daughter squat next to the golden balance, the ground covered in lines and symbols. Let's begin. Elena looks up at him, nodding. She does not speak, placing her hands on the lines on the ground, starting. Words of molten gold surge from her lips, her voice deeper than usual, carrying a sense of determination. Her fingers move across the ground. Each time they cross a line, that line glows briefly before dimming. The ritual actively cuts off the connection. It is not terminated by being triggered, but severed from the source, disconnecting the tomb from the material world. Chen Lin approaches the golden balance. The balance hovers half an inch above the ground, slowly rotating. The golden surface glistens with a warm luster in the dim light, and though the trays at both ends are empty, they maintain perfect balance. He extends his hand, stowing the golden balance in his backpack. The moment the balance leaves its position, the entire space trembles, all light, shadow, and color shifting in that instant. The bright orb in the sky, resembling a small sun, suddenly becomes illusory. Its edges start to blur, its light begins to fade like a dissipating mist, seemingly on the verge of vanishing. It flickers. At the moment the orb's brightness decreases, it suddenly rebounds, becoming even more dazzling than before. Its edges sharpen from blurriness back to clarity, the light regaining its intensity. It stabilizes. A dark red chain rises from below. The chain is thick, each segment as wide as an adult's arm, etched with intricate runes. It emerges from beneath the yellow sand, climbing upwards like a snake wrapping around the orb. The other end of the chain dangles down, touching the ground. Chen Lin gazes along the chain. At some point, a figure has already stood between the fortress and the stronghold. The figure stands about 3 meters tall, wielding a flail, wearing a blue striped crown. A layer of pale golden light coils around him, within which countless tiny runes can be seen pulsating faintly. Fourth Pharaoh Nimue avatar. The one who comes later, you are qualified to be the vessel of my return. Nimue's voice came from afar, filled with unreserved gratitude and admiration. The legendary hunter suddenly pounced on Nimue. That point of light capable of obliterating everything changed direction from its original position that suppressed the void spirit's avatar, charging straight towards the figure of the pharaoh. Nimue extended one of his empty hands. Simply opening his 5 fingers as if to catch a flying stone, he effortlessly pressed that point of light into his palm. The point of light struggled between his fingers, the annihilating force fiercely tearing at his skin. Yet when that force encountered the faint golden glow on his hand, it shattered into countless tiny ripples like water colliding with a rock. Come merge with me and share this glory that transcends the epochs. Chen Lin did not respond. There was no significance in replying to such an absolutely opposing enemy. He raised his hand, the phantom of the rune heart appearing in his palm. The heart-shaped stone slowly rotated, the outline of the altar's rune becoming clearer and brighter. Simulated rune, summon god pharaoh, sublegendary level. Your skill titan synthesis has transformed into summon divine right. Let me take over. The high priest approached him. His steps were slow, as if each one consumed all his strength. The washed-out ceremonial robe fluttered slightly in the wind, the patches casting tiny shadows in the light. He held a tome with both hands, the golden pages glistening with a warm luster in the light. This is our hate. Chen Lin looked at the tome, a touch of an elusive smile curving his lips. All right. He stepped back. The door of the nest opened beside him, the grayish space entrance resembling an upright mirror. Chen Lin glanced at Edmund and Elena. The father and daughter hesitated not at all. Elena gathered the patterned papers from the ground, while Edmund brushed off the dust from his robe, and the two quickly stepped into the light gate. The Holy Spirit descended from the sky. The 6 white wings folded, and the platinum heart surrounded by a halo slowly descended, hovering behind Chen Lin. As the wings closed, they resembled a cloak covering most of his back. A slender strand of light extended from the heart, entwining with the abyssal anchor in Chen Lin's backpack, enveloping the dark gray wedge. The high priest did not pay attention to this. He walked to the location where the golden balance once stood, which was also the center of the tomb. More profound and fluid words of molten gold flowed from his mouth. The formless ritual spread out, extending from the high priest's feet in all directions as Chen Lin cradled the rune heart and approached the throne, symbolizing royal power. He did not chant in conjunction, nor did he need to. By standing in this position, possessing the rune of Summon God Pharaoh, he conferred the most vital qualification to the ritual. The Night Order had been recalled, the Holy Spirit hovering behind Chen Lin. Beyond that, the control of nearly 100,000 skeletal servants within the fortress was entirely handed over to the High Priest. The High Priest's chanting voice suddenly rose sharply. Inside the city walls, a portion of the nearly 100,000 skeletal servants ignited in flames, reducing them to piles of ash. The ashes did not fall to the ground, but floated upward. They rose higher and higher, dispersing until they vanished into the radiance of the overhead disk, as if received by some unknown existence. We return from death, based on a shared ideal, abiding by each other's vows to share glory. Nimu's voice drifted from afar, tinged with regret and compassion. You have supported us for generations, but when the time to harvest comes, why such fear and evasion? The Void Spirit's avatar surged towards the fortress. Nimu's body still suppressed the legendary hunter. That point of light struggled in his palm, the annihilating force incessantly tearing at his hand, yet his hand remained unmoved. Chen Lin's previous consumption was not in vain. Nimu's true condition was not as relaxed as he appeared. Guardians, look. Chen Lin's previous consumption was not in vain. Nimu's true condition was not as relaxed as he appeared. Guardians, look. The radiance of the disk overhead. As Guardians, the Sun Scriptures are behind us. As Nemo people, the enemy of our extermination is right before us. Let's put an end to our anger and hatred. The burning sea of skeletons contracted inward. The skeletal servants yet to be sacrificed retreated from the outer city walls and piled up in layers along the wall, resembling ever-growing torches. The Sun Guardians stepped forward. Their jackal heads stood out in the firelight, and the copper-scaled armor reflected the flickering flames. Curved daggers lay before them, their tips pointing towards the distant Nimue. Divine power from the unknown fell from the heavens. The strength gained from the sacrificed skeletal servants rained down upon the Guardians. Golden flames ignited on their curved daggers, dense runes appeared on the surface of the copper scales, and the light in their eye sockets transformed from a dull yellow to a blazing white. The Guardians collided with the Void Spirit's avatar. The golden daggers struck the dull yellow phantom flames, producing a sound of metal clashing. This time it was no longer a mere restraint, but a true slaughter. The Guardians struck down with their daggers, and the Void Spirit's avatar retreated with every blow. The High Priest's chanting grew ever louder. With the sacrifice of nearly 100,000 professional-grade offerings, the descending divine power increased. The golden flames burning on the Guardians grew fiercer, their forms becoming even taller in the flames, and each swing of their daggers carried a golden arc of light. Facing the Void Spirit's avatar, they could even claim victory. The true glory is right before us. Why still seek the protection of false objects? Nimue slowly turned his head. His gaze swept across the battlefield where the bodies of the Sun Guardians exploded simultaneously. Yet the divine power within did not dissipate. Those golden flames floated out from the exploded bodies of the Guardians. The flames surged like flowing water into the body of the Sun Guardian Seth, golden patterns surfacing on his skin, muscles swelling, and his height increasing. Dust to dust, earth to earth, what must leave do not linger. The Guardian's voice grew heavy, each word sounding like thunder rising from the depths. His form suddenly changed, transforming from a jackal-headed humanoid into a figure taller, more majestic, and closer to a deity. Golden flames burned upon him, and his dagger was entwined with substantial light. All the skeletal servants were completely sacrificed. All the Sun Guardians had perished. The Guardian carrying all this power seemed like the embodiment of death itself. He took a step, each footfall leaving a deep imprint in the yellow sand, causing the ground to tremble. He charged towards Nimue with great strides. Nimue furrowed his brow. The remaining Void Spirits fused together, forming a large flesh ball, its surface covered with dusky yellow patterns resembling a charred star. The flesh ball did not attack the fortress. Instead, it retreated, rolling towards the position of the legendary hunter, entangled with that struggling point of light. The void flames enveloped the point of light, which annihilated the void flames, and both sides tore into the yellow sand, creating a continuously expanding pit. Nimue withdrew his hand and turned around. The hand that had suppressed the legendary hunter retracted, and in response to the charging Guardian, he waved his hand casually, as if dismissing a fly. No moves, no techniques, just a simple wave. The Guardian was struck by an invisible wall, flying backward, and tumbling several times in the air before landing on the yellow sand 10 meters away. The curved dagger slipped from his hand, embedding itself in the ground nearby. He immediately steadied himself, pushing off the ground with his hands, his body rebounding, knees slightly bent, and toes digging into the earth. In less than a breath, he charged towards Nimue again, faster than before, the golden flames on his dagger burning even brighter. But the outcome did not change. The civilians in the city watched all of this with eyes full of fear and despair. Some whispered prayers, some clutched their infants tighter, while others sat helplessly against the walls with closed eyes. No one spoke, only the sound of the wind and sand and the distant sounds of battle. Could even such power as the Guardian not prevail? It was not like this. We still have the High Priest and the Sun Scriptures. The High Priest, bearing the last hope of the civilians, did not heed their gazes. He merely bowed humbly and respectfully, holding up the golden tome above his head, presenting it reverently before Chen Lin. Now the final method is for you, the only one qualified to activate the Sun Scriptures and guide the divine will to descend. Chen Lin took the tome. He opened the cover made of gold. The yellowed pages were blank, devoid of any text. You have obtained the Crimson Gold Secret Tome. The Crimson Gold Secret Tome, forged from divine gold infused with the concept of the sun, once carried the true scripture of the Nemo civilization. Now it remains merely as a vessel. Chen Lin looked down at the blank tome in his hands, the golden pages shimmering softly in the light. The sun motif adorned with gemstones remained intact, yet upon opening it there was nothing but emptiness. Esteemed secretary, please forgive my deception. The high priest knelt on the ground, his body bent as low as it could go, his forehead nearly touching the yellow sand. His emaciated body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from something stronger, as if he had exhausted all his strength to utter those words. When disaster struck, I abandoned the king and deceived Set, all for the sake of survival. Flames of sacrifice ignited upon his body. The flames began to burn from his feet, slowly creeping upwards. The fire bore no heat, yet each flicker rendered his body increasingly transparent, as if he were being gradually extracted from this world. He offered himself along with Set and the divine power he had previously acquired as a sacrifice to Chen Lin. Your arrival is my only hope to sustain civilization in this realm of irreversible calamity. You have gained the sacrifice experience points significantly increased. Your level has risen to level 25, then to level 26, and finally to level 27. Level up notifications popped up consecutively on the right side of his vision, white text scrolling upwards. But Chen Lin did not glance at those notifications. He looked at the high priest kneeling before him. Is this your scheme? The high priest's body trembled slightly, his forehead pressed against the yellow sand without lifting. Before Chen Lin, the crimson gold secret tome floated in the air, its golden pages turning of their own accord, each page blank. Behind him, the descending Holy Spirit reigned in its radiance, its platinum heart enveloping the anchor of the underworld tightly. A dark gray wedge slowly rotated within the heart, the surface patterns undulating with each heartbeat. Bang! Below, the city Set was once again struck down to the ground by Nimue. Golden flames splattered from the curved blades, scattering upon the yellow sand. He struggled to rise, but as he managed to lift himself halfway, he fell again. The curved blade was plunged at his side, its brilliance already dimmed by more than half. Though he exerted all his strength, the qualitative gap was ultimately insurmountable. Defeat was imminent. Should he fall, Nimue could swiftly turn and eliminate the legendary pursuer, at which point there would be no limits left. The high priest raised his head. There were no tear stains on his face, but his murky eyes were filled with pleading. I merely ask you to make a choice. Two choices lay before Chen Lin. The first, to command the descending Holy Spirit to crush the anchor of the underworld and summon the Phantom of Michael to end it all. The initial goal would be achieved, but nothing more would come of it. No rewards to reap. The second option was to accept the sacrifice. The divine power would be sufficient for him to advance to senior rank, obtain a new imprint position, inscribe the true scripture of the sun, and summon the will of the divine. In doing so, not only would the problem be resolved, but he could also claim everything within the tomb as a reward. What he would need to pay was merely an imprint position. Even inscribing the true scripture of the sun, a treasure of the Nemo civilization, would not be a loss at all. The high priest's body grew increasingly transparent in the flames of sacrifice. His gaze shifted from pleading to waiting, awaiting Chen Lin's answer. But I refuse. Chen Lin's voice was calm, as if he were discussing a matter unrelated to himself. Under his will, the ritual's operation halted instantly. The high priest was taken aback, the flames of sacrifice suddenly stilled upon him. He lifted his head to look at Chen Lin, his eyes filled with astonishment, followed by despair. His withered face twisted in despair, his lips trembling, wanting to say something, but unable to articulate anything. Compared to a collection like an imprint relic, I prefer the existence of civilization itself. Chen Lin shifted his words and raised the crimson gold secret tome. The tome forged from gold shimmered softly in the light, the blank pages fluttering slightly in the breeze. I just happen to have an imprint position available right now. The high priest's eyes widened suddenly. Despair had yet to fully fade from his face when a sudden realization surged within him. Without the scriptures in my mind, you will not be able to inscribe the true scripture of the sun. His voice was sharp and urgent. He knelt on the ground, extending his hands forward as if trying to grasp something that was about to slip through his fingers. Am I such an impatient person in your eyes? Chen Lin's voice remained calm, a burial cloth inscribed with golden patterns appearing in his hand. The gray-white cloth was tattered at the edges with golden patterns slowly flowing across its surface. This was the Holy Spirit burial cloth he had brought from the Nemo priest relics outside Jialong town, which contained snippets left by the priest who had spied on the true scripture of the sun. That thief. The high priest was stunned. The burial cloth floated from Chen Lin's hand, unfurling in the air like a flag blown by the wind. Then it began to disintegrate, starting from the edges, turning into gray-white powder that scattered in the wind. The golden patterns on the cloth did not dissipate as the cloth shattered. They detached from the fabric like strands of golden thread suspended in the air before being drawn into the crimson gold secret tome like iron filings attracted by a magnet. The golden tome trembled slightly and golden characters emerged on the blank pages. Not much, merely occupying 1/3 of a page. Compared to the complete true scripture of the sun, this was but a drop in the ocean. Yet it was sufficient. When the external and internal aspects of things recombine to outsiders, things remain as they originally were. Chen Lin gazed at the page of golden characters. To the true scripture of the sun, he was an outsider. And outsiders do not need to know the entirety of the scriptures, they only need to know what it appears to be. He closed the tome, placing his other hand on the golden cover. Imprint. The illusion unfolded before Chen Lin's eyes. A valiant young pharaoh stood atop a high platform, wearing a blue and gold crown, holding a flail and a scepter draped in a golden cloak. In the distance, 10 pitch-black fissures descended from the heavens to the earth. The edges of the fissures expanded outward, and countless ethereal beings surged forth from them, dense and overwhelming, obscuring the sky. They continually occupied the bodies of the commoners of Nemo, twisting, deforming, and swelling the occupied bodies into new vessels for the ethereal beings. Indeed, this path is wrong. Ptolemy's voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. Great king, we must leave quickly. There is no way to turn back now. The high priest stood beside the pharaoh, his face filled with dread and urgency. His body trembled, and he clutched the sun's sutra tightly in his arms, his gaze darting back and forth between the fissures and the pharaoh. Even if there is no way to turn back, we must try to reverse it. Ptolemy extended his hand, beckoning toward the sun sutra in the high priest's embrace. The golden tome opened on its own, and all the sun scriptures contained within surged forth from its pages, transforming into streams of golden text like threads drawn out, converging into the pharaoh's palm. He retracted all his power. In that instant, the protection once bestowed upon every commoner in the Nemo kingdom dissipated. Throughout the Nemo realm, from the royal city to the borders, from the temples to the fields, all commoners simultaneously lost their most vital protection. The rampaging ethereal beings in the sky no longer held any restraint. They surged forth like locusts, pouring out of the fissures, attacking every remaining living vessel. The commoners of Nemo fell one after another, rising again as vessels for the ethereal beings. Because of us, the advantage of the ethereal beings is overwhelming now. Ptolemy's scriptures transformed into golden chains. The chains extended from his palm, growing longer and thicker, suddenly piercing deep into the void. At the end of the chain, fierce struggles could be felt as something was ensnared. Only when disaster and calamity achieve balance will the fissure of continuation appear. Ptolemy yanked suddenly. A sun-like deity was dragged from the void by the chains. Its form was colossal, radiating blinding light, every inch of its body ablaze. It struggled continuously, the chains creaking under the strain, yet it drew closer under their restraint. Whole civilization nurtured you, and now it is time for you to repay. The deity's struggles intensified. Its flames scorched the chains, turning them red-hot, yet they did not break. It let out a silent roar, the sound not emitted from its throat, but trembling from the light itself. Like 1,000 bells ringing simultaneously, or 1,000 thunderclaps exploding at once. Ptolemy's expression showed no change. He tightened the chains. The deity was pulled before him, its flames intertwining with the golden light enveloping the pharaoh. The chains tightened, wrapping around the deity's body, binding it to the pharaoh. Ptolemy, it is not too late to turn back. As long as I become a being like the vice-sovereign of heaven, The deity had lost its former arrogance, now only displaying panicked words. The dream we had is already awakened. You need not continue pretending to sleep. The chains tightened completely. The deity and the pharaoh's bodies merged as one, and light exploded outward from the center of their merging, resembling a newly born sun. Ptolemy did not spare a glance at the kingdom beneath him that was crumbling. He did not look at the city he once protected, nor at the commoners being occupied by ethereal beings or the temples collapsing. He simply walked calmly into the restless silence like a setting sun descending into the night. His figure was swallowed by the light. The high priest gritted his teeth and turned to leave. He ran down the stone steps of the high platform, passing by the crumbling statues and fleeing attendants. His steps were unsteady, nearly causing him to fall several times, yet he managed to regain his balance each time. The tome, now just an empty shell, was clutched tightly in his arms like the last hope. He encountered the Red Sun guards preparing to follow the pharaoh into the darkness. Dozens of jackal-headed warriors stood in the square below the platform, their curved blades drawn, wearing their bronze-scaled armor. Set stood at the forefront, his curved blade crossed in front of him, the flames in his eye sockets blazing white. He was about to give the order to charge. The high priest raised the golden tome in his hand, speaking sternly. "You are the Red Sun guards. It is your duty to protect the scriptures. Now protect the scriptures and escape." Set hesitated. He glanced at the expanding light on the platform, and then at the tome in the high priest's hands. But in the end he chose to obey. "By the way, we need to capture a batch of commoners as servants." The high priest turned around, not looking back as he walked toward the city outskirts. Behind him, the light on the platform exploded, engulfing the entire royal city. "You have obtained the seal of inscription Sun Sutra. Passive effect: the inscription contains all the lost scriptures of the Sun Sutra. Active effect: the inscription grants the authority and status corresponding to the civilization's treasures." Chen Lin opened his eyes. He extended his hand, placing the inscription upon the tome in his grasp. The phantom of the Sun Sutra emerged from the inscription like a thin veil covering the surface of the tome. On the blank pages, golden text reappeared, more numerous and denser than before, nearly filling the entire page. He tossed the tome to the high priest. "Now continue your ritual." The high priest trembled as he took the tome. His fingers grazed over the title page, as if confirming something. As he opened the pages and saw the golden text, tears unconsciously flowed from his eyes. Pharaoh priest tome witness. As if that disaster was merely a nightmare they had never awakened, or as if they had awakened returning to before the nightmare. The high priest turned around, facing the city outskirts. His chant echoed once more. This time it was not a low, oppressive, and despairing tone, but rather a high, fervent voice carrying the power of emotions that had been suppressed for countless years, finally released. Words of molten gold surged from his mouth, each syllable like a burning stone striking the air and creating visible ripples. The will of the deity descended. A beam of light fell from the heavens, landing upon Set. That beam was thicker and brighter than any before. Set's body suddenly swelled within the light, his jackal head becoming more imposing, his bronze-scaled armor transforming into golden armor, and material flames igniting on his curved blade. From the remains of the fallen Red Sun guards on the ground, golden light points also floated out, pouring into Set's body. Set let out a mighty roar. His curved blade swung out, sending a golden arc of light flying from the edge of the blade, directly cleaving toward Nimue. Nimue raised his flail to block. The iron chain of the flail was severed, and the head flew away. His body was struck by the arc of light, a crack opening in the golden glow on his chest. He staggered back 2 steps. The ethereal embodiment on the battlefield was slain by Set. Each time the golden curved blade fell, an ethereal embodiment was split in 2, turning into nothingness. Nimue gazed at the burning golden flames on Set, and then looked up at the source of the beam of light in the sky. "O Seeker, you surpass my expectations." His voice no longer carried regret and pity, but rather admiration. Pure, untainted admiration. "I shall remember you." He did not continue to resist. His body began to dissolve directly. Starting from his limbs, he transformed into a wave of disintegration that was both of the same origin and yet completely opposite. The entire tomb began to tremble. It was as if something was collapsing from within. The light of the circular disc above began to dim, its edges blurring like a painting soaked in water. The high priest stood at the center of the ritual, which swiftly and smoothly transformed direction, shifting from sacrificing the deity and summoning the will to the impending death of the tomb itself. The anchor of the netherworld descended at the center of the ritual, a dark gray wedge wrapped in golden light, slowly rotating. Only one final step remains. Chen Lin spread out the returned Sun Sutra in his hand. "Yet we are destined to pursue brilliance, just as sparks soar upward." The collapse of the tomb is accelerating. The light of the disc above is constantly dimming, and the yellow sand on the ground begins to sink, while cracks appear in the walls of the city. The high priest paid no attention to these events. He ordered Kanak to gather all the surviving civilians together. Nearly 1,000 people crowded in the small area inside the city wall that had not yet collapsed, with the elderly women and children in the center and young men on the outskirts. No one spoke. Everyone was watching the high priest. The high priest solemnly performed the ritual, using the anchors of the underworld as a basis to anchor the surrounding civilians and the valuable items still within the tomb. The Nemo civilization views death as a form of sleep, believing that the deceased can return. However, this death and resurrection cannot be achieved at will. A dark gray wedge hovers at the center, its surface patterns especially clear amidst the collapsing light. The high priest aimed the anchoring at the civilians. As the fluctuation swept through, the dissipating death aura from the commoners was anchored. Chen Lin stood aside, pressing down on the sun scripture. The golden tome flipped its pages automatically in his hands. Golden characters floated up from the pages, writhing in the air like tiny serpents of light. He guided the orb of light in the air. The orb was descending toward the ground. It was no longer a distant star, but an increasingly close and radiant sun. Light cascaded down from its surface, illuminating the entire tomb without a trace of shadow. The Nemo civilization possessed two treasures. The black scripture of death, symbolizing burial, always resided in the tomb of the first pharaoh. The sun scripture, symbolizing resurrection, was always held by the current pharaoh. Only through correct burial and correct revival could true resurrection be achieved. Although the high priest used the correct burial rites, the sun scripture had already been taken away by the last pharaoh, making it effectively akin to suicide. The outcome of the relics from the past life awakening without the presence of its people was an anticipated result. However, in this life, such a choice to burn both jade and stone ultimately welcomed a turning point. Chen Lin remained silent. His entire focus was on the sun scripture and the orb of light. The orb was drawing closer and becoming hotter. It transformed from a warm light disk into something resembling a sun. The high priest began to chant ancient prayers. These prayers were different from the previous molten gold words, deeper and slower. Each syllable lingered, as if calling upon the slumbering to awaken. Eventually, the orb bore no difference from the sun. No, what hung above was the real sun. They had returned. They were safely back in the present world. The sky was no longer the monotonous gray-yellow of the tomb, but a true blue with clouds drifting by. The sun was no longer the orb being guided, but the real sun hanging high in the center of the heavens. The wind swept through the ruins, carrying the scent of earth and grass. You have gained the pharaoh's attention. When advancing to the expert tier, you will enter the Nemo underworld. Chen Lin frowned at this system prompt. Truly a lingering shadow, he shook his head, not overly anxious. The Nemo in the underworld was surely not as trivial as before, but he had ample time to prepare with the initiative in his hands. He opened the door to the nest, and a grayish space entrance hovered above the ruins. Edmund and Elena stepped out from the light portal. Elena's hair was somewhat disheveled, her face still carrying the tension from waiting in the nest. Edmund brushed the dust off his robe, glanced around, confirmed they had returned to the present world, and let out a sigh of relief. Chen Lin bowed slightly to them. Thank you both for your assistance. The reward will be delivered shortly. Elena quickly waved her hand. Mr. Kenny, you were too polite. We simply did our duty. Edmund nodded as well. Experiencing this exploration with you is already a rare gain. Chen Lin did not respond, merely nodding slightly. He firmly stated, accepted, his tone not heavy, yet leaving no room for negotiation. The father and daughter exchanged glances and did not refuse any longer. You two should follow the butler to rest first. Edmund and Elena nodded in agreement. The butler had already arrived in a deep blue carriage waiting outside the ruins. The coachman jumped down from the driver's seat and opened the door. The father and daughter boarded the carriage, which turned and headed towards Celindia. Chen Lin turned and walked towards the Nemo remnants. The tribal leader Kanek stood at the forefront of the crowd, directing young men and counting their numbers. Seeing Chen Lin approach, he paused his task and bowed. My lord, you are our only hope in this era. Please allow us to serve you. Chen Lin nodded and opened the door to the nest. He did not speak of granting them freedom. As the game progressed, the entire epic world would ultimately be destroyed. Rather than letting them fend for themselves, it was better to maximize benefits. In the future, when encountering the ruins of the Nemo civilization, what need was there for deciphering tokens? The true Nemo were right here. Kanek knelt gratefully, swearing loyalty, and the commoners behind him did the same. The sun scripture floated from his hands, bathing them in warm light. This instinctual action dispelled their confusion and fear immediately. Then Kanek rose and directed the commoners to enter the nest. The crowd began to move. The young men walked at the forefront, followed by the elderly, weak, and children. They formed a long line, one by one, entering through the grayish light portal. Some turned back to glance at the ruins behind them, some hurried through with their heads down, while others hesitated briefly at the threshold. Nearly 1,000 commoners entered the nest one after another. The space inside the nest was not large. The grayish sky, the gray-black ground, no wind, no sound. The corrupted servants originally stationed here had retreated to the edges, with several hundred knightly servants huddled together, their armor clattering, producing a faint metallic sound. The desecrated war beasts lay in a far corner, their massive bodies curled up, the six-barrel bone spear launchers drooping. After the commoners entered the already spacious area suddenly felt crowded. They sat down on the ground, placing their bundles on their laps and cradling the infants in their arms. The children curiously stared at the armored corrupted servants being pulled back by their mothers. Canik stood at the forefront of the crowd, turning to look at Chen Lin, awaiting instructions. Chen Lin scanned the nest. The nearly 1,000-strong line combined with the original corrupted servants and desecrated war beasts almost filled the entire space. The gray-black sand on the ground was further compacted underfoot, and the air was thick with the scent of people and horses. "Bear with it for a moment," he said to the leader. "When I return to the main city, I will purchase a batch of building materials to properly construct this place." Canik naturally had no objections, repeatedly agreeing. He turned around and began directing the commoners to use the cloth and ropes they had brought to set up simple tents in several corners. Chen Lin took out the red-gold secret tome. The golden tome glimmered with a warm sheen in his palm, and the gems on the cover sparkled faintly under the sunlight. He raised his other hand, and an ancient carving knife emerged, which was his profession's rune. Wedge of the Old Days Legendary creates a physical symbol for your engraving, significantly enhancing its capabilities and maintaining it for a long time. The blade was slender and sharp, the hilt unadorned and plain, yet it seemed to have existed since ancient times. What could be more suitable than the original medium for creating a physical symbol for the engraving? The engraving of the sun's scripture rose from his chest, golden flames flickering on its surface. The carving knife soared under Chen Lin's mental guidance, its tip poised at the center of the tome's cover. The tome began to melt. The golden pages softened at the edges, flowing toward the center like heated wax. The gems on the cover fell one by one, floating in the air, maintaining the arrangement of the sun pattern. The golden characters on the pages floated up like tiny light snakes dancing in the air before diving into the melting gold. The entire process was eerily silent. No sound, no light, only the gold slowly and irreversibly changing its form. The tome was completely melted. It was no longer in the shape of a book, but a swirling mass of golden liquid suspended in the air. The fallen gems disappeared into the liquid, and the golden letters danced on the surface like living entities. The liquid began to contract, and as it did, its surface solidified, forming a thin outer shell. Patterns emerged on the shell, the sun's patterns. The sun will radiance, flames layered and ornate. Ultimately, it transformed into a small sphere. Fist-sized and gold in color, its surface was covered with intricate sun patterns. It floated before Chen Lin, slowly rotating like a miniature sun. Newborn sun, a direct manifestation of the sun scripture. Its radiance can slowly elevate the deceased, transforming them into spirit heroes. Unlike the deceased, spirit heroes are not restrained by light or life attributes. In terms of resistance, they surpass ordinary undead, and their abilities are far superior to those of similar undead. This is the difference between the Shadow Knight and the Dawn Knight. At the same time, the newborn sun as a physical symbol is also a tool. Chen Lin held the newborn sun and summoned the undead. The summoning light illuminated beside him. When the light vanished, what emerged was not a branded skeleton, but a robust warrior with a jackal head. They wore copper-scaled armor and wielded curved blades with the sunship pattern engraved on their shoulder armor. Golden flames burned in their eye sockets like two lit lamps. Qiang Guardian, level 36 Spirit Hero, a series of lights illuminated. The Guardians emerged from the light, lining up before Chen Lin. Qiang Guardian, level 36 Spirit Hero, a series of lights illuminated. The Guardians emerged from the light, lining up before Chen. From the last beam of light emerged a figure half a head taller than the other Guardians. The jackal head was lean and sharp, with an old scar on its snout, silver trim on the copper-scaled armor, and a blade broader than the others. The golden flames in its eye sockets burned like two glowing coals, bright and intense. Qiang Guardian Seth stepped forward. The curved blade was held horizontally in front of him, tip pointing down. He stopped before Chen Lin, knelt on one knee, placed his right hand on his chest, and lowered his head. He spoke in ancient Nemo, his syllables short and powerful. Chen Lin did not fully understand, but he grasped the meaning. Chen Lin was both his summoner and the master, wielding the sun scripture, holding Pharaoh's authority, making him the unquestionable master. Chen Lin nodded. "Rise." Seth stood up and stepped aside. "Take the Guardians to assist the Nemo civilians in setting up temporary facilities." Seth once again placed his hand on his chest in a salute, turning to those busy civilians in the corner. 50 Qiang Guardians followed him, curved blades at their waists, their copper-scaled armors glinting in the light of the newborn sun. The nest felt a bit cramped at this moment. With a limit of 500 Qiang Guardians, Chen Lin only summoned 50. Once the task was complete, he tossed the small sphere up. The newborn sun ascended higher and higher. When it reached midair, its surface cracked open, not shattering, but unfolding. The golden mechanisms inside the small sphere extended outward, forming three mutually perpendicular rings. The rings rotated and transformed continuously, with each turn the patterns on the rings illuminated. A warm light golden glow radiated from the center of the rings, gentle and not blinding. The light illuminated the dim nest. The gray sky was tinted light golden, and the dark ground was coated with warmth. The corrupted attendants huddled in the corners were touched by the light, their bodies trembling slightly. The rust on their armor did not vanish, and the flames in their eye sockets did not change, but the turbulent and fierce rage that had always clung to them was gradually dispersed. Their shoulders relaxed, fingers gripping their weapons loosened, as if they were slowly waking from a long nightmare. The desecrated war beasts lay quietly at a distance. The light fell upon its cold skeletal armor. The bones ceased their movement, the bone spear no longer charged, and it lay quietly like a machine that had been unwound. "Follow me." Chen Lin led Seth out of the nest, closing the door behind them. Outside the ruins, the sunlight was just right. He raised his hand to summon the Shadow Knight Legion. 300 knights formed ranks before the ruins, the cavalry at the front and the flag bearers flanking them. The hooves of the warhorses trod on the grass, and the eerie blue ghost fire quietly burned beneath their feet. Seth stood opposite the Knight Legion, where the golden flames and eerie blue soul fire converged in the air, coexisting peacefully, without conflict. Chen Lin mounted the skeletal horse, and the map of Celindia unfolded in his mind. Celindia lay to the west while Galong Town was to the east, and they were relatively close. Let's go back to Galong Town first. He had promised Benjamin to engrave for Celindia, but now the engraving position had already been used. Although the high priest's sacrificial ceremony had been interrupted, Chen Lin's level had risen to 27. Since there wasn't much left, he decided to reach the senior rank of level 30 before returning. To launch a god-summoning rite without any offerings to call forth a deity's will, and then invert the runes so that that divine will itself becomes the sacrificial thralls. A conjurer with empty hands summoning an army of offerings out of nothing. In the jungle, the Qiang Jinwei cleared the path ahead. Curved blades sliced through vines and brambles. Copper-scaled armor flashed between the leaves. Yu and Qishir were spread along both flanks, lances leveled, eyes alert to any stirrings in the forest. Chen Lin rode beside the high priest upon a skeleton horse. The horses moved at an unhurried pace, their hooves whispering across the fallen leaves. Chen Lin took the moment to question him. The high priest had once been a legendary powerhouse, though he had drained himself by forcefully conducting the burial ritual. Yet his erudition as a civilizational high priest and his prophet-like insights remained invaluable to Chen Lin. Still, an almost incredulous expression marred the high priest's face now. After the cataclysm, he had little reverence left for the Nemo gods. Hearing Khan Dix's plan, however, he treated it like the idle fantasy of a madman. After the cataclysm, he had little reverence left for the Nemo gods. Hearing Khan Dix's plan, however, he treated it like the idle fantasy of to reduce a god back into a mere offering cannot be achieved by a simple reversal. Like water flowing downward by nature, to compel it to flow upward. The wisdom and rank of such a being exceed the bounds of all I have learned. Rumbling, a dull collapse rose from ahead. Dozens of gray-brown Orcish brutes burst forth from the fallen burrows, clutching crude stone axes and clubs, emitting guttural snarls. They stood half a head taller than ordinary men, muscles, swollen tusks jutting from their jaws. The Qiang Jinwei charged to meet them. A curved blade fell, an orc's stone axe split in two, its body cleaved obliquely from shoulder to waist. Golden flame licked the wound, and some beasts collapsed before a single scream escaped. In less than half a minute, the lairs were raised. Experience registered, the Pioneer title granted over 200% experience coupled with an equal bonus from trial crystals. A multiplier well beyond fourfold that sent Chen Lin's experience bar surging. Your level rose to 28. Chen Lin paid no heed to that prompt. He glanced at the scattered carcasses among the ruined burrows, a few bones bearing coarse carvings, torn pelts, and specks of arcane knowledge clinging to them. He withdrew his gaze and resumed discussing the application of the sun scripture with the high priest. Hooves passed by the wreckage without pause. Times had changed, he no longer valued such meager fragments of mage lore. With Benjamin's token in hand, a visit to the City of Wisdom's library yielded over 10 times the arcane learning in the same span. Small streams make a great river, to be sure, but there remained the matter of efficiency and return on investment. Rather than squander time on trifling scraps, it was better to keep learning from the high priest. The party rounded a bend, the forest paled away, and the world opened. In the distance, the silhouette of a town emerged. Low stone walls and gray-white houses, the broad crown of an ancient oak casting a wide shadow in the sun. The flagstone road before the gate was nearly empty, only a few scattered players moving about. They had arrived at Jelong Town. The apprentice road to the main city lay the other way, leaving this place comparatively quiet. Only a handful of level 6 or 7 players trained outside the town, wrestling with wolves and sparring with porcupines. Their movements were awkward, their coordination poor. unmistakably newcomers who had only recently entered the game. Chen Lin dismissed his thralls. The Qiyang Jinwei and Yuan Qishir dissolved into streams of light and vanished into his backpack and sanctuary. The 300-strong company evaporated within breaths. He walked alone toward Jialong Town. A few players glanced at him on the road and then returned to their grinding. Since Tiany's rise to fame, foregoing face customization and entering the game with the system default had become a fashion. The streets were full of default faces, no one knew anyone. Moreover, as the game had begun to partially merge with reality, the avatar, Tiany, now bore some resemblance to Chen Lin's real appearance, no longer a purely generic visage. Chen Lin entered Jialong Town. It bustled with life. The streets teemed with players, some hawking, wares, some taking quests, some queuing before NPCs. Most, however, were under level 6 clad in novice cloth and wielding white starter weapons bestowed by the system. With Fengsha Nanzi's livestream as a model, veteran players in Jialong Town sprinted along the apprentice road toward the main city, and many had already reached the city and completed their apprentice ascension. A flash of light, and a level 0 new player materialized beside Chen Lin. He spun his head to take in the surroundings and excitedly punched his palm. I restarted over 60 times. Finally, I randomly rolled into Jialong Town, he shouted. Nearby players glanced his way, some sneered, others were looks that said, "You lucky bastard." Good gods, I reset all day hundreds of times before I hit Jialong Town. You only 60 and you complain about luck, another retorted. In places where other newbie villages had yet to secure a second outpost rather than cling to an old guaranteed level 9 account, creating a new character to land in Jialong Town seemed a faster route to the main city and advancement. For any newcomer hoping to carve a name in the age, rolling into Jialong Town had become the standard opener. By siphon effect, a great many streamers and high-level players had congregated in Jialong Town, and the guides and leveling support there were the most complete anywhere. A once ordinary small town had become without contest the most populous and strongest newbie village. Chen Lin smiled and kept walking. He passed through the town center by the rough log building of the Hunter Guild, the stately white stone tower of the Mage Guild, past the flower shop, the smithy, and the exchange. Everywhere there were lines and quarrels. He turned into a narrow lane on the west side. At the lanes in lay a graveyard. An invisible barrier still shrouded it, denying entry to all. Yet because many suspected Tiany's legendary starting serendipity sprang from that cemetery, numerous players lingered outside, trying to discover a way in. Some crouched at the roadside to observe, some paced along the barrier's edge, and some cast skills into the air to probe its boundary. Chen Lin passed them with unruffled calm. He did not look at their faces or speak. His steps were measured, neither hurried nor slow, as if this were a path he had walked many times. He passed by those players, skirted the barrier's rim, and then he walked through it. Behind him, a thief squatting by the roadside rubbed his eyes to make sure he had not imagined it. The thief gaped and exchanged looks with the others studying the site, then hastily opened his comms to report the sighting to his guild. Master. Chen Lin walked into the cemetery. Metatron still appeared as he always did, with white hair cascading down, dressed in a pure white robe, standing beneath the unmarked stone. Upon seeing Chen Lin enter, he nodded, then his expression grew serious. 3 pairs of wings unfolded behind Chen Lin. A platinum light streamed through the gaps in the wings, resembling dawn breaking through the clouds. The descending Holy Spirit manifested behind him, with a platinum heart beating slowly, a halo rotating around the heart, and 6 pure white wings extending. Metatron's gaze fell upon that heart, lingering for a moment. This is my harvest from the vocational assessment. Chen Lin began his tale from the moment he stepped out of Jialong Town. The Cyclops at the Clear Spring Post, the Dark Knight Regiment pursuing the camp, the Soul Harvesting Butcher at the Blood and Flesh Outpost. He acquired the art of blaspheming life, subdued the Knight Regiment, and reached Celindia. Then came the vocational assessment. Instructor Altreus, the Phantasm of Cavendish, 5 sub-legendary runes, the legendary Olden Wedge, and the exclusive legendary specialization of Legion Command. He mentioned the tomb of the Nemo civilization. The buried phantoms, the incarnation of Pharaoh Nema for the sacrifice of the high priest, the inscriptions of the Sun Scripture, and the final gaze of the Pharaoh. Without any concealment, it had been less than 20 days since his rebirth. His wealth, treasures, power, and status had already far surpassed his past life. Even for him, a reborn level 79 master, the situation he faced now was too advanced. With his insights as a level 79 master, he found himself lacking in many aspects. Just like the gaze of the Pharaoh, with his own understanding, he couldn't fathom any means to transcend it. Fortunately, he was self-aware, devoid of the arrogance typical of reborn individuals, and had no intention of showing off. He was willing to concede when necessary. With a single thought, he felt the expanse of the world. Thus he remained calm, knowing he could seek help from many. Metatron, standing before him, was one such person. Your experiences along this journey can indeed be considered legendary. Despite Metatron's extensive knowledge and experience through storms and tempests, he couldn't help but express his sentiment. His fingers gently tapped twice on the unmarked stone, shifting his gaze from Chen Lin to the distant tombstones, each engraved with messages. In matters concerning his own fate, Chen Lin dared not conceal too much, fearing that omitting even one factor might lead to misjudgment. All of this is based on your recognition, master. While most of his combat strength derived from his main profession as a necromancer, the bulk of this credit belonged to his secondary profession, the archivist. There are multiple scribes. Your ability to reach this level is also a testament to your skill. Metatron raised a hand to stop Chen Lin's incessant flattery. There are many matters to attend to. Let's solve them one by one. He raised his hand, and the descending Holy Spirit floated from behind Chen Lin, affectionately landing in his palm. The platinum heart beat in his palm, the halo contracting and expanding like a child that had found its home. Metatron looked down at the heart, remaining silent for a few breaths. I can surmise a bit about the thoughts of the great sage. It's dangerous, yet also very meaningful. He unfastened a rough cord from his wrist. The cord was coarse, not woven, more akin to something made by hand. It bore no embellishments, no patterns, unremarkable in appearance. He handed the cord to Chen Lin. As the cord was tied around Chen Lin's wrist, it quickly formed knots. 7 knots arranged differently, some loose and sagging, some tight enough to dig into flesh, some tied in a straightforward manner, others twisted backward. Fewer knots mean that presence is closer to you. When there are fewer than 3 knots, you can retreat into a safe haven. When it arrives, you will self-destruct the safe haven and then summon the phantasm. If time doesn't permit, do not resist, or let it devour you. All right. Chen Lin agreed, without hesitation. An existence that could make both Cavendish and Metatron treat it with such caution likely held consequences far beyond mere life and death. That lord. Chen Lin thought of Cavendish's performance that surpassed comprehension and couldn't help but mention it. He is merely a fool walking down a path with no end. Metatron was unwilling to discuss further and waved his hand. Now onto this. The olden wedge floated in Chen Lin's hand. An ancient carving knife with a slender blade and a sharp edge. Accompanying it was the sun of rebirth. A golden sphere floated beside the carving knife with 3 mutually perpendicular rings slowly rotating. An ancient carving knife with a slender blade and a sharp edge. Accompanying it was the sun of rebirth. A golden sphere floated beside the carving knife with 3 mutually. This seems more like a gift from Lord Cavendish. Chen Lin understood that his true effort lay in securing his qualifications for its arrival. Metatron paid no heed to this humility. The Holy Spirit and the runes work in conjunction, luring those presences to descend, and then, in short, if you can successfully handle those presences, bring their remnants back to me. As for the physical symbol, Chen Lin's gaze unconsciously darted to the unmarked stone behind him. The massive 4-sided obelisk stood pristine with no patterns or engravings. Metatron smiled slightly. The most suitable physical symbol for Jialong's imprint is not here, it lies in the Wailing Lands. Chen Lin's mind stirred. The Wailing Lands. He knew of that place not far from Jialong Town, the only expert-level encounter in Jialong Town as a novice town, a reward for the first person born in Jialong Town to reach the expert rank. Now at a mere level 28 in his profession, Chen Lin calculated his strength and felt it might not be impossible. First find Alfred, he will assist you. As for the gaze of Pharaoh Nimmo, I cannot intervene, nor can I help you. But you can rely on the imprint. It can serve as a special ability and also earn you critical assistance from others. Do not be stingy with the imprint, but also do not overly cherish it. Not only the most precious treasures can represent civilization. Chen Lin nodded in agreement. This little fellow will stay here with me for a while. Metatron's thumb caressed the wings of the descending holy. The platinum heart glimmered slightly in his palm, the halo's rotation slowing down, resembling a cat that was dozing off. He will be by your side when you need him. Chen Lin naturally would not refuse. He bowed and stepped back 2 paces, turning to walk out of the cemetery. Behind him, Metatron stood beneath the unmarked stone, gazing down at the quiet heart in his palm. The white robe fluttered gently in the wind, white hair cascading over his shoulders, without lifting his gaze to watch Chen Lin's departing figure. Stepping out of the graveyard, the area beyond the barrier was already crowded with people. The few leaders at the forefront stood several steps apart from each other, eyeing one another warily, their gazes occasionally sweeping over the others, subtly vying for position. Behind them stood their respective followers, some clad in exquisite mage robes, while others were adorned in finely crafted leather armor, all well-equipped, presenting a stark contrast to the scattered casual players around them. The moment Chen Lin appeared, everyone's eyes sparkled simultaneously. Some waved their hands, some shouted, and others pushed forward. Their movements were grand, their expressions excited, but their voices were blocked by the barrier, unable to reach inside. From Chen Lin's vantage point, he could only see them moving their mouths, unable to hear a single word. However, listening was unnecessary. Chen Lin observed those people, Their eyes held anticipation, probing calculation, and a hint of deep-seated anxiety. Some held invitation cards, some cradled gift boxes, and some carried nothing but stood at the front. What they sought was merely a connection with him, laying the groundwork for future probing, trading, befriending, and even for this they and their powerful forces behind them, reaching the peak of power and wealth, would likely offer exceedingly generous conditions. I have my day too, Chen Lin smiled. The pressure that had built up in his heart dissipated a little without him realizing. He was not a purely rational person driven solely by the desire for strength. He was merely a survivor forced to keep moving forward in the face of immense crisis and fear. Though those crises and fears still lingered, witnessing these significant figures who could stir the winds and waves in reality, or the future flattering him, was inevitably uplifting. Happy as he was, Chen Lin had no intention of engaging with them. He was pondering how to get past them. Having the skeleton thief sneak through while activating Shadow Shift was a decent choice. With a level 20 imprint skeleton, even if he boldly pushed through the crowd of players, he would not be discovered. But why should he avoid their brilliance? A figure appeared beside Chen Lin. With a wolf's head, bronze-scaled armor, and a curved blade hanging at his waist, the level 14 Qiyang Guardian Seth coldly scanned the crowd beyond the barrier. He did not speak, merely grunting lowly. The sound was not loud, yet it penetrated the barrier, cutting through the air, exploding directly into each player's ear. All bodies froze simultaneously, as if an invisible hand pressed down on their shoulders. Skill bars grayed out their limbs, immobilized, even moving their eyes became difficult. A system prompt popped up before everyone's eyes. You have been forcibly intimidated, remaining in a state of fear until the threat departs. They did not possess Chen Lin's courage specialty, which allowed them to face the Phantom of Cavendish and the Might of Nine without being affected. At this moment, these significant figures and elite players remained frozen, trembling their bodies, wanting to flee but unable to. Chen Lin calmly stepped out from behind the barrier. He walked past the frozen crowd at a steady pace. Players he passed, gripped by intimidation, instinctively parted to the sides, creating a path just wide enough for one person to pass. Those people watched in wide-eyed astonishment as Chen Lin walked past them. The barrier they had studied for several days, yet could not breach, posed no obstacle for him. The person they wished to converse with, gift, and probe had walked right by them, close enough for them to reach out and touch. Yet they could do nothing. Unable to move their bodies, unable to open their mouths, they could only watch as the figure clad in dark red mage robes stepped further away, eventually disappearing around the corner of the street. My mindset is still a bit unsettled. Chen Lin exhaled as he approached the Mage Guild, calming himself from the earlier elation. Regardless of their status or achievements in reality or the future, to his current self, they were all weakling. As for dignity, he did not believe it should be built upon the weak. Not yielding to the strong and not being coerced by the weak. That was the ideal mindset in his heart. Although he had gained much during this period, unexpected events kept arising, and the pressure had ultimately accumulated in his heart. His recent actions had, however, deviated somewhat. Perhaps he should find some fun to relieve the pressure. Not worth it. Standing before the entrance of the Mage Guild, Chen Lin immediately dismissed the thought that had just arisen. Compared to venting pressure, he feared the passage of time even more. If he spent time seeking enjoyment, the pressure released would be overshadowed by a tenfold panic over wasting time. It's alright, enhancing his own joy was sufficient. He should be fine when he advanced to legendary status, securing a foundation for the next era. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his mindset and pushed open the door to enter. Welcome. Alfred came down from upstairs, greeting Chen Lin with a smile. We haven't seen each other for over 10 days, and our secretary has already become remarkable. Chen Lin's smile returned, and they exchanged pleasantries. Simultaneously, he took out an envelope from his backpack and handed it to Alfred. It contained the complete formula for the Sun Spirit medicine, which he had transcribed from the Sun Scripture before entering Jialong Town. Thank you for your previous care of me. Alfred smiled as he accepted the envelope without opening it. This is what you deserved. It cannot be considered care. Now I'll have to think a bit about how to return the favor. He led Chen Lin into the reception room and gestured for him to sit down. The maid brought in tea and snacks and then withdrew. Alfred's gaze fell upon the soul-weaving cloak draped over Chen Lin, surveying it up and down with a tone of resignation. I entrusted you with the secrets of the weavers, and this is what you made. What knowledge is learned at what stage is too profound for an apprentice like me, inevitably leading to misinterpretation. Chen Lin explained delicately, at my current vocational level, it's just right to learn this. You really understand the art of prioritization. Alfred sighed inwardly. He had wanted Chen Lin to delve into its principles when he was weak and naive. He hoped the Weaver system would serve as the foundation for his profession, but it now seemed to have become nothing more than a tool. However, your cloak has an excellent design and execution. It doesn't seem like something an apprentice could create. Because I have a very good assistant. Chen Lin smiled slightly. The door of the cozy nest opened, and Ashaleia stepped out. She gave a simple bow to Alfred, the black and white hem of her skirt gently swaying at her ankles. Your Grace, the great weaver, Ashalia greeted. Alfred furrowed his brow, his gaze falling upon Ashalia as he scrutinized her from head to toe. He had no impression of the woman before him, yet there was a faint sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but could not place it. She is my follower, Ashalia, Chen Lin stated. He did not intend to delve deeply into the weaver system, but Ashalia had a natural talent in this area. If he could gain Alfred's favor and receive some guidance, it would be a good thing. He lifted his cloak slightly. This cloak was completed with her assistance. Alfred's gaze fell upon the red thread that stitched the ghost, tracing the line from the collar to the hem, finally understanding where that sense of familiarity came from. So you are the unfinished creation mentioned in the miracles. His tone was one of certainty. Ashalia, I have never met my creator. Ever since I first activated, I have followed my master. Alfred did not dwell on these trivial matters. He turned to Chen Lin. You are too rational and purposeful. You surely didn't seek me just to reminisce. It's like this. Chen Lin conveyed Metatron's intent. To hunt down that cursed dragon. Alfred nodded. No problem. However, you will need to wait a while, as I prepare. Chen Lin had no objections. By the way, he recalled something. The phantom of the rune heart appeared in his hand, the heart shape. The occupational runes I obtained can produce physical tokens for engraving. Do you have any suggestions for the vessel? Chen Lin casually asked. Alfred's eyes widened as he stared intently at the rune heart, and this guy is cheating again. His tone was somewhat gritted. Chen Lin noted his expression and began to scheme. The relationship between the two seemed somewhat strained. He retracted the engraving in his hand and bowed his head slightly. Sorry, I didn't consider it thoroughly. It's fine, our matters won't bring trouble to you. Alfred merely sighed, not truly blaming Chen Lin. Moreover, you look a bit more like an adventurer this way. Previously you were too clear and decisive. He stood up, walked a few steps around the room, then halted. He looked at Chen Lin, then turned his gaze to Ashalia. He pulled out a cloth sleeve from the drawer, which was deep blue and neatly folded. He untied the string, unfolded the cloth sleeve, revealing a row of nails, all uniform in size and neatly arranged. The nails were dark silver with fine patterns on the surface that glimmered coldly in the light. This is for you. With it, you will be able to deal with that cursed dragon. He pushed the cloth sleeve in front of Ashalia. Chen Lin felt puzzled. Had it been prepared so quickly? Moreover, he remembered that in his previous life the mission item was a vial of potion. But he did not ask further, merely gesturing for Ashalia to accept it. Ashalia took the cloth sleeve, retied the string, and tucked it into her embrace. Chen Lin bowed to Alfred and turned to leave the reception room. Ashalia followed closely behind him, her footsteps light the black and white hem of her skirt, casting a faint shadow on the corridor floor. Exiting the door of the Mage Guild, Chen Lin whispered, Do you know why Alfred's attitude has changed? Ashalia's voice was calm and steady. In the early stages of the occupational system's construction, the weaving system established by Alfred competed with the rune system created by Cavendish. However, because the weaving system leaned towards integrating existing resources and was too conservative, it was eliminated by the rune system, which sought uniqueness and exploration. Now he understood. Chen Lin found it hard to evaluate. He originally intended for Alfred to escort them, but now he could only head to the Wailing Lands on his own. Outside the guild's door, those people were still there. Leaders and representatives of various factions gathered again, with more ordinary players arriving from afar. But this time they were all very quiet, not as enthusiastic and proactive as before, merely watching Chen Lin with expectant eyes. A few new players stood beside them. The names of those new players were a series of real estate or quality stock names, which were the gifts they offered to hope to attract his attention. Even the players showcasing the gift was part of their display of strength. They gazed at Chen Lin with eager eyes, like concubines awaiting favor. Chen Lin glanced over and withdrew his gaze. Adjusted in mindset, he no longer harbored the previous intention to flaunt himself in front of others. The soul-weaving cloak trembled slightly, the outlines of 36 ghosts simultaneously emerging on its surface. An invisible force lifted his body as he ascended into the air, flying over the heads of those people. The players silently looked up in awe. They watched as the gray-white cloak rose higher and higher, flying farther and farther, disappearing into the sky at the end of the street. It was as if people from different levels and paths brushed past one another with no intersection. After exiting the town, Chen Lin summoned a skeletal warhorse and galloped toward the outskirts. The hooves struck against the gravel road, the ghostly blue flames trailing behind them. Not long after, a group of players arrived at the place where he had lingered. They were efficient in their actions, moving briskly without a hint of excess. The IDs above their heads were a series of numbered names: JS001, JS002, JS003. The numbers lined up from 1 to 12. The leader crouched down, fingers parting the grass as he examined the faint hoofprint on the ground. His gaze moved from the hoofprint to a nearby broken twig, then to the direction of the break on the twig, and finally to the fresh wood exposed at the break. His sight followed these traces forward, sketching a clear movement trajectory in his mind. He stood up, walked a few steps along the trail, crouched down again, then stood up. The other 11 spread out around, observing in different directions, communicating only through gestures without a word. They followed the traces, tracking through the thicket, around the swamp, and over a low slope. Their pace was not fast, but every step was placed where Chen Lin had stepped. After a while they stopped. The leader looked up at the dense forest ahead. The light in the forest was dim, the treetops obscuring the sky, making it impossible to discern the depth from the outside. He looked down at the traces on the ground. They were still clear, the outlines of the hoofprints intact, and the wood at the break still fresh. It wasn't that they couldn't track further, it was that the environment was too dangerous. As players, they did not fear sacrifice. However, this was too inefficient. Unless Chen Lin stopped to wait for them, they could not even catch up to his exhaust. The leader opened the communication panel and reported to the higher-ups. Soon instructions came back. There was no need to catch up to him. Continue tracking and find out Chen Lin's destination. Just as the name of this place suggests, the land of wailing is forever shrouded in a low, continuous sound of weeping. A chilly, decaying aura envelopes the entire land. Even at noon, the sunlight can only barely penetrate the layer of gray mist, casting a faint light upon the ground. Most of the trees around are dead, with only a few standing crookedly, their branches devoid of leaves, and only the grayish-white bark peeling away in the wind. Under the protection of the dark nights, Chen Lin stepped onto this land. The hooves of his horse sank into the soft, decayed soil, producing a dull, muffled sound. The knights are scattered around, their lances held at the ready, vigilantly watching the depths of the mist. Beside him, the door of the comfortable nest opened, and Axelia, the high priest, and Set emerged. The high priest crouched down, picking up a handful of soil. The dirt trickled through his fingers, gray-black powder scattering in the wind. He held it to his nose, and his eyes brightened slightly. This land, he pondered. I will need more time to study it. It may bring an enhancement to the comfortable nest. Chen Lin trusted the high priest's judgment and did not require him to accompany him on the expedition. He only dispatched several Crimson Sun guards to protect him. The high priest led the guards in another direction, the curved blade glinting in the mist before quickly vanishing behind the withered trees. Meanwhile, Chen Lin executed a classic opening move. Summoning the Necromancer, he combined it with the Bone Gate, immediately starting to lay the groundwork. The commotion grew louder. The ranks of branded skeletons multiplied from dozens to hundreds, then from hundreds to over 1,000. The sounds of bones clashing, the dull thud of warhorses pounding the ground, and the metallic scraping of armor mixed together, echoing far across the empty land of wailing. A roar came from the misty distance. The sound did not seem to emanate from a throat, but rather akin to the noise of something being torn apart. It was a mixture of pain and a peculiar sense of pleasure. A monster pounced down from above. It barely had the outline of a dragon, yet every part of its body distorted the definition of dragon. It had no skin, the dark red muscle fibers were exposed to the air, filled between fibers with pale yellow. Its teeth and eyes were engulfed in rotting flesh, with only two deeper cavities barely discernible as I saw. Its wings were shriveled and stuck to its back like two dried leaves, appearing comically ridiculous compared to a beast of proliferation, level 50. Health 510. Chen Lin looked at the health bar, recalling the Soul Reaper. Another blood cow, but times have changed. 51 million health is not unmanageable. I need to focus my energy on summoning. Set, you take command. The ethereal image of the silent monument appeared beside Chen Lin, its steady and heavy aura sweeping across the field, causing the dark golden soul fire in the eyes of the branded skeletons to brighten suddenly. The heart of runes materialized in his hand, the heart-shaped stone, slowly rotating, the altar patterns growing increasingly distinct. He intended to complete the first summoning ritual here. Set took command. He did not speak, merely raised his curved blade, pointing the tip towards the still-bombing monster. The sea of skeletons surged. Thousands of branded skeletons surged forward simultaneously, bone blades raised, bone fists clenched. Under the combat techniques empowered by the silent monument, they gradually integrated into a dense, orderly formation as they advanced. The beast of proliferation crashed into the sea of skeletons. Its body was too large, its bloated torso resembling a massive boulder rolling down. The branded skeletons crumpled before it as if made of paper. It rolled over them, and the underlings shattered into pieces. Armor was crushed, bones were shattered, and the dark golden soul fire flickered briefly on the decayed soil before extinguishing. Its speed was only slightly reduced. At the expert tier, the efficacy of low-tier tactics diminished significantly. The accumulation of quantity could no longer compensate for the qualitative gap. The skeletal minions still pressed forward recklessly. Those in front were crushed, while those behind stepped on the debris to continue surging. They were like ancient veterans who relied on organization and discipline to withstand armored cavalry charges. The beast of proliferation's speed finally slowed down, but it only slowed down slightly. The skeletal minions used every means at their disposal. Bone blades, slashed bone fists, smashed bone spears thrust, with minimal effect. The monster's health remained unwavering. It wasn't that damage couldn't be dealt, but rather that it recovered too quickly. Every strike inflicted damage numbers that appeared, but before they could be fully registered the health bar was already replenished. Set remained calm, steadily directing the skeletal minions in their encirclement. The left wing restrained from the side, the right wing attacked from behind, while the front engaged in a numerical onslaught. Every charge was repelled, and every repulsion was reformed. Chen Lin observed the monster. Perhaps due to its entirely rotting flesh, it had no defensive power, no resistance whatsoever. Any attack could inflict damage upon it. Even when its bloated body crushed a hard stone on the ground, embedding it into its flesh, a prompt of one would pop up. Yet despite its rotting flesh, new growth continuously emerged. The damaged tissues would be filled in the next moment by the newly formed rotten flesh, akin to a pool that never runs dry. No matter how much health was lost, it regained an equal amount. The beast of proliferation let out a sudden roar. The bulge wrapped in rotten flesh, likely its head glowed with a dark red light from within. A thick and searing flame pierced through the rotten flesh, the opening spouting forth. The flame was dark red, landing on the ground without extinguishing, instead sticking to the decayed soil and continuing to burn. It swept across an entire path. The branded skeletons along that path were engulfed by flames, their bones turning red, shattering and melting under the intense heat. An empty path appeared in the sea of skeletons. Yet the bone gate continued to operate. New branded skeletons emerged from within, disregarding the still burning flames, filling the gap from both sides. The flames continued to burn, and the skeletons kept filling in. As much burned as much was filled. Chen Lin averted his gaze, focusing on the summoning ritual. The words of molten gold surged from his lips, each syllable landing precisely at the designated points of the ritual. The heart of runes spun in his hand, the altar patterns glowing brighter. An area in the sea of skeletons suddenly collapsed, over 1,000 branded skeletons disappearing in an instant. Light shone brightly at the center of the collapse. A figure over 3 meters tall emerged from the light. A creature with the body of a lion, a human face, long limbs, and a robust tail. Its body was covered in a layer of short, dense golden fur, its human-like facial features dignified and formidable. Sphinx, level 49. It leaped forward, pouncing on the beast of proliferation. Its forepaws pinned down the monster's back as it opened its mouth to bite into the rotten flesh of its neck. The beast of proliferation finally faced a somewhat substantial opponent. It twisted its body and swung its tail. The Sphinx was sent flying. It rolled several times on the ground, then got back on its feet, its golden fur covered in decayed soil. Level 49 against level 50. At this critical juncture of expertise, the gap was still too wide. The sun scripture materialized in Chen Lin's hand. The golden tome opened and golden characters floated from the pages, transforming into tiny light serpents that surged into the summoning ritual. Once again, a wave of undead vanished from the sea of skeletons. Thousands of branded skeletons simultaneously turned to ashes, the ashes not falling to the ground, but rather floating into the air. A divine will descended into the body of the Sphinx. Its size suddenly swelled, the golden fur turning to a golden white hue, and the light in its eye sockets shifted from dark gold to brilliant white. Sphinx, level 50. It leaped again, pouncing on the beast of proliferation. This time it was not sent flying. The Sphinx's forepaws pinned the monster's spine, its hind paws pressed against its flanks, its body tensed like a drawn bow. The beast of proliferation struggled, its rotting flesh writhing, flames bursting forth, but the Sphinx remained unyielding. The two colossal beasts grappled on the decayed soil, evenly matched. Chen Lin did not watch them. His gaze was fixed on the ever-full health bar. The situation had stabilized, yet no substantial damage had been dealt. The Sphinx's attacks struck the beast of proliferation, dealing considerable damage numbers, but those numbers were quickly overshadowed by the green recovery digits. No matter how much health was lost, it regained an equal amount. Suddenly, a nail flew in from the side. The nail was small, dark silver with intricate patterns on its surface. It traced a straight trajectory in the air, accurately piercing into the torso of the beast of proliferation. A red thread, the original essence nail shaped like a nail, possesses no attributes and can bear any force. The dark silver nail pierced into the monster's decaying flesh, while Achilles stood at a distance, gently flicking the red thread in her hand. Her title is the Needle of Clotho. It is said to be the tool of the goddess of fate. Even minor insights from Castor can lead to the ability to manipulate destiny. Her core ability is not sewing, but fate itself. Just as a needle guides the thread, Achilles can also guide fate, directing it towards the appropriate path. As for what constitutes an appropriate path, the tool does not require its own thoughts. Mastering the direction her master wishes to go, that direction becomes the appropriate one. At this moment Ashilia obeyed Chen Lin's will, using the original essence nail as a pivot, directing the red thread in her hand to lead the continually spawning and enduring monster towards the most absolute and direct fate in the world: death. The branded skeleton warrior struck the monster with a blade, tearing away a chunk of rotten flesh. The dark red muscle fibers at the gap surged, new fat and flesh buds grew from the severed surface, instantly filling the wound. As before, it was injured but instantly healed. However, this time a subtle change occurred. Health 5099999950999999. Its health limit had decreased. The monster sensed the real danger. It struck fiercely, sweeping its front claws and knocking back the Sphinx in front of it. The lion-head creature rolled on the ground twice, then stood up, its golden fur covered in rotting soil. The monster did not pursue, but suddenly rolled over its bloated body, crushing and rolling in the rotting soil, attempting to snap the red thread tied to it. But fate is formless and intangible. The so-called red thread is merely a manifestation of the concept of fate. It exists there, visible, yet untouchable. No matter how the monster rolled, crushed, or struggled, the thread remained tied to the nails, tail gently swaying in the wind, immovable. During its rolling, several more original essence nails flew over. The dark silver nails traced slender arcs in the light, accurately piercing into the monster's torso, hind legs, and tail. The red thread in Ashilia's hand divided into several strands, each tied to a nail's tail. The speed of the health bar's decline accelerated, as if an invisible funnel was siphoning something out of its body. The monster turned its head, a mass of viscous flames melted through the rotten flesh of its head and burst out. This time, however, it did not spray towards the Sphinx, but redirected towards its forelimb bound by the red thread. The flames melted through the rotten flesh, the fat, and the bones. But it was useless. The original essence nail can bear any force. Once the red thread was tied, it possessed the power of fate. The anchoring of fate cannot be removed by simple physical attacks. The monster abandoned its forelimb, yet the nails and the red thread remained unchanged. The Heart of Runes and the True Sutra of the Sun floated beside Chen Lin. The golden tome flipped its pages automatically, and golden characters rose from the pages, drifting towards the Heart of Runes. The altar patterns on the Heart of Runes grew brighter, each pulse triggering a sacrifice. Several areas in the sea of skeletons collapsed once more. Thousands of branded skeletons turned to ashes simultaneously, the ashes drifting into the air received by that unseen will. Beams of light fell, and as the brilliance faded, two more sphinxes emerged from the light. The second, the third. 3 level 50 divine beings surrounded the monster in a triangle. Their coordination was seamless, and their relentless assault completely cut off any chance for the monster to attack, flee, or struggle. Defeat was merely a matter of time. The light shone again, and the fourth sphinx descended, followed by the fifth. Yet they did not join the battle, instead patrolling the perimeter, circling around the combat area, vigilantly watching the depths of the mist. Chen Lin considered this as a backup plan. He feared that during the fight some higher power might suddenly enter. Having dealt with high-tier situations, unexpected incidents, and last-minute interventions by unknown entities, he could not afford to leave anything to chance. He withdrew his gaze, recalling the teachings of the high priest. He recited the words of the molten gold backward. The order of the syllables reversed, the intonations flipped, the originally ascending tone turned downward, and the originally forward rhythm rolled back. The dust-to-dust ritual began to operate. The effects improved significantly. In his perception, layer upon layer of burial marks fell on the monster, each layer deeper, heavier, and harder to break free from than the last. As long as the accumulation of marks surpassed its will to survive, it could be directly buried. The monster's health limit began to decline. From 51 million to 50 million, from 50 million to 45 million, and then below 40 million. Its body also changed, the bloated torso gradually shrinking like a deflated balloon. Sensing the flow of life, the monster became increasingly frenzied. Ignoring the Sphinx's bites and its own wounds, it violently shook its head, biting down on one of the Sphinx's forelegs and tugging hard. A large chunk of flesh was torn from that Sphinx's foreleg, golden fur and blood splattering together. Set did not give it a chance. Under his command, the injured Sphinx immediately withdrew from the battlefield, leaping backward a few steps to the periphery. A Sphinx on the outside simultaneously pushed forward, filling its position. The 5 Sphinxes cycled in and out. The injured withdrew, the unharmed replaced it, maintaining a good condition with each rotation. They gave the monster no openings and themselves no room for error. The health limit fell below 30 million, then 20 million, and then below 10 million. The monster's size was no longer bloated. It had shrunk by nearly half from its original size, the exposed rotten flesh beginning to dry up, the layer of fat thinning and muscle fibers becoming clearly visible. Its movements became sluggish, its strength diminished, and the intensity of its struggles weakened. Chen Lin furrowed his brows. He had been operating the dust-to-dust ritual, and the burial marks on the monster had accumulated to an astonishing degree. In his perception, those marks layered upon each other, nearly covering the monster's entire body. Yet there was no sign of burial. That will to survive was like a hard stone, the marks falling upon it, sliding off, shattering, and dissipating. Everything was for survival. A survival was everything. During the operation of the ritual, Chen Lin sensed the monster's thoughts. They were simple and firm, without any extraneous notions. Only survival. He halted the ritual, knowing it would not be effective like this. But he was not disappointed. He had plenty of means to deal with the undead. The heart of runes slowly transformed in his hand. The surface altar patterns faded, replaced by a pitch-black shadow. The shadow spread like ink across the surface of the heart of runes, engulfing the golden lines, swallowing the outline of the heart, turning it into a mass of pure non-reflective darkness. Simulated rune nether avatar sublegendary level effect. The soul energy of the shadow scythe will replace your health points. You will not die until the stored soul energy is exhausted. Chen Lin's body gradually became transparent, transforming from a flesh and blood being into something closer to a soul. His skin lost its color, bones became visible, and the outline of his organs faintly appeared within the transparent torso. His consciousness began to rise. Before the soul energy constituting his body was exhausted, his awareness remained at a higher level. The vast majority of effects could no longer affect him. A pitch-black scythe materialized behind him. The densely packed white light spots on the scythe blade were particularly glaring in the dim mist. Each light spot represented a harvested soul. With a thought, Chen Lin's body floated up without the aid of a cloak, the grayish-white, soul-weaving cloak unfolding behind him like a cloud caught in the wind. He floated towards the now emaciated monster, the scythe, held horizontally beside him, the white light spots on the blade trailing behind him like a slender light tail. In order to survive, the monster abandoned all unnecessary abilities, with most of its combat power sustained by its massive body. However, as its life limit decreased, its body continued to shrink. Once the body shrinks, combat power declines. With decreasing combat power, life points decrease even faster. It is a vicious cycle, like a pyramid without a base, collapsing layer by layer. As Chen Lin approached, the monster's life limit had already fallen below 1 million. Its body had become weak and feeble. Under the pressure of the Sphinx, it could not even lift its head. The once bloated flesh had been cleaned away, and the surging fat and meat buds finally stopped growing, revealing a layer of withered, ragged dragon skin underneath. Its murky eyes were also revealed, no longer two pits submerged in rotten flesh, but true eyes with visible pupils. At this moment, those eyes were filled with fear. From the increasingly close figure, it sensed the true power that could bring about its end. Chen Lin placed his hand on the dragon's head. His fingers touched the dry dragon skin, rough and cold, like touching a weathered stone. The surface of the dragon's skin was covered in cracks, and through the gaps the grayish-white bone structure could be seen. The monster's body trembled uncontrollably. Its eyes were filled with fear, yet its body struggled against the pressure, its hind legs pushing off the ground, tail thrashing, trying to break free from the Sphinx's restraint. Unfortunately, it was already too weak. Even with all its might, its resistance appeared like a mere act of petulance in front of Chen Lin. Is everything for the sake of existence, say? Chen Lin gently stroked the dragon's head, his movements tender, as if soothing a frightened cat. You and I are quite alike. His touch halted. The monster's body suddenly froze, its struggling limbs stiff in midair, trembling. It waited. Those murky eyes fixed on Chen Lin, pupils slightly dilated. Is it coming? So, I am willing to give you a chance. Chen Lin's hand moved from the dragon's head to its neck. He did not command the shadowy scythe behind him to end its life, but instead activated a necromancer's core ability he had acquired at his professional rank, yet had never used before. Rebirth of the Undead. The spell's light surged from his palm, grayish-white light seeping into the dragon's skin, into the bones, into the nearly imperceptible flicker of life. Compared to the body, consciousness is the essence of existence. If you can maintain your consciousness after transforming into the undead, is that not also a form of continuation? The monster's resistance gradually weakened. It was not giving up hope for life, but choosing to comply with Chen Lin's intention, cooperating with the transformation while trying its best to maintain its consciousness. Those eyes slowly closed, breathing ceased, and the body completely relaxed. It gave up on maintaining the vitality of its body. Abandoning the body that had constantly spawned due to strange vitality, the monster itself had been barely hanging on for an unknown amount of time. That body should have died long ago, sustained only by the obsession of must live on. Now it no longer held on, and its body withered away in an instant. Bones shrank, muscles dried, and dragon skin tightened. The body that had long been destined to die, coupled with the guidance of its fated death, made this transformation to undead especially smooth, thorough, and rapid. The dragon skin began to condense from the head downwards, layer upon layer, wrapping the entire body like a shroud. Eyelids drooped, mouth closed, limbs drawn in. That layer of withered dragon skin was no longer loose and ragged but tightly adhered to the bones, forming a hard shell. Chen Lin took a step back. A silent mental shriek erupted from within the dragon's skin. The shriek was soundless, yet directly touched the soul, causing all creatures present to pause in their movements. The dragon skin split from within. Not shattered, but as if breaking out of a cocoon, a bony claw emerged from the crack in its back. The claw was slender joints distinct with sharp bone spurs at the tips. Then came a second, a third. A pair of bony wings unfolded from the fissure, the wing membrane, a translucent grayish-white, with a few strands of unfallen dragon skin hanging from the wing bones. A skeletal dragon burst forth from the dead skin. Her form was nearly half the size she had been in life, her skeletal frame elongated and graceful. The skull was triangular with silvery soul fire burning in the eye sockets. The bony wings spread wide with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, the wing membrane fluttering gently in the wind. She circled in the sky once and again at a slow pace, yet her posture was extremely relaxed. The soul fire danced in her eye sockets, clearly exuding ease. For her, shedding the decaying, unyielding flesh was also a form of liberation. Wings of Morning. Olivia, a level 49. Chen Lin looked at the skeletal dragon spiraling in the air, feeling a hint of regret. During the transformation, he could sense her past. Olivia had once been a pure-blood red dragon of the 79th level, a quasi-legendary rank. But in order to survive, to escape disaster, to evade pursuit, and to cling to life in despair, she continuously sacrificed her own levels, like a person constantly cutting off their flesh to feed an insatiable beast. From 79 to 70, from 70 to 60, from 60 to 50. Each drop in level was an act of self-harm. Each self-harm was for the sake of living another day. In the end, she had forgotten what she once looked like, leaving behind only a shell that perpetually spawned rotten flesh and an obsession of must live on. What a pity. After the transformation, she could no longer even maintain the rank of a 50-level expert. After spiraling twice, Olivia folded her bony wings and landed before Chen Lin. Her size was twice that of Chen Lin, but at the moment she landed, her skull lowered, gently rubbing her forehead against Chen Lin's palm. The soul fire flickered in her eye sockets, filled with affection. Forget it. Chen Lin set aside his regrets, treating it as acquiring a mount. At least he wouldn't need to ride a horse on the road anymore. Olivia sensed Chen Lin's regret. She withdrew her head and turned to the nearby remains. With her bony claws, she peeled back the withered dragon skin, which had dried out and crumbled at a touch. The inside of the skin was empty, the flesh having turned to nothingness, the skeleton now forming her present body. Only a diamond remained. The diamond, the size of a fist, was wrapped in dragon skin, hidden deep within the chest. Olivia used her bony claws to extract it, holding it in her mouth, turning her head to Chen Lin, clearly reluctant, yet trying to please him as she placed the diamond in his hand. Chen Lin reached out to touch the diamond. A surge of knowledge rushed into his consciousness like a dam bursting, flooding into a parched riverbed. You have comprehended the skill Ultimate Leap. Ultimate Leap. When you encounter shackles, you can consume the Pioneer title to gain additional breakthrough assistance. This skill does not require understanding or mastery. Like an instinct, it is etched into the body. A one-time skill specifically for the Pioneer title. Chen Lin pondered, was the former owner of this diamond someone who had also received the Pioneer title? Guiding Star type rare item effect. When you wholeheartedly strive for a goal, every effort will correspond to a reward. 99. 999. 99. 99. 999. Can I truly walk this endless road and achieve that greatness within reach? This must be what Master Metatron referred to, the most suitable vessel for the token of the Gallon Silent Monument. He suppressed his thoughts and opened the door to the nest of comfort. A grayish light gate hovered above the decayed earth with the warm, pale golden radiance of the newborn sun. He suppressed his thoughts and opened the door to the nest of comfort. A grayish light gate hovered above the decayed earth with the warm, pale golden radiance of the newborn warmth. Not the warmth of sunlight, nor the warmth of flames, but a more essential warmth, as if her soul were being embraced. Through the mental link, a clear sense of surprise and comfort surged forth. Then the entire dragon eagerly dove into the nest of comfort. Her skeletal frame was dyed a pale golden hue in the light, her bone wings unfurling and then folding back, her skull tilting up and down. The brilliance of the newborn sun fell upon her, and the tiny cracks and were slowly mended in the glow. She soared into the air, flying beside the newborn sun. A golden ring spun beside her, and warm light flowed from the center of the ring, enveloping her whole body. Due to the innate nature of dragons, she felt a strong impulse to swallow this small sphere whole and claim it for herself. It was a greed etched into her very bones. But the impulse lasted only a moment before another thought suppressed it. This was her master's treasure, and she could not touch it. She tucked away that thought and circled around the newborn sun, bathing in the light at the closest distance. Her bone wings unfurled, the wing membranes glimmering faintly in the light, while the silver-white soul fire took on a layer of pale golden luster. In the distance, the red sun guards escorted the high priest out from the mist. The copper-scaled armor was caked with grayish-black decay, and a string of something unknown hung from the hilt of a curved blade. The excitement on the high priest's face was palpable. He strode quickly to Chen Lin, his thin fingers trembling slightly. I have found the source of this land which can completely advance the nest of comfort. His voice was a few pitches higher than usual as he approached Chen Lin. The next actions will require Canic's cooperation. Should we summon him? Chen Lin nodded. A red sun guard was commanded to enter the light gate of the nest of comfort. I have discovered the source of this land. The high priest's voice lowered slightly. At least over 100,000 beings have concentrated their deaths here. Their souls and bodies have perished, yet for some reason they have not vanished, but rather coalesced in this place. Chen Lin's expression turned grim as he recalled those unsettling memories. It is a destroyed birthing chamber. His tone was calm, as if stating a matter unrelated to himself. The void spirits will gather beings together and employ certain methods to facilitate the smooth birth of the subsequent void spirits. Chen Lin recalled the terror of the dawn when he had once followed a national legend on a mission. That town had already been occupied by the void spirits, and the ground was littered with those processed corpses. Even if the birthing chamber was destroyed, those beings who had undergone the procedure were equally beyond recovery. The wails permeating the surroundings were identical to those here. If there is not enough time to conduct a sufficiently grand ceremony and the burial is rushed, it will result in a situation like this where the dead do not dissipate, the resentful do not disperse, forever crying in the crevice between life and death. A sense of relief surged within the high priest. His civilization had been extinguished by the void spirits, but thanks to the pharaoh's decisive actions, the gate to the void spirits was closed, preventing such a tragic fate from descending upon his people. That is just right. Chen Lin's voice interrupted the silence. Regardless of how heavy the past was, one still had to move forward. Bring them peace while also strengthening the nest of comfort, achieving a win-win situation. He paused. How should we proceed? The high priest raised his hand, pointing toward the distant gray mist. In order for the pharaoh to enjoy the same level of service after death, we will begin constructing his tomb as soon as he ascends to the throne. The core of the tomb is called the Netherworld Paradise, and that is what I intend to create. He pointed again to the land beneath their feet. Using a sufficient amount of death as the foundation, we will imitate the pharaoh's tomb and construct the Netherworld Paradise. Due to the presence of the newborn sun and the peculiar, yet superior core of the nest of comfort, death will merely exist as a concept hidden underground. The land above will still be normal. In fact, due to the introduction of the concept of death, the nest of comfort will become even more independent and balanced. As long as there is improvement, that is sufficient. Chen Lin was not overly concerned about what his rear looked like. As long as there was sufficient power, everything would be manageable. Do you need any other assistance? He did not forget that although the high priest had once been a legendary powerhouse, he had now lost his strength. Constructing a tomb was clearly no small project. The only thing needed is the golden balance scale in your hand to balance life and death, the high priest said. Other than that, our Nemo people can handle everything else. This is the most important ability for our commoners. Many have prepared for this their entire lives. Upon receiving the news, Canic emerged from the nest of comfort with a group of priests bowing to Chen Lin. Some of the supplies we brought during our escape are just what we need. All Nemo people will do their part as a token of gratitude for your sheltering of us. Chen Lin said little more. He took out the golden balance scale and handed it to the high priest, then summoned Ashilia. You go assist the high priest in completing the construction of the ceremony. Her guiding abilities would greatly aid this ceremony, while also serving as a form of supervision. After giving his instructions, Chen Lin entered the nest of comfort. The light gate closed behind him. The high priest turned around and looked at Ashilia beside him. Miss Ashilia, this is the entire content of the Netherworld Paradise ceremony. He took out a booklet from his robe and respectfully handed it to her. The internal ceremonies of the nest of comfort require time to organize and prepare. You can first inspect the foundational ceremony on the periphery, and we will start the internal preparations only after your return. Ashilia accepted the booklet and nodded. The high priest turned to the group of priests and instructed, I have already marked the position for the foundational ceremony and the core arrangements are complete. You just need to finish the remaining content. The priests responded in unison and then left with Ashilia. Only the high priest and Canic remained at the entrance. Wonderful. Canic let out a long breath, his expression quite joyful. At last we hold some value. As a leader, he understood that no one possessed infinite patience and goodwill. Only by demonstrating sufficient value and returns could this relationship be maintained healthily over time. The high priest nodded. Work hard. We are the last survivors. We must carry our civilization. In the cozy nest, Chen Lin walked over to the corrupted servants. As he leveled up, the enemies he faced grew increasingly formidable. Even the cheap cannon fodder, the summoned skeletons, held a 20-level profession, rendering the lower-level corrupted servants nearly obsolete. Moreover, they chose to follow their own monsters. Once dead, they would not revive, making him reluctant to send them out. Upon Chen Lin's arrival, the corrupted servants bowed and stepped aside, clearing a space. Chen Lin stood in the center of the open area. The phantom of the silent Jia Long monument appeared beside him, steady and substantial. He held the guiding star in one hand while activating the legendary rune, the Old Wedge, with the other, transforming the gem in his hand into a token. Jia Long dedicated his life to simplifying extraordinary abilities, allowing more people to embark on the path of the extraordinary, empowering novices to become stronger and lay a better foundation. However, this did not mean Jia Long wished for everyone to remain perpetually weak in their cradle. His focus on the initial weak phase was precisely to enable more people to have a brighter future. The gem in Chen Lin's hand gradually dimmed, transforming from a brilliant diamond into a pitch-black stone tablet. A point of light detached from the tablet, its glow subtle yet clear. Illumination of future light. This is the light of ideals, visible only to those steadfast in their aspirations. Bathe in it, and as long as you strive, you will always advance. Even the experiences of others can be applied to oneself. Chen Lin pondered. Simply put, it meant one could upgrade oneself with experience points. This was the most fundamental ability for players, yet it was a longed-for dream for these natives. The dark night. The knights galloped out from the light, filling the surrounding space to the brim. They gazed at the point of light in Chen Lin's hand, their soul flames flickering through the gaps in their helmets, as if they saw the path to which they had dedicated their lives. Chen Lin planted the stone tablet into the ground. The feathered pin for future planning and the crystallized experience of the sub-legendary level appeared in his hand, laid out before the dark knights. Go pursue your ideals, but you must also have the strength to enact them, he encouraged. The dark knight dismounted and walked up to Chen Lin. He took the feathered pen, but declined the crystallized experience. Chen Lin was puzzled, but respected his choice. The standard bearer waved the banner. Waves radiated from the flag, sweeping over all the corrupted servants and dark knights, linking them together. The knight inscribed the first stroke on the stone tablet. His fingers were steady, and his strokes were powerful. A golden engraving emerged on the surface of the stone tablet. As a cost, part of the chilling aura circulating around the knight was drawn out, like a wisp of smoke scattered by the wind. He did not pause, continuing to write the second and third strokes. By the time the first character was completed, the knight's level had dropped from 36 to 35. Yet he did not stop. The second character, 33. The third character, 31. The characters multiplied, and the knight's level continued to decline: 35, 33, 31, 29. When he completed the first paragraph of the full sentence, his level had fallen to 29, equal to that of the standard bearers. The link that had long been established began to take effect. The knight and the 12 standard bearers bore the cost together, all descending in level 29, 28, 27. They fell to the 24th level of ordinary knights, and then to the 16th level of corrupted servants. Their momentum weakened, the sheen on their armor dulled, and the ghostly blue flames under their horses' hooves flickered ever more faintly. No one resisted, no one fled. They stood there silently, like rows of trees awaiting the storm's passing. Levels dropped to 14, 11, 10, 5. Finally, everyone's level fell to 0. The chilling and cruel aura that had pervaded them dissipated. The bodies of the corrupted servants became thin, their armor resembling ancient relics that shattered at the slightest touch. The Dark Knight's plate armor began to crack, and the skeletal steeds emitted faint creaking sounds. At this moment, perhaps any first-tier player could wipe them out. Yet their eyes shone brightly, more so than ever before. The soul flames in the gaps of their helmets were no longer the cold, ghostly blue light, but warm, flickering flames like true fire. Ashilia had finished her patrol and returned to the cozy nest. She stood at the edge of the open area, the red thread intertwining around her fingers. In the distance, the high priest Kanik and the other priests had unknowingly halted their actions, quietly watching this scene. No one spoke, no one moved, only the light of the newborn sun slowly rotated above. Chen Lin looked at the 0-level knights and servants. Is this how it is? Chen Lin understood. Ashilia, go lend them a hand. The red thread fell from Ashilia's fingers, landing on each knight and servant, resembling a path unfolding beneath their feet. Chen Lin had never liked manipulating others. He provided suitable help to the right people, guiding them to the right places to play their appropriate roles. And the Dark Knights themselves had unwavering beliefs. At this moment, the future planning provided momentum. Ashilia guided the way, and the light of enlightenment anchored the future. All of this was merely to assist them in progressing along their steadfast paths. The runic heart appeared in Chen Lin's hand, simulating a rune made of bones that was both holy and warm. Simulated Rune King of Heroic Spirits Sublegendary Level. The King of Heroic Spirits Sublegendary Level. You can gradually elevate the undead to heroic spirits, and the more heroic spirits you command, the higher your rank will ascend. Do you still remember what you once were? Finally, they shed the old shadows. Their faint momentum rebounded. Starting from 0, they surged upwards suddenly. Level 1, 5, 10, 15. The rate of ascent grew faster like a volcano, igniting, releasing energy that had been suppressed for who knows how long. Level 20, 25, 30. Their momentum far surpassed before. Their armor was no longer the cold, rusty dark silver, but a bright, warm silver gleaming with luster. The sun patterns transformed from dark gold to blazing gold, shimmering brilliantly upon their chest plates. The skeletal steeds grew new bone armor, and the ghostly blue flames under their hooves turned into golden flames. The chilling, decayed, and cruel aura faded away. In its place was a warmth, determination, and a sense of relief long suppressed. The standard bearer waved the flag. The red background with golden patterns unfurled in the light, the design of light breaking through the long night, clearer and brighter than before. The golden patterns on the flag seemed to come alive, flowing across the fabric. The Dawn Knights returned.